Pirate God Level Upgrade System. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121_. Brother Mufeng, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. Looking at Mufeng, Kizaru said in surprise. Senior Borsellino is humble. If it weren't for the lack of a suitable refraction surface on the sea, I'm afraid you would have come to Sabayati Archipelago long ago. Mufeng smiled. Kizaru scratched his head and said dejectedly, anyway, little brother Mufeng, you are the Sabayati Archipelago who arrived before me. Well, then Kaido will be handed over to me. Charlotte Linlin will be handed over to little brother Mufeng. Now where are we going? Let's go to the Hunter Guild to see if Senju Hasuma, Pluto, Rayleigh, and their mysterious guild leader are all there. We don't have to take action at all. Mufeng said. Of course, he knew that Senju Hashima and the president of the Hunter Guild were definitely not there, but in his current identity as a white bear, he can't say it. Of course, he has to do a full set of dramas. Well, it better. Kizaru nodded and said, as everyone knows, he has stepped into the deep hole that Mufeng dug for him. Ding bell. Ding bell. Pushing open the door of the Hunters Guild, the crisp wind bell rang. Shepard and Kizaru walked in. Yo, isn't this the famous Pluto, Rayleigh? It's a legend. It seems to have a feeling of fear, Kizaru said strangely. Rayleigh didn't know what to do. Mufeng and Kizaru walked in without looking up, because Mufeng had already told Rayleigh that they would come, so Rayleigh would not be surprised. It wasn't until Kizaru finished speaking that Rayleigh looked up and said, oh, it's Kizaru Admiral and White Bear Admiral. I'm not a Pluto, Rayleigh now, just an old errand guy from the Hunter Guild. What's the matter with the two, Admiral? If you want to release a quest, it will take 2 days. Quote, Rayleigh helped the small round eyes on the bridge of his nose and said, and look at Senior Rayleigh's appearance. Could it be that something happened? Mufeng asked naturally. Don't you Marine know? Rayleigh said, surprised. No what? Kizaru asked naturally. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are on their way to Sabayati Archipelago, and their target is our Hunter Guild. An old guy like me can't beat the two of them. Naturally, we have to run quickly, Rayleigh reasonably said. Nani? Kizaru looked bewildered. My mind can't turn around. Shouldn't this be the time to fight aggressively? Why? A posture of escaping. What about Chinsho Zujian and your president? Mufeng also pretended to be surprised and asked. Rayleigh looked at Kizaru and Mufeng again with a don't you know look, and saw that Kizaru was suffering from embarrassment. This is what he said. Didn't the two of them take your Marine's quest? They're working now, but I don't have time to come back and pay attention to the guild. If there is nothing else, I'll go first. Shaki, Enel, your things are packed. No. The end. Rayleigh obviously ignored Mufeng and Kizaru. Rayleigh, Shaki and Enel, as well as the 4 priests, simply took the package and walked out of the Hunter Guild in front of Mufeng and Kizaru. The huge Hunter Guild instantly became empty, leaving only Mufeng and Kizaru. Kizaru has a feeling of falling in the autumn wind. However, after a while, a smile suddenly appeared on the wretched face, and he said, hey, the Hunter Guild ran away. Actually, think about it, it's not bad. At least the battle between the Hunter Guild and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, I can't fight anymore. Yo, it's an easy task. Little brother Mufeng, do you want to have a drink? I know that there is a very nice lady in a shop on Sabayati Archipelago. Expression. What a naive and stupid monkey. Fell into the hole I dug for you. Do you think you can climb out so quickly? Mufeng secretly said in his heart. The expression on his face became more and more serious. Looking at Kizaru, he said, Senior Borsellino, what you think is a little too simple. In my opinion, the next situation is not optimistic. Well, what's wrong? Kizaru looked puzzled. Shepard continued. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are already on their way, and the Hunter Guild is already empty. I don't see Chinshujujian. I think Kaido and Charlotte Linlin will only be more angry. These two, the guy is angry, but the 6 relatives don't recognize it. So, the unlucky one must only be Sabayati Archipelago. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kizaru's face became darker and darker. He seemed to feel like he had fallen into a deep hole. The only thing he didn't know was that this deep hole was dug by Mufeng for him. Ask the headquarters for help, Kizaru said. As an old fritters, the first thing you must have is self-knowledge. 387 Kizaru is very clear. Although he is the peak combat power of Admiral, he is still much worse than the 4 emperors. In a short battle, with the speed of glint fruit, he can compete with the 4 emperors, dealing with it, but after a long time, there are only 2 paths left: defeat and run away. With the ability of glint fruit, Kizaru wanted to run, but no one could stop him. However, a Marine Admiral was beaten by the pirates and ran away. Kizaru is thickened and can't bear it, so he naturally wants to ask the Marine headquarters for help. Thousands of hands. Hunters Guild, get out of here for my mother. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. Hearing this voice, Kizaru's face became even more embarrassed, because this voice belongs to Charlotte Linlin. Obviously, the 4 emperors have arrived. Even if Kizaru is reluctant and has a different position, he has to fight at this moment. Thinking of the horror of the 4 emperors, Kizaru only felt his scalp tingle. Let go, Senior Borsellino. Let fight. The Marine of the Sabayati branch will do it first to ask for help from the Marine headquarters, Shepard said with a smile. Chapter 122_7 Killing Intent. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, full of murderous intent, appeared at the port of the island of Sabayati Archipelago No. 1. As soon as the two appeared, within half a minute, all the people in the port disappeared. Even if they don't know each other, they are scared shit at the first sight of the two of them. Those who recognize them are even more horrified. Yes, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Four emperors. How did the four emperors come to Sabayati Archipelago? And it seems that the two of them are teaming up. Could it be? Are the two of them coming to attack the Hunter Guild? The four emperors join forces. This has never happened before. Huh, why are you running so fast? Idiot, run quickly. This kind of monster level powerhouse battle is not something we can join together. Run quickly if you don't want to die. Oh, yes, get out of here. ... Many onlookers chose to leave Sabayati Archipelago as soon as possible, but of course some people who wanted to die chose to stay. After all, most of the four emperor level powerhouses were fighting against each other. Opportunity. Kizaru and Mufeng. Neither of them is slow. Charlotte Linlin's roar fell for a few breaths, and Kizaru and Mufeng appeared in front of them both. Seeing Mufeng's first glance, Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. The hatred in his eyes was overwhelming, and the reason for this was that the marine white bear was the cause of all this. If it wasn't for Mufeng killing Jack Drought, then it won't trigger a war in the Red-Haired Sea area, and naturally it won't be related to the Hunter Guild. But in the end, Kaido suppressed his anger. Shen Sheng said, "Marine, I don't want to provoke you. Let me smash the Hunters Guild and break the neck of Chinshujujian, and I will return to the New World immediately. Marine, don't stand in my way, or I will use your lifespan to make dessert." Marine Admiral's lifespan dessert. I haven't eaten yet, Charlotte Linlin said. Compared to Kaido, Charlotte Linlin is more brutal. Thousands of hands are not in the Sabayati Archipelago, and the Hunter Guild is empty. If the two of you are here for this, then you can go back, Mufeng said coldly. Facing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Mufeng showed no politeness at all. Go back? What, are you kidding me? Even if Senju Hashima is not there, and there is no hunter in the public household, I will demolish this place, Kaido growled. Kaido, don't forget this is not a new world. Shepard's voice became colder. White bear, what do you mean? Kaido's expression froze, squinting at Mufeng and said, are you trying to stop me? Then don't blame me for ignoring Sabayati Archipelago and taking action on Marine. You can try, Mufeng said. Words were all meant to provoke Kaido, but he was afraid that Kaido would not do it, so his next plan would be in vain. However, Mufeng obviously overestimated Kaido's endurance. When he saw Mufeng, Kaido was already on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, Mufeng was a little stimulated and broke out decisively. Then I'll kill you first. Kaido's eyes flashed coldly. The fist wrapped by armament hockey slammed out. Under Kaido's rush, the ground beneath his feet could no longer bear the enormous force and crack. Facing Kaido's attack, Mufeng obviously didn't mean to be tough. I can't help but retreat backward. At the same time, he looked at Kizaru and smiled. Borsalino-senpai, hurry up. Don't forget, it was agreed just now. Kaido will leave it to you to solve it. Quote. Kizaru was done. I only feel that 10,000 grass mud horses are rushing through my heart. Kizaru wanted to cry. I didn't do anything while I was there. Why is it my business again? But there's no way. Whoever made himself lose the game just now has to fight it out. Although Kizaru is indeed an old fritter, there are still some gambling product. Light bead kick. Kizaru slammed Kaido's chest on Kaido's chest, causing Kaido to take 3 steps back. Kaido doesn't know how much worse it is in terms of strength and defense. Only resilience can compete with how Kobe, but it is estimated that there are still deficiencies. To be honest, the whole strength absolutely broke the 4 emperors, but he only had a 30-day period. Kizaru, are you going to stop me? Kaido said with murderous intent. Ooh, it Gary. After all, I'm a Marine Admiral too. Obviously Kizaru didn't mean to give in. Then give me death. Kaido's slammed directly at Kizaru. Kaido's arm was wrapped around armament hockey, and Kizaru naturally didn't dare to take such a blow. When he put his hands together and opened it again, a golden long sword suddenly appeared. Daikon Cloud Sword. Kizaru shouted, resisted Kaido's fist, and then fought with Kaido. He didn't mean to confront Kaido at all. Relying on his own speed, Kizaru kept dodging, and kept saying weird things that made his teeth ticklish. What can't be beat? It's amazing. But Kaido is even more angry. The attack in the hand is also more and more violent. Kizaru and Kaido are already fighting together, and here, looked at Charlotte Linlin and said, 4 Emperors. Charlotte Linlin, I wonder if you would like to return to Cake Island obediently. Return to Cake Island. HMPH. When my mother destroys the Hunters Guild, she will naturally go back, Charlotte Linlin said with a bad face. Suddenly, she frowned and said, Marine Admiral, White Bear Shepherd, I've never seen you before. But why? Your soul breath makes me feel so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's word, Mufeng Feng couldn't help then, and he used the transformation technique to become a thousand-handed pillar. Whether it is height, face, temperament, all have undergone drastic changes. Even those who are most familiar with him, there is absolutely no similarity between the two. Chapter 123 Angry Charlotte Linlin. But no matter how Mufeng's appearance changes, his soul will not change in the slightest. As a person with the ability of soul fruit, Charlotte Linlin is naturally very sensitive to the soul, but for a while he could not distinguish Mufeng's soul aura. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's word, Mufeng's heart suddenly shuddered. There is killing intent in his eyes. The identity of Senju Hashima can't be revealed by Charlotte Linlin, otherwise he will be 100% defecting from Marine. Charlotte Linlin, who frowned as if thinking, Mufeng directly interrupted. Since you are not going to return to the New World, then let me experience your strength as the fourth emperor. He suddenly pulled out the mammoth blade and slashed directly with one knife to Charlotte Linlin. Of course, Mufeng couldn't make Charlotte Linlin think any longer. Otherwise, if she thinks about it and then yells out, it will be troublesome. Kizaru was still watching, so he must not know. Violent sword energy piercing the air slammed into the ant. 023. However, the ant did not dodge, nor did she cover her body with armament hockey. Just using her body to hold Mufeng's sword chi with her skin that was born invulnerable to bullet was extremely terrifying. In fact, think about it. Whether it is Whitebeard, Kaido, Redhead, and each of the four emperors can be said to be the protagonist, one is more terrifying than the other. Damn! Charlotte Linlin growled angrily. Being interrupted, she was naturally very angry, but she also forgot about this matter and slapped Mufeng directly. Lifetime dessert. 50 years. Obviously, Charlotte Linlin wants to extract the life of Shepherd. However, Mufeng already knew the weakness of this move. If there was no fear in his heart, he would not have his lifespan taken away. Charlotte Linlin's palm didn't get anything, and it came back in vain. Immediately, his face became more and more gloomy. As expected of the white bear known as the strongest admiral, facing my fruit ability, there is no fear in my heart stronger than the original 3 admiral. Although Kizaru has been fighting with Kaido, he still pays attention to the battlefield between Shepherd and Charlotte Linlin. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's word, his face is a little embarrassed because Charlotte Linlin said the 3 admiral, but there are his. But Kizaru was powerless to refute it, because when he fought Charlotte Linlin, he really didn't dare to fight head-on. And then, what problem do you want to explain? Or as the 4th emperor, you only have this ability. Shepherd looked at Charlotte Linlin, and his words were full of provocation. He wants to make Charlotte Linlin angry, even more angry. They will ignore the familiarity of their own soul breath. White bear, you are provoking me. Even if you are Marine Admiral, you will die today. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was even more murderous, and he shouted loudly. Then he raised his left hand high, and the dark and eerie soul substance wandered at his fingertips. Suddenly, this soul substance poured into the white clouds in the sky. Suddenly the sky darkened. The dark clouds became thicker and thicker, as if the sky was sinking, and a thunderous sound came from it. This is Charlotte Linlin's left-handed thundercloud. It Gary, and is indeed called a woman who can make the weather obey her. Now, Marine's white bear is in danger. Quick, get out of here, or we'll be finished. The pirates who were watching the battle couldn't stay still, and they all fled. Although they have never seen a battle at the level of the 4 emperors, it is clear that life is more important. Rumble. After brewing for a long time, a thunderbolt thicker than a bucket finally fell straight down. At this moment, only this dazzling thunder and lightning seemed to be visible between the heavens and the earth. Compared with the mighty power of the heavens and the earth, Mufeng seemed extremely insignificant. Drink. Good to come. Mufeng shouted loudly, and his sharp edge as a swordsman was suddenly revealed. The pale sword energy slashed towards the thunder and lightning directly. The next moment, collide with the falling thunder in the sky. Mufeng's kendo cultivation has reached the level of a supreme swordsman, surpassing that of a great swordsman. There is no problem with the lightning head-to-head made by Charlotte Linlin. The terrifying sword energy split the thunder and lightning, and even the black clouds in the sky split a hole. The split thunderbolts scattered into countless thunderbolts and fell on the surrounding ground. Suddenly, the entire battlefield ground was scorched black by thunder and lightning. Damn! Charlotte Linlin was naturally annoyed when she saw that her offense didn't work. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, Sun, Prometheus. Soul energy accumulated in the right hand poured into the top of the sky. Soul energy accumulated to a certain level, and suddenly began to burn violently. It became crimson, like a splendid sun. Terrifying heat waves came out one after another. The earth became dry, and the sea surface also evaporated with a thick mist. Zeus thundercloud. Prometheus is on fire. The azure blue thunder was mixed with blobs of crimson flame falling from the sky. The angry Charlotte Linlin didn't care so much. The entire number 1 island in Sabayati land is within her attack range. Those pirates who wanted to stay and watch the battle at first are the most pitiful when they realize Charlotte Linlin's horror. But it's too late. Some were roasted into coke by by the fire in the sky. Some were smashed into coke by the falling thunder. Anyway, except for the 4 monsters that were fighting, there were no more living creatures. And far away on the island of GR13, Shaki's ripping off bar. Seeing the devastating scene of island number 1, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. The 4 emperors are truly terrifying monsters. I wonder how the white bear will deal with it. Listening to the meaning of the Hashishima boy, the white bear is no better than him. How weak is it? Chapter 124_Cherry Blossom. The figure is constantly dodging the flames falling from the sky, and at the same time wielding a knife to cut off the lightning. It seems a little embarrassed for a while. However, neither Kizaru nor Kaido meant to underestimate Mufeng, who has fought with Mufeng. Is very clear that Mufeng still has many means that he has not used. For example, the black flame. The body inexplicably turned into nothingness, and Kizaru also saw the battle between Mufeng and Akainu with his own eye. Tilda can only be described as weird. However, Charlotte Linlin didn't know this and sneered. The strongest admiral. White Bear Shepherd. Is this the only level? Oh, it seems that people have been underestimated. Mufeng said a little helplessly. The figure dodged a thunderbolt, and Mufeng withdrew the mammoth blade. Another slender tachi appeared in his hand. It was Senbon Sakura in a shallow state. Mufeng's movements were naturally seen by several people. Although they were very curious about how this knife appeared, they were even more curious about what Mufeng was going to do. The mammoth blade is comparable to the top of the 12 masters of the supreme sword. Famous knife. Even if they were replaced, what would be the use? Although the famous sword is important, it has reached the level of the swordsman of Mufeng. More important is the understanding of kendo, as well as their own realm. Yo, what is this little brother Mufeng doing? Kizaru Vivi squinted and muttered. At this time, Mufeng suddenly changed a knife. There must be a reason. His eyes suddenly lit up, but Kizaru thought of the wound on Golden Lion's court. Changed a knife. Do you think you can beat me? Stop thinking about it. Come on, my child. Huge Hormy. Charlotte Linlin suddenly roared. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin inserted her hands into the ground beneath her feet. Soul energy is poured into it as if it doesn't want money. The earth is shaking, and it seems that something is about to break out of the ground. Black energy overflowed from the ground and condensed into a huge black monster. Soul incarnation. Homage. Charlotte Linlin uses soul energy to create an avatar. There is no entity, but it has the same consciousness and the ability to extract the lifespan of the soul and soul fruit as Charlotte Linlin, which is equivalent to a weakened version of Charlotte Linlin, and because there is no entity, it is not afraid of any physical attack. Homage, go and devour me his soul, Charlotte Linlin said fiercely. Charlotte Linlin's voice fell, and countless Hormies rushed towards Shepherd's Wind, but only 3 hollow faces looked even more terrifying, making people's souls shudder. Your slashes are ineffective against Hormies. If you have other abilities, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I will kill you. Marine White Bear. The attacking shepherd said. Since you said so, Big Mom, let's end the warm-up. Mufeng said with a smile, and then used Conqueror Haki to disperse the few Hormies that attacked him, and suddenly erected the sword in his hand. Warming up. Over. Looking at Mufeng's actions, Charlotte Linlin frowned, revealing doubt. Kizaru and Kaido, who were fighting fiercely on the side, also slowed down their movements and focused on Mufeng, who were also very curious. Charlotte Linlin's observation Haki goes to the extreme, capturing the action of Shepherd. Suddenly, her heart throbbed, because from the long knife in Mufeng's hand, a very strange energy was emitted, and it seemed very aimed at herself. Scatter. Senbon Sakura. An indifferent tone, a voice without any emotion, bit out from Mufeng's mouth. With the fall of this voice, the long knife in Mufeng's hand, the blade part suddenly turned into cherry blossoms falling from the sky, very luxurious and beautiful. Charlotte Linlin's face showed a trace of vigilance, because she felt a trace of murder. This kind of ability, she has never seen it before. It is the attribute of this knife, or an unknown devil fruit ability. Or maybe, that knife swallowed the devil fruit. Homage. Charlotte Linlin growled suddenly. 0 flowers 0. Charlotte Linlin's voice fell, and suddenly a Hormies rushed towards Shepherd, and Mufeng thought about it, and the cherry blossoms in the sky poured towards Homie. Seeing Shepherd's actions, Charlotte Linlin showed a mocking smile on her face. Stupid Hormies of soul energy, but immune. But the words were only halfway through, and they stopped abruptly, because such a sky-filled cherry blossom instantly penetrated Hormie. As for Hormie, it was like a piece of rag being shredded directly, turned into a black fog that filled the sky, and then dissipated. How is it possible? Charlotte Linlin was stunned. Even if Armament Haki could touch Hormies' entity, it would definitely not cause such damage. 0. What's more, Charlotte Linlin could see clearly that Mufeng didn't use Armament Haki in the attack just now, which is easy to tell. Yo, little brother Mufeng, it's amazing, Kizaru exclaimed strangely. In fact, Kizaru, no, it should be known to the top marine. Mufeng has a large-scale and extremely small attack method. This is known from the analysis of Golden Lion's court, but no one is not interested. Ask Shepherd. It's just that Kizaru Kizaru didn't expect it to be so weird. Armament hockey is hovered on it. Kizaru's scalp will feel tingly just thinking about it. Damn, what ability is this? Charlotte Linlin exclaimed. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit is indeed incomprehensible in the world of pirate, but encountering Zanpakuto is like a mouse meeting a cat. The Zanpakuto was originally the weapon of the Soul State Reaper. To deal with Hormi, which is composed of soul energy, is simply harvesting. After tearing up one Hormi, the cherry blossoms in the sky did not stop, and poured into another Hormi. In front of Senbon Sakura, Hormis had no resistance at all, just a few breaths. Dozens of Hormi. Ms. was slaughtered by Shepherd. Chapter 125 Benkai _ Damn, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Homies was all wiped out by the pastoral wind, Charlotte Linlin instantly fell into endless anger. Surrounded by falling lightning and flame, Charlotte Linlin seemed like a bird from the abyss, the monster that appeared. Unforgivable. Charlotte Linlin yelled angrily. The thunder of the sky suddenly exploded, and countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, trying to destroy Senbon Sakura. However, Senbon Sakura is essentially a kind of spirit weapon. It's not a metal, so it doesn't conduct electricity, and the thunder of the sky slammed on it, but it failed to affect it in the slightest. So Charlotte Linlin became more and more angry. Come and feel it too. Mu Feng's face turned cold, and he raised his hand to face Charlotte Linlin. Funeral. As Mu Feng's voice fell, the cherry blossoms in the sky are like a horizontal waterfall pouring down to Charlotte Linlin. Give me to die. Facing the cherry blossom waterfall formed by Senbon Sakura, Charlotte Linlin rushed straight over without any intention of dodging. Ding ding dong dong. Senbon Sakura collided with Charlotte Linlin's body, and they were all bounced off. Charlotte Linlin's ability to traverse the Great Waterway and become the great pirate of the New World is definitely not just the ability of the soul and soul fruit. There is no 4 emperors who can become the 4 emperors only by relying on the fruit ability. For Charlotte Linlin, the biggest reliance is that gifted body, invulnerable skin, and power that is more terrifying than the giant. If you only talk about defense, even the Diamond Jozu of the Whitebeard pirate definitely not as good as her. White Bear, it seems that you are at this level. Gia. I'll give you a chance to become my son-in-law and join the Big Mom pirate. I'll spare your life. Your daughter, they're just as disgusting as you are. Don't disgust me. I suddenly remembered something. Charlotte Linlin, you know 63 years ago, on your birthday, Calumet, why did disappear? Mu Feng laughed. Kurumal, you know about mother. Tell me now. Hearing the words of Kurumal, Charlotte Linlin couldn't calm down for a moment. Watching Mu Feng roar, she wished to open Mu Feng's mouth and buckle the answer. Oh, of course it's fine to tell you. In fact, didn't you already know the answer yourself? There is only one soul fruit capable person in the world, and that's you. In other words, the previous soul fruit person, the ability person, Kurumal, is already dead. Think about it. When did you get the power of the soul fruit? It was on your 5th birthday. Kurumal and your former partners, you were eaten by the eating disorder. Shepherd told Charlotte Linlin the cruel truth without any cover. In fact, how could Charlotte Linlin not know the truth? It's just that she doesn't want to think about it. And the Longbread who knows all the truth, that is, the chief chef of the Big Mom pirates and the first husband of Charlotte Linlin, has been deceiving her, saying that Kurumal has been deceiving her. Will come back, so Charlotte Linlin has been holding out hope. Nonsense. Caramel will definitely be back. Charlotte Linlin yelled. Really? In fact, there is even more cruelty. Kurumal is not as good as you think. Her real identity is actually a human trafficker. 63 years ago, I was going to wait for your 5th birthday to take you sell to Marine or world government. Think of it this way. If Caramel sold you to Marine at the time, maybe we are still colleagues. Well, Charlotte Linlin Admiral, it sounds pretty good. Shepherd's wind did not have any restraint, and continued to stimulate Charlotte Linlin. Kurumal is the light of the world. It is absolutely impossible to be a human trafficker. White Bear, you dare to insult mother. I will make your life worse than death. When she heard the first part of what Shepherd said, Charlotte Linlin was just uncontrollable anger. Then when she heard the second half, Charlotte Linlin has turned black, and Kurumal is the most in her life. The important person is the sun that shines on her. She does not allow anyone to insult her, and anyone who dares to insult her will die. Charlotte Linlin's face became extremely gloomy. The terrifying conqueror hockey spread out and spread out. The earth suddenly appeared, deep grooves and cracks appeared in the air, just like the effect when Whitebeard used the shock fruit. It can be seen how terrifying Charlotte Linlin's conqueror is. Definitely not weaker than Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin had a cold and terrifying look on her face, walking towards Mu Feng, and the unbridled conqueror hockey stirred the sky. Charlotte Linlin below is like a king, looking down on everything. This is conqueror hockey, the king's posture. The same way, Mu Feng also released his own conqueror hockey. Although it was inferior to Charlotte Linlin, there was no problem in offsetting Charlotte Linlin's conqueror hockey. Mu Feng didn't step back or panic at all, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Brother Mu Feng doesn't have any panic. I am really curious, how will he deal with the furious furious Charlotte 1.2 Linlin. The battlefield not far away. Well, I didn't want to use this trick originally, but it seems that if I don't use it, there is no good way for me to take you, Mufeng said lightly. Everything around him seemed to have stopped. Mufeng lightly held the hilt of the sword in his hand, and rotated the erected sword body so that the tip of the sword was aimed at the ground, and then suddenly let go and let it fall to the ground. Bankai. Shepherd voice seemed to sound from the soul. Whether it was Kizaru, Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin, all of them felt an inexplicable tremor in their heart, and there was a vague feeling of bad feeling. Chapter 126 Charlotte Linlin's discovery. I saw Senbon Sakura, who was released by Mufeng. The moment the sword tip fell to the ground suddenly rippled like a wave of water. Senbon Sakura was so strangely inserted directly into the ground, and disappeared without a sound. Immediately afterward, the ground under Mufeng's feet seemed to turn into a pond, with Mufeng as the center, strange ripples rippling outward in circles. Then, from behind Mufeng, a sharp sword suddenly appeared, rising higher and higher, even more than Mufeng's height. The most important thing is that there is not only one sword edge that abruptly drilled out from the ground, but countless ones. The whole space seems to be gloomy, and the sword edge keeps rising, unknown behind Mufeng. What a distance! Bankai Senbon Sakura. King Yan. As Mufeng's voice fell, the endless swords behind him all disintegrated in an instant, and suddenly all turned into cherry blossoms flying in the sky, flying with the wind. It doesn't seem to be much different from just now, but in terms of quantity, it is more than 100 times larger, even 1,000 times more than 10. If it was just a small stream and pond just now, then Bankai will become a vast ocean. If Mufeng is willing, let such a sea of cherry blossoms fall from the sky. Without saying a word, the entire Sabayati archipelago can be destroyed. Destroying the entire Sabayati archipelago is an absolute breeze, provided that no one resists, of course. Kate Senbon Sakura Kujoshi. Hundreds of millions of knives overwhelmingly wrapped around Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, the pale pink blade also turned black, but it was covered with a layer of armament hockey by the pastoral wind. The pitch black blade in the sky looked terrifying, like a blade storm. Senbon Sakura Kujoshi churned the sky, and a sudden howling strong wind tore apart the thunderclouds in the sky. Charlotte Linlin in all directions without dead end, enclosing Charlotte Linlin in a pitch black sphere. Although 99% of the blades were attacking Charlotte Linlin, some of the blades were not controlled by Mufeng, but were also covered by armament hockey flying in the sky, so that Kizaru and Kaido had to retreat a lot. Kizaru is the power user of the Logia Devil Fruit, so he is naturally afraid of a sudden attack. Although Kaido is not afraid, he will not stand there foolishly and be stabbed. Yo, it's really scary. I didn't expect little brother Mufeng to be so powerful. It seems that you must not make little brother Mufeng angry in the future, Kizaru said to himself. This time Kizaru is not talking weird. He is really cowardly. Covered by such a dense blade, even if he wanted to escape, he would never have a chance. White bear. There are so many tricks, Kaido muttered. Under Senbon Sakura Kujoshi's cut, countless blood spurted out. It can be seen that Rao is Charlotte Linlin's steel skin, and can't withstand such a terrifying offensive. Give me, get out of the way. Suddenly, among Senbon Sakura Kujoshi, there was a loud roar of rage. Conqueror Haki swept up like a blast. Senbon Sakura Kujoshi, who was wrapped in Charlotte Linlin, suddenly burst open, and the blade of cherry blossoms wrapped in armament hockey flew into the sky. The blood on Charlotte Linlin's body is especially terrifying. Damn bastard. Never. No one can hurt my mother like this. I'm going to eat you. Charlotte Linlin growled. As Charlotte Linlin roared down, suddenly, a dark soul energy appeared all over her body, and the expression on her face became hideous. The whole person is like a ferocious and terrifying giant beast, attacking Mufeng. Jijing Senbon Sakura Kujoshi. The sky-filled cherry blossoms like a torrent suddenly retracted, appearing around Mufeng, and quickly condensed into a sword that had never collapsed before hanging in the sky. Mufeng's thoughts moved, and countless swords shot at Charlotte Linlin. To Mufeng's surprise, when Jian Feng touched Charlotte Linlin's body, her soul energy suddenly burned violently, and she actually resisted Jian Feng's attack. However, the expression on his face became more and more hideous, and it was obvious that he had to pay a small price. The blink of an eye, Charlotte Linlin had already invaded Mufeng. Mufeng had nowhere to hide, but he didn't want to dodge either. Although he directly switched his body into the Shinwei space, no matter how awesome Charlotte Linlin was, he would definitely not be able to help her. But in the same way, Shepherd's Wind can't help Charlotte Linlin. Besides, his title is White Bear, so he should have the terrifying power of a bear. King Kong power immovable. Although it is Mu-Dun, Mufeng is not afraid of being seen through. Because this is just an application of Mu-Dun chakra in the body, the external performance is only the terror of incomparable power, not the 743 people who are proficient in Mu-Dun, and it is impossible to detect it. And in the world of pirate, Mu-Dun is the exclusive property of Mufeng. Fist bump. A terrifying air wave was set off, and the surrounding ground was lifted. lifted. The flying sand and rocks all over the sky are so scary. Mufeng took a full 10 step back to stabilize his body, but Charlotte Linlin was directly blown away by Mufeng. To knock Charlotte Linlin out, little brother Mufeng's power is too terrifying. Even Martial Sengoku, in the form of a great Buddha, might not be able to do it. It too perverted. Ah, Kizaru muttered. What a terrifying power. No worse than me, Kaido said solemnly. After regaining his footing, Charlotte Linlin, the boss with wide-eyed eyes, had a very clear perception of Mufeng's soul aura when he was punching just now. Actually, it was exactly the same as Chinsho Zujian. Could it be that in the world there are two people with the same soul breath? Do not. This is absolutely impossible. Even twins have completely different soul breath. In other words, in fact, Marine's White Bear Shepherd and the Hunters Guild Senju Hashirama are the same person. Chapter 127 Profound Truth 1 Bite Thousand Blade Flower. In this the four emperors are definitely standing at the top of the existence. Even the powerhouses of the four emperors will be trembling when faced with Marine. Sabayati Archipelago made such a commotion, and the news was immediately passed on to the whole world. In just a short time, it has spread all over the sea, and the world is in an uproar. As the four emperors, the movements of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have been noticed by the leaders of the major forces, especially the two joined forces to conquer the Hunters Guild. Many people are guessing what kind of war will break out between the two forces. Was the Hunters Guild destroyed by Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, or the two of them lost to the Hunters Guild and were defeated? Are waiting for the outbreak of war. But when they heard the news, everyone was stunned. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido did not fight with the Hunter Guild, but clashed with Marine, and a fight broke out. What the hell is this TM? The Marine headquarters, after receiving the news from the Marine branch of Sabayati, was in a mess in an instant. Sengoku, who was drinking water, even spit it out. What happened to Sabayati Archipelago? What are these two guys doing? Kizaru and Mufeng, didn't it already explain that they only intervened in the fight as a last resort? It's better now. Why are the two of them, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, is fighting? Where's Senju Hashima? And that old guy Rayleigh? Sengoku even growled. According to the arraignment, there is no one other than Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and Admiral and Kizaru. Admiral, the adjutant said. What? Sengoku was stunned at first, then fell into a rage. Senju Hasuma, this bastard. In this situation, if Sengoku can't see that Marine has been used as a gunner by the Hunter Guild, then his Marine Marshal doesn't need to be there anymore. But at this time, he didn't care anymore. He picked up the phone bug, informed Garp, who hadn't slipped away from Marine headquarters, and rushed to Sabayati Archipelago immediately. Then I wanted to notify Kuzan, but found that there was no way to notify, because according to Tenryubito's request, Kuzan was stationed at Mariajoy, and it was impossible to call out. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku stood up directly and said loudly, prepare the battleship, and in 5 minutes go to Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku absolutely cannot accept that there is a problem with Sabayati Archipelago, because Sabayati is adjacent to Marineford and Mariajoy. Sengoku's adjutant was taken aback for a moment. Sengoku himself went out to fight, but this has never happened since he became a marshal. Yes, marshal, but he reacted quickly. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's shocked expression, Mufeng's heart shuddered. It seems that she has discovered her identity. If this is the case, then no matter what, Charlotte Linlin must not be allowed to walk out of Sabayati Archipelago alive. The murderous intent in his eyes suddenly appeared, without a trace of cover. With a thought hanging beside Mufeng, the countless sword edges above the sky, all pointing at Charlotte Linlin. Every sword blade is wrapped by armament hockey, and the cold light flashes. The murderous intent is sudden, and each sword is not inferior to the 21 swordsmanship. These swords are arranged in a circle, layer by layer. Charlotte Linlin is in the most central position, pointed by the tip of the sword. What a magnificent power! Kizaru acclaimed. Kaido's eyes suddenly froze. If he could not care about Mufeng's attack just now, then at this moment he couldn't care less. Although his resilience is very abnormal and can be called an immortal existence, it is not after all true immortality. If the attack limit exceeds his tolerance limit, he will still die. Kaido has never encountered such an attack though. However, facing this endless sword edge, Kaido felt a chill in his heart. He didn't have the confidence to resist such an attack. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured in the true sense. Profound truth. 1 bite thousand blade flower. Mufeng stared at Charlotte Linlin and said coldly. An instant, the swords in the sky moved. Row upon row, circle after circle, layer after layer, shot at Charlotte Linlin. Sword shadow has already covered the entire sky of Sabayati Archipelago. Charlotte Linlin is even more discolored, is even more fear in the heart. Since the establishment of the pirate, Charlotte Linlin has never faced such a desperate situation. Even back then, when he was being hunted by Kong, who was Marine Admiral at the time, or when he was fighting against Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin growled hoarsely. As the four emperors, the conqueror Haki, who crowned the entire sea, was released wantonly without any reservation, seconds during the celestial phenomenon of the entire Sabayati archipelago. The thunder and lightning fell madly, and the sky also fell in group. Not only Sabayati, SGR1 Island. The entire area of Island 1 to 10 is within the scope of the battle. Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror Haki is indeed very strong, with a terrifying power that directly smashes a circle of sword close to her body into powder. But anyway, Charlotte Linlin's explosiveness is short-lived after all. However, the swords in the sky seem to be endless. One after another, the sword gradually approached Charlotte Linlin, and then pierced her skin, cut open her flesh, and ground her bone, until the breath fades away. Thousand blades flower. Execution. In the end, with the sound of Mufeng burst out, the sword's edge in the sky was several times fiercer, swallowing Charlotte Linlin in the middle. Ah! Only a scream came out. Mufeng took away the sword's edge in the sky, and the hilt in his hand became a shallow blow again. Looking at the center of the battlefield, there's nowhere else Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 128 Kill the 4 Emperors. Congratulations to the host, killing the 4 Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Reward: 3 Super Experience Scrolls. Armament Hockey. Exclusive Experience Scrolls 317. Observation Hockey. Exclusive Experience Scrolls 245. Conqueror Hockey 283. Exclusive Experience Scrolls. Because Charlotte Linlin belongs to a special life form, so the host is rewarded. Ability: Death. Conqueror Hockey Extended Skills. Smack. The voice of the system came out of his mind. Hearing this voice, Mufeng knew. The 4 Emperors of the Sea. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. It gone. Doesn't care too much about the dead Charlotte Linlin. The dead person, Mufeng won't care at all. Shepard focuses on the rewards of the system. Reaper, LV0, Proficiency 0.0%. On his attribute panel, there is an extra ability, but because the level and proficiency are both 0, it can't be seen. But Mufeng is not ready to upgrade immediately. 187 Kaido and Kizaru are still watching. Mufeng is also ready to keep this death god as a hand, and at a critical moment, maybe he can still be a yin and yin, and he must not show it in such a grand manner. As for the other ability, he has already mastered it with a single thought. As the 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror Haki has definitely pushed the boundary. The ability to smash is what his Conqueror Haki gets after pushing the boundary. Crush. Use Conqueror Haki all over the body, which can turn any object close to the body into powder. However, this effect cannot be maintained for a long time. Familiar with this skill, Mufeng also understands why the blade generated by Senbon Sakura Kujoshi just now turned into powder when it approached Charlotte Linlin's body. In the plot, why did the KX rocket launcher when Luffy's group assassinate her turn into a powder? This is a steel balloon-like body, coupled with such terrifying conqueror characteristics. Charlotte Linlin does not become the 4 Emperors. It really makes no sense. Goo gum. Kizaru swallowed hard, his face sluggish, and he murmured subconsciously, Charlotte Linlin dead. Each of the 4 Emperor-level big pirates is an existence that dominates the sea. The entire sea is only 4. Every one of them is an existence that makes Marine extremely headache. It also made Marine helpless. But today, such a big pirate was actually beheaded by Mufeng alone. It was so terrifying. How is that possible? Charlotte Linlin was actually killed. Kaido was full of astonishment. As the 4 Emperors, Kaido is very aware of Charlotte Linlin's strength. Among the 4 Emperors, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the strongest, and the redhead is the weakest. Charlotte Linlin's strength is on a par with herself, and no one can do anything about it. Shepard can kill Charlotte Linlin. Doesn't that mean his strength is stronger than himself? Thinking of this, Kaido's face is a little ugly, and when he saw Mufeng put his eyes on him, Kaido's face became even more ugly, and he said in a deep voice, White Bear, I don't mean to be an enemy of your marine. Obviously, Kaido was a little cowardly, but Kaido's words are not finished yet. Since it doesn't mean that, then don't hurry up. Mufeng interrupted directly. You. Kaido was instantly furious. In this no one has ever dared to speak to him like this. Me. What happened to me? If you kill Charlotte Linlin, I don't mind killing another 4 Emperors. Although it is said that you are a bit more slaughtered than Charlotte Linlin. But how do you know if you don't try? Yes, the tip of the sword in Mufeng's hand pointed to the ground. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. Just like Mufeng released his hand just now, the long knife sank into the ground, and then an infinite sword edge appeared, and then he killed Charlotte Linlin. Is it possible that he still has the energy to perform the moves just now? Kaido didn't dare to gamble, because the last move that Mufeng had just used was Senbon Sakura's Benkai Profound Truth. He felt that he couldn't take it either. Although it wouldn't kill him, it would definitely cause serious injuries in the actual sense. The most important thing is that, in Kaido's view, it is completely meaningless to fight Marine to your death. White Bear, I remembered this time, Kaido said viciously. Word. Kaido jumped into the sea and left. This is definitely the most embarrassing time in Kaido's life. No, it should be one of 2 times. As for the other time, it was the time when he was played by Senju Hashirama in the Red-Haired Sea. If it is said that before today, what Kaido hated the most was Senju Hashirama of the Hunter Guild. Then, after today, the degree of his hatred towards Mufeng will definitely not be inferior to that of Chinshujujian. I really don't know. If Kaido knew that Chinshujujian and Mufeng were actually the same person, would he lose his mind in a rage and then turned his head to find Mufeng desperately? Brother Mufeng, I didn't expect you to kill Charlotte Linlin. Even now, Kizaru is still a little unbelievable. Fortunately, if Charlotte Linlin can carry it for a few more minutes, I guess I won't be able to kill her. Shepard shrugged and said, "One bite of 1,000 blades is the profound meaning of Senbon Sakura Kujoshi. Although it looks like the swords are endless, but in the end, Mufeng's physical strength is limited, and it is impossible to condense the swords endlessly. When the Mufeng is exhausted, the swords will all dissipate. If Charlotte Linlin can carry it for a few more minutes, maybe you can really survive. However, there are not so many ifs in the world. Besides, even if Charlotte Linlin really took a bite of the 1,000 blade flower, Mufeng had other ways to kill her. Anyway, Charlotte Linlin was definitely going to die." Haha. Kizaru smiled silently. "If it's just luck that kills Charlotte Linlin, then the 4 emperors are already dead. Why didn't I get lucky a few times?" Kizaru groaned inwardly. At this moment, 2 warships approached from the far horizon of the sea. Chapter 129_Shake the Sea. The owners of the 2 battleships are Sengoku and Garp. Across the sea, both of them can see the sky in the Sabayati area, lightning, thunder, and fire falling. Damn, this guy Charlotte Linlin has no scruples to shoot at Sabayati. Let's get over there first. Garp, Sengoku roared. Moonstep was carried under his feet and galloped directly from the battleship. Garp, on another battleship, naturally followed. Both of them are Marine Rokushiki's masters. Although the speed of Moonstep may not be as fast as the chasing after Mufengxiao and Moonstep are combined, they are definitely several times faster than the speed of the battleship. Well, someone is here. The old man and Marshal Sengoku. Mufeng said suddenly. Huh. Kizaru raised his brows, with a puzzled look on his face. As an admiral, Kizaru's observation haki is definitely a top present, but in his perception, no one came out. Perhaps because his observation haki's perception range was not enough. But even within the range of perception, at such a long distance, it is impossible to accurately identify a person's identity. Mufeng smiled, did not speak, but looked at the sea. His observation haki really can't perceive such a terrifying range. In the world of pirate, if we only talk about the perception range of observation haki, Enel is definitely the most powerful. Guro no Mi, rumble fruit's increase in observation haki is simply it perverted. Even so, Enel's observation haki does little more than cover the entire Sky Island. Although Sky Island is very large, it is only 10 to 20 kilometers in radius. This is also the limit of Enel observation haki. Under normal circumstances, observation haki's perception limit is only a few kilometers. Mufeng is no exception. The main reason why he is so sure is that his ability to predict the future made him see Sengoku and Garp 20 seconds later. Sure enough, after 20 seconds, 2 figures in cloaks of justice stepped onto the sea, and it could be seen from the outlines of their bodies that it was Sengoku and Garp. It's really Marshal Sengoku and Mr. Garp. Little brother Mufeng, what an awesome observation haki. Kizaru's voice was full of acclamation. You have won the prize, Senior Borsellino. Mufeng smiled. While the two were talking, Sengoku and Garp had appeared in front of them. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two were at peace, but then he became puzzled and asked, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, where are those 2 guys? Didn't it mean that the battle between Sabayati Archipelago was very intense? Why didn't I see it? Kaido just ran away. Mufeng said lightly. Run, Nani. Sengoku was taken aback. Immediately, he noticed that Mufeng's answer seemed to have some problem. He didn't mention Charlotte Linlin, so he continued to ask, where's Charlotte Linlin? Did you run away too? Mufeng did not speak, but looked at Kizaru on the side. Mufeng thought that what he said from someone else's mouth would be more convincing. Garp and Sengoku also looked at Kizaru. That Kizaru smiled shyly, then said that Charlotte Linlin was just killed by little brother Mufeng. Well, Charlotte Linlin was killed. Sengoku nodded first. Then he was suddenly stunned, his face full of astonishment. His chin was about to fall to the ground, and the whole person seemed to have seen a ghost. What did you hear just now? The atmosphere froze in an instant, and after a while, only then did Sengoku stammer and say, Borsellino, what did you say? Charlotte Linlin was killed by Mufeng, he said, looking at Mufeng. If there is no other Charlotte Linlin. Shepard shrugged. Sengoku's brain went blank, as did Garp. Charlotte Linlin, dead. 4 emperors, death, and it died in the hands of Marine. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly became excited, and said with joy, okay, you did a good job this time, Mufeng boy, ha 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 ha. The 4 emperors were killed by Marine, which would definitely cause an uproar in the sea. Marine's reputation will definitely increase. The popularity of the pirates will definitely plummet. Take this opportunity. If Marine operates operates well, suppress the arrogance of the pirate, break the balance between Marine and the four emperors, plus the Shichibukai who have been subdued by Mufeng. Maybe in a few years they will be able to end the era of the great pirate. Ah ha ha. Boy, not bad. Doing a good job. Garp was also very excited. Mufeng's growth has greatly exceeded his expectation. Okay, let's go back to Marine headquarters to talk about the next thing, Sengoku said with a smile. Although Charlotte Linlin is dead, there are still many things to deal with. What a powerful white bear. He was able to kill Charlotte Linlin with such terrifying strength. It's no wonder that Hashimama didn't want to provoke him. After Mufeng, Sengoku, a group of 4 returned. Rayleigh appeared on the battlefield just now. Looking around, his face was full of horror, and he couldn't recover for a long time. At this time, let alone Island number 1, the entire area from Island number 1 to number 10, all the buildings or the Alchman Mangrove, were all affected by the battle just now and were completely destroyed. Especially the position where Charlotte Linlin stood at the end. It was directly smashed into a big hole with a radius of nearly 1 kilometer in diameter by a bite of 1,000 blades. The New World, the Kingdom of Drake Rosa, the deepest room in the palace. Dover, news from Sabayati Archipelago. Torapal handed a piece of information to Doflamingo, who looked badly. Has the Hunter Guild been wiped out? Doflamingo didn't really care, but took the information anyway. Just one glance, his complexion suddenly changed, his pupils shrank suddenly. His face was unbelievable. Looking at Torapal, this is true, really, Torapal said solemnly. He knows this information very well. How shocking it is. Chapter 130 The strongest marine. Doflamingo sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were dignified to the extreme, and he killed Charlotte Linlin with his own power. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world. Whether this can be done is still unknown, but 80% is impossible. But Mufeng has done it. Of course, this does not mean that Mufeng is necessarily stronger than Whitebeard. However, this definitely shows that Mufeng is definitely not weaker than Whitebeard. Damn, I didn't expect the white bear to be so strong. Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy. Although he was in the Marine headquarters half a year ago, his identity was revealed and defeated by Mufeng, and he had to bow his head to Mufeng. However, as a conqueror, he will not sincerely surrender. Kaido alone can't deal with the white bear. It seems that the process of artificial devil fruit must be accelerated. In the face of thousands of devil fruit capable people, white bear, no matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible. Maybe the enemy too. Quote, Doflamingo's eyes flashed a strange light, and he murmured, Shank, Charlotte Linlin was killed in Sabayati Archipelago. White bear did it. Beckman looked at the redhead beside him, and said with a demented face, Oh, Charlotte Linlin. What? Charlotte Linlin was killed by a white bear. How is this possible? The redhead was also stunned. It has been confirmed with Uncle Rayleigh that the news is true, Beckman said. This time, the sea is going to be chaotic again. I'm afraid, even in the New World, the life of the pirates will become difficult, Shank said with a headache. Daddy, something big happened. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. What happened? Marco, Whitebeard, sitting on the deck of the Moby Dick, asked with a big smile. As long as it wasn't his child's accident, Whitebeard wouldn't care too much. Charlotte Linlin was killed by Marine's white bear in Sabayati Archipelago. Marco handed the information in his hand to Whitebeard. What? Vivi was startled by the expression on Whitebeard's face. Taking the information from Marco, he looked at it, and after a long while, he said with a serious face, Marine white bear, I'm afraid it's not weaker than the 2 old guys Sengoku and Garp. Not weaker than Sengoku and Garp. Marco's expression froze. Then he said with horror on his face, Then this white bear isn't that the strongest marine. He's only 17 years old. It was shocking. The strongest marine. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Killing Charlotte Linlin is difficult for me even now. I'm afraid this kid's strength has surpassed me. Garp, old bastard. Really, I found a good seedling. Whitebeard laughed without caring. With his current status in his mind, although he knew that the appearance of a super enchanting like shepherd in Marine would definitely break the sea's long-standing balance, but he didn't care about it. He was old. He could obviously feeling that his strength is rapidly declining. The dark wounds that he didn't care about when he was in his prime are also aching. Maybe after a while, they can only rely on drugs to maintain their strength. To put it badly, Whitebeard himself didn't know how long he could live. And most importantly, he has his own pride. He is Whitebeard. Dad, Marco murmured. Looking at Whitebeard, Marco looked very complicated. As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirate, he is the most important right-hand man of Whitebeard, and he is naturally the most aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. If Dad could be 20 years younger. No, even if only 10 years younger, it won't be as late as it is now. It's true, maybe others can't see it, but Marco can feel it, although his father still looked down on everything. But he is old after all. Not only Marco. After this battle, the name of the strongest marine, the heads of the underground forces in the New World are even more moved by the wind. Like usual Illusory King, Dufel, the Big Hand Mortician, Dragon Picro, Queen of the Pleasure District, Dussie. These used to be attached to the head of Charlotte Linlin. They are all shrinking their own power. Without a backer, they are afraid of being annexed. And the heads of the other underground forces under the 4 emperors are all sharpening their knives. Prepare to bite a piece of meat hard in the big mom water. The whole new world has become restless, and I don't know what kind of storm is brewing. However, a statement from Marine instantly suppressed all the storm. Marine Admiral White Bear, who will go to the new world to suppress the Big Mom pirate soon. Remnants of the group. In an instant, no underground force dared to take any action, for fear of hitting the muzzle of the gun, and then being slaughtered by Mufeng. Now Mufeng's fierce name is louder than that of the 4 emperors. Mufeng, are you going to the new world now? Whole thing. In the Marine Marshal's office, Sengoku said with a frown. With Mufeng's current rank, even if Sengoku is a marshal, he will not use the tone of command to order things to do. Marshal, don't worry, there are still 17 or 18 days until the time agreed with the Hunter Guild. Such more than 2.2 hours is enough for me to sweep the Big Mom pirate, Shepard said to himself. The words are filled with almost arrogant confidence. However, Sengoku did not have the slightest doubt, because Mufeng was strong enough. Then take your time, Sengoku said. Yes, Mufeng nodded, and then said, that's right, Marshal. After clearing the remnants of the Big Mom pirate, I will go to the kingdom of Dressrosa to deal with some things, and then I will not return to the headquarters. Head straight to the Sabayati archipelago. Quote, Mufeng didn't forget the special plants he got from Golden Lion. Although 10 plants are worth a little coupon, if they can be planted in a large area, the benefits are also very considerable. The goal of Mufeng's trip is the Dongtata people. Chapter 131_ability. Reaper. Clan is a small human race, located in the kingdom under the huge primitive deep forest on Greenbit Island adjacent to Dressrosa. It is said that there are no plants in the world that their clan cannot cultivate, and they had a grudge with the Don Quixote clan 900 years ago, letting them grow this special plant, IQ. With the tactic of adding carrots and stick, Mufeng did not believe that the Dongtata clan would not give in. Well, you just need to pay attention. Sengoku nodded. Sengoku didn't ask much about what Mufeng was going to do. Marine and pirates were at odds with each other. For Marines and mid-level and low-level generals and officers, other than fighting, they were not allowed to have any contact with pirates. This was absolutely untouchable. Hit the iron rule. But for Marines above the level of Admiral, this is optional, because at this level of powerhouses, they already have their own thought, and it is difficult to be shaken by others. As long as they do not defect to Marine, other acting is not too restrictive. 10. For example, Kizaru often throws water in battle, and it doesn't matter. What's more, Mufeng reported to him. Then Marshal Sengoku, I'm going to prepare now and set sail in the afternoon. Finally, Mufeng said to Sengoku and left the marshal's office. After Sabayati Archipelago beheaded Charlotte Linlin, Mufeng's reputation in Marine has reached a level that even Sengoku can't match. List the past achievements of Mufeng. Kill Jack Drought, kill Golden Lion Shiki, conquer King Shichibukai, beat former Admiral Akainu, draw Kaido, 100 beasts of the 4 emperors, plus this time kill Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. If you think about it, you will be horrified to find, since Roger started the era of the Great Pirate, all the achievements Marine has been able to achieve are all created by Mufeng. It can be said that Mufeng has reshaped Marine's image in the eyes of the public. For Mufeng's prestige, Sengoku will not have any fearful thoughts about the power of the master. Not only that, but also trying his best to enhance Mufeng's prestige. Although it is only Admiral, everything Mufeng enjoys is at the martial level. For example, the battleship under Mufeng's feet at the moment is of the same model as Sengoku. The hull is 200 meters long and 25 meters wide. It is 3 times bigger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick, and there are only 2 ships in the entire Marine. Seen how much Sengoku prefers Mufeng. Kyle, instruct all the sailors on the battleship not to approach my house within 10 meters, and those who violate it will be thrown directly into the sea. Mufeng looked at Kyle, who was on the side, and instructed. Yes, my lord. Kyle obeyed. Then he ordered to go down and stay 10 meters away. Mufeng walked into the door, and used the ability of the wooden escape to create a layer of wood that can isolate the breath on the inner wall of the room. Sitting on the couch, take out a super experience scroll. This thing is an artifact, a piece of absolutely worth 500 advanced experience scrolls. Hold your breath and tear it open directly. The milky white light enveloped Mufeng's whole body. After a while, it gradually dissipated. During this period, Mufeng's new ability obtained by beheading Charlotte Linlin, Reaper, his proficiency was rapidly increasing. Open black lens bracket LV1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket LV2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket LV3 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket LV4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket LV5 close black lens bracket. It's just a super experience scroll, which directly raises the ability of death deification modification to the level of LV5. When the ability is raised to the level of LV1, Mufeng can feel a very special energy which is flowing out of his body. Breathe out. Unlike Haki in the pirate world, it is not the chakra when he is using the wooden escape. This is an energy that comes from the soul. Somewhat familiar. It seems to have the same source of energy when using Senbon Sakura. The same source of energy. Thinking of this, Mufeng suddenly widened his eyes, and even his breathing became rapid. At the same time, he called out to the system in his heart. System. The ability to transform into a god of death. Is it the power system of the world of god of death? Yes, host. The system replied. Hearing the exact reply from the system, Mufeng couldn't help but be full of joy. The power system in the world of death is the strongest among the three peasant workers: Hokage, pirate, and death. Ghost Road, Shunbu, White Strike, Flash. Just thinking about it, Mufeng couldn't help being a little excited. Definitely able to crush the world of pirate. No, Mufeng was stunned for a moment, because he suddenly discovered that, except for a Senbon Sakura, the ghosts in the world of death are completely incapable of 4 skills. Nima, all the fantasies just now were shattered in an instant. Chicken rib. Chicken 433 rib. In addition to amplifying the power of Senbon Sakura, what else can it do? Oh, you can also act as a conqueror Haki. After all, Reiatsu is a force that acts directly on the soul, and it is similar to conqueror. Just when Mufeng secretly scolded his mother for selling the batch, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Host, please note that the ghost world in the world of death is composed of 2 parts, the path of spiritual power and the chanting of incantation. In the world, both are indispensable, but in front of the system, whether the host knows the path of the spiritual power, or knows how to sing incantations, it is considered to have acquired this ghost path. In the first half of the system, Mufeng had the urge to scold his mother. However, in the end, he held back, because Mufeng knew that the system would not make a sound for no reason. Sure enough, the voice in the second half was simply the gospel of Mufeng. Instantly saved Mufeng's embarrassing situation at the moment. Ghost path, spiritual power, running route. That kind of thing is a ghost. However, Mufeng, the mantra of ghost, knows a lot. Once as a pure animation house, Mufeng in the second period, the ninjutsu seal of the Naruto world, and the mantra of ghosts in the world of death, they are all overcooked. Chapter 132_Furious Ghost. The King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood. The omnipresent. The thing that flutters high, and bears the name of human being. Burning heat and strife. Rolling back across the sea to the south, and marching forward. The 31 way of breaking the road. The red artillery. Mufeng sang in a low voice. It was number 31's breach. The red cannon. As Mufeng began to sing, he could clearly feel that the energy in his body that had the same origin as Senbon Sakura, that is, spiritual power, flowed in a mysterious route in his body, and Mufeng understood in an instant that it is the path of spiritual power. The body instantly became familiar with and remembered the running route of the Kai artillery. At the moment when the voice fell, a group of crimson flames appeared, suddenly blasted out, and slammed straight on the wall on the side. Directly blast the wall into a layer of charred black. Seeing Mufeng was speechless. You must know that the wall in this house is made of wood by yourself. It is full of the power of Yangdun. Even if it is poured with magma, it is impossible to ignite. The red artillery can actually cause this level of damage. Absolutely. Use it against rear admiral powerhouses, and even against vice admiral powerhouses. Most importantly, this is only the break of the 31st, and I know that there are even those who chanted the mantras of number 90's destruction, Black Coffin, number 91's destruction, Chinsho Jiaoshan, elimination of cannon. Breaking the Tao of this level, it is estimated that there is no problem in killing the powerhouse of the 4th Emperor level. Due to the bombardment of the red artillery, the entire battleship was shaking. Many Marines on the ship thought that the battleship was attacked by the Sea King, but Kyle quickly appeased the panicked Marine, because he knew very well that the battleship was not impacted, and the source of the shock was actually the one locked by Mufeng. Cabin. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent, the Tide. While singing the mantra of the Black Coffin, Mufeng suddenly stopped, because he found that he could no longer sing, or to be more precise, the spiritual power route running in the body suddenly stopped, and there was no more flow. System. What the situation? You didn't say that as long as you know how to sing incantations, you are considered to have learned the ghost way. Why can't the Black Coffin? Mufeng asked inwardly. The host spiritual pressure is too low to release a high-level breach like the Black Coffin. Please increase the spiritual pressure first, and then try to release it. In addition, please pay attention to the host. If the host releases the Black Coffin's level of breach, the battleship will not be able to withstand such a huge pressure of spiritual pressure, and 97% of the life forms on the battleship will not be able to withstand it. The battleship will disintegrate and the life forms will die. This is a reminder from the system's friend. The system sounded. I just tried it casually. I didn't want to release it, Mufeng said embarrassingly. At the same time, I'm glad that I didn't release it. Otherwise, if you kill so many marines, don't say that you feel sorry for yourself. Even at Sengoku, it's hard to explain. You must know that the number of marines on the Marshall class warships is always 1,200 people. This is definitely not a small number, but since no casualties were caused, it was not a problem. Mufeng directly put it behind him and thought about the problem of spiritual pressure. Spirit pressure too low. How to increase spiritual pressure? For a god of death, spiritual pressure is the foundation of its existence. Can it be considered that the increase in the level of one's ability to transform into a god of death means the improvement of spiritual pressure? Without any hesitation, Mufeng ripped open a super experience scroll again. LV6, LV7, LV8. It was 3 levels in a row. Not knowing if he could release the black coffin now, Mufeng couldn't hold back his inner itch. After thinking about it, Mufeng directly dodged into the Shinwei space. If Mufeng was to rank the pupil art of kaleidoscope shakers, there was no doubt that Shinwei would definitely be ranked first. Transfer attack, illusory body, comes with an alien plane, and can also locate for long distance movement. Nima, this is simply omnipotent. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealing. The unruly and arrogant talent, the tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, hinders the long sleep. The crawling steel princess. Suddenly Mufeng found that he couldn't sing anymore. As in the previous case, the reiatsu was not enough. The corner of Mufeng's mouth twitched. Should we do this? In the plot, Landa released the black coffin so casually, he just gave up singing. How did it become so difficult to get here? Mufeng didn't even think about it. Even if Aizen, who didn't get Bengyu, the level of his spiritual power definitely broke the boundaries of the god of death several times. No way. Mufeng could only reluctantly tear open the last super experience scroll, and the level of death deification ability has only been raised from LV8 to LV9, but the proficiency has also reached 98.7%. Gritted his teeth, Mufeng bought 500 advanced experience scrolls directly from the god level mall, plus Mufeng originally saved the advanced experience scroll under a total of 1,376 advanced experience scrolls. Without any hesitation, all of them were torn apart, and all the brains were piled up on death. Abruptly, the ability to become a god of death has been piled up to the level of LV10, which is the level of LVMAX, and the proficiency has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host. The ability to transform death has broken through the limit and reached the level of LV11. After the proficiency reached the full value, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It is the ability of collapsing jade, and the ability to directly push up the god of death break the limit. For Shinigami, the full level Reiatsu represents the captain level Reiatsu. Breaking this limit also means that Mufeng is coming to the world of death at this moment. It is a strong person who surpasses the level of captain, although in front of Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen, he is still a one-shot thing. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealing. Rebellious and arrogant talent, surging, negating, paralyzing, momentary, hindering the long sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay dolls that constantly self-mutilate, combine, bound, and extend to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The 90 of destruction, the black coffin. Finally, Mufeng was able to sing the black coffin's mantra completely. Chapter 133 Attack on Cake Island. As the word black coffin fell, not far from Mufeng's line of sight, blocks of black spiritual power crystal walls appeared row upon row, and in an instant, a huge black coffin was formed, erected on a hill not far away. It looked so amazing, as if to crush the entire space. Suddenly, countless black swords suddenly appeared around the black coffin. Then, he stabbed right into the black coffin, densely packed from every angle. If there is life in it, no matter where you are in the black coffin, you will be pierced by the sword. Hey, terrifying power. Although it may be a little worse than the big black coffin, it may be a bit far behind, but it can definitely injure or kill a 4 emperor level powerhouse. Well, comparable to Senbon Sakura Kujoshi's profound meaning. It might be a little worse to bite the 1,000-blade flower. Quote, Mufeng murmured, although the power of the black coffin did not reach the level that he initially envisaged to kill the 4 emperors in 1 second, but he was very satisfied. After all, the black coffin 783 was only a breach of the 9th number. Then the bug is completely the addition of Landa itself. Even if it is number 10's breach, it will definitely not be inferior to Kai artillery in Landa's hand. After all, Landa's spiritual pressure has reached a level that even Yuhabak is afraid of. After dispersing the black coffin, Mufeng experimented with other ghost waves. For example, the blue fire pendant, the double lotus blue fire pendant, the thunder roar cannon, the 9 strikes that bind the road, the slap toe chases the bird, the Sictic light prison, the 5-pillar iron gun, the sky is tall, the sky is broken. Mufeng knows in fact there are not many ghost ways to sing incantations, at least they are very commonly used. After a few hours, Mufeng left Shinwei's base contentedly, removed the wooden wall of the cabin interior. Immediately, he sat lazily on the sofa and shouted, BABY5, I'm a little thirsty. I'll be fine soon, Mr. Mufeng. Baby 5 Nuonuo's voice sounded outside the cabin. In less than 3 minutes, Baby 5 walked in with coffee. His face was flushed. It had been many times. Mufeng was thirsty, and Baby 5 knew very well what he would do. Although it has been many times, Baby 5 is still a little shy. 3 hours later, the happiness in Baby 5's eyes overflowed. When Baby 5 was a child, her family was poor. After she was born, she was considered a waste of food and was useless, and was finally abandoned by her mother. After Baby 5 was adopted by the Don Quixote family, he became one of the 100 children that the Don Quixote family had taken in the past. Because of Corazon, everyone except him and Buffalo insisted on it for less than 2 days and then quit crying. The Don Quixote family, and the reason why Baby 5 was able to persevere was because of her childhood experiences, and she longed for the feeling of being needed. But this is the Baby 5 before. For the current Baby 5, Shepherd Feng has even become her belief. Naturally, she no longer desires the needs of others. Mufeng's order is everything to her. Even if Mufeng make Baby 5 commit suicide at this moment, Baby 5 will never hesitate at all. 2 days later, the sea near Cake Island. Sir, the Cake Island is in front of you. Please ask for instruction. Kyle stood up straight, and the fighting intent in his eyes was obviously eager to fight. I will rush to Cake Island first. The battleship will go at full speed. After arriving at Cake Island, I will immediately begin to clean up all the remnants of the Big Mom pirate. Zook ordered. According to the news from the Marine headquarters, all the cadres of the Big Mom pirate group, that is, the members of the Charlotte family, all gathered on the Cake Island, trying to resist the shepherd's action against them with a large number of people. In Mufeng's view, this is simply a joke. Charlotte Linlin's strongest dessert 4 stars have been killed by Mufeng, leaving only the biscuit minister, Charlotte Cracker, and juice minister, Charlotte Smoothie. Although the strength is also very good, but it is not enough for Mufeng to do warm-up exercises. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye appears, directly opening the state of Susano. Holding to Yasaka's hook jade, Shepherd's Wind walks on the sea, quick, going at full speed. Be sure to arrive at Cake Island within 10 minutes. Seeing Mufeng committing suicide alone into the enemy's formation, Kyle was instantly anxious and shouted. Every time Mufeng charged into battle, as an adjutant, Kyle felt very ashamed. The appearance of such a huge man as Susano on Cake Island, the members of the Charlotte family, who had already been waiting for him, naturally discovered it at the first time. Mr. Smoothie, the marine white bear has appeared. The cadre in charge of intelligence rushed to Charlotte Smoothie and said in a panic, Charlotte Linlin died, and the strongest Charlotte Katakori also died. Now Charlotte Smoothie is the head of the Charlotte family, the leader and captain of the entire Big Mom pirate group, and Charlotte Cracker is the deputy leader. What a panic! Charlotte Smoothie reprimanded the cadre in a deep voice. Although she was also very nervous, she knew that at this moment she couldn't show that she could become the third in command of the Big Mom pirate. Charlotte Smoothie not only possessed admiral-level strength, but also had a very decisive belief. Cracker, Sparrow, wait for the 3 of us to deal with the white bear, and the rest will deal with the marine under the white bear. Quickly, after clearing all the marine, don't hesitate, and besiege the white bear at the same time. I don't believe it. Under the attack of the entire Big Mom pirate group, his white bear can still carry it. Charlotte Smoothie snapped. Chapter 134 The Resistance of the Charlotte Family. Bray. Charlotte Smoothie looked to the side of a woman who looked like an old witch. It was Charlotte Blay, the 8th daughter of Charlotte Linlin, who was the power of the mirror fruit. Charlotte Smoothie continued, you have to pay attention. Once we are in a losing situation, don't hesitate to use the ability of the mirror fruit immediately and send us to the mirror space. Remember, this is up to your own judgment. It is impossible for us to remind you during the battle, because it is very easy for the white bear to seize the opportunity and smash the mirror, so that we have no way to escape into the mirror space. You understand? Charlotte Smoothie looked at Charlotte Boulay with a very serious tone. Why the cadres of the Charlotte family chose to confront Mufeng on Cake Island was because of the existence of Charlotte Boulay. Even if they lost to Mufeng, they were confident that they could escape. Charlotte Sparrow, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, Minister of Candy, Minister of Juice, Minister of Biscuit. The 3 of them stood at the top of the Cake Island, and their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn, looking at Susano who was rushing from the sea. All 3 were silent when Mufeng was about to land on Cake Island. Attack! Charlotte Smoothie growled. Hard biscuit pieces. Charlotte Cracker started the offense first. He is the ability of the biscuit fruit, and can make and control the biscuit infinitely. After being attached to armament hockey, countless biscuits became hundreds of times more terrifying than steel cannonballs, enough to open mountains and crack rock, and all the biscuits in the sky poured into Mufeng in Susano's state. Candy bomb. Charlotte Sparrow, though not included in the dessert quartet, but his strength is definitely not inferior to Smoothie and Cracker. Those who have the ability to lick fruit are actually candy fruit. The candy in the sky appeared, and each candy was the size of a watermelon, and the number of candies did not need to be small. Cracker's cookie shard followed the shards of Cracker's biscuit lacing towards Susano, and after touching the target, the candy would-be will explode. Why Charlotte Perospero's move is called a bomb. Juice sticky ocean. As Charlotte's voice fell, the ground under her feet suddenly shrank, and then there was a lot of sticky juice around her. As long as the target is stuck by her sticky juice, the movement will become slower and slower. Smoothie often uses this trick to deal with enemies stronger than her. The sticky juice spreads out into a big net and pounces on Susano. Biscuit fragments and candy bombs slammed on Susano, light tickling. They couldn't even break the defense, and they were directly ignored by Mufeng. It was Charlotte's sticky juice which stuck on Susano's body, making Susano's joints a little stiff, and his body slammed, almost falling into the sea. But Mufeng responded very quickly, and his whole body lit up in darkness, the flame of Amaterasu. He burned all the sticky juice in an instant, and then withdrew his pupil power and extinguished Amaterasu. Otherwise Susano wouldn't be able to hold Amaterasu. Damn, it doesn't work at all. Charlotte's face turned a little embarrassed. She was originally happy when she saw her sticky juice restricting Mufeng's movement, but he didn't expect Mufeng to break free from the restriction of sticky juice so easily. Looking at Cake Island, Mufeng, who was standing between Susano's eyebrows, suddenly smiled and said, "Have you finished your attack? Then it's time for me to attack." Yasaka's Guyu. Susano threw the two jade-shaped weapons in both hands directly at Cake Island. Although it is only the size of a palm, it is relative to Susanohu. The two hooks of Yasaka are more than 10 meters in size, spinning, split the air, generate turbulent wind, and blast towards the Cake Island. Not good. Hurry up and escape. Zero asking for flowers. Seeing Yasaka's Guyu, all three of Smoothie's colors changed. Then, one by one, they hid faster than one, and jumped directly from the spot. As soon as the three left, Yasaka's Guyu had already attacked. Rumble, boom. After two loud bangs, the top layer of the Cake Island was directly flattened by Yasaka's Guyu, and the Smoothie three who watched it were even more stunned. Although they had heard about Mufeng's ability before, this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. It's too scary. Cracker spit out the three people's heart. Looking at Mufeng's eyes again, there is a trace of fear mixed in. Because of fear, the brain is also sober from the state full of hatred. Mufeng defeated her mother's existence, and how terrifying her mother was. The three of them couldn't be more clear. This level of powerhouse is not something they can face at all. I'm afraid they will be in a few rounds rout. Smoothie naturally sees Cracker and Perospero's fear, because she is the same. With a gloomy face, he said, "Don't be afraid, wait for a few rounds of fighting, and immediately hide in the mirror space. As long as we give up the name of the Big Mom pirate, first believe Marine will not pursue us." Hearing Smoothie's word, Cracker was a little relieved. Cookie soldiers, candy soldiers. Cracker and Perospero didn't dare to be tough with Susano, and they used their fruit abilities to create a large number of soldiers to guard them in front of them. Seeing this scene, Smoothie's face turned black. Because of her fruit ability, there is no way to create escorts such as biscuit soldiers and candy soldiers. There was no way. Smoothie could only cover her body with armament hockey as a defense. Fortunately, she was the strongest among the three, and she thought she could still block a few attacks from Susano. If Mufeng knew about Smoothie's naive idea, he would definitely be the first to attack her and let her know what a fist as big as a hill is. Chapter 135_despair spread. Suddenly jumping up from the sea, huge waves exploded under his feet. Susano suddenly jumped up, and under the sunlight, he was like a demon god who descended from the world in 9 days. The crash fell, and the entire Cake Island was shaking. Damn, how can it be so scary? It shook so violently that Cracker couldn't stand still. After all, he still had a thick layer of biscuit armor on his body. Cookie soldiers, attack. Controlling the Cracker soldiers, Cracker attacked Susanohue. As for himself, he kept stepping back, obviously not wanting to fight Mufeng. However, how could Mufeng let him get his wish? He directly ignored the biscuit soldiers who were attacking him. This thing was created by the ability of the Cracker fruit. Even if it was broken, it could be restored instantly, so attacking the biscuit soldiers was completely useless. Susano's huge fist slammed directly at Cracker. Although he is huge, Susanohu's attack is not slow, and in an instant, his fist has hit Cracker's face, and the giant fist slams down. Cracker is dumbfounded. He had no idea that Mufeng's attack would be so quick and decisive. There are obviously three people here. Okay, pick who is not good. Why would the first person to attack choose himself? Charlotte. Cracker was secretly bitter, but there is no way. Susano's fist is more than 10 meters in size. Cracker can't avoid it. Armament hockey is covered on the hard biscuit armor. With double defense, Cracker thinks he can still resist Susanohu's punch. But the truth is cruel. Susano slammed Cracker's body with a punch, directly smashing the biscuit armor. Then Susanohu's fist fell on Cracker. Broken sternum. One punch. Cracker is out of combat. Well, it's not dead yet. Mufeng muttered in surprise, raised his fist, and the terrifying fist slammed into Cracker again. Ooh. Seeing this scene, Charlotte's Smoothie's expression suddenly changed. If this punch falls, Cracker will die. Juice Lime Ocean. Smoothie used the sticky juice again, trying to restrain Mufeng's movements in an attempt to save Cracker. But Mufeng had already suffered a loss, and it was impossible to be fooled again. Before the sticky juice got on Susanoo's body, the jet black flame of Amaterasu suddenly ignited, burning up the sticky juice. After burning out the sticky juice, the Amaterasu flames fell to the ground, continued to burn, and quickly surrounded Smoothie under the control of Mufeng Tongli. Squeeze juice. Moisture in the air is squeezed out by Smoothie, poured over the fire of Amaterasu. Water overcomes fire. She wants to put out the fire of Amaterasu. However, what surprised Smoothie was squeezed out the water and poured it on the dark flame. Not only did it fail to extinguish the flame, it even burned more vigorously. How weird. What kind of flame is this? Smoothie showed fear and stepped back again and again, unable to stop Susanoo. Susanoo's fist fell on Cracker. Not even the screams before he died. Cracker was blasted out of a puddle of meat, and the entire battlefield was quiet. Immediately, there was fear in everyone's heart. Charlotte Cracker, but now the second strongest in the Charlotte family, second only to Charlotte Smoothie, was actually killed by the polar bear with 2 punches. Charlotte's Smoothie is stronger than Cracker, but there are limits to how strong it is. If Cracker is 2 punches, Smoothie is 3 punches. Damn, the white bear is so terrifying. How embarrassing is Smoothie's fate. As one of the 4 dessert stars, she has almost Admiral's strength, and it is not that she has not fought against Marine Admiral. I have also played against Kuzan, Kizaru and Smoothie. Same as Admiral. Why is white bear so strong? Not an opponent at all. Escape. It too late to escape. Charlotte Bray, who was hiding by the side, and Bray immediately understood, and the ability of the mirror fruit was activated instantly. In the next second, a mirror appeared in front of every Charlotte family cadre. Seeing the mirror, Smoothie was also relieved. As long as he hides in the mirror space, then no matter how powerful his white bear is, he can't do anything about himself. Dodge and prepare to hide in the mirror space. As long as your body touches the mirror, you can enter. So Smoothie thinks foolproof. But at this instant, a sudden change occurred. If Mufeng doesn't know, maybe it will really let Smoothie succeed. After all, it only takes a moment to hide in the mirror space. But, as early as 20 seconds ago, using the ability to predict the future, Mufeng had already seen this scene. With preparations in place, Mufeng naturally won't let it succeed. At the moment when the mirror appeared, Susanoo suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound is completely a sonic attack, and the sound waves are stacked up. In just 1/10,000th of a second, it shattered all the mirrors made by Bree. Everyone in the Charlotte family was stunned in place. The mind went blank. Now 4.6. Is it going to be trapped on the Cake Island? How could it be? Bree was taken aback. When she activated the Jingjing fruit ability, she clearly avoided Mufeng's sight. How could she be discovered? Stunned for a moment, Bree wanted to activate the ability of Jingjing fruit again. However, it was too late. Susanoo's Yasaka's Guyu smashed directly at her. No, Bree exclaimed in fear. Then he was directly smashed into flesh by Yasaka's Guyu, and he ended up the same as Cracker. At this moment, all the members of the Charlotte family on Cake Island panic. Bree is dead, which means that they have only one way left to face Mufeng. Despair, spreading in the hearts of every Charlotte family member. Chapter 136_sorry, no surrender. Congratulations to the host for killing Charlotte Bray. You will be rewarded with 23 advanced experience roll. Because it is a special life form, the host will be rewarded different space, mirror space. With the sound of the system falling, Mufeng could feel that his consciousness was connected to a vast world that was almost boundless. It should be the reward other space, mirror space, the reward obtained by killing Charlotte Bray. Storage space. Well, what the use? I already have a space backpack and a Shinwei space, and rewarding a mirror space is completely useless. Tasteless. It's boring to eat. It's a pity to abandon it. For this thing, it's better to give a mirror fruit. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can get a lot of coupon. You must know that among the Paramesha devil fruit, the mirror fruit is also very good, at least worth 130 coupon. Please note, the host, the mirror 10 image space is completely different from the space backpack and the Shinwei space. Compared with the two, the mirror space is more independent. The space backpack belongs to the ability given by the system and can only store objects. The Shinwei space belongs to the pupil space. If you want to store a living body, it is at the cost of consuming pupil power. The mirror space is different. If there is a living body in the mirror space, it does not need to consume any energy. To be more prepared, the mirror space should belong to the different plane, an alien plane that exists based on the host. If only in terms of value, the value of the mirror space is absolutely no less than that of Bengyu. If the host is willing, the system will take back the mirror space with 20,000 points. Ask the host whether to choose to reclaim the mirror space. The system's voice sounded coldly. Well, I didn't expect that I would actually look away. Just because it can store living creatures, Mufeng knows that it is a good thing. No, don't take it back. Mufeng said. What a joke. Take it back. You profiteer in the system. If you want something worth 20,000 point. You can take it back. Bang you is worth 70,000. If you can bid 100,000, maybe I can think about it. White Bear, let's surrender and imprison us in the big underwater prison. Charlotte Sparrow said suddenly, interrupting Mu Feng's thinking. Charlotte Sparrow, who saw the bad situation, directly chose to surrender. He is an old fritter who sees it better than anyone else. Although he chooses to surrender, he will be imprisoned in the Great Submarine Prison, but if he continues to resist, he will be directly arrested, killed by the polar bear. In Charlotte Sparrow's view, freedom is obviously insignificant compared to life. Pausing to study the mirror space, Mu Feng even forgot about the fact that he was still fighting. Of course, the main reason was that the enemy was too weak. If it was against an opponent of Whitebeard's level, Mu Feng would not dare to run away. After removing Susano, he wore the cloak of justice, and the blade of the mammoth rattled his waist. Walked slowly to Charlotte Sparrow, smiled, and said, well, do you want to surrender? After saying that, Mu Feng looked around for a week. I want to surrender, Charlotte Sparrow said again. I surrender too. I don't know who it was, but another person spoke up. Clang, dang, clang, nail. It seemed to cause a chain reaction, and it was the sound of the weapon still falling to the ground. Immediately, the entire Cake Island rang. Surrender. I want to surrender. Quote ellipsis. You're like this. It makes me very distressed. If you are all arrested in the underwater prison, it is estimated that it will directly occupy 2 floors, which will increase the workload of Director Magellan. It is better to directly let you go, Mu Feng said in distress. Hearing Mu Feng's word, the members of the Charlotte family, including Charlotte Sparrow, were all overjoyed. If you, Admiral, the White Bear, can mercifully let us go, then we promise that, like the Roger Pirate, we will disappear and never do anything wrong, Sparrow quickly assured, with a face sincere. The Roger Pirate. Hee, are you worthy compared to the Roger Pirate? Mu Feng said lightly with a contemptuous smile on his face. Charlotte Sparrow looked embarrassed and could only laugh. Also, you must know that the reason why the Roger Pirates are still alive and well after the disbandment is not because they are honest, but because they know what they should not know, as a hush money, so they can live safely. Do you have this capital? Also, you seem to have misunderstood what I meant. What I meant to say was, I do not accept surrender. So, sorry, you have only a dead end to choose from today. Mu Feng shrugged and said lightly, as if he was just talking about something trivial and unremarkable. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already pulled out the mammoth blade from his waist. Suddenly, a slashing strike. 013 Charlotte Sparrow didn't have time to react at all. From the position between the eyebrows, it was directly dismembered. Charlotte Sparrow's eyes were full of shock and confusion until she died. The remaining momentum of the sword chi cut off the entire Cake Island. At this time, Kyle finally landed on Cake Island, and Mu Feng directly instructed, Kyle, order the soldiers to form a 3-person team and start collecting all the pirates on Cake Island. I will deal with the big pirates of more than 300 million, and leave the rest to you. Yes, Mr. Mu Feng, Kyle replied very powerfully. Damn, Charlotte's smoothie cursed. It can be said that the mood has sunk to the bottom, and today, I am afraid that I am out of luck. Facing Mu Feng, Smoothie has absolutely no chance of winning. There's cheesecake and soda crackers. If you pop a delicious orange juice, then it's perfect. Looking at Charlotte's smoothie, Mu Feng said with a smile. Smoothie frowned. She didn't know what Mu Feng was talking about. Of course she didn't know, because it was an item that Charlotte Snugger and Charlotte Cracker exploded. Chapter 137 Charlotte Pudding. Smoothie wanted to resist, but Shepherd slash Smoothie is directly cut and killed. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, and then said to himself with satisfaction, yes, it's really delicious juice. As Mu Feng expected, Smoothie burst out with delicious juice. Then, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Oven, Charlotte Opera. No matter who can be called by name, or who cannot be called by name. Anyway, for Mu Feng, it's just a matter of slashing with a knife. People continue to die under Mu Feng's knife. Whether it is a man or a woman, there is no difference in Mu Feng's eyes. They are just damn pirates. Mu Feng suddenly froze, because a small cry suddenly came into Mu Feng's ear. He couldn't help but search for the sound, and saw a slender body curled up in a corner, shivering. Charlotte Pudding. Shepherd's Wind has had a relationship. Of course, not as a white bear, but as Senju Hakuma to make a fuss about Charlotte Linlin's tea party. I saw Charlotte Pudding. The situation was similar then and now. Charlotte Pudding was scared. Hey, woman, stop crying. Shepherd patted Charlotte Pudding on the head with the blade and said. Shepherd's Wind didn't say it, but Charlotte Pudding cried even more fiercely. This time, Mu Feng was a little bored. Frowning, she said sternly, shut up, or I'll kill you immediately. Do you hear? Charlotte Pudding closed her mouth as soon as Mu Feng finished speaking. She's not as innocent as she seems. I can't survive in a pirate group like Big Mom. Although she appears to be gentle and polite on the surface, she is actually scheming. She is good at acting and more good at imitating. In the plot, Pudding made Luffy, Sanji and others think she was a kind girl through acting, and successfully attracted Sanji, but in fact it was to make the family assassinate the the Vinsmoke family, she pretended to fall in love with Sanji, and capturing the other party and perfectly grasping the vulnerable aspects of the other party's heart is definitely a deity. Looking at Shepherd's win, Charlotte Pudding didn't dare to say a word. Mufang ignored Charlotte Pudding, but asked the system in his heart, "System, if you kill Pudding, what are the chances of getting the ability related to memory fruit?" Mufang is very jealous of memory fruit, able to read, take out, replace, tamper with the memory of the specified object. The memory fruit is definitely one of the few paramesha fruits that defy the sky. Although there is almost no bonus to combat power, its auxiliary function is simply invincible. That is Charlotte Pudding's strength is not wrong. If her strength reaches the admiral level, tampering with the memories of several powerful people of the same level, she will definitely be able to create a 4 emperor level force in the new world. The probability of the reward obtained by killing is unknown. However, it can be determined that it must be a memory fruit, or an ability related to memory ability, or an item. The system's answer is completely equivalent to not saying. Doraemon is also a memory related thing. If the reward for killing Pudding is this, Mufang has nowhere to cry. Although the thing is amazing, it is a one-time item and has no use. Want to live or die? Shepherd looked at Charlotte Pudding and asked. "I want to live," Charlotte Pudding said without hesitation. "Can live? Who will choose to die? Then from today onward, you are Marine's third-class Marine. Whatever I ask you to do, you will do it for me. Also, don't ask why. Can it be done? If you can do it, stand up for me now. No, if you do, I will send you to see Charlotte Linlin," Shepherd said directly, without any nonsense. As soon as Shepherd's voice fell, Charlotte Pudding stood up directly. He opened his mouth and said, I am willing to be Marine and listen to Lord Whitebear. I will do whatever Lord Whitebear asks me to do, and I will never resist Lord Whitebear's orders. Quote. Mufang was silent. Although there is nothing wrong with the word, Mufang always feels that the meaning is a little bit, "Follow me, or else I'll be killed by my soldiers later. I'm not responsible." After that, Mufang turned around and left. Without any hesitation, Pudding followed within 1 meter behind Mufang, and when he saw Marine around, he wanted to grab Mufang's clothes. The crackdown on Cake Island continued. It took nearly 3 hours for the clearing to be completed. Marine brought by Mufang is only more than 1,200 people. However, the main cadres of Big Mom have been killed by Mufang, and the rest are only small shrimp, and they are all defeated. It is absolutely not the opponent of this group of elite Marines under Mufang. However, some pirates' counterattacks before they died still caused them some casualty. Report, all the pirates on Cake Island have been cleared. Please instruct. Kyle looked at Mufang and asked for instruction. Report the casualties. Mufang said lightly, yes, in this battle, there were a total of 1,202 soldiers on our side. 231 were injured. 54 of them were seriously wounded. 37 were killed, and the remains of all the dead soldiers. It's all collected. Kaido Wei reported. Yeah, Mufang nodded. It's sad, but not sad. Indeed, if Mufang took action, the group of pirates in Cake Island would be wiped out by him within 3 minutes. But Mufang did not choose to do so, because what he needed was an iron-blooded teacher, not a group of pirates. Obedient all. As a sailor, from the moment he joined Marine, he should have the consciousness to die in battle with pirates. All the soldiers and their families who died in battle will be given a pension of 50 million Bailey at one time, and will be given double the living allowance in the future. Those who are seriously injured and cannot continue working in Marine will be given 30 million Bailey at a time, which will also be doubled in the future. Living allowance. Mufang ordered. Chapter 138 _ The Way of the Emperor. When the surrounding Marines heard it, they all looked at Mufang in disbelief, and were immediately moved. They participate in Marine with justice, dreams, and passion. But as long as they are people, they all have parents and family. Those who can become the sailors on the shepherd's ship are the elites among the elite. They have long had the consciousness to die in battle with pirates. However, in addition to the identities of sea soldiers, they also have sons, husbands, fathers. These kinds of identities, they are not afraid of dying in battle, but they are afraid that their children, wives and elders will not be taken care of after the battle. After all, as men, they are the backbone of the family. And now, Mufang has solved their rearguard. 50 million Bailey. If you save a little bit, it will be enough for a family of 4 for 50 years, and double the living allowance. You must know that in the world of pirate, Marine is a high-risk occupation. In order to motivate young people to participate in Marine will give out a very substantial living allowance every month. 50 million Bailey, plus double the living allowance. Even if they die in battle, their families will definitely be able to live a very good life. How could the sailors not be moved when they met such a superior 420? Lord Mufang. Kyle was also very moved, but as an adjutant, he had to do his duty. After hesitating for a while, he still said, this is not in compliance with the regulations. Will Marshal Sengoku disagree? Yes, my lord. You don't need to make an exception for us. According to Marine's regulations, it is enough. Behind Kyle, a veteran said, yes, that's enough. Sir, don't make an exception for us. Afterward, the Marines present spoke up. Mufeng smiled, looked at the veteran who spoke first, and said, Anderson, when I was Rear Admiral, you were my soldier, right? I remember. You have an elderly mother, and a wife and an 8-year-old son, right? Yes, my lord. Anderson was a little surprised, even more moved. He was just a very ordinary Marine on Shepard's boat, not even Chief Sao, just a little older. Anderson had no idea that Mufeng would remember his family situation so clearly. Shepard continued, first know that Marine's pension is enough to feed the family, but if it's you, Anderson, you don't want your wife to work so hard. You don't want your children to go to the best school in the future. Think. After a moment of silence, Anderson said, unable to deceive himself, since you are fighting for me, it is only right to enjoy all this. Looking at the sailors in front of him, Mufeng said lightly. Then he looked at Kyle and said, don't worry so much, just do as I say. If the Marshal asks me in the future, let the Marshal ask me. Also, in the future, all the soldiers who died in battle under my command will be dealt with in this way. Yes, Lord Mufeng, Kyle replied. He just reminded Mufeng that since Mufeng has made a decision, Kyle will follow it. After all, he is loyal to Shepard, not Marine. In addition, starting from today, the training of all soldiers will be doubled. 37 sailors died just in the face of a group of pirates who lost their fighting spirit. Are you eating shit? In the next battle, if the number of casualties exceed 10, double the training volume. Sweat more during training, and you won't bleed when fighting. Understand? Mufeng said sharply. Understood, said the sailors in unison. Understood. Are you girls? Since you understand, then speak louder. Mufeng snapped again in dissatisfaction. Understand. Understood. Understood. With 3 loud shouts, the shaking Cake Island seemed to be shaking. Charlotte Pudding behind Mufeng was so frightened that her legs went weak. If she hadn't supported Mufeng, she would probably have sat directly on the ground. She had never seen such a situation. And Mufeng nodded with satisfaction. Pause, he said. Secure the valuable treasures on Cake Island. Going, gems and other sealed warehouses. If Bailey is concerned, everyone will share them equally. After half a day, set off for the kingdom of Dressrosa. Yes, Mr. Mufeng, Kyle replied. Then I went to arrange for the sailors to start collecting them on Cake Island. From the beginning to the end, Kyle didn't look at Charlotte Pudding standing behind Mufeng, although he knew very well that Charlotte Pudding must be a member of the Big Mom Pirate. But like the Baby 5 back then, it wasn't his business. BABY5. Her name is Charlotte Pudding, and it will be yours in the future. You can leave it to her to do anything. Don't let yourself get too tired. Pointing to Charlotte Pudding, Mufeng said to Baby 5. No, Lord Mufeng, it's not tiring to serve you. Baby 5 was moved. I first saw Charlotte Pudding. Baby 5 was nervous for a long time. She thought that Mufeng was not ready to take her. Unexpectedly, it was Mr. Mufeng who was afraid that he was too tired, so he couldn't help being moved, and there was even more love in his eyes when he looked at Mufeng. Work hard. Don't think about using disguise to deceive others. I know you better than anyone, you know. Shepard looked at Charlotte Pudding and said, Yes, my lord. Charlotte Pudding whispered. At the same time, she felt that Mufeng was unfathomable. Even within the Charlotte family, few knew their true character. In addition, don't cover your forehead with bangs in the future. The third eye is given to you by God. It belongs to you, and you should be proud of it, not inferior. I think your third eye is very beautiful, Shepard said. You said it beautiful. Pudding was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mufeng in astonishment. The reason why her character has become what it is now is that when she was young, she was bullied by her siblings because of her 3 eyes, and she was disgusted by Charlotte Linlin and asked her to cover it with bangs. Lead to a more distorted character. Chapter 139 I'm afraid you can't kill me. Of course, it beautiful. Mufeng repeated again, and then said, Okay, your house is next door, in the same room as Baby 5. I hope you can get along peacefully. Don't intrigue, or I really will. It's very distressing. Yes, Mr. Mufeng, Baby 5 said. No, Mr. Mufeng, Charlotte Pudding also said busily. The kingdom of Dressrosa, the royal palace. Diamante, how's the research on Caesar's side? Doflamingo looked at Diamante, who lost his right arm, and asked impatiently. Recent days, he's been driven crazy by Kaido. In the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, Kaido saw Mufeng's strength, especially in the end. Senbon Sakura Kujyoshi's profound truth. 1 by 1000 blade is definitely a move that can seriously damage or even threaten his life. Kaido likes suicide, and he is not afraid of death. But as a big pirate who boarded the 4 emperors, he also has dreams. He wants to start a top-level war that can subvert the world. He didn't want to die boringly before his dream was completed. And now, Marine has a strong man who might kill him. Kaido naturally felt a sense of crisis and wanted to speed up the completion of his dream plan. The first step is to create an invincible devil fruit army. However, there are not so many devil fruits in the world for Kaido to squander. Even if the world government has 800 years of heritage, it is impossible to create a devil fruit army. army. Even when Hiyori Mufeng traded, he used some tasteless devil fruit. Of course, Mufeng doesn't care about this. For Mufeng, it's just to exchange coupons. There was no way to collect so many devil fruit, and Kaido wanted to abandon the plan. It was at this time that Doflamingo appeared, allowing Kaido to see the possibility of realizing his plan, which is an artificial devil fruit. Very bold idea. The reason why devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea is because of its unrepeatable property. Legend has it that in a certain corner of the world there is a devil fruit tree from which all devil fruit fall. There is a devil in every devil fruit, so it is impossible to have two identical devil fruits in the world, and demons are all hostile to each other, so the same person can only take one devil fruit in his life. Of course, Mufeng knows that the legends are all false, and the facts are not that complicated. There is no devil fruit tree at all, and there is no devil in the devil fruit. The devil fruit is just an external manifestation of the rules of the pirate world. The body of an ordinary person cannot carry the power of two rules, and naturally E2. Outside the devil fruit, it will explode and die, unless it is a mutated body like Blackbeard, which can carry two abilities. Originally, Kaido sneered at Doflamingo's cooperation. However, when the evil scientist Caesar Current actually came up with the experimental product, Kaido changed his mind. Doflamingo made a deal for the go between Caesar Current and Kaido to supply Kaido with a large amount of Zone's artificial devil fruit. This guy, Doflamingo, makes a lot of money in the middle. Naturally, if Kaido encounters a problem, he will force Doflamingo. It's not so easy to be a middleman. This was the first time he realized that he used to use his strength to overwhelm others, but in front of Kaido, Doflamingo could only admit it. Dover, Caesar is making all his effort, but the survival rate of artificial devil fruits is too low, so there are very few finished products now. Diamante replied, damn, then go catch some dwarfs of the Dantata clan, and let them go to the dark factory to plant artificial devil fruit for me, or their Princess Mancheri is going to die. Doflamingo roared irritably. In order to be able to grow live artificial devil fruit, Doflamingo imprisoned Princess Mancheri of Dantata Kingdom, and lied to the people of Dantata Kingdom that she was seriously ill. Need to plant smile fruit, artificial devil fruit, for treatment. The simple Dongtata clan can easily believe it, so Doflamingo imprisoned 500 people of Dongtata's clan in the dark factory and helped him make artificial devil fruit. Zero asking for flowers. Yes, young master. Diamante nodded. Bolu, Bolu, Bolu. Suddenly, there was a rush of phone bug, and Doflamingo frowned, because it wasn't the phone bug he was talking to Kaido that was ringing. Pooh, Doflamingo said badly. He wasn't in a good mood at the moment. Listen to the tone. You don't seem to be having a good time lately. Yo, who else in the new world dares to provoke the famous heavenly Yaksha? Let's hear it. A playful voice came from the phone bug. Zero, who the hell are you? Tell me now, or I'll kill you. Although the voice was familiar, Doflamingo didn't think much of it. Since you know your phone bug, it must be someone you know. Except for the four emperors. In the new world, Doflamingo is not a coward to anyone, and he dares to make fun of himself like this. Thinking of this, Doflamingo has already sentenced the person on the other end of the phone bug just to vent his pent-up anger recently. Kill me. That's alright. In 2 hours, I will appear at the port of the kingdom of Dressrosa, and I will wait for you to kill me. Bring some more people, or I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me. By the way, since you don't remember who I am, then let me tell you with reluctance. I'm a white bear. After that, Mufeng hung up the phone. The expression on Doflamingo's face was instantly dull. Then, it gradually becomes ugly. He never thought that the person who called him would actually be this evil star. And he, Dover, what now? He heard the conversation of the phone bug just now, the voice of Shepherd that Diamante recognized, but he didn't have time to remind Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was ashen, silent, his teeth were clenched, and after a while, a few words came out of his mouth. Call the cadre of the family and go meet him. Chapter 140 _ I'm just kidding you. How? Welcome him. Yes, young master. Diamante was a little reluctant. After all, Mufeng cut off his right arm, but seeing Doflamingo's gloomy face, he forced what he wanted to say to hold back. Under the emergency call of Doflamingo, Torapal, Diamante, Pika, Sugar, Violet, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family assembled. Diamante, what happened? Torapal looked at Diamante and asked. Doflamingo's face is not good. It's better to be less prone to mold. So Torapal asked not Doflamingo, but Diamante. Marine White Bear is humming. Diamante's face was not very good looking. White Bear, Torapal exclaimed. Then he asked in surprise, White Bear, what is he doing in Dressrosa? I don't know. Diamante shook her head. Then he paused and said, wait a minute, pay attention. When the phone worm was on the phone just now, the young master and the White Bear were a little unhappy. What the matter? Torapal asked. Now is not the time to explain. Explain, especially this guy Pika. Don't cause trouble for the young master. Diamante said. Yes. Torapal nodded solemnly. Wearing a pink feather cloak, blood-red sunglasses, and a gloomy face, Doflamingo stood in the port of Dressrosa, not saying a word. Doflamingo didn't speak, and none of the cadres of the Don Quixote family who stood behind him dared to speak, not to mention that Diamante and Torapal, the top cadres of the family just now, had already explained to them, so I can't say a word later. Talk. Staring at the sea, Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. On the sea in the distance, a battleship was approaching. Doflamingo murmured in a low voice, "Fur. Marshall-class battleships are truly the strongest marine." Battleship was gradually approaching, and the cadres of the Don Quixote family could see clearly that a marine battleship was approaching, and they were all surprised. Soon, the battleship entered the port. Wearing the marine justice cloak, Mufeng stood upright at the bow of the ship. The battleship stopped, and Mufeng jumped down and walked towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's expression changed again and again, but he finally greeted him with a smile, and said, "Furofura." The White Bear Admiral came to the door. "It's a rare visitor. I don't know what's going on. It's enough to just say a phone bug. Why did he come over in person? By the way, I just wiped out all the rubbish from the Big Mom pirate. Came to find you on a special trip. You think too highly of yourself, Doflamingo," Mufeng said lightly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Doflamingo's face instantly stiffened. He clenched his fist tightly, and even his breathing became a little heavier, and he managed to suppress his anger. And Mufeng, completely ignoring Doflamingo's mood, said, "Come on, let's continue the topic on the phone bug just now. You said you were going to kill me. The group of trash behind you is what you brought to kill me. It's a bit difficult to handle." Mufeng looked at the cadres behind Doflamingo with contempt in his eyes. "White Bear Admiral, that was just a joke." Doflamingo suppressed his anger. "Just kidding." "Well, Doflamingo, you're really a jerk who was kicked out of the house with a sense of humor," Mufeng said with a smile. Although it was not stated explicitly, the meaning in Mufeng's words was obvious. It was at Hong Guguo's taunting that Doflamingo was kicked out of Mariajoy by Tenryubito. The ordinary cadres of the Don Quixote family do not understand, but the three top cadres are very aware of Doflamingo's identity, which is definitely a taboo for his life. Hearing that Mufeng said it without any scruples, the three of them turned pale. This time, it's going to end, as expected. "White Bear." Doflamingo's voice came out of his throat, and he stared at Mufeng and said, "Are you kidding me?" "Oh." Mufeng raised his eyebrows. Then he said jokingly, "Really, it was discovered. You were right, I'm just playing tricks on you. But, so what? I won." Doflamingo just spit out two words. Suddenly, a ferocious aura radiated from Mufeng and pressed Doflamingo. Conqueror Hockey. When killing Charlotte Lingling, he dropped a lot of Conqueror Hockey's exclusive experience rolls, but it directly raised Mufeng's Conqueror to the LVMAX level, and his proficiency soared to 100%. Then, with the power of Benyu, Mufeng's Conqueror Hockey broke the limit and was promoted to the level of LVMAX 12 as a matter of course. Unlike armament hockey and observation hockey, there is the possibility of breaking boundaries just by continuous exercise. Conqueror Hockey wants to break the boundaries, not just by training. What he needs is the improvement of spirit and spirit. Shepard knows that Conqueror Hockey is only a handful of powerhouses who break boundaries. Redhead, Whitebeard, Gar, Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin. And now, Charlotte Linlin has been killed by Shepard. Doflamingo though also has Conqueror Hockey, but in the plot, when fighting with Luffy, his Conqueror Hockey can't actually play a role in suppressing it. Obviously, the level of Conqueror is limited. Doflamingo's complexion turned pale when he suddenly faced the Conqueror who was on Shepard's face. What I was about to say, I stifled it back abruptly. "Okay, Marine still has a bunch of 1.5 things to do. I don't have time to waste with you here. I heard that you captured Princess Mancheri of the Dantata Kingdom and 500 workers of the Dantata clan. Now put they handed them over to me," Mufeng said lightly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Doflamingo's eyes showed a trace of panic. "White Bear Admiral, I don't know what you're talking about. The Dong Tata family, I know them, living in Dressrosa Greenbit," Doflamingo explained embarrassingly. "The labor of the Dongtata tribe is of great importance, and it is the most important part of making artificial devil fruit. Of course, Doflamingo is not willing to give them to Mufeng." "Shut up," Mufeng interrupted Doflamingo, then looked at him with a playful expression. "Do you think the transaction between yourself and Kaido is very secret?" Pirate God Level Upgrade System. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141_raw. Doflamingo was horrified. The transaction between himself and Kaido had always been a one-line connection. Even his subordinates were only aware of the top cadre. How did he know the White Bear? Could it be a matter of artificial devil fruit? Ice Bear Admiral should understand that as a middleman in the dark world, it is inevitable that he will have contact with pirates like the Four Emperors. Although I am Shichibukai under the king, after all, I am a pirate in essence, and I am a pirate. Ice Bear Admiral can understand, Doflamingo said tentatively. Not sure. Oh, it's understandable to eat a meal. Mufeng nodded, but before Doflamingo could breathe a sigh of relief, Mufeng suddenly changed changed the conversation and said, Dressrosa is a whole kingdom. Isn't it enough for you to eat artificial devil fruit? Hehe, you are really brave enough. Doflamingo. Quote, this time, Doflamingo couldn't keep his calm. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in a low voice, White Bear, how did you know? At the same time, I could say that I was extremely annoyed being known by the White Bear, which means being known by the world government, and researching such a taboo thing will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. Even if he used to be Tenryubito, he can't protect himself. The world government has absolutely zero tolerance for this threat to domination. Don't worry, so far, the world government doesn't know about this. No, it should be said that no one knows about this except me. So, the best choice for you is to kill me now. Mu Feng smiled. Hearing Mu Feng's word, Doflamingo's eyes were full of killing intent. Of course he wanted to kill Mu Feng, but Doflamingo knew very well that even 10 of them would not be able to kill Mu Feng at all. However, Doflamingo is also slightly reassured. Since Mu Feng did this, it must be a conspiracy. In this way, there is room for relaxation, and you don't have to fight to death. Princess Mancheri of the Dong Tata clan and 500 laborers, I can give it to you. White Bear, do you have any other condition? Doflamingo said with a gloomy face. At this point, he really can't put on a smile. Take an artificial devil fruit and show it to me. Mu Feng said. He suddenly thought of a question. Artificial devil fruit. I don't know how much coupons are worth. If it's worth it, it's also a way to make money. Doflamingo's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, Diamante, go to the factory and bring an artificial demon. Although he was reluctant, Diamante did not dare to disobey Doflamingo's order. After a while, Diamante took out a fruit covered with circular patterns different from any kind of devil fruit. Zone's shape is like a banana. Paramesha's shape is like a cantaloupe. Logia's shape is like a durian. And an artificial devil fruit is shaped like an apple. Diamante handed the artificial devil fruit to Mu Feng with an unhappy face. After taking over the artificial devil fruit, the system instantly obtained the information of this thing, and then the information entered Mu Feng's mind. Item: Zone artificial devil fruit, rhino fruit. Category: artificial devil fruit. Quality: 5 stars. Remark: it is the research result of evil scientist Caesar Current. Although the potential is inferior to the real devil fruit, there is not much difference before the awakening of the devil fruit. Worth 45 redemption points. Seeing the remarks on the item, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. It's actually worth 45 points. Among the zone devil fruit, the rhino fruit is not bad, but it is only worth 120 exchange points at most. I didn't expect its artificial devil fruit to be worth so many coupons. In an instant, Mu Feng attached more importance to the artificial devil fruit than the devil fruit. After all, artificial devil fruit can regenerate, but devil fruit cannot. Yes, Mu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, Doflamingo had a bad feeling. I saw Mu Feng flip the artificial devil fruit in his hand. Looking up at him, he opened his mouth and said, in the future, I will give half of all artificial devil fruit to me, and the quality cannot be lower than this one. Having said that, directly put this artificial devil fruit into the space backpack. Apparently no plans to give it back to Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was gloomy as if it was about to drip, and he said, White Bear, you just ask for half of the artificial devil fruit without offering anything. Isn't it inappropriate? Nothing to offer. Who said that? Mu Feng looked at Doflamingo in surprise. Then he smiled and said, why do you think you can still stand and talk to me? Your life, but I provided it. You should be thankful that you still have some use value. Mu Feng's tone became colder. Continued, my patience is not that good. Hurry up and tell 350 me if you agree or deny. Doflamingo's eyes have been locked on. As long as he dares to refuse, he is ready to burn him directly with Amaterasu. Anyway, Doflamingo is just a middleman, and it is optional. Even if he kills him and catches Caesar Current, he can continue. Create artificial devil fruit. It's just that if you directly intervene, if you are discovered, you will inevitably get into trouble. Although Mu Feng hates trouble very much, he is not afraid of trouble. All troubles, in front of enough exchange points, are nothing. An instant, Doflamingo fell into an ice cave. This feeling, it's 10,000 times more terrifying than when facing Kaido. If I refused out loud, I'm afraid I would be killed directly in the next moment. I agree. Doflamingo spit out a few words with difficulty. Hearing Doflamingo's answer, the smile returned to Mu Feng's face again. As if the arguing just now was just a joke, he said with a smile, that's right, don't worry, work hard. I won't treat my own people badly. In the sea area of Big Mom, I can call the shots and give you 35%. Mu Feng's words made the expression on Doflamingo's face obviously stunned. Chapter 142 Memory Fruit. 30% of the sea area of the Big Mom pirates represents what? The 4 emperors can be called the great pirates who ruled the world, but it is not just talking about it. The power of the 4 emperors has almost divided up 80% of the sea area of the New World. Countless other pirates divide up the remaining 20% of the sea area. This is why the 4 emperors are called emperor. If you add to the 35% of the sea area of Big MOM, if you add the scope of the original radiation of your own power, you will rule about 10% of the sea area of the New World and become the 4th emperor. No, it should be said to be the 3 emperors now, the strongest existence below. This is far greater than the benefits of working with Kaido. Doflamingo's breathing became heavier, and his eyes were a little red. After a long while, he said, "What about the price?" "Admiral, the white bear, I believe you won't give it to me out of thin air. Besides, even if I can occupy it, I can't hold it." "Well, you still have a little self-knowledge, so you should come down if you don't even think about it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Kaido is too busy to take care of himself when the beast dies. As long as you do and move his children, Whitebeard, but it doesn't matter what you make of the New World. The red hair is almost the same. The remaining forces are not enough to crush you. Now the whole world knows that King Shichibukai belongs to my Shichibukai fort. As long as you use the name of King Shichibukai, I believe that no one will have eyesight. If there is, I don't mind taking a trip to the New World." Mufeng said with a shrug. "What about the price?" "You haven't said, Admiral." "Ice Bear?" Doflamingo asked. "It's very simple," Mufeng said with a smile. 70 tons of going every year. In addition, marine branches should be built on all islands so that I can talk to Marshal Sengoku. Of course, this is only symbolic. Marine does not will interfere with your rule in the dark. However, I don't want a tyranny like the Kingdom of Dressrosa to appear in these seas. How is it? It's a very simple condition. Mufeng looked at Doflamingo with a smile. "I accept," Doflamingo said. Although accepting Mufeng's condition, there will be a feeling of being controlled by others, but compared to the huge sea area, he can't refuse it at all. "Haha, a wise choice," Mufeng said with a smile. "The sphere of influence of the Big Mom pirates in the New World is too large. Mufeng has calculated that with Marine's troops deployed in the New World, at most about 60% of the area will be eaten, and the rest of the sea is not cheaper than other pirates. It's better to use it for Mufeng to earn some extra money. 70 tons of going a year is equivalent to 7,000 exchange points, 70 devil fruit. As for Sengoku's side, it's easy to handle, but he doesn't want to see these sea areas handed over to pirates more than Mufeng. Wait, I'll tell you which sea areas are allocated to you. Now, let's solve other problem," Mufeng said. "What the problem?" Doflamingo looked puzzled. Now the conversation between the two is no longer as tense as before. It can be seen that only interest in this world or eternal friend, whether it's about the artificial devil fruit or the transaction between us, it should be very secret. But now, Mufeng did not continue. Instead, he looked behind Doflamingo, the cadres of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo's face changed, and he said solemnly, "White Bear Admiral, the cadres of the family are all my family, so I think." Doflamingo wasn't finished yet. He was interrupted by Mufeng. "It's a very good way to win people's heart, and treat your subordinates as family, so at a critical moment they will not hesitate to die for you. Don't worry, I didn't want to kill them." Meaning, hearing Mufeng's word, Doflamingo's face became a little ugly, because what Mufeng said was absolutely correct. This was the way of his royal family. The reason why Mufeng is so clear is entirely because in the original plot, Monet of the Don Quixote family died for Doflamingo, and he said it himself. "What can you do, Admiral the White Bear?" Doflamingo asked. Crack! He snapped his fingers. "Pudding, come here." Mufeng looked behind him and said. Charlotte Pudding was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly trotted in front of Mufeng, and said, "Lord Mufeng, what the matter?" She was well behaved, without any presumptuousness. And Mufeng nodded. Then he looked at Doflamingo and said, "Charlotte Pudding, you should know." "I know." Doflamingo nodded and said, "Charlotte Linlin's daughter. The ability to memorize the fruit. As for the ability of intelligence, in the New World, Doflamingo can still be ranked at the top. If it's her ability, I have no opinion. However, the 3 top cadre, I hope they can keep their memory. After all, they must have access to the core content of the transaction." Doflamingo was silent for a while, and said, "No problem, Pudding. Erase all their memories today." Mufeng said, "Yes, Lord Shepherd." Charlotte Pudding said. Then, he walked to a cadre of the Don Quixote family, and inserted his right hand directly into his head. The cadre resisted and wanted to dodge. "Mahabe, don't resist. Just erase today's memory. No life-threatening." Doflamingo said suddenly. "Yes, young master." Mahabe hesitated and said. Then, Pudding's right hand went straight into Mahabe's head. The memory of Mahabe was miraculously pulled out like a film roll. Knead it into a ball and directly destroy this memory. Mahabe's eyes were dull at first, and then he became puzzled. He looked around, a little puzzled. What happened? Why are the cadres and young masters of the family looking at him? Just as he was about to ask, Doflamingo was the first to speak. "They stand aside and don't ask why." "Yes, young master." Although he was puzzled, Mahabe was still very obedient. Chapter 143 Righteous Marine Admiral. Seeing that Mahabe was fine, the surrounding officials of the Don Quixote family family no longer resisted. Even if he resisted, he didn't dare to show it at all. After all, the white bear can be watching from the side. If he dares to resist, he may die soon. Pudding erased everyone's memory. I will order my men to send Princess Mancherry of the Dantata clan and 500 workers of the Dantata clan to the battleship of Admiral the White Bear. Doflamingo said. No, Mu Feng said. Take them to the iron bridge that leads to Greenbit Island. Wait a minute, I'm going to Greenbit Island. By the way, I'll take the Dantatas away. So, about artificial devil fruit, you want to? There are other ways to plant. I don't want the production of artificial devil fruit to decrease. The new world is good at planting, and it should not only be the Dongtata family. Quote, yeah, Doflamingo responded. Although the Dongtata clan are not only good at planting plants in the new world, the Dongtata clan are the best, and they are easy to be deceived. Greenbit Island is an uninhabited island next to Dressrosa. Because it is an uninhabited island, 993 on the island has been covered with tall plants. It can be said that it is completely a virgin forest, and under the island there is a hidden kingdom, Dongtata Kingdom. 200 years ago, the iron bridge from Dressrosa Island to Greenbit Island was still passable, and humans traveled back and forth between the two islands by this road. But now, a beta, a very ferocious sea beast with horns, has appeared around the iron bridge. Since then, no human has stepped on the iron bridge. Hey, humans, where are you sending us? We also have to plant fruits and tree. Princess Mancherry. The little people who were locked in the car shouted. Get out of the car. Stay here honestly. Don't run around. Someone will come over later. A cadre of the Don Quixote family put the imprisoned 500 workers of the Dantata family next to the iron bridge and explained, and hurriedly left, because when the marine white bear will come over, he doesn't want to bump into it. The Dongtata people who were released were very puzzled. Hello, Dongtata people. Suddenly, a friendly voice sounded. Mu Feng's huge figure appeared in the sight of the Dongtata people. The members of the Dongtata clan looked at Mu Feng, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, it's not because of seeing shepherd, which humans often see. Rather, because on the shoulders of this human being sits a small person. They are very familiar with it, and it is the princess of the Dantata kingdom, Princess Mancherry. Princess Mancherry. Great, I finally see you. How is your illness? Is it better? Don't worry, Princess Mancherry. We'll plant more fruit, so you'll be cured soon. The people of the Dongtata people said with a lot of tongue. They were very happy to be able to meet Princess Mancherry. Since they were imprisoned by Doflamingo, they hadn't seen Mancherry. Everyone. Mancherry's voice was a little choked, and she said, I'm worried everyone. In fact, Mancherry is not sick. This is Doflamingo's conspiracy. He wants everyone to plant that kind of fruit for him, so he cheated everyone. Doflamingo is too bad to deceive us. Yes, it's so bad. Let's unite and seek his revenge. Yes, get revenge on him. The Dongtata people were all very angry. Although they are simple and easy to be deceived, they are not stupid and hate the feeling of being deceived very much. Everyone calm down. Mancherry said hurriedly. She knew that Doflamingo's terror was not something that the Dongtata family could deal with. Mancherry continued. Doflamingo is very powerful. Even if our Dongtata clan are all dispatched, they are not his opponent. Besides, I have now been rescued by Marine's Admiral, so there is no need to pay attention to him. Quote, just now, when Mu Feng rescued Mancherry, but he tried his best to render and show his glorious image of justice. Marine Admiral, it's amazing. Thank you for saving our Princess Mancherry. Well, thank you so much. I have to perform a full set of acting, and I heard the thanks of the Dongtata family. Of course, Mu Feng pretended to be righteous and awe-inspiring and said, it's nothing, I'm a righteous Marine Admiral. When Mu Feng said this, he was a little embarrassed, but for the neckland, I can only say it without blushing. Wow, Mu Feng Lando is so handsome. As expected of Marine Admiral, she is very just. Fortunately there is Shepherd Lando here. The clansmen of Dongtata all looked at Mu Feng with a look of admiration. Now, Raoshi Mu Feng is thick-skinned, and can't stand it a bit. Cough. Well, I'll take you back to Greenbit first. Yes, let's go back to Greenbit first. Mancherry also said, Father, Leo and the others must be very worried about us. Yes, let's go back to Greenbit first. We'll start building the boat now, with 500 people, if you hurry up. The boat will be built in 2 days. Don't be so troublesome, Shepherd said suddenly, and then pointed to the iron bridge beside him. We can cross the iron bridge and reach Greenbit soon. Iron bridge. Shepherd Lando, although the iron bridge can reach Greenbit quickly, but there are very ferocious fighting fish around the iron bridge. Even in our entire kingdom of Dongtata, there are only Leo and a few warriors able to defeat the beta. Quote, among the 500 people, an older Dongtata clan said. Mu Feng, on the other hand, said in a shameless manner, as a righteous Marine Admiral, I am very powerful, and of course I can defeat you. Chapter 144 _ Crisis in Greenbit Island. It was at this time that a fighting fish jumped out of the sea, with a pair of thick horns, and it dark and looked extremely threatening. Ah, it do you. Dangerous. Tilda, get out of the shore now. Seeing the appearance of Duyu, the little man of the Dong Ta Ta family panicked instantly. It was at this time that Mu Feng made his move. Pull out the mammoth blade at the waist, and the sharp sword Chi slashes out. Cut the fighting fish directly into 2 pieces. Okay, it's settled. Shepherd Feng retracted the mammoth blade back into the scabbard. The little guys of the Dong Ta Ta clan all looked at Mu Feng with admiration on their faces. In their opinion, those who could defeat Duyu were all very powerful. Let go to Greenbit, Shepherd said. Then they stepped on the iron bridge first. Seeing that Mu Feng was so powerful, the little people in Dong Ta Ta did not hesitate to step on the iron bridge and crowded around Mu Feng. The fighting fish under the sea seemed to smell the food on the iron bridge and jumped out one after another, but without any accident they were all cut off by Mu Feng. The fish blood flowing from the corpse dyed the sea under the iron bridge green. The death of the same kind did not make the remaining fighting fish recede. Instead, it makes them even more violent. Every second, dozens of fighting fish jumped out of the sea, so that Mu Feng's slashing speed could only be accelerated. But just for a while, Mu Feng was a little bored. There is still a long way to go before Greenbit, who is on the other side, at the speed of the Dong Ta Ta clan. Forget it, let's get rid of you all at once, Mu Feng murmured. Then his eyes suddenly froze, and in an instant, the terrifying conqueror Haki slammed out, avoiding the dwarfs of the Dong Ta Ta clan, and acting on the fighting fish under the sea. In an instant, all the betas floated to the surface with their stomachs up and their eyes full of circles. Wow, that's amazing. Actually solved all the fighting fish at one time. Even more powerful than the most powerful warriors of our Dong Ta Ta clan. Are Marines so good? Idiot. How is that possible? I heard the humans in Dressrosa say that Marine Admiral is the most powerful person in Marine. Oh, so that's what it is. Without the hindrance of the fighting fish, Mu Feng and the dwarfs of the Dong Ta Ta clan quickly arrived at Greenbit Island at the other end of the iron bridge. Stop. Human, what are you doing with this Greenbit? Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded. A Dong Ta Ta clan jumped out, wearing a crown-shaped hat and goggles on his head, and there were 2 needles about his height beside him. No, for him, that was his weapon. Leo, didn't you see me? Before Mu Feng spoke, Princess Mancheri, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly said arrogantly, but you could hear the joy in her words. And the Dong Ta Ta dwarf in front of him is Leo, the captain of the Dong Ta Ta clan, and the strongest warrior of the Dong Ta Ta clan, the ability to sow fruit, and a member of the future Straw Hat Grand Fleet. And Man surely both like each other. But 2 people, one is embarrassed to express it, and the other is an emotional idiot. Then it led to a rigid relationship, and Leo also thought that Man Shirley was a willful, self-governing, bad-hearted and temperamental princess. Ah, Princess Mancheri, Leo said in surprise. This is my country. Why can't I come back? This is Marine Shepherd Admiral, who saved me and 500 people. What about the Emperor? I'm going to see the Emperor. In front of Leo, Man Shirley really looks like a domineering princess. Women chasing men. That's not how they chase. Obviously just need a little hint. Why is it so complicated? Mu Feng wanted to offer advice to Man Shuili, but forget it. Now that he is a righteous Marine Admiral, how can he do such a pimping thing? How much will affect his glorious image in the hearts of the dwarfs of the Dong Ta Ta clan? Leo could beat. Man Shuili continued. The royal father should be in the underground palace. If that's the case, Mr. Mu Feng is too big to get in. Leo, go and invite the royal father out. Come on. Mr. Shepherd has saved so many of our clansmen, and I must be very grateful. As a princess, Man Shuili is still very qualified. Okay, Princess Mancheri. After Leo finished speaking, he turned and ran away. Mr. Shepherd. Man Shuili's voice was a little arrogant, except in front of Leo. She was a very polite and gentle princess. Please wait a moment, the royal father will be here soon. Mu Feng nodded. After a while, Leo and a king of the Dong Ta Ta clan who was leaning on crutches, with a white beard and a luxurious robe came over. Royal father. Man Shirley shouted and ran over. Mancheri, it's really you. Great, you're finally back. King Dong Ta Ta was also very happy. The father and daughter hugged and cried for a while. His mood gradually calmed down. King Dong Ta Ta looked at Mu Feng and said, Dear Marine Admiral, thank you for saving the little girl from Doflamingo's men. I really don't know how to thank you. If you need anything, please tell me. King, you are very kind. As Marine Admiral, it is my duty to maintain justice, Shepherd said with awe. Immediately, his face was embarrassed and he said, Moreover, I am very ashamed that there is no way to completely solve the crisis in Greenbit Island. Crisis? What crisis? Leo suddenly interjected. Leo, facing Marine Admiral, how can you be so rude? King Dong Ta Ta first reprimanded Leo, then looked at Mu Feng and asked, Dear Marine Admiral, can you tell us about Greenbit Island? What is a crisis? As a king, he was the most nervous when he heard Greenbit crisis. Well, Shepherd nodded, and then said with an expression of anger, It's Doflamingo. This guy wants to blow up the entire Greenbit Island. Chapter 145 _ the art of lying. Ah, how dare Doflamingo blow up Greenbit? Princess Mancherry said with a shocked face. Doflamingo is so nasty. Yes. Doflamingo, why did he blow up Greenbit? We are no longer in contact now. King Dantata wondered. Doflamingo is going to blow up Greenbit. It was completely made up by Mufeng, a non-existent thing. Mufeng is very simple. Originally, Mufeng planned to use the kindness of saving Man Shuili and the 500 Dongtata people to let the Dongtata clan help him grow special plant. However, when he obtained the mirror space, a different kind of mind arose. Use the power of Mudun to spawn plants in the mirror space and then move some creatures over. Then the mirror space will transform into a real world. And only the uncivilized beasts are not enough. It is better to have some highly intelligent races. So, Mufeng turned his attention to the Dongtata family. No way. Who told them to lie the best? According to the information obtained by Marine, the main reason why Doflamingo will return to the kingdom of Dressrosa is to end the grievances with you 900 years ago. And he is a very cruel pirate, so he naturally chose the most vicious method. What Mufeng said can be said to be well-informed and well-founded. The grievances from 900 years ago. King Dongtata was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, the things that happened 900 years ago were obviously brought up by their Don Quixote family first. Damn, now they still want to continue to bully us. Dongtata Kingdom. Your Majesty, let go find Doflamingo desperately. Leo said angrily. Yes, His Majesty the King. We must not let Doflamingo succeed and declare war on the Don Quixote family. We are going to defend Greenbit and defend our country. The people of the Dongtata clan were filled with righteous indignation. Although they are small and kind, they will never choose to escape when they encounter a crisis. King Dongtata's chest heaved and he was obviously very angry. However, he can't say what he wants to declare war on the Don Quixote family because he is the king. As a king, you must be responsible for what you say. But he knew very well that the Dongtata kingdom was no match for the Don Quixote family. Seeing the appearance of King Dongtata, Mufeng knew that it was time. A common enemy, but ashamed, he said, King Dongtata, I am sorry. As Marine Admiral, I should have stopped Doflamingo from doing this. But, with the origin of the Dongtata family and the Don Quixote family, you should be clear that the Don Quixote family is the descendant of the 20 kings who once established the world government and is now the world noble Tenryubito. So, even as Marine Admiral, I have no right to hold Doflamingo hostage. The safest thing to do is to wait until 3 years from now, when the world government convenes a world conference, and I will propose to stop Doflamingo's action. But, I'm afraid Doflamingo will blow up Greenbit in 3 years. Mufeng said at the end, with an embarrassed look on his face. Lying is also about art. If it's all lies, it can be easily debunked. So lie, it is best to have 7-point true, and up to 3-point false. And this 7-point truth is best known to the person you want to deceive. The Don Quixote family is the descendant of the 20 king. Doflamingo is Tenryubito, and Marine Admiral can't do anything about Tenryubito. Although the information about the Dongtata kingdom is blocked, they still understand these common sense. It's just that what they don't know is, the Don Quixote family has long been eliminated from the Tenryubito family. Few people know about this shameful thing, and Doflamingo will not spread it. Naturally, King Dongtata will not know the news. Therefore, the Dongtata family completely believed Mufeng's word. Now, what do we do now? Do you really want to fight with the Don Quixote family? King Dongtata looked at and didn't know what to do. King Dongtata, I have a solution. Alas, forget it. Mufeng swallowed his words halfway through. It would be embarrassing if it was too positive and it was exposed. If you want to refuse and welcome, that is the most correct choice. Sure enough, Mufeng didn't say anything, but King Dongtata was anxious first. He hurriedly said, Dear Marine Admiral, do you have any way to save the Dongtata clan? Please tell me. The Dongtata clan will surely remember your kindness from generation to generation. Then I'll say it first. If you don't think it's appropriate, King Dongtata, you can pretend that I didn't mention this method. Mufeng said, No matter what, the Dongtata family will be grateful to you. King Dongtata said, Actually, I feel, instead of staying in Greenbit, it's better for your Dongtata clan to migrate to other places so that there will be no danger. Mufeng said. Hearing Mufeng's word, King Dongtata looked embarrassed and said, Actually, when the Don Quixote family returned to Dressrosa, I had considered these. However, we did not find an island suitable for us to live in. Dong 4.5 There was some loss in the voice of King Tata. Actually, I know a place that feels very suitable for the Dongtata family to live in, but I don't know if the Dongtata family is willing to go. Mufeng said. Finally, he wants to extend his sinful hand of abduction to the Dongtata family. Where? Asked King Dongtata. Mufeng did not beat, but opened the passage to the mirror space. From this side of the passage, you can see the other side of the passage. The lush forest is a forest created by Mufeng using the birth of the tree world. The place I'm talking about is here. I found it once when when I use the Devil Fruit ability. It feels very similar to Greenbit Island. Shepherd explained. Chapter 146. The upcoming chase. King Dong Tata looked at the mirrored space at the other end of the tunnel. His expression changed a bit, but after hesitating for a while, he still said, but Greenbit Island has been the residence of our Dong Tata family for thousands of years. Yeah. Quote, although he once thought about moving to the residence, when he really faced it, King Dong Tata was still a little hesitant. But before the old king could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Man Shui Li. Father, I think Mr. Shepherd's opinion is correct. During the time I was imprisoned by Doflamingo, I had a clear understanding of the power of the Don Quixote family. The terror is definitely not something we Dong Tata can resist. Staying in Greenbit can only wait to die. Father, everyone can't wait to die. Awesome, Mancheri. A beautiful assist. Mu Feng secretly thought. King Dongtata looked a little confused, but when he saw a group of Dongtata people, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, then we will migrate to the place of 11. Quote, it great, now I finally don't have to worry about the Don Quixote family anymore. Yeah, I was a little scared when I said war declaration just now. Hey, I'm actually quite scared too. The little people of the Dong Tata clan started to talk, and when they heard that the clansmen did not reject them, the king of Dong Tata was also a little relieved. So he looked at Mufeng and said, Dear Mr. Mufeng, can you give us 3 days to clean up for a moment, and then go to the world over the passage? Of course there is no problem. Mufeng smiled. 3 days later, the Dong Tata clan migrated. Although the Dong Tata clan is small, the population is definitely quite large. There are still some tens of thousands of people. Wow, such clean air, 100 times better than Greenbit. Yeah, look, what a tall tree, and there doesn't seem to be any aura of beasts around. Now, we don't have to live underground anymore. It's really nice here. Regarding the environment of the mirror space, the mood of the Dong Tata family at the moment can no longer be described by the word satisfaction, but very, very, very satisfied. Important satisfaction, of course, to add 3 very. The environment of the mirror space is created by Mufeng using the wooden dungeon. Every tree has a very majestic vitality. If animals or humans stay in this environment, there will be a kind of instinct feedback from the body, the feeling of comfort in the brain. The Dong Tata family is more compatible with plant, and naturally like this feeling more. Respected Mr. Mufeng, thank you very much. Not only did you save the Dongtata family, but also found such a suitable place for us to live. Mr. Mufeng, please let us do what we can do for you. Please, that's it. King Dong Tata said sincerely. The expression on his face is that kind of, you should arrange for me to do something, otherwise I will be unaware of the expression at night in the future. Yes, Mr. Mufeng, please let our Dongtata family do something for you. Man Shuili also said with a sincere expression. Mufeng Zhengqiu didn't know how to speak. He was really dozing off and had a pillow. Immediately pretending to be difficult, after thinking for a long time, he took out dozens of special plants from the space backpack, and then said, I have some plants here, which have never been cultivated. I heard that the Dong Tata family can cultivate any plant. Quote, before Mufeng finished speaking here, King Dong Tata over there vowed, no problem, leave it to our Dong Tata family. If it was something else, King Tontata would think about it. But when it comes to planting plants, King Dong Tata has absolute confidence that as long as it is a plant that exists in the world, Dong Tata can grow it. Dear Mr. Mufeng, I don't know how much of this plant do you need? King Dong Tata looked at Mufeng and asked. Of course, the more the better. Mufeng said. Okay. King Tontata nodded and said, I will arrange half of the clansmen to plant these plants full-time, and the other half of the clansmen will also plant them in their spare time. Use the power of the whole family to plant. Thank you so much. Mufeng said. Dear Mr. Mufeng, you are serious. It should be our Dong Tata family thanking you. King Dong Tata hurriedly blocked Mufeng's thank. After a few polite words, Mufeng left the mirror space. Young master, White Bear's battleship has left Dressrosa. In the palace, Diamandi looked at Doflamingo with a gloomy expression. Really? Doflamingo was visibly relieved. The pressure Mufeng put on him was really too great. After a pause, Doflamingo looked at Diamante and said, let the cadres of the family prepare to start taking over part of the sea area of Big Mom. Be sure to preempt other forces before 633. Quote, Doflamingo is clear that now is the best time. If she waits for Mufeng to leave the new world, then countless forces are bound to swarm the sea area of Big Mom. But, young master, is White Bear deceiving us? Diamante said uncertainly. Obviously he didn't believe Mufeng. Don't worry. No, Doflamingo said coldly, because it's not necessary at all. Although he didn't want to admit it, Doflamingo knew very well that Mufeng's strength was absolutely crushing him. If he wanted to solve himself, there was no need to make such trouble. Also, after planting our flag, plant the Shichibukai logo as well. Doflamingo explained to Diamante. Yes, young master. Diamante said a little unwillingly. On the Vassie, the Marshall-class battleship was driving smoothly. Sir, Sure, are we going back now? Hearing Kyle's question, Mufeng smiled and said, you guys are returning. I'm going to Sabayati Archipelago, and then there will be a headache. Chapter 147 Aizen Sosuke. Oh, it's really a troublesome thing, Mufeng said to himself, standing on the sea with a helpless expression on his face. Chasing Hulk. Isn't it just chasing yourself? The most important thing is that the people who carry out the task are Shirokuma, Senju Hashima, and the guild master of the Hunter Guild who does not exist at all. Nima. These identities are all about yourself. Okay, forget it. Don't make it too complicated. Just find an uninhabited island to make some noise and fool Marine and the world government. Mufeng murmured. However, before that, the drama is still there. To play the full set, the voice fell, and 3 wooden clones appeared. Then, the handprints of the transformation technique were formed on their hand. Bang, bang, bang. The original 3 wooden clones with the same appearance as Mufeng have changed into different appearances. Chinsho Zujian, Hulk, and an elegant man with black framed eyes, who is the most popular villain in the world of death. Aizen Sosuke, you know your identity. Mufeng shrugged and said, I know. Clearly, the 2 wooden clones of Chinsho Hasuma and Hulk said. As for Aizen Sosuke's wooden avatar, he scratched his head and said, well, deity, I didn't expect you to choose this guy to be the guild leader of the Hunter Guild. The villain. Is this really good? Shut up, Mufeng said directly. How can you talk so much yourself? Remember, your current identity is Aizen Suoyusu, and his character is not the virtue he is now. Covering his head, Mufeng said helplessly. Understood, deity, the wooden clone said weakly. The next moment, the whole body's temperament changed suddenly. Don't say. It's a bit like Aizen Soyusuke who looks like a dog. No, blah blah blah. What a dog-like person. Isn't scolding wooden clones the same as scolding yourself? Hulk, go to the first half of the Great Waterway and find a bigger uninhabited island to stay. Senju Hasuma and I go to the Hunters Guild. Wait for half an hour after we arrive. Aizen Soyusu, you can do it again. Appear. By the way, don't forget to find a Tachi to act as a fourth. Mufeng explained. It's too tiring to distinguish between wooden avatars, so it's easier to just read the identities they act as. Yes, okay, understood. The 3 wooden clones said one after another, and then each left. In each wooden clone, Mufeng poured a lot of chakra, even enough to maintain a short-term battle. So don't worry about the wooden clone disappearing due to insufficient chakra. Nani, where is the number 1 island in the Sabayati land? Mufeng asked in surprise. He and the wooden clone have come to the Sabayati archipelago. However, the original location of island number 1. No, it should be said that the original area of island number 1 to 10 has all turned into a vast ocean. It should be the deity you came up with. Wooden clone said. Mufeng was taken aback. It's quite possible that he did it himself. At that time, he fought with Charlotte Linlin, and the last bite of 1,000 blade flowers definitely penetrated the entire Sabayati land. It is estimated that the rhizomes of the surrounding Yakiman mangroves have been cut off by themselves. In 10 days, it is estimated that this area has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Forget it. Let's go to Island 13 first. It's estimated that Rayleigh, Enel and the others are all staying in Shaki's ripped-off bar. Mufeng murmured. After that, he went straight to the 13th island. Ding bell bell. Pushing the gate of opening, the crisp wind bell rang. Sure enough, everyone from the Hunter Guild was here. Enel was eating apples to himself. The 4 priests were behind him. Rayleigh was drinking leisurely beside him, and Shaki was even looking at something at the bar. What are you doing? Why don't you have to work? Said the wooden clone strangely. At this moment, he is acting as the Chinshujujian, so it is natural that Mufeng cannot be. Brother Hasuma, the Hunters Guild is gone. How can you still work? The White Bear Admiral is here too, Shaki said angrily. At the end, he noticed Mufeng behind the wooden clone. Sorry, I sank Sabayati Island number 1, Shepard said with a shrug. It's okay. Shaki's face was a little embarrassed, and then he remembered that the culprit who destroyed Sabayati Island number 1 was here at this time, and he was simply exposing his shortcomings. Well, I think this place is very good. Clean it up. It will be the residence of our Hunter Guild in the future. The wooden clone looked at the surrounding environment and said, quote. Shaki was speechless. Some regret. I shouldn't have spoken just now. Are you going to take action on the Hulk? I can't think of what kind of monsters in this world need the 2 of you to fight together, Rayleigh said with emotion. Once upon a time, the 4 emperors were the strongest symbols on the sea. But now, not only has Chinshozuma, a strong man capable of overpowering the 4 emperors, appeared, but also a strong man named Bai Shang Mufeng who can kill the 4 emperors. Now, these 2 people actually join forces to fight against the enemy. What a monster that is. 2 people. Didn't you say there is his? Mufeng asked knowingly. He. Who? Rayleigh looked puzzled. You said president. He will come right away, wooden clone said. Hearing the word guild leader, Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly, and Shaki's movements froze. The mysterious Hunter Guild leader. Is he finally going to show up? Shepard's whine didn't make a sound. The wooden clone didn't make a sound, and neither did Rayleigh and Shaki. In the whole room, only the sound of Enel eating apples. The atmosphere was in this strange atmosphere, and it took half an hour. Ding bell bell. The wind chime rang. Immediately, everyone in the room looked over. I saw a man with brown hair and a white feather knitted clothes walked in. It looked very elegant, and although there is a knife on his waist, no one will think that he is a strong person. Sorry, customer, we are closed today, Shaki said. That, you seem to have misunderstood. The visitor smiled elegantly and said, my name is Aizen Sosuke. At that time, the guild president of the Hunter Guild. Chapter 148 Battle of All Sides. Shaki was done. This guy in front of him is actually the guild leader of the Hunter Guild. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a strong man, full of refined temperament, more like a nobleman, or a rich son. Rayleigh also looked unbelievable. President, you're here, Chinsho Hasumamu Avatar said. In an instant, he confirmed his identity as the head of the Hunter Guild of Aizen Sojiki's clone. If no one else knew him, how could Chinsho Hasuma admit his mistake? Aizen Sosuke, is this your name? Mufeng also pretended to know Aizen Sosuke and said, no way. When he first met Rayleigh as a white bear, he said that he had a fight with the guild leader of the Hunter Guild. Now, of course, you have to pretend to know each other, otherwise how can you justify yourself? White Bear Admiral, we meet again. Stay safe. Aizen Soyojimu's clone looked at Mufeng with a refined smile and said, stay safe. Mufeng said a little embarrassedly, can you be embarrassed? You try. Speak in front of the mirror yourself. Embarrassed, not embarrassed. However, the embarrassment on Mufeng's face, in the eyes of Rayleigh and Shaki, was a kind of embarrassment when they saw someone who had beaten them before, a more solid wooden avatar. Aizen Sojiki's clone turned his attention to Rayleigh 370 and Shaki smiled apologetically. General Counselor Rayleigh and Ms. Shaki, I'm sorry, as the guild leader of the Hunter Guild, this is the first time I've seen you. Thank you for your dedication to the guild. It's not really a sacrifice, I just think the Hunter Guild is very interesting. Otherwise, even if you put a knife around my neck, I wouldn't join. Rayleigh laughed. What Rayleigh said was absolutely true. If Mufeng had established the pirates instead of the Hunter Guild, then even if he defeated Rayleigh, Rayleigh would not have joined. The Hunter Guild is fundamentally different from the pirate. Nothing, Shaki said, slightly embarrassed. The image of Aizen Sosuke is really different from the image of the Hunters Guild leader she imagined. Shouldn't it be haughty-eyed, leaking and contemptuous of everything? Okay, since it's all here, let's get started. As a Marine Admiral, I'm very busy, Shepard said. After all, the wooden avatar is just a flower stand. If it takes a long time, it will inevitably reveal some clues. Of course, Mufeng wants to leave as soon as possible. Okay, let go. Aizen Soyoji nodded and nodded. Watching Mufeng, Chisho Hasuma, and Aizen Suyusukli, Shaki lit a cigarette, drank it, looked at Rayleigh beside him, and asked, Rayleigh, what is the strength of this Aizen Sosuke? Does he surpass Whitebeard? I don't know, I can't see it at all. Rayleigh shook his head. Immediately with an embarrassed expression, he said, Whitebeard. The white bear can kill Charlotte Linlin. It has proved that he is no weaker than Whitebeard. Since Aizen Soyusuk defeated the white bear, it has proved to be stronger than Whitebeard. Ah, is that so? Shaki folded his arms, a look of consternation on his face. The boundless E. Hey, deity, thank you for your wit. Otherwise, after a while, I really don't know how to continue pretending to be Aizen Susu. The wooden clone let out a long sigh of relief. After all, Big Blue is not someone who can pretend to be someone casually. Let go, let Marine find us as much as possible, Shepard said. Ah, deity, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Chinsho Hasumamu's clone looked at Mufeng and said in surprise, and Lan Ran's Yujiamu clone was also confused. There is a way. Mufeng smiled. After all, the wooden avatar is only composed of chakra. Although it has a period of thinking, it is only a wooden avatar whether it is thinking or strength. Without hiding their whereabouts, the three swaggered out of the Sabayati archipelago. The information was passed to Marine and the world government at the first time. Marineford, Office of Marshal Marine. Sengoku, do you want Kizaru and Garp to go? Tsuru asked. Sengoku frowned and didn't make a sound. After a while, he shook his head and said, no need. With that brat, Mufeng, it's enough. Besides, the main force in this battle is the Hunter Guild, so there's no need to increase our casualty. Let Yamakaji and Stoloberg act as a show, express Marine, stand, and make sure not to interfere in the fight. A battle of that level, even an admiral-level powerhouse can be killed accidentally. Akainu is a living example, not to mention Vice Admiral. And he nodded and went to make arrangement. Mariajoy, official residence of the Gorosei, 5 elders. I found the traces of Shirokuma and Chinsho Hashirama, and there are 3 suspected Hunters Guild leaders. They should go to find Hull. How should we act? Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders said. Send CP0. Gorosei, 5 elders said. However, there is no powerhouse on the same level as the Hull. Even the leader is only a powerhouse of the admiral level, and there is no way to intervene in this this level of battle. The bald-headed, round-faced Gorosei 5 elders frowned. Isn't there a white bear? Just show your identity and let the white bear protect them. Besides, it's just gathering intelligence, not fighting. The blonde Gorosei 5 elders said. Well, yes, then notify CP0. Second, an uninhabited island in the first half of the Great Passage. This place is very good. Well, if it were destroyed, wouldn't it be a pity? Mufeng said to himself. The 3 wooden clones did not beat. Well, a few bugs actually landed on the island. Fortunately, it's not marine, otherwise it's really hard to start. Look at the costume. It seems to be from the World Intelligence Agency. It seems that Gorosei 5 elders were taken by the Avengers. It's scary. Hehe. Mufeng laughed. Okay, I'll give you the deity neck. After the 3 wooden clones finished speaking, bang bang bang, the 3 sounds turned into 3 pieces of wood. Their task has been completed, and it is time for Mufeng to perform. Chapter 149 The CP0 that was held in second. Mufeng didn't move, just stood there quietly. After about 7 or 8 minutes, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Mufeng looked around, and 3 figures with masks appeared. They are all unusually tall. The one at the head is the shortest, more than 3 meters tall, and the 2 behind them are 7 or 8 meters tall. The one headed first looked at Mufeng and then looked around. There were some doubts in his eyes, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Where are they? Where are the people? Are you asking me, Tilda? Mufeng frowned. Enough of such a domineering attitude. It's unpleasant. Is there anyone else here besides you? The masked man headed in a commanding tone. And when there is a fight, remember to protect us. Did you hear clearly? White Bear. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I am the leader of C_P0. CP1 CP9 feet's full name. World Government Intelligence Organization. Its status in the world government is equivalent to that of the ancient Dongchang, Jinyue and the like, and its power is so great that it will never be inferior to Marine. And CP0 is the parent organization of CP1 CP9. As the leader of CP0, the rank is equivalent to the commander-in-chief of the entire army. To mention ordering a mere admiral, even ordering Marshal Marine is no problem. In the original plot, after Lucci joined CP0, even Akainu dared to fight. From the masked man's point of view, as long as he reveals his identity, then Mufeng will definitely be frightened, but it seems it's not the same as what he imagined. White Bear, didn't you hear what I'm asking you? Answer my question. The masked man looked at Mufeng with some displeasure and said sharply, of course I heard. You said other people. Sorry, there is no one else here except me. Mufeng said with a smile. No, where's Senju Hashima? Where's the guild leader of the Hunter Guild? And, aren't you here to snipe that Hulk guy? The masked man was puzzled. You said these people. Isn't it in front of you? Mufeng continued with a faint smile. White Bear, what nonsense are you talking about? Now there's obviously only. The masked man just wanted to say you, but suddenly stopped, his face full of astonishment. It was as if he saw something incredible in his eyes. Following his gaze, standing in front of him at this time was the White Bear Mufeng, who was the Hulk. Before he could react, Mufeng used the transformation technique to turn into a 1,000-handed column. Well, I'm not wrong. These people are not all standing in front of you. Mufeng looked at the masked man and said with a smile. And at this time, Mufeng became the image of Aizen Soyusu. The masked man finally reacted. His pupils shrank sharply, and he said sharply, I see. Whether it's Senju Hasuma, Hulk, or the guild master of the Hunter Guild, it's all you. White Bear. Alright, you deceived everyone, destroyed Mariajoy and killed Tenryubito. I will report all your crimes to the Gorosei 5 elders. Oh, is it? Do you think you will have this opportunity? Mufeng smiled lightly. Seeing that Mufeng was not afraid at all, the masked man was a little uneasy. White Bear, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I am the leader of CP0, and I am at the same level as Kong. By this time, the masked man had not yet awakened, and wanted to use his identity to threaten Mufeng. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealing, rebellious and arrogant talent, surging, negating, paralyzing, momentary, hindering the long sleep, the crawling steel princess, the clay dolls that constantly self-mutilate, combined with rebounding and extending to the ground, know your own powerlessness, the 90 of destruction, the black coffin, Mufeng said slowly, completely ignoring the masked man who had been screaming wildly. Now that he looks like Aizen Sosuke, of course he has to use a black coffin to fight the enemy. Mufeng's voice fell, and pieces of black crystal walls appeared, and then they formed a huge black coffin, trapping the masked man in it. After a second, countless slender sword edges suddenly appeared around the black coffin. Suddenly, all of them pierced into the black coffin. When the black coffin was completely formed, the inside of the black coffin and the outside of the black coffin were completely two different spaces, so Mufeng couldn't hear the screams of the masked man inside the black coffin. Until the black coffin was lifted, the masked man covered in blood fell to the ground. Zero asking for flowers. The mask on his face has long been broken, revealing an ugly and twisted face. Such an ugly man, no wonder he had to cover it with a mask. You actually killed the leader. It wasn't until this time that the other two long masked men behind the masked man reacted and pointed at Mufeng and said with a horrified expression, I feel that this is not the point that you should be concerned about. Mufeng looked at the two with a look of pity and said, what you should be concerned about is you yourself. You must know that I intend to silence them all. Damn, flee. The two men with long masks finally reacted, but it was too late because Mufeng's hands had already formed fingerprints quickly. In a few moments, the complicated handprints have been completely completed. Shanfa Mudden, thousands of hands. Boom boom boom. A huge Buddha statue with closed eyes and 1,000 hands appeared, almost thousands of meters tall, falling from the sky, obscuring the sky, as if the entire sky is collapsing. Damn, gigantic power. One of the long masked men suddenly swelled up. The original height of 7 or 8 meters suddenly swelled to 70 or 80 meters high, and the muscles all over his body were entangled, which was taller than the ordinary giant, but he should be the ability of the devil fruit. However, how can thousands of hands be able to resist just by turning into a giant? It's like a mantra. Without the slightest hindrance, thousands of hands crashed down. Mufeng didn't know what would happen to these two men with long masks at the moment. However, they knew that the three of them were dead, because the voice of the system sounded in Mufeng's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the CP0 leader trio. Reward: 237 advanced experience scrolls, armament hockey's exclusive experience 46 scrolls and 63 exclusive experience scrolls for observation hockey. 2 of them are special life forms, so the host will be rewarded 1 deformed fruit, 1 ultimate steroid preparation, king of bicep reagent. Chapter 150_Raging Sinking Island. Nani, what the hell? Why does it sound so familiar? Shouldn't it be? A guy with a bright bald head and dead fish eyes popped out of Mufeng's mind. I can't help shivering. That guy can be serious, but he can blow up the entire pirate world. That bald head, forget it. Let's not think about that bald head. It's too shocking. Item: ultimate steroid preparation, king of bicep. Type: consumable. Quality: 7 stars. Remark: from the world of One Punch Man, the agent can turn an ordinary person into a kilometer-high giant with the terrifying power that can easily destroy a town, but because even the brain is full of muscles, it will make intelligence as limited. 7-star quality thing, but it is 1 level higher than your own mammoth blade. It is definitely a good thing. It's actually worth 800 points. Not bad, but now I don't have any shortage of coupon. Keep it for now. What if I have a chance to use it? If you don't use it yourself, it doesn't mean you can't use it for others. Destroying a town easily is the strength of the Quasi-4 Emperor. Once redeemed for point, don't even think about redeeming them back. Even if the god level mall can refresh this thing again, it will definitely sell more than 800 coupons. There is also a deformed fruit, which can be transformed into various forms of creatures, but they are only empty, but it is very suitable for an intelligence agency such as CP0. However, in Mufeng's eyes, it was only worth 180 exchange points. Well, this little movement doesn't seem to be big enough. Forget it. Let's make it bigger. Let's sink this uninhabited island first. Mufeng murmured. His eyes suddenly condensed, and the momentum of his body suddenly increased to the extreme. The two hands quickly formed the seal, and only the heavy hand shadows could be clearly seen. Suddenly, he drank from his mouth. Shanfa Mudden, thousands of hands are really turning into Buddhas. Vice Admiral class warship was parked on the sea more than 10 kilometers away from the uninhabited island. Yamakaji and Stoloberg are in Marine Vice Admiral. Not only are they second only to Garp in terms of qualifications, but they are definitely the best in Vice Admiral. He looked at the uninhabited island in the distance that was covered by the forest and couldn't see the situation clearly. Stolberry said with emotion, I don't know what kind of battle will break out later. I really want to go to the island to have a look. It is absolutely rare in the world. Forget it. Yamakaji said angrily. Shepherd Admiral was the powerhouse who killed Charlotte Linlin, and the Monster Hulk almost killed General Counsel Akainu with just 2 punches. Shisho Hakuma is even more capable of overpowering the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses. There is also the guild leader of the mysterious Hunter Guild. I don't know what kind of means he has. This battle is definitely beyond the level of the 4 Emperors. Yamakaji said. Yeah, I'm afraid it's just the aftermath of the battle. They can all smash us to pieces. Stoloberg looked like he had lingering fear. Just then, bang, rumbling. There was a loud bang. Stoloberg and Yamakaji stopped talking immediately. 2 pairs of eyes stared at the uninhabited island not far away. I saw a huge wooden Buddha statue with its eyes closed and a kilometer high fell down. With a bang, the entire uninhabited island was shaking violently. That's Enju Hashima's ability, although I have learned about it in the information. However, when I see it with my own eyes, I still feel terrified. Yamakaji muttered. Stoloberg, who was beside him, was also stunned. However, after about half a minute, there seems to be no violent movement on the uninhabited island, and the two looked at each other, a little confused. But at this moment, suddenly, the Buddha statue with its eyes closed suddenly opened its eyes. The Buddha came into the world with compassion, and he also has a Vajra with angry eyes. The angry Buddha is absolutely terrifying. In an instant, the thousands of wooden arms behind the Buddha's statue, some clenched fists, some formed palms, blasted towards the uninhabited island at a frequency of tens of thousands per second. The speed of the wooden arms attack can't be seen clearly at all. How could the poor uninhabited island withstand such a violent attack? In just a few seconds, I couldn't hold it, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. After more than 10 seconds, the uninhabited island was finally unable to withstand the crazy frequency blows of thousands of hands, and it shattered. However, the attack of thousands of hands has not stopped. All fell into the sea. Suddenly, a terrifying giant wave rose up, with the uninhabited island as the center. It spreads in all directions, and the power is extremely terrifying. Seeing such wave, Yamakaji, who was originally horrified, suddenly changed his face and shouted in horror, "No! Order the battleship to retreat quickly. Such waves are swept in, and the only Vice Admiral level battleship under my feet are absolutely unstoppable. The battleships are retreating rapidly." However, the speed of the waves was faster, and they soon invaded. Looking at the huge waves hundreds of meters high, Yamakaji and Strawberry looked extremely embarrassed. Such a mighty heaven, even if one of them is a hockey strong and the other is a swordsman level swordsman, there is no way to deal with it. Prepare to abandon ship and ask Marine Headquarters for help, Yamakaji growled. He originally thought that 1.6 was more than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, and it was already very safe. It is impossible for the Battle of the Four Emperors to spread to a distance of 10,000 meters. However, the reality is extremely cruel. The battle not only spread to a distance of 10,000 meters, but now it is about to overturn them directly. Rao is that Marine is familiar with water, but when such a huge wave hits the water, it is estimated that 9 out of 10 sailors on the entire battleship will be drowned. The Marines on the battleship were all panicked. Life jacket, life buoys. I hurriedly put them on my body. Although I can swim, when the battleship is destroyed by the wave, who knows when the rescue will come. But at this moment, a sword energy that was extremely bright cut through the huge wave. Chapter 151 Accountability of the Gorosei, 5 Elders. The golden epaulette, the screeching Marine Justice cloak, under the sunlight. A figure couldn't see a trace of his face at all. That, Admiral the Bear. It was Admiral the Bear who saved us. I don't know which sailor acclaimed and recognized Mufeng. The terrifying sword energy separated the huge wave, and Mufeng also landed on the battleship steadily. Shepherd Admiral. Shepherd Admiral. Yamakaji and Stolberg breathed a sigh of relief first, and the battleship was saved. Then he ran to Mufeng, respectfully salutes the army, and said, "Senior Yamakaji and Senior Stolberg, I didn't expect the Marshal to send 2 seniors here. I thought they were old men. Otherwise, I would have reminded you to step back earlier." "Yes," Mufeng smiled. If Mufeng Admiral hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I don't know how many Marines would have died. 10 Stolberg said with lingering fear. "Thinking about the situation just now, I am still a little scared." "Shepherd Admiral, how is that Hulk guy now?" Yamakaji asked curiously. Hearing Yamakaji's question, Strawberry also looked at Mufeng with a puzzled look, obviously curious about the outcome of this battle. "Already dead. Killed by the Hunter Guild leader," Mufeng said. "Killed by the Hunter Guild master." Both Yamakaji and Stolberg were surprised. How terrifying was the attack of the huge Buddha statue just now. They could feel the terrifying power even when they were separated by 10,000 meters. It is conceivable that the target attacked by it will suffer terrifying damage. I did not expect Hulk to survive. Then, the Hunters Guild leader who can kill Hulk. How terrifying it is. Yamakaji, Stolberg looked at each other. They all saw the horror in the eyes of the other party. "Are you going to report to the headquarters immediately about the situation of the battle?" Yamakaji asked. With Admiral Mufeng there, Yamakaji naturally had to ask for instructions first. Forget it first. The phone bug can't tell. I'll report to Marshal Sengoku when I get back to the headquarters. Mufeng waved his hand. "Yes, Shepherd Admiral." Yamakaji nodded. "If the phone bug calls at this moment, I will definitely not be quiet for a long time. And, the most important thing is, Mufeng still hasn't figured out how to fool Sengoku. Marineford, Office of Marshal Marine. Well, that's probably what happened in the battle. I didn't take much action. I was mainly responsible for blocking Hulk's escape. The main force of the battle was Chisho Hasuma and Aizen Sosuke, who belonged to the Hunters Guild. Guild Master," Mufeng said. "And, are you saying that Hulk was seriously injured by Senju Hashima first, and then killed by the guild leader of the Hunter Guild? What power was used?" Sengoku asked. "I don't know, but I can be sure. It shouldn't be Haki. The Devil Fruit ability is more likely. When he used his ability, a black coffin first appeared, and then Hulk was trapped in it. When it was released, Haki-K is already dead." Shepard gave Sengoku a detailed description of the scene when he released the black coffin. The black coffin. Sengoku frowned, racking his brains to think about the Devil Fruit big picture book he had seen, but couldn't think of the right top fruit for a long time. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes light up. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Mu Feng's face was full of surprise. What did Sengoku think of? How did he look like? I understand. It's the Darkroot, the guild leader of the Hunters Guild, Aizen Sosuke. He is the power of the Darkroot. This is the most dangerous ability in the Devil Fruit. I didn't expect it to be born again after 300 years, Sengoku said sternly. The tone clearly confirmed the ability of Aizen Soyusuke's fruit. Hearing Mu Feng was stunned for a moment. If it wasn't for Aizen Suoyusuke or his own fictional existence, maybe he would believe it. Darkroot, that thing. I don't know where it is at the moment. I just don't know if Blackbeard will get the Darkroot because of his existence. Darkroot, it possible. Mu Feng agreed. Sengoku is the marshal, and he is admiral, so he can't dismantle the leader's platform. Moreover, what Sengoku made up in his brain can be regarded as a cover for himself. Knowing his ability, then you don't have to be too vigilant like before. Although the ability of the Dark Fruit is very strong, but it can't be immune to external damage through elementalization like other Logia, and it will absorb the damage, and the pain is doubled. In addition, the Devil Fruit ability is naturally subject to Seastone. Even if we deal with the Hunter Guild in the future, we will not be helpless in the face of Aizen Sosuke. But since he can kill Hulk, it proves that his strength is also beyond the four emperors. Shepherd boy, if one day Marine and the Hunter Guild fight, then Aizen Sosuke will be handed over to you. Sengoku looked at the Mu 220 air duct beyond the powerhouse of the four emperors. If it is the former Marine, there is absolutely no countermeasure. After all, the strongest Garp in Marine is only the powerhouse of the four emperors. However, it is different now. The strongest Marine has become the White Bear Shepherd. He even has a record of beheading the four emperors, and he is definitely a powerhouse that surpasses the four emperors. But at this moment, Mu Feng had a dazed look on his face. What the hell? Let me beat myself up. What a play. However, looking at Sengoku's important task is up to you. Expression. Do your best, Mu Feng said. Besides, what else can Mu Feng say? Bolu, Bolu, Bolu. Suddenly, a rush of phone calls rang. Sengoku looked over, and his expression suddenly froze. It's a call from the Gorosei 5 elders, Sengoku said. In fact, it was to signal Mu Feng not to make a sound. Mu Feng shrugged, expressing his understanding. He doesn't have the slightest impression of Gorosei 5 elders. However, some things cannot be avoided. Sengoku just picked up the phone bug, and before he could speak, the voice of Gorosei 5 elders rang first. Where's the white bear? Where is he? Let him come over and answer the phone bug immediately. Chapter 152 Gorosei 5 elders. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mu Feng. The meaning and obviousness in his eyes is to ask if Mu Feng has provoked Gorosei 5 elders somewhere. Mu Feng was stunned and shook his head, expressing that he did not know. Although there is this expression on his face, Mu Feng knows very well. Gorosei 5 elders are calling bugs at this moment, and they are 100% responsible for CP0. But Mu Feng was not cowardly, because he had already figured out how to explain it. Lord Gorosei 5 elders. Sengoku wanted to say something more, but it was interrupted directly by Gorosei 5 elders. Where's the white bear? Let him come and answer. This time, without waiting for Sengoku to speak, Mu Feng took the lead and said, well, Lord Gorosei 5 elders, do you know what you have to do with me as a little sea soldier? How did White Bear, the 3 leaders of CP0, die? Gorosei 5 elders demanded. Hearing what Gorosei 5 elders said, Sengoku, who was beside him, was already confused. What the situation? How can the CP0 group of guys be involved again? CP0? What is that? Mu Feng said with surprise. I've only heard of CP1, CP9. I haven't heard of CP0. Marshal, what the hell is CP0? Mu Feng looked at Sengoku and said, White Bear, are you pretending to be crazy with us here? The voice of Gorosei 5 elders rang in the phone bug, his tone becoming more and more displeased. I really don't know CP0. Mu Feng looked at Sengoku. Sengoku didn't tell him about the existence of CP0, so he was perfectly fine. That, Lord Gorosei 5 elders, although Mu Feng has joined Marine for 4 years. However, for the first 3 years, one was trained by Garp in the Windmill Village, and for the past year, he has been great waterways and battles all over the New World. So about the organization of the world government, I haven't had time to tell Mu Feng. No way. Sengoku can only bite the bullet. Gorosei 5 elders on the other end of the phone worm was silent for a while. Tone seemed to calm down a bit before he said, between you and Senju, and the 3 guild leaders of the Hunters Guild appeared. The world government sent the 3 CP0 leaders to follow you closely, and then landed on the uninhabited island. But since then, there has been no news of them, and even the vivre cards of the 3 have disappeared, apparently dead. Admiral the White Bear, tell me in detail what happened on the uninhabited island. Command, Tone. Oh, the trio. Is it the 3 long body guys? Mu Feng asked. Mu Feng is obviously asking knowingly. The Gorosei 5 elders didn't notice, but said, it's the 3 of them. What happened? Actually, nothing thing happened. These three guys appeared directly in the center of the battlefield, and then Hulk just got angry, slapped one of them, and killed them all. When Hulk slapped the last one to death, the guy also ran over to me, and wanted to shout something, but he was shot by Hulk as soon as he shouted, "I am." At that time, I was still wondering, where did the brain dead come from? Dare to intervene this level of battle? I didn't expect it to be the intelligence agency of the Zeely world government. Although the mouth is very self-blame tone, but the expression on Mu Feng's face was exactly that, and only an organization under the world government would do such a thing with a brain dump. Sengoku, who was next to him, didn't know what to say about Mu Feng. Put this on hold for now. Ice Bear, did you hear anything about the Avengers from the Hulk? Gorosei, 5 elders asked. Obviously, they care more about the Avengers than the death of the CP0 leader trio. After all, no matter how important CP0 is, it's just a dog they keep. And the Avengers, but it may affect their rule. It's easy to see which is more important. The Avengers, Mu Feng said in a long voice. Then, when the Gorosei, 5 elders held their breaths and listened to the next information, Mu Feng said, "I don't know." Hulk didn't say it. Sengoku, who was standing aside, was choked by the panting. Not to mention the Gorosei, 5 elders on the other end of the phone worm, who is simply flabbergasted. White Bear, are you kidding us? Gorosei, 5 elders growled. This has all been seen. It seems that the Gorosei, 5 elders are not too old and dim. Mu Feng pursed his mouth and thought to himself. However, he said with a just and dignified expression, "Lord Gorosei, 5 elders, how is this possible? I naturally can't answer the questions of the adults indiscriminately. I was just recalling the process of the battle. During the battle, Hulk just yelled and didn't speak. By the way, at the end, he said something. The Great Hydra will take revenge for me." After he finished speaking, he was directly killed by Aizen Soyusu. Oh, Lord Gorosei, 5 elders still don't know who Aizen Sosuke belongs to. He is the guild leader of the Hunters Guild. Anyway, bragging about not paying taxes, Mu Feng naturally runs the train track with his mouth full. Last time I made up the Avengers, of course I have to make up my mind this time, and make up another trick to fool Gorosei, 5 elders. As for whether Gorosei, 5 elders believe it or not, that's not what Mu Feng is worried about. He has always been the person who is only responsible for digging holes, not filling them. Hydra. At this time, the Gorosei, 5 elders were all dumbfounded. The Avengers haven't figured it out yet, and another Hydra popped up. Could it be a different department, agency within the same organization? Anything else? Gorosei, 5 elders asked. No more. Mu Feng said. Yeah. Gorosei, 5 elders' voice was clearly absent-minded. He continued. Sengoku, organize the information about the Hunter Guild, and send it to Mariajoy immediately before tomorrow. He hung up the phone without waiting for Sengoku to reply. There was no resentment on Sengoku's face. Obviously, the shouting and drinking of Gorosei, 5 elders was a normal thing for Sengoku. In this regard, Mu Feng was also speechless. Chapter 153_Squad. Shepard killed Charlotte Linlin, destroyed the Big Mom pirate, and then left the New World with a pat on the butt. Although the sea area directly controlled by the Big Mom pirates was taken over by Marine and Don Quixote guys, but this does not mean that the disputes in the New World will subside. Moreover, it was even more violent. Rao is Whitebeard, Red Hair, and 100 Beast. These three pirate groups also often conflict because of the misalignment between their forces, but fortunately, they have their own limit, and there is no 4 Emperor level war. But Mu Feng's days were very uncomfortable. No, it should be said that it is simply corrupt. The food and use are definitely better than Tenryubito, and there are 2 maids waiting by the side. Well, after all these days, my body is rusted. Should I find something to do? After thinking about it, Mu Feng called Sengoku's phone bug. Boy Shepard, what's the matter? Hurry up, I'm not as free as you are. Sengoku, who is in the phone bug, said angrily. That, Marshall, it's not that I've been too busy with 887 recently. No, it's because you're too busy with work, and I want to help you share some of the work. Are there any tasks in the New World and the Great Waterway recently? Marshall, you hand it over to me. Promise complete the task successfully. Mu Feng said with a smile. I think you are idle, right? Sengoku said angrily. He continued. The Kingdom of Zidrata in the New World, originally a country sheltered by Charlotte Linlin, has successfully applied to become a member of the world government. Yesterday, King Zidrata asked Marine for help, said that he was attacked by pirates. I originally wanted to leave it to Kuzan to solve it, but since you are so idle, I will leave it to you. Quote, don't worry, Marshall, there's absolutely no problem with leaving it to me. Even if it's Whitebeard, I can definitely knock him out. Mu Feng said with a smile. Well, try to appease King Zidrata as much as possible. He was the first New World kingdom to join the world government after the fall of Charlotte Linlin. Take it seriously, and at the same time set an example for the countries of the New World. Sengoku explained. I understand, Marshall. Mu Feng replied. Have you sent Marine's request for help? How did Marine answer? The aged King Zidrata kept pacing in the palace. palace, looking anxious. It has been sent, and Marine has just replied to the message. The guard said. What did Marine say? The old king looked at the guard eagerly. 1. Under the protection of Charlotte Linlin, their kingdom was attacked by pirates, and now he even regrets becoming a member of the world government. If he had taken refuge with the other 3-4 emperors, I am afraid this would not have happened. Marine replied that Admiral White Bear is on his way. Let's hold on for a while. Marine will be responsible for taking care of the pirate. The guard said. Admiral White Bear. Hearing this name, the old king's eyes widened. Charlotte Linlin, who once gave her country asylum, was killed by a white bear. Hearing this name, the old king did not have a trace of hatred, but was very excited. He is not Charlotte Linlin's son, and Charlotte Linlin is only a relationship of shelter and shelter. To put it bluntly, it is a relationship of interest. Borrowing the power of Charlotte Linlin to ensure the safety of her own country, it is estimated that she will only shed 2 tears for the death of Charlotte Linlin. That great. It's actually Admiral the White Bear. Now you don't have to worry about it. King Zidrota reacted with joy on his face. He completely forgot that he just regretted joining the world government. The sea around Chidrota Kingdom. A pirate ship is parked with a bow shaped like a giant spider. Boss, the old king of Chidrota Kingdom still hasn't surrendered. What should we do? The pirate looked at his boss and said. The pirate boss is about 40 years old, with long curly hair and a spider pattern on his forehead. Big vortex spider. Hooer. Although this guy is not very strong, he is still famous in the New World for no other reason than because he has an old father named Edward Newgate. Dad's birthday will be in a few days. This time, the gift I give will definitely not be suppressed by Josu and the others. I heard that King Zidrota keeps the largest black pearl in the world. It grabbed it and gave it to Dad. Just wait another day. If the old king of Zidrota still does not surrender, then we will go in and snatch the black pearl. Squard gritted his teeth. Yes, boss. A group of pirates said. It's really touching filial piety. I can't bear to catch you. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded. Gourd was suddenly startled, and looked at the sound. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but say in horror. Marine Admiral White Bear. Oh, it looked like you know me. Mufeng smiled and said. Then you should know very well that the kingdom of Chidrota belongs to the world government's affiliation country. Since you dare to attack the world government's affiliating country, then you should be prepared to be arrested by the world government. Gourd's face was extremely embarrassed. Of course, he knew that the kingdom of Chidrota was now a member of the world government, but when Squard was about to snatch Chidrota, Chidrota had not yet become a member of the world government member country. But when he knew it, it was too late. The arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and subconsciously, Squard thought that as a child of Whitebeard, no one would dare to provoke him. White Bear. I'm Whitebeard's son. Gourd yelled, but no matter how you can hear it, he is not very confident. Whitebeard's son. In that case, I will educate my son for Whitebeard, and then ask him how he taught his son. Mufeng said. Then he pulled out the mammoth blade from his waist and slashed directly at Squard. Chapter 154_Target Whitebeard. At the end of the Great Channel, this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirate. On the Moby Dick, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate, as well as the pirates at the cadre level, were sitting on the deck drinking and chatting. The recent New World is really messed up till dawn. Yeah, apart from Marine headquarters, after the collapse of Big MOM, the biggest vested person should be that guy Doflamingo. Right, in the name of the King Shichibukai, it's a shame for a pirate. But then again, Marine's White Bear is too perverted to be able to kill Charlotte Linlin. I'm afraid his strength is comparable to Dad. You said. Next, the White Bear will make trouble again. What kind of movement? That, the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard Pirates said solemnly. Thatch, what are you worried about? No matter what the Whitebeard wants to do, will he dare to come to trouble our Whitebeard pirate? Yes, don't forget that Daddy is the strongest in the world. We're not vegetarian either. Whitebeard wants to come to Whitebeard's trouble unless he can move the entire Marine headquarters here. Yes, unless he can move the Marine headquarters. Ah ha ha. Laughing loudly, the crowd touched their wine glasses again. Marco, who was beside him, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Although he personally heard from his father's mouth that he was not as good as Bai Shang, but subconsciously, Marco did not think Bai Shang would be better than his father. As long as you think of the name Whitebeard, whether it is a pirate or a marine, you will feel a mountain-like pressure. The strongest in the world. It's not just talking about it. This is what Whitebeard has erected from battle after becoming a pirate. Whether Marine Admiral, the Marshal, or even the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, or the Golden Lion, Roger, Kaido on the pirate side, Whitebeard has never failed. Yes, Daddy is the strongest. Marco also relieved Isho. Then I giggled with my friends for a drink, while the group captains were drinking happily. Among them, although one person was also drinking happily, but the depths of his eyes were extremely gloomy. This guy is Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Although he looks like a fat man who is missing a few front teeth, the Blackbeard is not such a simple character. Although he is not a squad leader, no one will think that he is weak, but he is left on the red-haired fate. A character with 3 scars. Even without eating any devil fruit, Blackbeard is definitely an admiral-level powerhouse. No one can stay in the strongest position in the world all the time. Even if it's Dad, I am afraid that even the current white bear can't beat you. But it has definitely reached the point where it can threaten you, Blackbeard said in his heart secretly. White bear shepherd. Unless I get the dark fruit. Otherwise, I absolutely can't be the opponent of this monster. Blackbeard lowered his head and muttered. However, he joined the Whitebeard pirate for more than 10 years. Didn't get the slightest clue of the dark fruit. Blackbeard was even a little desperate. Shaking his head, Blackbeard thought, according to my calculations, the Whitebeard pirates are the most likely to obtain the dark fruit, and within 10 years, Whitebeard should be able to maintain his rank. It seems that he can only speed up his search in this 10 years. Quote, at this moment, Blackbeard noticed a pirate ship approaching. Not only Blackbeard, but the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates also noticed it, stopped drinking, and cast their eyes on him. It's the pirate ship of that guy Skewer. He's back. The captain of the 5th Division, Foil Vista, was the first to recognize it. Ah ha ha. It's that guy from Skewer. He said that this time Dad will prepare the best gift for Dad for his birthday. I don't know what it will be. Zero ask for flowers. Zero. Whatever it is, it's definitely not as good as mine. No, Dad will definitely like my gift the most this time. Marco is also laughing, but suddenly his face is done. Then his face is full of anger, and roars. Who did it? He saw was a wound in front of Squard extending from the neck to the right crotch, and the flesh and blood were rolled out, looking extremely terrifying. And Squard's entire body was tied to the bow of the boat. The roar of Marco made everyone on the deck of the Moby Dick clearly notice the tragic situation of Squard at the moment. Who did it? I'm going to kill you. Zero. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates were extremely angry at this time. The Whitebeard pirate picture, who regards each other as relative. How could Squard not be angry and lose his mind when he saw such a tragic situation? The pirate ship was getting closer and closer, and everyone could see who was on board. Golden epaulette, cloak of justice. Impossible. This guy. Why did you come here? Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly, and a cold sweat broke out. Because this figure is exactly White Bear Mufung. Seeing that no one around him noticed him, Blackbeard kept backing away. I don't know when, but it has already hid in the cabin of the Moby Dick. The White Bear is coming here. Obviously it is impossible for a friendly visit. It is definitely menacing. White Bear Mufung, do you know what you are doing? Marco stared at Mufung and asked sharply. Although very angry, he did not rashly act. Marco still has some brains to be captain of Whitebeard's first team. Ha ha. Of course I know. Marco, who was questioning him. Mufung was not angry, but smiled. I just taught my son a lesson for the Whitebeard guy, so that I don't know when I lost my life because I didn't educate my son well. Quote, chapter 155 Whitebeard _ I can hit too. Not only Marco, but other members of the Whitebeard pirates also recognized Shepherd, and none of them thought White Bear would suddenly appear. Under the control of Mufung, the boat under his feet stopped steadily on the sea nearly 100 meters away from the Moby Dick, and Squard's tragic situation was more clearly seen by everyone. Quickly release Squard and leave Whitebeard's waters, Marco said. Until the last minute, Marco didn't want to declare war against a powerhouse like White Bear. Even if the father makes a move, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Marco doesn't want to see this happen. Oh, let him go. I'm Marine, and he's a pirate. Marine catches a pirate, right? It's just right. And you, a pirate, why do you order me to let go? To this, I'm really curious. Shepherd looked at Marco and smiled lightly. Anger flashed in Marco's eyes, but he suppressed it in the end. With a deep voice, Marco said, okay, then I'll tell you the answer. Because we are the Whitebeard pirate, is that enough? At the same time Marco folded his hands together, ready to fight. On the side, Diamond, Jozu, Foil, Vista, Fat, all had their eyes flickering, and walked slowly behind Marco. Then, all the squad leaders stood up. They all knew very well that facing a powerhouse like the White Bear, it was definitely not something that Marco or a Vista or Jozu would be able to defeat. Mufung completely destroyed the existence of a 4 Emperor-level pirate group. Such a strong man, how can he not be jealous? Ha ha. Hearing Marco's word, Mufung chuckled twice, without any momentum leaking from his body, and said slowly, the reason you gave me was the Whitebeard pirate. If that's the case, sorry, it's not enough. I can fight 2 of the remnants of the era like Whitebeard. There is only Mufung. Quiet. The incomparable quietness. Everyone's expression is dementia. In this world, there are people who despise Dad so much. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Anger filled Marco's brain. For him, Whitebeard was not only his father, but also his fate. He would never allow anyone to insult Whitebeard. Marco's whole body rose with blue flame. He rushed towards Mufung, raised his leg, and slammed into Mufung with a heavy kick. The kick that hit Mufung suddenly burst out countless azure tongues of flame in midair, and finally turned into sharp claws of blue flame, grabbing fiercely towards towards Mufeng. Zone. Mythical. Phoenix fruit. Mufeng said lightly. If you can train it to the level of awakening the devil fruit, it might cause me a little trouble. But now, if you want to get in my way, it's not qualified. You're just wasting the Phoenix fruit. Marco. Mufeng said indifferently, raised his right arm and clenched his fist at the same time. Armament hockey. Giant fist. Shepard's armament hockey has broken through the boundaries, and naturally no longer need to be restricted. Giant fist is his armament hockey extended skill. The source of inspiration was Luffy's third gear when combined with armament hockey. Such a fist can be said to be invincible. Of course, Luffy couldn't reach that level, but that didn't mean Mufeng couldn't try to do it. Armament hockey wrapped layer by layer until the fist was bigger than the body. Of course, this is only done in an instant. Facing the incoming Marco, the giant fist hit him directly. With just one punch, Marco was blown away. Marco. Suddenly, an eager cry rang out. Just a burly diamond man jumping high and catching Marco. Under the sunlight, it refracts the bright light. Zero. Whitebeard pirate, the captain of the 3rd division. Diamond. Jozu. The ability of the Paramesha devil fruit. Diamond fruit. This is simply the ability to drive women crazy. It can instantly diamondize the body and resist any physical attack. Jozu in the plot, but even the eagle eye slashed the mountain range. At the same time, he also possesses extremely terrifying arm strength, capable of throwing ice blocks or stones that are even larger than those of the giants directly and forcibly. Catching Marco, Jozu landed firmly on the deck of the Moby Dick. Marco, how's it going? A burly man with a top hat, curvy beard and kinky muscles asked anxiously, holding 2 slender swords. It is the foil Vista. The swordsman of the double sword style can compete with Hawkeye in a short time. Even if he is not a great swordsman, he has half-stepped into the realm of great swordsmen. 20 years ago, he was already a crew member of the Whitebeard pirate. The weapon he used was 2 swords. Due to his swordsmanship, petals would fall from his body during battle. Marco didn't beat. The blue flames all over his body ignited, and it gradually went out after a long while. PFF. Marco spat out a mouthful of blood. A pale face, he said. What a powerful armament. Even relying on the power of the fruit can't completely eliminate it. If armament hockey alone is 2.0, it will definitely not be worse than Dash. Hearing Marco's word, Jozu, Vista, Fat, and the squad leaders of Whitebeard all took a deep breath. You must know that Marco is definitely an admiral-level powerhouse. Punch from the White Bear. Marco can be beaten like this. As expected of the strongest marine, the existence of killing Charlotte Linlin. Looking at Whitebeard turned their eyes to themselves. Shepard's wind was light on Isho at first, and then said, don't waste your time, all of you, let go together, I'm in a hurry. His words were full of confidence in his own strength and disdain for Marco and others. Chapter 156_Unrivaled. Damn it. Marco and other Whitebeard pirate squad leaders were full of anger. As the Whitebeard pirate squad leader, even in the New World, they are all famous thief. Where have you been so insulted? However, they also have self-knowledge. Mufeng can almost smash Marco into serious injury with one punch. Definitely not any of them can fight alone. Looking at each other, the long-term tacit understanding made several people make a decision in an instant. The next moment, I saw Marco soaring into the sky. The blue flame was burning fiercely, and the whole person gradually turned into a big blue bird. Phoenix fruit. Completely Phoenix 8. Marco's strongest form. A phantom beast whose body has transformed into a complete 8. The Phoenix. It can directly absorb all the damage from the attack to him. At the same time, Jozu's whole body is also covered with a layer of dazzling diamond. Under the sunlight, it shimmers with dazzling light. Shine crash. Jozu gathers the strength of his whole body and launches the strongest attack. Use the diamond's elbow as the core of the attack. Rush forward at a high speed of 10. Hit the target and cause a devastating blow. I saw Jozu jumped up suddenly, and the bow of the Moby Dick sank suddenly, almost sinking into the sea. Then Jozu's whole body was like a cannonball blasting towards Mufeng. Vista has a sword flower in each hand, and armament hockey is wrapped around the blade. Double swords and foil sword. Pieces of petals fall from Vista's body, and the great swordsmen will have their own field. This is the product of the combination of hockey and swordsmanship. Vista is so gorgeous. Thatch, Bramang, Lakyo, the squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirate, all without the slightest reservation, launched their own attack from the bottom of the box. The strongest attack from all the division leaders of the Whitebeard pirate. If it is Kuzan or Kizaru, even if it becomes elemental, it will definitely be seriously injured. However, at the moment they are facing Mufeng. Seeing the incoming attack, Mufeng finally got a little bit of interest. Among the several people, the first one to attack Mufeng was Jozu. Diamond's arm slammed straight towards Mufeng's face. Diamond, the hardest substance in the world. I don't know, is my fist hard? Mufeng murmured. Armament hockey covers Mufeng's right arm. King Kong power immovable. Wood Dun's chakra poured into his arm. Facing Jozu's fist, it was a direct confrontation. All the strength of the body is concentrated in the fist. Such a Mufeng. How strong would a punch with all his strength be? 100 tons of giant force. 1,000 tons of giant giant force. Even a huge force of 10,000 tons. Shepard has not tested it. Of course I don't know. He knew was that Jozu would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. I saw that my fist slammed straight on Jozu's arm. Jozu's huge body suddenly stagnated in midair. At the same time, creaking, a subtle but extremely crisp sound. This sound reached Jozu's ears, but it was unusually hard. The expression on his face froze. His pupils gradually dilated, and a look of pain appeared on Jozu's face. He didn't care to attack Mufeng again, and turned his attention to his arm. I saw the position of my crystal clear elbow, and suddenly there were cracks one after another, and then quickly cracked. In an instant, the entire arm was covered. How is this possible? Besides Dad, how could anyone smash their diamond body? And it's just a fist. But at this moment, Jozu couldn't tolerate more horror, because Mufeng's fist slammed over again. Eyes were full of fear, but Jozu was too late to dodge. Mufeng's fist slammed firmly on Jozu's chest. Bang, bang. There are also cracks on Jozu's chest. Afterward, the whole person flew out directly upside down. Jozu, Marco, Vista, that. Seeing Jozu being blasted out by Mufeng, they were all teary-eyed and roared one after another. However, none of them stopped the offensive in their hand. An even sharper three-pointer. Pulling out the mammoth blade from his waist, the sword's edge was exposed. Mufeng raised his hand, and directly blocked the attack of Vista's double sword. With Mufeng's kendo cultivation base, he would definitely not need a second sword to cut down Vista, but Mufeng did not choose to do so, but fought with Vista. Vista is also the #1 swordsman in the world. For Mufeng, it is still possible to gain some experience points of 8,000 knives. Sangoyu's writing wheel eyes appeared, and Mufeng and Vista fought together. From time to time, he has to dodge attack from other squad leaders. 610. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. I learned the Vista foil swordsmanship. The current level is LVMAX11. May the host choose to convert it to 8,000 in the form of proficiency. The proficiency of the knife flow, such as conversion, the host will lose the foil swordsmanship. Please choose. Choose the proficiency to transform into the 8,000 sword flow. Mufeng said silently. Mufeng's mind moved, and the proficiency of the 8,000 sword dream increased from 51% to 59%. But Mufeng was a little disappointed. He only increased his proficiency by 8%. You must know that Hawkeye's black swordsmanship increased his proficiency by 28%. It seems that Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, is still a bit dry. Okay, the game, it's over. Mufeng muttered in his mouth, tightening the mammoth blade with one hand, raising his hand and slashing directly. The kendo cultivation of the supreme great swordsman surpassing the great swordsman was fully revealed at this moment. The incomparably magnificent sword energy swept towards the surroundings. Seeing such a scene, Marco and the others did not dare to hold back the slightest, and they all showed their ability. The sword energy. Rumbling. Chapter 157 The strongest battle in the world. Rumbling rumble. A roar that shook the sky and the earth. The majestic sword chi that Mufeng slashed out, slashing parallel to the sea, was not something that a captain-level powerhouse could resist. Cut off the mast of the Moby Dick. The captains who were blown away by Mufeng's move were all horrified, although they have also heard how terrifying the marine white bear is, but they can't imagine how terrifying it is. Even a father can hardly do it. On the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who saw this scene were also full of astonishment. Such a terrifying slash, never seen before. How is that possible? Captain, they were caught in one move. Come on, just kidding. No, I must be dreaming. As the crew of the Whitebeard pirate, they are well aware of the strength of the captain, especially Marco, Jozu, Vista. They are definitely the powerhouses who will fight against Marine Admiral without falling behind. But at this moment, actually, I couldn't even take a move from the White Bear. This is, what a terrifying strength. Dad, only Dad can defeat such a terrifying powerhouse. Even though they saw Mufeng's strength with their own eyes, they still believed in Whitebeard very much. Damn it, White Bear can be so terrifying. On the Moby Dick, Blackbeard was hiding in a corner that was hard to see, with an extremely embarrassed expression on his face. Mufeng's sword just now made him feel terrified. I'm afraid that the White Bear is not weaker than the old man, as expected of the existence that can kill Charlotte Linlin. Even if I eat that fruit, I won't know. Is it only this level? Compared to the 3 disasters of the beast, the desert of the ant, your Whitebeard cadres are much worse. Is it because Whitebeard shelters so well? Mufeng looked at the captain. He said lightly, his tone full of contempt. Damn it. Jozu was unwilling, struggling to get up. However, at this moment his arms, chest, are completely bloody. Looking aside, Marco was already unconscious, and Vista wasn't much better. The double swords that he regarded as life had all been broken. There was only a look of depression on his face. How could it be possible? And the ability to resist Thatch and others are even more unbearable. How so strong? Seeing such tragic partners, the unwillingness on Jozu's Whitbeard's face gradually turned into despair. But at this moment, a stern voice of hockey came over Josu's eyes instantly burst into infinite brilliance, just because the owner of this voice is his own father, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world. Marine White Bear, how dare you beat up my Whitebeard's child so embarrassingly? I don't know if you know what the consequences will be next. Whitebeard glared at Mufeng, his voice mixed with unprecedented anger. Whitebeard is definitely the most cuddly dad in the world. How could he tolerate his own child being beaten so badly? Holding a huge naginata sword and wearing a large cloak, he walked out of the Moby Dick's cabin and walked to Marco's side. Dad, Josu's voice was full of shame. Vista, who was beside him, also had a look in his eyes, looking at his father. They attacked Shang Mufeng with full confidence just now, but they didn't expect. But it turned out to be like this, and finally had the father to come forward. As a child, he was so incompetent. In their heart, they were even more angry with themselves than they were with Mufeng. Whitebeard didn't speak. He half kneeled, put down the naginata in his hand, and reached out to check Marco's breath, only to find that he was in a coma, and he was slightly relieved. Looked at Josu and Vista and said, Vista, take Josu and Marco back to the cabin for medical treatment. Leave it to me here. Yes, Dad. Vista nodded. Then he carried Marco with one hand and Josu with the other, and returned to the cabin. Only then did Whitebeard pay attention to Mufeng's body again. An unprecedented dignified expression. Marine White Bear. Garp has a good grandson. Oh, what are you doing? Are you showing off your qualifications to me? Sorry, I don't think that being a pirate for decades is the capital of your pride. Shepherd looked at Whitebeard with a calm tone, as if to state a trivial thing. Really? When I'm on the sea, you don't know where to get milk. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Hearing Whitebeard's word, Mufeng was not angry, but smiled lightly. So, after living so long, you're just a remnant of a previous era. This era has no place for you, Whitebeard. Hearing Mufeng's word, Whitebeard's expression froze. An angry look appeared on his face. The little devil with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Then let you see the power of the remnants of my era. The big naginata sword in his hand turned and slashed towards Mufeng. Mufeng's eyes are also full of strong fighting intent. From a one-handed knife to a two-handed knife, and slashed against Whitebeard's naginata. Mammoth Blade and Whitebeard's naginata collide. Although it is not One Piece King of Pirate, it is Whitebeard's unintentional title of One Piece King of Pirate. If he intends, then the four red historical tech have long been collected by Whitebeard. Although they are the four emperors, Whitebeard is definitely the king of the sea at this time. Has long been looking forward to the battle with Whitebeard. For no reason, Whitebeard is a pirate, and the strongest pirate, and he is Marine Headquarters Admiral Whitebear, the strongest Marine. The battle between the two is already a battle for the strongest in the world. This battle is the strongest battle in the world. Chapter 158. Whitebeard's fighting intent. Although Whitebeard's naginata is not one of the 12 supreme swords, it is definitely not inferior to any supreme sword. If it's just in terms of hardness, none of the supreme sword can compare to the naginata in Whitebeard's hand. After all, it can withstand the power of a monster like Whitebeard, and its hardness can be imagined. The terrifying force came from the mammoth blade. Mufeng's expression condensed, and his heart froze. Originally, Mufeng thought that he had paid enough attention to Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Whitebeard. Such terrifying power, as expected of the existence called monster. Even without relying on the power of the Junjun fruit, Whitebeard is absolutely worthy of being a four emperors level powerhouse. However, Mufeng Mudun chakra is poured into the whole body. Compared with the terrifying power of Whitebeard, King Kong power and immovable is not inferior at all. The two forces stalemate for a moment, and then exploded. Boom 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 boom. Centered on Shepherd and Whitebeard, the entire sea exploded. The strength of the two confronted each other, and the fierce momentum raged, and even the sky 957 cracked a huge dark crack. Look, the sky is cracked. This is too powerful. How is that possible? The White Bear can actually compete with the old man. ... The pirates on the Moby Dick were stunned. They can't believe that there are still people in the world who can compete with their father in strength. As everyone knows, the horror in Whitebeard's heart is even more. The knife he just made was angry, and he didn't hold back the slightest bit, accumulating all the strength of his body. And how strong is his own strength? Of course, Whitebeard himself knows better than anyone that even the strongest warrior of the giants cannot be compared with himself. His own strength can definitely blast away a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Marine Boy in front of him can actually bear his own strength. How can it be? Could it be that this kid is actually a giant? What are you kidding? The strength was gradually vented, and the dark cracks in the sky also closed again. Both Mufeng and Whitebeard understood that this temptation was evenly matched. Shepherd fell on Squard's bow, Whitebeard on Moby Dick deck. At a distance of dozens of meters, Whitebeard looked at Mufeng coldly. As for Mufeng, he smiled and said, Whitebeard, let's change the battlefield and continue the battle. battle. Otherwise, I feel that this tattered pirate ship and your Moby Dick will all be ruined. Yes, HMPH. Yes. Whitebeard snorted coldly, but did not refute Mufeng's proposal. Whitebeard knew very well how the battle between the two would have repercussions. Destroying the entire Moby Dick was a matter of fistfight. Moreover, Whitebeard himself is a devil fruit power user. Fighting at sea, you will be somewhat held hostage. Moonstep shave, chasing light. At the end of the line of sight, there is a lush island. Mufeng directly carried his Rokushiki fusion skills and rushed in that direction. Whitebeard, holding a large Naginata sword, also took the moonstep and followed Mufeng. At all surprised by this, and marine Rokushiki was not top secret. It was strange that a strong man like Whitebeard wouldn't know marine Rokushiki. It's just that in general, they don't use it. Soon as he arrived at the isolated island, Whitebeard punched Mufeng directly. The next moment, centered on Whitebeard's fist, the air shattered like a mirror, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Shake the fruit. Paramesha is the strongest devil fruit, can cause earthquakes at will. Moreover, the intensity of the earthquake can be adjusted arbitrarily, and it has the power to destroy the world. However, the quake fruit is the ability to cause earthquake, not the earthquake itself, so it's not Logia but Paramesha. As for whether the Junjun fruit is the strongest Paramesha devil fruit, Mufeng is non-committal, but Whitebeard has no doubt. Definitely the strongest user of Paramesha devil fruit at this stage. The power of the shaking fruit turned the entire island upside down. Under Whitebeard's control, the cracks in the air shattered, as if they had grown eyes, and drilled into Mufeng, who dared not let the crack be next to him. It would definitely be a serious injury. Shake the fruit. It's a terrifying ability, Mufeng said in a stupefied voice. However, there was no hint of fear in his expression. The fruit is shaken in the district. Mufeng said that there are 100 ways to fight against it. Cough, cough. 100 kinds are a bit bragging, but there are several. Mufeng can still come up with it. The simplest is that Mufeng directly hides in Shinwei space. Don't say it's just a mere earthquake. Even if Whitebeard can really destroy the world, Mufeng said that he is not at all cowardly. Whitebeard, who is everywhere outside the Shinwei space. In the pupil, a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye emerged. Shepherd's Wind stared at the attack that Whitebeard launched at him. Divine power, he shouted in a low voice. Although it is also said to be Shinwei, Mufeng is not hiding in the space of Shinwei, but a different way of using the pupil technique of Shinwei. It is also in the Naruto world. Kakashi's use of the body, using Shinwei to transfer the attack into Shinwei space. Mufeng's divine power is a kaleidoscope of eyes, so both Obito's divine power and Kakashi's divine power can be used. I saw the space that Mufeng was staring at, and the space where the shocking fruit was smashed suddenly twisted inexplicably. Then it turned like a vortex. As the distortion stopped, the space returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened, and of course Whitebeard's attack disappeared together. Those eyes, devil fruit power. Whitebeard frowned. Then, Haki said recklessly, hoo ha 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 ha. However, I am not afraid, because I am a Whitebeard. After saying that, he punched Mufeng again. Chapter 159_ Shepherd vs. Whitebeard. Marineford, Marine Headquarters, Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku was dealing with what seemed to be a never-ending affair with Huzan, Kizaru, and Admiral the Mufengson, so he was unlucky. Bolu, Bolu, Bolu. Suddenly, a rush of phone worms rang. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, answered the phone, and said with a smile, King Zidrota, how? The crisis in your country should have been resolved by now. It has been solved. I am so grateful to Marine, and I am so grateful to Admiral the White Bear. The pirate who attacked the kingdom of Chidrota was cured, and Admiral the White Bear said that Marshal Sengoku, you ordered him to take this matter seriously. To the White Bear Admiral, now they have rushed to the waters of Whitebeard, saying that they want to get justice for the kingdom of Zedrota. King Zedrota said, well, this is indeed what I ordered. Whitebeard. Zidro, what? You said that kid, Shepherd, went to trouble Whitebeard. Halfway through speaking, Sengoku reacted and couldn't help roaring. What's wrong? Marshal Sengoku. King Zidrota on the other end of the phone bug was obviously taken aback by Sengoku. No, nothing. The kingdom of Chidrota is a member of the world government, and it is Marine's duty to maintain the security of the kingdom of Chidrota. There must be a lot of things for you, King, so Sengoku won't bother you anymore. Sengoku, speak up. Well, that's fine, King Zidrota said, although he still has a relationship with Sengoku again. But Sengoku said these words. Obviously he was not in the mood to continue talking with himself, so he could only hang up the phone bug. This brat, Mufeng, do you think Whitebeard is Charlotte Linlin? How is it like that old bastard Garp? Can you die at a stop? Sengoku said through gritted teeth. At the same time, a phone bug was dialed. Sengoku, what's the matter? We agreed that after this task is completed, I will go back to Fengmil village to train my grandson. Garp's voice from the phone bug. Old bastard, you're still in the new world. Rush me to the Whitebeard Sea area immediately. Sengoku roared directly. He didn't have time to argue with Garp anymore. Huh, what's up with that Newgate guy? Did someone hit his kid? Garp asked. The tone was also a little bit more serious. serious. After all, as long as it involves Whitebeard, it is no small matter. Who? You still have the face to ask who? Hearing Garp's question, Sengoku roared even more angrily. It's not your good grandson. The news from Chidrata Kingdom. Shepherd's Wind was alone in the Whitebeard pirate. Nani? Garp was also taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Ah ha ha. As expected of the grandson of the old man. Sengoku, I don't think you need to worry about that kid Mufeng. Since he can kill Charlotte Linlin, then even if it is not Whitebeard's opponent, Whitebeard, there's absolutely nothing to do with him. I'm not worried about that little bastard. He has a lot of ways to save his life, Sengoku said angrily. After a pause, he continued, what I worry about is that after this, you also know that with Whitebeard's character, as long as you don't provoke him, you can say anything. Therefore, after the start of the Great Voyage Age, Marine never took the initiative to provoke the Whitebeard pirate, and the two sides naturally lived in peace. But this time, Whitebeard was bullied by Mufeng to the door. What I fear is that after this, Marine will have a frantic revenge from the Whitebeard pirate. Then it will be a devastating blow to the forces that Marine has just established in the New World. Then what did you ask me to do? That brat, Mufeng, must have fought with Whitebeard by now, and it's too late to stop him. Garp said puzzled. Old bastard, listen to me. Since the shepherd boy has already started this battle, for Marine, he can only choose to gamble. I don't care if you two fight Whitebeard one. Anyway, this fight absolutely cannot be defeated. Only in this way can Whitebeard's next possible venting of anger be stopped. Sengoku's uncharacteristically determined voice entered Garp's ears. Huh, got it. Garp was a little upset, but didn't refute Sengoku either, because Garp knew that Sengoku was right. If Whitebeard's momentum could not be stopped, then Whitebeard's next revenge would definitely be extremely terrifying. I'm heading to Whitebeard's waters right now, Garp said. Now, at the end of the Great Passage, Shepherd and Whitebeard fought fiercely, their conqueror hockey raged, although Whitebeard's conqueror was higher than Shepherd. Conqueror at the moment has also broken the limit. Level has reached LVMAX11. Although it is weaker than Whitebeard, it is easy to offset the influence of Whitebeard Conqueror. However, this unfortunate thing is the isolated island under the two of them. The sky seemed to be about to collapse, and the sea also frantically rolled up waves, flapping against the isolated island, as if it was about to devour the entire island. Marco, Josu, Vista, all the captains were standing on the deck of the Moby Dick, looking at the battle on the island. Is this a collision between Conqueror hockey? How is that possible? Marine has such a terrifying Conqueror hockey, even among the pirates, except for Dad, he has red hair. No, and Charlotte Linlin, but she was killed by the White Bear. It seems that the power of the entire island may be destroyed at any time. Rao was Marco and others, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. But no one intervened in the battle. First of all, because they are not qualified to intervene in this level of battle. Second, and most importantly, they all firmly believed that their father, Whitebeard, was the strongest in the world, an existence that no one could defeat. Chapter 160 Amaterasu White Emperor Sword. Today's Whitebeard is still 5 years away from the Battle of the Top, although its strength has declined a lot compared to its heyday. However, the current Whitebeard has not reached the point where he has to rely on the recuperation liquid to maintain his health. Whitebeard during the Battle of the Top only had 60 to 70% of the strength in its heyday, then the current Whitebeard definitely still has 90% of the strength of its heyday. The world's strongest name, absolutely without a doubt. Holding a huge naginata, Whitebeard violently slashed at Mufeng's slashes. Even with the slashes of a great swordsman like Mufeng, the essence of the sword energy has been condensed, but in the face of Whitebeard's unreasonable terrifying power and the ability to shake the fruit, but still seems a little fragile. The magnificent sword energy was all smashed by Whitebeard. The shattered sword energy shot out in all directions, wreaking havoc on the entire island. The original lush forest was completely lost at this moment. However, Mufeng's slash is not something that can be easily resisted. Rao is Whitebeard, and has also been gasping for Vivi. Looking at Mufeng, Whitebeard smiled boldly. Kulala la 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 la. Marine kid, show your real skills. Although your kendo cultivation is very powerful, it even makes me feel a little tricky so far. But if that's all, it won't kill that mad woman Charlotte Linlin. Or, do you think you can deal with me, Whitebeard, without showing any real skill? Huh. Whitebeard's face froze. He clenched his fist with one hand, and slammed it out. Suddenly, the whole island turned upside down frantically again. Whitebeard was also angry. At this moment, his anger has been poured out. The mammoth blade in his hand is constantly slashing, and the magnificent sword energy is cut out. Collision with the shocking force of Whitebeard. The battle between these two monsters spread too far. The Moby Dick, which was originally docked only 100 meters away from the isolated island, had to retreat several kilometers away. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the island in amazement. Such a battle really made them feel terrified. And Blackbeard, who was hidden among the crowd, looked at the battlefield with different eyes. eyes eagerly mixed with greed. The power of the fruit of shock is really the strongest power. If I can find that fruit, well, this power. After Mufeng swung the last few sword chi, he withdrew the mammoth blade. Looking at Whitebeard, he said with a smile, if that's the case then, let's see how I killed Charlotte Linlin. As Mufeng's voice fell, his eyes gradually became cold. His hand stretched out his 5 fingers, and slowly held it down. Senbon Sakura in the shallow hitting state had already appeared in his hand, and at the same time exuded a kind of coercion different from Conqueror. Staring at Shepherd, Whitebeard frowned, because he smelled a hint of crisis. However, there was no hint of fear in his expression. Because he is Whitebeard, the man with the strongest name in the world, Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi. A cold, unwavering voice spit out from Mufeng's mouth. As Mufeng's voice fell, Senbon Sakura in his hand drew a circle. The tip of his sword pointed to the ground. He suddenly released his hand, and Senbon Sakura fell into the ground. Like a stone, it smashed into the plain lake. The ripples waved. As the ripples spread, Mufeng's whole body erected countless swords with a height of more than 10 meters, and in an instant, all the swords disintegrated. The pink cherry blossoms in the sky contain endless murderous intention. Then, what is that? It should be petals. Is it the same as Captain Vista? Is it the domain of the great swordsman? No, it's not like that. Marco stared at Mufeng and said, look, the sword in White Bear's hand disappeared. When they heard Marco's voice, then he looked at Mufeng's hand. Both hands were empty. What about the sword just now? Suddenly, a bold idea popped into my mind. Could it be that the sword of the White Bear turned into the cherry blossoms in the sky? Whitebeard's expression was also condensed by Vivi, and a turbulent force appeared on the Naginata, and suddenly bombarded the cherry blossoms in front of him. The ability to shake the fruit will burst the gathered cherry blossom. However, there is no use in the slightest. It's just that the thin cherry blossoms in the sky are turned into even smaller ones, which are still controlled by Mufeng. Final scene: White Emperor Sword. Mufeng didn't hold back at all. Besides the profound meaning, Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi's ultimate move is also the ultimate form of Senbon Sakura. All the spiritual power in his body was poured into Senbon Sakura. I saw that the originally pink thin blades all burst into a dazzling white light surrounding Mufeng's body, like spreading wings. But it wasn't over yet. Shepherd didn't choose to attack Whitebeard immediately, because although such an attack could threaten Whitebeard, it would never seriously hurt him. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes in his eyes appeared again. His eyes suddenly condensed. Amaterasu. The pupil technique was released with Mufeng's sight. However, the target is not Whitebeard 4.9, but the flapping wings of the White Emperor Sword. Although the black flame of Amaterasu burns everything, Mufeng found that Conqueror Haki has a certain resistance to the flame of Amaterasu. Amaterasu can't deal damage to Whitebeard at all without breaking the range covered by Whitebeard Conqueror. Shepherd winds up into the air. Amaterasu wrapped around Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi's blade, dazzling white and desperate black. End scene: Amaterasu White Emperor Sword. The White Emperor Sword fluttered its wings like a rock, attacking Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard used his Naginata to smash the White Emperor Sword into pieces, but in the next moment, it will be back to normal again. There is no way. Whitebeard can only choose to use his body to resist. Pirate God Level Upgrade System. Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161 _ The defeated Whitebeard. Endless shock power accumulated in his fist, and he blasted out against the White Emperor Sword. The blue veins on the arm burst out, and countless space cracks spread out. Mufeng felt the earth under his feet vibrated violently. No, to be precise, it broken. Bottomless cracks suddenly appeared under my feet. Sky, earth, ocean, broken, still broken, devastated. Looking at the past, no matter where it is, there is no intact ground. Mufeng couldn't help thinking of the terrifying scene during the Battle of the Top. However, the current situation is even more outrageous than the scene in my head. The farthest distance between each crack is only a few meters. The sea not far away also churned, and a monstrous wave of hundreds of meters suddenly rose. In front of such a huge wave 11, the Moby Dick seems so small. Some of the pirates on the ship can only lie on the deck to ensure that they will not be thrown into the sea. Even Marco Vista can only bow. Dad, this is exerting all his strength. The White Bear is so strong. Not good. Quick, get out of here quickly. The Moby Dick turned its bow, trying to stay away from the sea. However, suddenly a big wave hit. The entire Moby Dick was blown away by such a huge wave. In the face of natural disasters, the entire Moby Dick looked vulnerable, and what is even more frightening is, such natural disasters are actually caused by human beings. To be able to use the power of the shaking fruit to such a degree, Whitebeard, that's really enough, Mufeng said with emotion. At this time, Amaterasu White Emperor Sword finally attacked Whitebeard. Under the thin blades of hundreds of millions of Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi, even Whitebeard's world-leading Conqueror Haki was torn apart. Finally, Amaterasu White Emperor Sword and Whitebeard collided. The cherry blossoms splashed all over the sky. The ground between Mufeng and Whitebeard burst into a terrifying abyss, spreading to both sides. Such terrifying power has spread to the edge of the island. Then, it spread to the sea, and a huge trench several kilometers long suddenly appeared on the sea surface. I don't know how long it took. The sea water was dumped back into the trench again, and the sea returned to calm. On the Moby Dick, countless people looked at the direction of the isolated island. Daddy, did you win? Their eyes lit up suddenly as they saw Whitebeard. A naginata in hand, Whitebeard stood firmly on the battlefield. But even though he didn't fall down, but at this time, Whitebeard was extremely miserable. The clothes on his body have long been completely torn by the thin blades in the sky. That sturdy body like a mountain is also full of blood. Moreover, the iconic Whitebeard like a crescent moon was nowhere to be found. Amaterasu was still burning on his body, but under the suppression of Conqueror Haki, he did not cause burning damage to Whitebeard all the time. But under the attack of Amaterasu in the first round, his body was already full of burn marks. Mufeng, on the other hand, stood dozens of meters away from Whitebeard, unscathed. Whitebeard, how do you feel? My strength. Is I qualified to kill Charlotte Linlin? Looking at Whitebeard, Mufeng asked with a smile. HMPH. Boy, if you think this will kill me Whitebeard, that's too whimsical, Whitebeard said angrily. The dark armament Haki covered the whole body, and the Conqueror Haki, which was even more terrifying than before, raged up, during the whole sky, and Whitebeard obviously wanted to continue fighting. Hey, do you want to keep fighting? I'm fine, Mufeng said lightly. At the same time, the cherry blossoms in the sky reformed countless swords, and surrounded Whitebeard in circles and rows. If Kizaru was here, it would definitely be recognizable. This is exactly the starting preparation for Mufeng's move to kill Charlotte Linlin during the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago that day. However, how confident are you that you can defeat me? The neck blow is a blow that directly kills Charlotte Linlin. I have 7 points of confidence. Whitebeard, you will definitely die in under my sword, Mufeng said lightly. In fact, after the confrontation just now, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. Although Mufeng consumes a lot of stamina, even if he can't kill Whitebeard with a single bite of the thousand-blade flower, but with the support of the immortal body, Mufeng can kill Whitebeard after all. Even if he counterattack before his death, it is impossible for Whitebeard to pose a threat to Mufeng. Seeing that the situation is not right, Mufeng will definitely hide in the Shinwei space without hesitation. Even Whitebeard, who is at the peak of his strength, can't stand the rogue means like Mufeng. But just when the battle between the two was about to break out again, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates rushed over, and 320 surrounded Whitebeard in the center. Whitebeard was covered in injury, while Mufeng was unscathed. Anyone can see who wins and who loses in this battle. Father, lost. White Bear, what do you want to do? Marco glared at Mufeng and roared angrily. Although Mufeng's fighting spirit was gradually fading away, he couldn't bear others howling in his ear, raised his eyebrows, and said, Marco, are you courting death? Could it be that I taught you a lesson just now? Not enough to keep your memory long. Hearing Mufeng's contemptuous word, how could Marco endure it? With blue flames all over his body, he wanted to attack Mufeng. Marco, stop. Just then, Whitebeard stopped Marco. Although Marco was unwilling, he did not disobey Whitebeard's order. Hey, Mufeng chuckled lightly, then looked at Whitebeard and said, actually, I didn't mean to declare war with your Whitebeard pirates when I came here this time, but Whitebeard, take care of your son in the future. Sri Lanka. I don't want to see things like we are again. After speaking, ignoring the angry Whitebeard pirate, Mufeng floated away. Chapter 162 The strongest in the world didn't choose to kill Whitebeard. It's not some kind of heroic sympathy. The kind of friendship between Roger and Garp has only been a couple in 800 years. Although he had a good impression of Whitebeard, it wasn't to the point where Mufeng couldn't let go. He is Marine Admiral, and Whitebeard is the pirate. 4 emperors. Marine kills pirate, right and left. However, Mufeng had to weigh the pros and cons. If you kill Whitebeard, then in addition to a pile of various experience scrolls, it will be a shocking fruit at most, or related abilities, and it will not allow Mufeng's current strength to get an essential improvement. Also, Whitebeard's death will cause a chain reaction. To know of Charlotte Linlin's death, one of the 4 emperors has gone. The balance on the sea is already slightly out of balance. If Whitebeard dies again, it will be completely out of balance. If the world government gritted its teeth, it would not be difficult to end the era of the great pirate. This was obviously not what Mufeng wanted to see. If the pirates disappear, how will the Hunter Guild benefit from it? And the world government is not very friendly to the Hunter Guild. At that time, I am afraid that all my energy will be put on the Hunter Guild. Of course, it may also be a little bit of energy taken away by the non-existent Avengers. However, the lie will eventually be exposed one day, and Mufeng did not expect to be able to deceive the world government all the time. Based on the infiltration of the entire world by the world government for 800 years, the discovery of the Avengers is nothing but a matter of time. At that time, the world government that found out that it had been deceived would probably be even more angry. Well, so much. In fact, it means that killing Whitebeard will do more harm than good to Mufeng, which is why Mufeng doesn't kill Whitebeard. Seeing the figure of Mufeng leaving gracefully, although Marco and the others were all indignant, no one dared to step forward to stop. Although he was unwilling, he could only watch Mufeng leave. PFF. Suddenly, Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Dad, what's the matter with you? Doctor, hurry up, go and call Dr. Homan. Dad, hold on. Seeing Whitebeard vomiting blood, Marco and the others were all shocked and at a loss. Hoo ha 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 ha, I'm fine. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating that Marco and the others don't have to panic, and then sighed. It's really amazing. Marine White Bear, even I can only fight against him. Although Whitebeard's voice was relieved, there was a hint of loneliness. Dad, you. Marco opened his mouth, looking hesitant to speak. They have seen the whole process of the battle. Although there was no winner or loser in the battle, the father was wounded all over, while the White Bear was not injured at all. Who is strong or weak is clear at a glance. Even Marco has to admit, if the battle continues, there is a high probability that the White Bear will win. In other words, the strongest name in the world, there is a great possibility that it will no longer belong to Dad. Even if there is no winner in the end, Mufeng and Whitebeard share the title, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Shepherd was only 17, while Whitebeard was nearly 70. You don't even need to fight again. After a few years, Marine White Bear will be the strongest in the world. Whitebeard has been the strongest in the world for decades. Marco was very worried that Dad would be devastated by this blow. Hoo ha ha ha. Marco, I know what you're thinking. Whitebeard laughed. Although I'm called a monster, a devil, but no matter who I am, I will eventually grow old. Even if the White Bear becomes the strongest in the world, and one day he will grow old. Shepherd's wind is not here. If he is here, he will definitely refute Whitebeard's word. It is true that for the current Mufeng, he is no match for time. However, from the moment Mufeng obtained the Bengyu, the pirate world could no longer limit him. Mufeng is confident that one day, even if it is time, it is by no means his opponent. However, rather than being taken away by the White Bear as the strongest in the world, I hope you can take my name instead. Whitebeard said with a little emotion. Dad. Marco and the other squad leaders looked at Whitebeard with complex expressions and shame, and then roared resolutely. Dad, we will never let you down in the future. Hoo ha 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 ha. I heard the determination in Marco's voice. Whitebeard laughed, and the laugh was full of relief when he suddenly realized it's not all a bad thing to be deprived of the world's strongest title by the White Bear. Shepherd, how's the battle between you and Whitebeard? Are you injured? Sengoku asked bluntly as soon as the phone was connected. After finishing the call with Garp, Sengoku called Mufeng one after another. Marshall, you have no confidence in me. Mufeng laughed. Sengoku let out a long sigh of relief. Mufeng's ability to speak in such a tone at least proves that he wasn't seriously injured. Where's that old bastard from Garp? Did you arrive? And how did the fight between you and Whitebeard turn out? As here, Sengoku got nervous again. As the old man here, I haven't seen it yet, Mufeng said in surprise. Then he paused and said with a smile, as for me and Whitebeard, there is no winner. But don't worry too much about him. He was seriously injured in this battle. It is estimated that in the future, even thinking about to maintain combat effectiveness, you need to rely on nutrient solution. Quote, Mufeng's tone was flat, as if he was stating a trivial matter. Chapter 163 _ Big news that shocked the world. Sengoku had some endings, but he didn't know what to say for a while. In other words, in the battle with Whitebeard, Mufeng has the upper hand. If you do it like this, it can be said that it is so insipid, and it is only this kid Mufeng. When will we return to Marine headquarters? Sengoku asked wryly. I don't know, but it's not something to worry about. It's 10 days and a half month. Wait for me to go around and go back to the headquarters. Mufeng said. To be able to speak so straightforwardly about absenteeism, it is also what Mufeng said. Even Kuzan and Kizaru are often absent from work, but in front of Sengoku, they will still carry the banner of mission. That is, Shepherd win. Sengoku will be so indulgent. If there is nothing else, then I'll hang up. Said. Without waiting for Sengoku to speak, Mufeng directly hung up the phone bug. Marine headquarters, Marshall's office. Looking at the phone bug that had been hung up in his hand, Sengoku's face was full of helplessness. At the same time, the waves in his heart are unable to calm down for a long time. Whitebeard, what the name represents, as Marine Marshal, Sengoku knows better than anyone. And when it was Admiral's time, Sengoku played against Whitebeard a lot. The terrifying power, the unrivaled haki, the ability to destroy the world. Whitebeard's strength can be called despair. But now, Mufeng actually gained the upper hand in the battle with Whitebeard. How can this not make Sengoku's inner five taste complicated? That old bastard Garp has really picked up a good grandson, Sengoku muttered to himself. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to realize something, picked up a phone bug, and dialed. Before waiting for a sound from the other end of the phone bug, he said directly, Old bastard, don't go to Whitebeard, go back to headquarters. What going on? What about that stinky brat, Mufang, is the battle between him and Whitebeard over? Garp was taken aback and asked, "It's over. Whitebeard is seriously injured, and Shepherd is fine," Sengoku said. The phone worm was silent for a few seconds, and then Garp's laughing voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, as expected of my Garp's grandson, hee hee." Then Sengoku, "I won't go back to the headquarters." "Hey, Sengoku, what are you talking about? I can't hear it." "Hang up." Beep beep beep. The phone bug rang again and was hung up. Sengoku is already helpless, for the grandfather and grandson of the old and the young. Sengoku obviously has no way. One is an old bastard and the other is a little bastard. Marine battleship in the New World. On the deck, Garp, wearing a dog headgear, touched his chin and murmured, "This kid, Shepherd, is really worry-free. No, I have to hurry back to Windmill Village to train Luffy and Ace. Boy, even if you can't train to become a sailor as strong as Shepherd's wind, but if you just become Marine Admiral, there should be no problem. Return back to East Blue." Garp greeted the adjutant beside him. The adjutant was not surprised at Garp's order. Ignoring Marshal Sengoku's orders, Garp didn't do it once or twice. The battle between Mufang and Whitebeard was a big deal, coupled with Marine's intentional publicity. In just 2 days, the news spread all over the sea. As a result, the entire sea was in an uproar. Whitebeard, for the pirates in the whole world, it is not just a name, he represents an era. In the eyes of countless people, Whitebeard represents invincibility. Even though Whitebeard is old now, but as long as he's alive, no one thinks anyone can beat him. And today, the news the world has received is, the Admiral Whitebear from Marine Headquarters actually singled out the Whitebeard pirates by himself. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that the Whitebear left unharmed. And what was the outcome of this battle? According to Marine, the Whitebear had the upper hand. However, the pirates wouldn't listen to Marine's word, but when they found out, the Whitebeard pirates went from top to bottom, and no one spoke about it. It seemed not groundless. The title of Whitebeard's strongest was actually shaken by others. Everyone who hears this news is like a dream. Is it true? Just kidding. Whitebear is actually better than Whitebeard by 3 points. How is that possible? Whitebeard is the strongest in the world, and even if the Marine news is fake, but Whitebear broke into the Whitebeard pirates alone and left safely. But really, Whitebear and Whitebeard can't just chat and drink tea together. I didn't expect that, old guy. There will be a day of loss. Marine Whitebear. Is the New World the strongest? I really don't know how the future will develop. Shanks muttered to himself while looking at the information in his hand. Road. Compared with ordinary pirate, as the 4 emperors, his sources of intelligence are wider, and he naturally knows the inside story of this battle clearly. Damn Whitebear. It's actually so strong. It seems that it is impossible to defeat him alone. Wait until my artificial devil fruit army is formed, then I will kill you again. Kaido muttered to himself with a fierce look on his face. Whitebear is the strongest in the world. Doflamingo in the Dressrosa Palace, looking at the information in his hand, his eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, Diamandi looked at the side and ordered, "Go and send the collected going to the Whitebear, and tell the Whitebear that we will settle the artificial devil fruit in half a year." With Whitebeard, everyone's attention was on Mufang. Everyone was waiting for the next move of the Whitebear. After beheading Charlotte Linlin and defeating Whitebeard, will the Whitebear put their eyes on the Whitebear, on the other 4 emperors? But for 2 whole years, the Whitebear did not make any movement. Chapter 164_2 years. In the past 2 years, Mufang has even performed very few missions, but even just a name is enough to deter countless pirates. Although Mufang was very busy, Sengoku didn't see him once in 10 days and a half. Even Sengoku's orders will be directly ignored by Mufang. The reason is very straightforward and rude. As the strongest marine, do ordinary pirates still need me to go out in person? Too cheap. Wouldn't it be enough to let Kuzan and Kizaru be dispatched? And Akainu, the General Council of Marine, was rescued by Vegapunk with a lot of money and energy, so he can't stay for a dry meal. Of course, Mufang was not idle either. Basically, for half a month, he was acting as a 1,000-handed pillar to expand the size of the Hunter Guild. In the past 2 years, the Hunter Guild has expanded at an almost inflated rate. The number of licensed hunters has also exceeded 500. In the New World, among pirates, whether or not a hunter's license is obtained as a measure of strength. Even when the 2 pirates faced off, one party had a hunter license, while the other party did not have a hunter manufacturer. Then a pirate with a hunter's license will first despise the other party, and then slam the sentence, "You don't even have a hunter's license, why are you fighting me?" And then he will leave with force. Even in Marine, because Shepherd's license to hold a hunter's license is not a secret, Marine did not reject the Hunter Guild too much. Even at the behest of Sengoku, several Marine vice admirals such as Doberman, Yamakaji, Stoloberg have obtained hunter licenses. Of course, it didn't mean that there was no conflict between the Hunter Guild and Marine base in the first half of the Great Passage. Then, no such thing. Today's Marine is not comparable to the original marine. This pirate was directly captured by Kuzan and put into the underwater prison, and then sent to the Hunter Guild to question Kizaru, who was used by Sensho Hasuma. Mudun was so beaten that even Sengoku couldn't recognize it. The angry Sengoku wanted to declare war directly on the Hunter Guild. Mufang had no choice but to blow the hype about Chisho Hasuma and Aizen Sosuke in front of Sengoku. In the end, there is one meaning. I am the opponent of Senju Hashima at most, and I can't beat Aizen Sosuke. If you declare war with the Hunter Guild, then you are responsible for dealing with Aizen Sosuke. The reason why Sengoku has the confidence to declare war with the Hunter Guild is because of the existence of Mufang, and now even Mufang has bluntly said that he is not the opponent of Aizen Sosuke, and Sengoku can only choose to admit counseling. There's no way but to talk to each other. The final result was that the Hunters Guild promised Rayleigh, Sensho Hashirama, and Aizen Sosuke and other top Hunters Guild leaders would not perform all tasks related to Marine. Of course, Marine also promised that it would not hinder the development of the Hunters Guild. So, the two settled down peacefully. Conqueror Haki finally broke through the second limit. Well, I didn't expect to get the extended skill of listening to all things. Collapse Jade. With it, there is no bottleneck at all in breaking through. The Wind muttered to himself. Host, Shepherd, World, One Piece, King of Pirate. Ability, Sharingan, Open Black Lens bracket LVMA Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Eternal Kaleidoscope with Double Eyes Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Proficiency 98.7% Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Possesses Pupil Skills Amaterasu Kamui Tsukiyomi Susanohu Close Black Lens bracket Armament Hockey LVMA 12 Proficiency 79.8% Extended Skill Double Hardening Observation Hockey LVMA 12 Proficiency 81.5% Extended Skill Predicting the Future Spiritual Speed Conqueror Hockey LVMA 12 Proficiency 0.01% Extended Skills Shatter Listen to Everything Marine Rokushiki Open Black Lens bracket LVMA 12 Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Developed various extension skills Close Black Lens bracket 8000 Swordsmanship Open Black Lens bracket LVMA 12 Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket 73.4% Proficiency Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket The Terrifying Swordsmanship that break the limit of Kendo twice The Supreme Swordsman rank Close Black Lens bracket Basic Ninjutsu Open Black Lens bracket LVMA 12 Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Proficiency 0.0% Close Black Lens bracket Ninjutsu Open Black Lens bracket LVMA 12 Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Proficiency 0.0% Close Black Lens bracket Immortal Body Open Black Lens bracket LVMA Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Proficiency 89.3% Close Black Lens bracket Immortal Wood Escape Open Black Lens bracket LVMA Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Proficiency 100% Close Black Lens bracket Open Black Lens bracket Level limited by Immortal Body Close Black Lens bracket Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura LVMA Proficiency 73.5% Bankai. Looking at his attribute panel, Mufang nodded with satisfaction and then muttered, in terms of strength, it has made great progress compared to 2 years ago. If you are facing Whitebeard now, you will only rely on the power of the three-color hockey. You can compete with him. If it's just a competition of personal strength now, even Whitebeard at his peak would definitely not be Mufang's opponent. But the world government can't be underestimated. Mariajoy, the ultimate hidden treasure. But even the body of Hulk will faintly feel threatened. Although there is the existence of Benyu, the physical body cannot be destroyed. But if you rely too much on Benyu, the blue dye in the original plot has evolved into something that is not like a ghost or a ghost, and she doesn't want to be like that when she kills Mufang. Well, count the time. It's still 3 years before that kid Luffy goes to sea. That mean, Mufang calculated in his heart. At this moment, I saw a figure hurriedly running. Mufang just wanted to reprimand, but when he saw the person coming, a smile appeared on his face. Said, old man, what happened? Why are you so angry? See who is coming. It is the marine hero, Garp. I'm so pissed off. Garp said angrily. Old man, don't be angry. Come, drink some water to calm down. Mufang said, and handed the glass of water pudding had just poured to Garp. To make the old man so angry. What could have happened? Mufang probably had a guess in his heart. Chapter 165_Ace goes to sea. The tea is still warm, even a little hot, but this temperature is no different from drinking cold water in terms of Garp's constitution. Tea. Garp set the cup down on the table beside him, still with an expression of lingering anger. He said, I am mad at me. I'm really mad at me. This kid he actually went to be a pirate without telling me. Doesn't he know? Here Garp suddenly shuts his his mouth. He thought that Mufeng didn't know Ace's background. Mufeng smiled and said unabashedly, Ace chose to become a pirate. I'm afraid it's a helpless move. After all, his background. Mufeng did not continue to speak. Stinky boy, you actually know Ace's identity. Garp looked at Mufeng in surprise. Mufeng nodded and said with a smile, old man, don't forget, I have a relationship with Ace, but the one who drank the wine of righteousness, of course he told me about it. Ah, Ace, that stinky boy, Garp said with a sigh of relief. Although Ace is not Garp's biological child, it can be seen from the usual daily life that Garp cultivated Ace as his biological grandson, including Mufeng. Now that Ace went to run as a pirate, Garp's loss can be imagined. Old man, don't worry too much. This is the path that Ace chose by himself, isn't it? You should be mentally prepared too. Otherwise, early, old man, you will choose to tie him back to Marine headquarters. Mufeng said lightly, although Garp's character is a bit bad. However, Garp would not interfere in the choice of the juniors, and it was the same for Mufeng 3 years ago. However, Mufeng's choice was what he most wanted to see. Garp sighed but said nothing. Think about it. I haven't seen Ace for such a long time. Since Ace chose to go to sea, I should go see him too. Mufeng suddenly laughed. Garp was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mufeng with a complicated expression. As the strongest marine, Mufeng's words and deeds are all stared at by everyone. What he said casually, even Marshal Sengoku would first try to figure it out and weigh it. The meeting between Mufeng and Ace was a statement. There is such a relationship with Shepard. As long as Ace doesn't attack Tenryubito, both Marine and the world government will choose to turn a blind eye or close one eye. Of course, this is Ace's true identity, as long as it hasn't been revealed yet. Stinky boy, it would be great if that boy Ace could be like you. Looking at Mufeng, Garp said with emotion, his eyes full of relief. Mufeng just smiled dryly and didn't answer. The same with me. Are you really sure? Openly broke into Mariajoy, robbed and killed Tenryubito, played tricks on the world government, and established a hunters guild no less threatening than the Revolutionary Army. Are you really sure? If Ace is like me, you'll be happy. The first half of the Great Passage, Billings Island. This is an island on the Great Channel for the first time. Talbu is a group of pirates stationed on this island, with a reward of 184 million. Boss, I found a group of pirates landing on the island. They are Fire Fist, Ace of the Spade pirate. Boss, what should we do now? Fire Fist, Ace. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Talbu frowned. After a long while, he said with a hideous expression, is that the pirate star who ate the burnt fruit and was rewarded with 170 million Bailey as soon as he entered the Great Waterway. This is Ace. Boss, tell him, if you want to stay on the island, you have to pay 100 million Bailey. Otherwise, get me out of Billings Island. Just a lucky guy who ate the Logia devil fruit. Nothing there is a bounty of 170 million Bailey. You must know the uncle, but it took nearly 20 years to slaughter 7 villages to get a reward of 184 million Bailey. Talbu said with jealousy on his face. That's it. How can the Fire Fist kid compare to the boss? The minion echoed. Josama, how long does it take for the Eternal Hand to charge up? The speaker was a young man with short black curly hair, freckled cheek, an orange cowboy hat, and a red bead necklace around his neck. About 7 days, Ace, replied a guy in a top hat. Ace scratched his head with a hearty smile on his face and said, in this case, then everyone will rest on this island for a few days. It happens that our food and water are almost gone. Everyone take advantage of this time. Can also be repaired and replenished. Quote, hey, Fire Fist, Ace, quickly pay the 100 million Bailey's island fee, or get out. At this moment, a group of guys with bandages on their heads and short knives in their hands came over. Anyone can recognize this outfit as a group of pirates. Ace frowned and didn't get angry immediately. After Sabo dies, Ace learned Sabo's gentle and polite side. We will only stop on this island for a short time, Ace explained patiently, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the 0.5 pirate in front of him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you want to wait for the eternal pointer to finish charging? Tell you, don't be delusional. Our boss will never agree. The pirate was very arrogant, and the short knife in his hand was almost placed on Ace's face. Ace isn't angry, but that doesn't mean his crew isn't angry. A fat man standing beside Ace kicked the pirate to the ground with one foot, and then said disdainfully, what, dare to talk to the captain like that? You wait. Our boss will never let you go. Boss Talbu is a tough guy who eats hard fruits and will definitely kill you. The pirate minions were threatening Ace and the others while running away. Chapter 166_Get Arrogant. Ace, what should we do now? Fatty scratched his head embarrassedly and said, after all, he caused it all. There's no other way. Only the war is coming. Ace held up the cowboy hat and said helplessly, yo, the war is on. We spade pirates are not afraid of anyone. Our captain is the strongest Logia capable. Hearing the start of the war, everyone in the spade pirates was obviously very excited. Half an hour later, the crowd gathered on the shores of Billings Island. A According to Marine's information, it should be this island. What going on? It seems that everyone is running in one direction. Shepard landed on Billings Island, not wearing the Marine Admiral uniform. Although he looked very handsome, Pirate World is not a world that relies on its face to eat, so it is not too conspicuous, and Mufeng is also casual. Uncle, what happened over there? Stopping a hurried middle-aged uncle, Mufeng asked. Looking at Mufeng, the middle-aged uncle only felt that he had seen this person before, but he didn't care too much. After all, there are too many familiar people in this world, and said, you still don't know that guy, Teal. Talbot declared war on Fire Fist, saying that he would turn Fire Fist's head off, and the battle would start soon. After that, the middle-aged uncle ignored Mufeng and ran to the coast. Yo, Ace is going to fight. I'm very curious. I wonder if Ace's strength has increased in the past few years. Mufeng said with great interest. Fire Fist, Ace whispered. The arms suddenly stretched and turned into a fiery fist. In an instant, he devoured all the pirates standing in front of him, and then Fire Fist still devoured all the buildings behind the pirates without losing the slightest bit. Damn Fire Fist, you actually killed all my minion. Damn it. This is my minion that took me years to gather. I want you to die. Fire Fist. Talbot was extremely angry. However, the focus of his anger was not the death of his subordinate, but the fact that it would take him several years to gather so many minions again. Hard arm. Talbot roared. Then the two arms swelled 3 points out of thin air, and turned into the color of copper pillar. Then he blasted Ace's Fire Fist with 2 fists. Looking at Ace with a surprised expression, Talbot laughed arrogantly. Ahahaha. Are you a little flustered? Fire Fist. I am a hard person who eats hard fruit, and activates the fruit ability. It can be compared to the legendary armament hockey. Give me death. Fire Fist. Neck. Feel the strength of your master. Talbot. Mufeng, who was on the side, was speechless to the extreme when he heard Talbot's word. I didn't expect that in the first half of the Great Waterway, armament hockey was actually blown into a legendary thing. Obviously the new world is a rotten street. Mufeng complained. This brother is quite knowledgeable. Would you like to consider joining our spade pirate? I can introduce you to Captain Ace. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Mufeng. It was the guy in the top hat. Josimo, the navigator of the spade pirate, with a reward of 93 million Bailey, was once a noble of the East Blue Mori Kingdom. Looking at Josimo, Mufeng smiled. Before coming to Ace, Mufeng had read the crew list of the spade pirate. Not to mention, Ace's luck in finding crew members is really good, and they are all good guys. And you actually know me so well. Could it be that you are my fan? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Just because of this, even if your strength is not enough, I will intercede with Ace. Let you stay on the boat. Josimo patted Mufeng's shoulder and said, I think you misunderstood. Mufeng shrugged and said, first agree with Marine more than pirate, and I don't want to join the spade pirate. Josimo's expression froze, his face full of embarrassment. Aren't you worried about your captain? Completely ignoring the embarrassment on Josimo's face, Mufeng asked. Hearing Mufeng's question, Josimo hurriedly spoke to get rid of the embarrassment. Ace is very powerful, absolutely no problem. Besides, this is a battle between captains. If we intervene after the battle, Ace, but you will be angry. At this time, Ace, who was on the battlefield, smiled when he heard Talbot's word, and said, just as compared to armament hockey, do you make you so arrogant? Even if you really have armament, I will not be afraid. Yes, the old man's armament. It's not that I haven't felt it. Flame ring flat pillar. Ace suddenly shouted. Then he jumped high. His hands spun quickly, and the two arms were intertwined, turning into a thick flame pillar. At this time, Ace had appeared above Talbot's head, and the flame pillar was aimed at Talbot, but it slammed down directly. 597 inches. Damn it. Hard body. Talbot could also feel the terrifying aura of destruction in the flame pillar above his head. His eyes were red, and he shouted hoarsely. The body suddenly swelled up and down, and the figure swelled directly from the original 2 meters to 3 meters, and the body also turned bronze, like a bronze figurine. Boom. Ace's pillar of flame slammed into Talbot. Through the flame, Talbot's hideous face can be seen, but in just a few seconds, his face turned into a painful look. The bronze color on his skin gradually faded, and his figure kept shrinking. I was wrong. Forgive me, Master Ace. Talbot began to beg for mercy, but Ace apparently ignored this guy's plea for mercy. In half a minute, the begging sound in the flame pillar disappeared, and Ace extinguished the flame pillar at the same time. Looking at this guy Talbot, it has become a charred thing. Our spade pirates will stay in Billings Island for 7 days. Now, is there anyone else who wants to stop us? Ace said lightly. Silent. No one in the room spoke. The strongest of Billings Island, Talbot, was killed by Ace. Now, how could anyone dare to shout in front of Ace? I haven't seen you for 3 years. I've become arrogant. Ace. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Chapter 167. Marine White Bear. Everyone was done. At this time, there are still people who dare to provoke Fire Fist. Ace. The eyes are looking for the reputation in the past. It's the guy who looked familiar. Who is he? In the crowd, the middle-aged uncle who had just been stopped by Mu Feng muttered to himself when he saw that it was Mu Feng who spoke out. The more he looked, the more he felt that Mu Feng had seen it before. Who is this guy? He looked so familiar. Me too. I should be a pirate too, but I don't have the slightest impression at all. The reward must be no more than 50 million Bailey. However, it could also be a pirate hunter. ... Who are you? Are you here to trouble our spade pirate? The complexion of Chow Samo who was beside Mu Feng suddenly changed, and when he looked at Mu Feng again, his eyes were no longer the embarrassment of teasing and embarrassment but became cold and severe. In addition, the more I think about Jo-sama, the more I feel that something is wrong. The guy in front of him knows himself very well. In the same way, it is also very clear to the rest of the spade pirate. Trouble, although I don't think so, but it seems to you that it is. After all, first a marine, and we are at odds with each other in terms of position. Looking at Jo-sama, Mu Feng shrugged, casually said with a smile, Marine. Jo-sama's pupils shrank, and he instantly became nervous. On the other hand, the other members of the spade pirates have almost the same look. Ace in the battlefield was also taken aback. The pupils dilated, but there was a smile on his face. Because the owner of this voice, he is really familiar with it. He turned his head suddenly and looked over. Mu Feng, it's really you. Haha, it's been a long time. Ace laughed and ran over, just wanting to give Mu Feng a big hug. However, Mu Feng's actions made Ace unexpected. The arm instantly became pitch black, armament hockey covered. Then a heavy punch hit Ace in the abdomen. Ace was blasted upside down and flew out, hitting a giant tree with 3 people hugging each other. The giant tree was directly smashed, and even Ace coughed up blood. Everyone around, including Ace's crew, all stared blankly. Isn't Ace the ability of Logia? How can you get hurt? What the situation? Ace is actually injured. Isn't Fire Fist Logia's power user? It can be immune to all physical attack, but now it's actually injured. No. Jo-sama's expression changed, and he said solemnly, have you noticed? When this guy attacked just now, his arm suddenly turned black. Although I haven't seen it before, I guess it should be armament hockey. Now, although they have heard of it, they have just stepped into the first half of the Great Waterway, and they have not seen the powerhouse who really uses hockey. Shepard is also the first powerhouse they met who could use hockey. Ooh, in this case, Ace is in trouble. Jo-sama looked shocked. The crew members of the spade pirates who were watching the battle from the sidelines also reacted one after another. Without the slightest hesitation, they all blocked in front of Ace. Marine, you don't want to shoot Ace again. Jo-sama snapped. That's right, there are so many of us. Even if you know armament hockey, you will definitely not be our opponent. Hurry up, we spade pirates have no intention of opposing Marine. The fat man just now threatened Road, but obviously, it gives people a feeling of lack of confidence. Really, you don't think I will be your opponent? Then you can give it a try. Mu Feng looked at the fat man and said casually, everyone retreat, you are not his opponent. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Ace-luo stood up with some difficulty. But, Ace, you. Jo-sama wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Ace. I saw Ace said indifferently, don't worry, although Mu Feng is Marine, and I can't beat him, he will never kill me. Ace is the captain after all, and he said so eloquently. Although the members of the spade pirates were still very puzzled, they did not ask any further questions and stepped aside, but their eyes were still fixed on Mu Feng. Rubbing the position of his chest, Ace complained and said, Mu Feng, you guy, you are so strong, and suddenly you are attacking. It seemed that she was not angry at all because Mu Feng suddenly shot at him. You kid, you ran to become a pirate without saying a word. Do you know how angry the old man was when he found out about this? Mu Feng pretended to be angry. Who said I was silent? Luffy knew, Ace said confidently. Hearing Ace's word, Mu Feng was speechless. He sighed helplessly, turned his face and smiled. I haven't seen you for 3 years. I really miss you and Luffy. Saying that, he hugged Ace directly, and Ace also smiled. Really, Shepard, you won't come back to see me and Luffy for 3 years. Luffy wants to run to Marine headquarters. Ace also laughed. The onlookers on the side, as well as the crew of the spade pirate, have all been stunned. What is the situation? He looked like he was beaten to death just now. How come suddenly become so kind? Ace, how could he have such a good relationship with Marine? Jo-sama said in a demented way. I don't know. The fat man was also demented. Marine, and so powerful. Everyone couldn't help it, and began to speculate about Mu Feng's identity. Marine, and the name is Mu Feng. No way. The middle-aged uncle who had always been familiar with Mu Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Hey, what the matter? Who are you thinking of? Asked the person next to him. The middle-aged uncle swallowed his saliva and stammered. Shepard. Marine. That guy is the Marine Admiral White Bear. Chapter 168 Blood of Sin. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged uncle's voice was not loud, but the word, Marine White Bear, seemed to have an invisible deterrent force that made everyone present. The brain is buzzing. It's not that they don't know Bai Xiong. After Mu Feng crushed Whitebeard, his image has been been spread all over the world through video call. It can be said that even in the most remote villages in the 4 seas, some people have seen Mufeng's shadow. Elephant, not to mention the Great Fairway. And when everyone saw Mufeng, the reason why they didn't recognize it immediately was because they didn't dare to think about the identity of the white bear. How could such a big man come to such a small place as Billings Island? At this moment, the words of the middle-aged uncle awakened everyone. Everyone recognized this young and somewhat excessive young man in front of him as the Admiral White Bear from the Marine headquarters. The strongest monster in the world. White Bear. The strongest white bear in the world. Just now. He actually talked to me just now. The middle-aged uncle murmured subconsciously, with such an honored expression on his face. The onlookers around him all looked at him with envy. What kind of person is Marine Admiral? That is the highest existence standing on the entire sea. Ordinary people will never have the opportunity to meet each other in a lifetime, let alone say a few words. That is definitely a talk that is worth bragging about for a lifetime. This guy, I didn't expect this guy to be the Marine Admiral White Bear. It's a shame that I just wanted to pull this guy into the Spade Pirate. Ah, sad. I just said he was mine. Admirer patted him on the shoulder. Will he hold a grudge, and then take me to the underwater prison later? Josimo said with a terrified face. Satsuma, don't play trick. But then again, how could the captain be so familiar with a Marine, and he is a big guy like a white bear? Another crew member of Ace said. I don't know. Ace never said his background. Fatty said. There is an unwritten convention among pirates that after becoming a pirate, the partners will not ask each other's identity. Just like in the Straw Hat Pirate, Luffy, Sanji. Before the life experience was revealed, everyone didn't know each other, and Zoro's life experience was still a mystery. But it looks like Ace and White Bear are like brothers. It's so strange. How did Ace become a pirate? Joshmo said, scratching his head. Well, it's a little uncomfortable to be stared at by so many people. Mufeng looked at the eyes around him, all staring at him, as if he was watching a cherished animal. Unhappy, he said. Since this is the case, lie down for me first. Shepard's Conqueror Haki opened with a bang. Centered on Shepard, the terrifying Conqueror Haki rages across Billings Island. The people on the island, whether they are resident pirate or pirate hunters, 1 counts as 1, 10 counts as 10, and 100 counts as 100. At this time, they are all like dumplings. One by one they fell to the ground. Even a few members of the Spade Pirates are still a bit powerful, but in Mufeng's eyes, it completely scum. It just persisted for an extra 0.1 second, and also passed out on the ground. Only Ace, also in the form of a conqueror, can still stay awake. Josimo, Jace, Ashton was shocked when he saw his partner collapse on the ground, but then he reacted, looked at Mufeng and asked helplessly, Mufeng, are you making a fool of yourself? Are Chow Samo and the others alright? Conqueror Haki represents the wealth of the Emperor. Only 1 in a million people has the qualification. Don't worry, they will only fall asleep for a while, and they will wake up in a few hours. Mufeng shrugged and said with a smile, wow, so powerful. Ace said with envy, don't envy me, you have Conqueror Haki just like me, otherwise why do you think you can stand and talk to me now? Mufeng said, really, why don't I know? Ace scratched his head and said, it is estimated that the old man didn't tell you. He told me that you awakened Conqueror Haki when you were very young. Shepard said, okay, let's not talk about this. Tell me, Ace, why did you choose to become a pirate in the end? Looking at Ace, Mufeng asked lightly. Hearing Mufeng's question, Ace suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he spoke with a hoarse voice. Mufeng, you know, what kind of sinful blood do I carry? If first become Marine, once my background is exposed, both you and the old man will be implicated. Yes, so you chose to become a pirate? Mufeng interrupted Icy directly. Ace didn't speak, and lowered his head, apparently acquiescing. What a naive idea. Do you think that if you become a pirate, the old man will not be implicated? Just imagine that the Marine hero raised the son of One Piece, king of pirates, to become a big pirate. Gee, isn't this better than the Marine hero raising the son of One Piece, king of pirates, to become a Marine? Sounds even more irritating to the world government. Shepard said helplessly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Aston raised his head and looked at Mufeng with panic in his eyes. He asked anxiously, then now, what should I do? Ace hasn't met Whitebeard yet, so the most important people to him are Luffy, Shepard, and Garp, and Sabo, who he thinks is dead. At this time, hearing Mufeng said that his choice would affect Garp and Mufeng, Ace was naturally nervous and seemed at a loss. Just kidding. Looking at the nervous Ace, Mufeng suddenly laughed. Then Ace's face was sluggish, and it took a long time for him to react, and he said angrily, you guy, Mufeng, now is not the time to be joking. Okay, then I'm not kidding. Mufeng said with a serious face. Ace, do you really think that the position of me and the old man in Marine is so insignificant? Chapter 169 Kushiro. Looking at Ace with a confused expression, Mufeng continued, do you know what Marine Admiral means? The highest combat power of the Marine headquarters is also the highest combat power of the world government, and I represent more than just Marine Marine Admiral. Ah, speaking of this, Mu Feng's voice suddenly raised 3 points. As the strongest in the world, although only Marine Admiral, I dare to say that as long as it is my decision, even the Marshal will not dare to refute it. As long as I don't slaughter Tenryubito or rebel the world government, even if I destroy a member of the world government will not dare to reprimand me. And the old man, although he has a bad personality, is only Marine Vice Admiral. But the strength of the old man is better than that of Marine Admiral. Even Marshal Marine is not as strong as the old man. Even if you really become a pirate, and then your identity is exposed, at most, the old man will be relieved of his position as Vice Admiral, and there will never be any jail time. Is that so? That good. Hearing Mu Feng's word, Ace let out a sigh of relief. So, you don't need to worry at all. Mu Feng paused and continued. If you choose to join Marine, then even if the world government knows your identity, as long as you have no signs of defecting, the Gorosei 5 elders will choose Tilda to ignore. And it can be said that the next Marshal Marine, as long as he does not defect, will be me. I can guarantee that you will be absolutely comfortable in Marine. With your current strength, in just 3 years, I guarantee that you can be promoted to Marine Vice Admiral. As for Admiral, it depends on your strength. How about it? Reconsider whether to join Marine. In addition, you don't have to worry about whether your current status as a pirate may have an impact on your Marine path. Believe me, this is not a problem at all. Hearing Mu Feng's word, Ace became silent. A while, a helpless smile appeared on his face, and he said, I didn't expect you and the old man to have such an important position in Marine. You should have told me earlier. Mu Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at Ace, and said, so, are you sure? Yeah. Ace nodded, then looked at Josama, Fatty, and the crew of the Spade Pirates who were lying on the ground, and said with relief, it's certain. I've made an agreement with them to join us, enter the new world, and become the One Piece King of Pirates. And Sabo's dream, but to become a great pirate, of course I will fulfill it for him. Well, as a brother, I respect your choice. But Ace, neither the old man nor I want you to be a pirate who will burn, kill and loot. If so, I will arrest you with my own hand. Off from the great underwater prison. Well, that's all I have to say. I should go. By the way, according to my information, Sabo, it seems that he is not dead. Looking at Ace with a sluggish face, Mu Feng didn't give any further explanation. He stepped on the moon step and waited for Ace to react. Mu Feng had long since disappeared. This guy, Shepherd, has the same bad character as the old man, but Sabo didn't die. It great, thank you, Shepherd. You brought me this news. Sabo, as long as I continue to sail on the sea, then one day, we will meet again. Ace held up his cowboy hat with a bright smile on his face. After leaving Billings Island, Shepherd called Garp's phone bug. Stinky boy, have you seen a? Garp asked bluntly, without politeness. Well, he was alive and well, and then I beat him up. Mu Feng laughed. Good fight, this stinky boy. He actually became a pirate when I wasn't paying attention. I'm really pissed off. Garp still lingered in his anger. After a pause, Garp asked, Boy Shepherd, when will you return to the headquarters? Return to the headquarters? It will take a while. Since it's out, then go back after finishing a long delayed thing. Mu Feng said. Oh, then take care. Kid, don't make a big mess. By the way, I have to go back to Windmill Village to see. Luffy can't let him become a pirate like Ace. This time, if you talk about becoming One Piece King of Pirates again, I'll give him a taste of 10 times the power of the Iron Fist of Love. After that, Garp hung up the phone bug. Zero asking for flour. 10 times the love Iron Fist. Mu Feng's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but mourn for Luffy. Luffy, the reason why he is so determined to become One Piece King of Pirates. The reason for Shanks' induction can only account for 20% at most. The remaining 80% is definitely played by Garp. East Blue, Seymour Shimura. Uncle, do you know how to get to Yixin Dojo? Mu Feng stopped a middle-aged uncle and asked. Well, Yixin Dojo. The middle-aged uncle thought for a while. Then he pointed to a path in the distance and said, go straight along this path, and then you will see a bamboo forest where the Yixin Dojo is located. Thank you, uncle. Mu Feng smiled. After thanking the uncle, Mu Feng walked along the path. Kushiro is the purpose of his trip. Although there is no news in Marine's information, Mu Feng knows that Kushiro will definitely not be a simple character. Hold your hands flat. Don't shake them. Remember, as a swordsman, you must hold the sword in your hand tightly when fighting. In the dojo, Kushiro is teaching a group of students. Okay, take a break. Hearing Kushiro's word, the students put down the wooden swords in their hand. The atmosphere also became active, no longer the seriousness of training. At this moment, a student suddenly said, Teacher, I heard that Roronoa Zoro, the youngest bounty hunter in East Blue, used to be a student of our dojo. Is that true? The eyes of the rest of the students also turned to Kushiro. Well, yes. Kushiro nodded helplessly and said, Zoro did stay at our dojo for a while, but I didn't teach him much. I don't see it right. In my opinion, what you taught him is enough for him to use it for life, and even become a great swordsman. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Chapter 170 _ Kushiro's sword. Kushiro was stunned stunned for a moment, then looked around, and saw a slender young man standing at the door of his dojo, with a slender sword tied around his waist. When he saw the young man's face, Kushiro couldn't help his pupils shrinking suddenly. But soon, Kushiro's expression returned to normal, and he looked at the students beside him and said, "This is the end of today's training. Let go back first." Kushiro's tone was flat, but it was a commanding tone. Although the students were puzzled when they saw the solemn expression on Kushiro's face, they did not dare to ask too much, and they all retreated. He saw the students walking away. Zhang Shilang opened his mouth and looked at Mu Feng doubtfully. "This guest, do you know what's wrong with you coming to Yixin Dojo? It is indeed something." Mu Feng nodded, and then sat casually at the tea table. He poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. "Well, yes, it's good tea, even better than what Tenryubito offered. However, compared to tea, I prefer coffee," Mu Feng said. Kushiro will never be a simple guy. Mu Feng knew this before he met Kushiro. A swordsman who can slash everything, but has the power to sever everything. Can you say that such a person who contains the philosophy of Kendo is a simple guy? Obviously not possible. And after seeing Kushiro himself, Mu Feng confirmed his guess even more. This guy Kushiro is definitely a great swordsman comparable to Hawkeye. No, maybe stronger than Hawkeye, maybe. Although it is hidden very deeply. As a supreme swordsman, Mu Feng can naturally feel the edge suppressed by Kushiro. Kushiro couldn't stand Mu Feng's anti-customer oriented attitude. "Yes, you seem to be a little too proactive," Kushiro said. "Oh, are you still pretending you don't know me? Well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Mu Feng. My title is Shirokuma. My job is Marine Admiral, and I'm also the world's #1 swordsman." Looking at Kushiro, Mu Feng said lightly, "It is not said to be the strongest in the world, because for a pure swordsman, a swordsman who is stronger than himself is more attractive than the strongest in the world." Sure enough, after hearing Mu Feng's self-introduction, Kushiro's eyes flashed brightly. A look of surprise on his face, he said, "I didn't expect it to be Admiral the White Bear. I don't know if Admiral is here. What's the matter?" "Hehe. Revolutionary Army. Where are you?" Mu Feng asked bluntly. In front of Mu Feng, Zhang Shilang obviously did not expect Mu Feng to ask such a question. The panic in his eyes flashed past, and he continued to pretend to be puzzled. "White Bear Admiral, although I hide my strength and live in seclusion here, I don't know what Revolutionary Army is." "Hey, aren't you ready to admit it?" Mu Feng sighed and continued, "Yixin Dojo often delivers food to the Revolutionary Army in private. When I don't know, repeatedly, if you in the Revolutionary Army, it doesn't matter. That's a ghost." Hearing Mu Feng's word, Kushiro finally couldn't help but change his face. However, Mu Feng suddenly changed the conversation and said, "Forget it. The Revolutionary Army is the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, it was the world government that overthrew the world government, not the Marine. It has nothing to do with me. I came here this time for other purposes." Mu Feng pulled out the mammoth blade from his waist. Pointing at Kushiro, he said, "Have a test with me, Kushiro." Hearing Mu Feng's word, Kushiro's eyes flickered again and again, but in the end, it dimmed, and he said, "Although Kushiro has some strength, he can't compare to Admiral the White Bear. In this match, Kushiro has lost." Obviously, Kushiro had a lot of concerns and did not want to take action. No fighting intent. "If you force you to take action, the battle will probably be very disappointing," Mu Feng said helplessly. Frowning, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he said, "Right. Except for me, no other Marine knows about the relationship between you and the Revolutionary Army. As long as you can fight with me to the fullest, no matter whether you win or lose, I will. How about helping you keep a secret?" "Really?" A trace of surprise flashed in Kushiro's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, "Of course it's true. Do I have to deceive you? Moreover, the duel of swordsmen. I will only use swordsmanship in a fight with you." Mu Feng continued, "As a swordsman, especially a great swordsman like Kushiro, why wouldn't he want to compete with stronger swordsmen? Like Hawkeye, he even spent 2 years teaching Zoro swordsmanship in order to be able to fight against his opponent." The reason why Kushiro was reluctant to fight just now was because he was afraid of angering Mu Feng, annoying a world strongest. "Ha ha. The consequences are very terrifying. All right then, I'm willing to fight you," Kushiro said in a deep voice. "I also ask Admiral the White Bear to wait a moment. I haven't used my sword for a long time, and I have already put away my saber." Kushiro said a little ashamed. "No problem." Mu Feng shrugged. Even though Kushiro hasn't used a sword for a long time, Mu Feng has no doubt that Kushiro's swordsmanship will deteriorate. At the realm of the great swordsman, as long as the state of mind does not regress, then the swordsmanship will not regress in the slightest. Kushiro walked into the inner room, and after a few minutes came out again. The same clothes, but at this moment Kushiro's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is the temperament that a great swordsman should have. In addition to the temperament, 5.1 is a little different from just now. It was at Kushiro's waist that there was an extra long sword. Just seeing the hilt, Mu Feng recognized this long sword in an instant. One of the 12 workers of the Supreme Sword, Beishin. Even among the supreme knives, it ranks in the top few. It is said that on the day the sword was cast, a great swordsman held the sword and cut off 100 mountain peaks, hence the name. White Bear Admiral, I've kept you waiting. Kushiro Vivi bowed. It's only a few minutes, it's not a long wait, Mufeng said with a smile. Besides, it's okay to wait a few days to compete with a great swordsman like you. Chapter 171 Mufeng vs Kushiro. Kushiro suddenly pulled out the 100 mountains. The sharpness of the long sword, even if they were separated by a few meters, Mufeng could feel the sharpness of the 100 mountains. Such a sharpness definitely surpasses Hawkeye's black knife. Compared with the mammoth blade in Mufeng's hand, it is definitely better than that. After all, the mammoth blade is sturdy and not too sharp. It's really a good sword, Mufeng praised. Vivi turned the conversation and said with a slight smile, however, are you sure that the battle between the two of us is going to take place here? I have no opinion, but if we want to be here, it is estimated that after this battle, not only you the dojo will be destroyed, and 80% of his identity will be suspected by the world government. Quote, Kushiro glanced at Mufeng with a little gratitude, and then thought for a moment. Only then did he open his mouth and said, 20 nautical miles to the south of Seymour Shi Village, there is a deserted island. Let's choose to fight there. Admiral, the White Bear, what do you think? No problem, Shepard said casually. It didn't make any difference to him where he fought. Kushiro didn't speak anymore, but nodded and walked out of the dojo first. Mufeng followed Kushiro, walked to the seaside, and then stepped on the sea to the deserted island. The entire deserted island is barren without any vegetation, similar to the isolated island where Mufeng just appeared in Pirate World, but it is countless times larger. Holding Beishan, Jingshilang stood in front of Mufeng. In an instant, Mufeng felt a majestic aura coming towards his face. I just feel that standing in front of me is not Kushiro, who looks a little thin, but a mountain hundreds of feet high. It's really a sword power that made people unable to resist. Based on this, Eagle Eye is not as good as you, Mufeng said with a little emotion, and at the same time he pulled out the mammoth blade from his waist. Immediately, the violent and ferocious sword dance was released from Mufeng's body, like a beast from the prehistoric wilderness. Just in an instant, Kushiro's mountain-like sword dance was smashed into pieces, and Kushiro's face couldn't help but change. Changed again. What a violent sword stand. This kind of terrifying sword dance has never been seen before, Kushiro secretly said. Without further hesitation, Jianshi was defeated by Mufeng, and in the confrontation between the two, Kushiro had already fallen to Vivi's disadvantage. If he hesitated for a while, Kushiro would have no chance. Kushiro's figure quickly charged towards Mufeng, holding a sword in one hand. The sword glow faintly wrapped around the long knife in his hand, and slashed directly at Mufeng. Although the sword chi swung out by the great swordsman is very terrifying, it is not a problem to destroy the mountain, but for the top powerhouse, armament Haki wraps the whole body and can fully carry the sword chi, so the sword chi seems a bit tasteless. For a true great swordsman, the strongest is the long sword in the hand and the peerless swordsmanship. If the entry of a swordsman is to be able to cut steel, then the entry of a great swordsman is to cut armament Haki. Of course, the real great swordsman is not measured in this way. A real great swordsman must have a sword power and domain to match. Looking at Kushiro who was approaching, Mufeng also swung the mammoth blade. Two of the world top long swords collided in the air. Ding! A crisp sound of steel colliding with each other came out, accompanied by the sound of the sword cry. The terrifying air wave spreads outward from the center of the collision. The surrounding gravel were also swept up. It was blown into the sea, and on the sea, stacks of huge waves were also set off. Seeing that one blow could not work, at the next moment Kushiro suddenly slashed again, but he was blocked by Mufeng again. Kushiro was still not discouraged in the slightest, and slashed towards Mufeng one by one, and after blocking a few slashes, Mufeng suddenly lit up, because he discovered the secret of Kushiro's slash. That is, every time Kushiro's slash is stronger than the previous slash by 3 points. Don't underestimate this mere 3 points. If Kushiro is allowed to slash out dozens of slashes, the slashes he will slash at that time will be more than 100 times more powerful than the initial slashes. At that time, if he didn't use his Vajra force and immobility, it would be difficult for Mufeng to take Shiro's slash. And Mufeng said not to use abilities other than swordsmanship. Kushiro couldn't find it at all, even if he used the King Kong power and Fudo. But as a supreme swordsman, he still has to use other powers to deal with a great swordsman. In this case, then interrupt the rhythm of your attack first, Mufeng murmured. When the voice fell, the sword dance suddenly changed, turning from defense to attack. Raise your hand. With one slash, Kushiro, who cut directly, retreated step by step, and managed to stabilize his body, and the slashing rhythm that had just taken shape was completely disrupted by Mufeng. Okay, the OA3 warm-up is over. Next, let's start the real competition. Come and experience the desperate swordsmanship. My swordsmanship is called 8,000 Swords of Sword. The voice fell, and Mufeng looked like a beast with a mammoth blade charged toward Kushiro. Seeing Seeing Mufeng rushing over, Kushiro's expression changed drastically, because he felt that the person charging towards him was not a person at all, but a fierce beast, a fierce beast from ancient time. It was even more terrifying than the sword force that Mufeng exuded just now. With unparalleled feet and unparalleled strength, Mufeng slashed at Kushiro with his knife. Kushiro raised Beishin in his hand, trying to block Mufeng's slash. However, the force coming from the blade made Kushiro almost let Beishin out of his hand. He couldn't help but change from one-handed knife to two-handed knife so that he could hold the hilt in his hand tightly so that Beishin would not be knocked flying by Mufeng. Kushiro was horrified. With such a terrifying slash, it's not much different than the slash after his own rhythm is fully formed. Suddenly, Kushiro's eyes lit up, because he found out Mufeng's attack was too violent, and the flaws in his swordsmanship were revealed. Chapter 172 Beyond the Supreme Swordsman. As soon as the long sword in his hand turned, Kushiro wanted to switch from defense to attack, but I was suddenly shocked to find that I couldn't do this at all, because Mufeng's attack is really too violent. He was so mad that he couldn't even fight back. If he wanted to raise his sword to attack, then, in the next instant, the long sword in Mufeng's hand would pierce his heart or head, and it was impossible to have a third option. This way, we can only slowly look for opportunity, Kushiro said secretly. Since Mufeng has just revealed flaws, then there will definitely be flaws in the future. Indeed, just as Kushiro had guessed, Mufeng's flaws appeared frequently. However, just like the situation just now, there is no chance to counterattack at all. If at first, when he fought with Mufeng, Kushiro only felt that Mufeng's swordsmanship was violent, then after fighting for a while, Kushiro found out Mufeng's swordsmanship can no longer be described as violent but crazy, unparalleled madness, completely abandoned any defense. No, it's not that he gave up defense at all, but for him, such a crazy attack is the best defense. Under such a crazy attack, I can't do anything other than resist. Kushiro suddenly found out. Under Mufeng's attack, Kushiro looked more and more embarrassed, and the small round glasses he was wearing had long since disappeared. The somewhat large martial arts uniform on his body has become a tangle of rag, and the ponytail has also been cut off by Mufeng. Such a violent swordsmanship, such a crazy swordsmanship. It's really terrifying. I have already reached the peak of a great swordsman, and even parrying is so difficult. Is it possible? His swordsmanship has already beyond the level of a great swordsman. Such thought popped into Kushiro's mind, and then he felt more and more certain of this after he felt the oppression that Mufeng brought to him in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Looking at Mufeng's eyes, he couldn't help but become hot. Kushiro's cultivation base has been stuck at the peak of the great swordsman for more than 10 years, and he has not been able to improve at all, and he has never surpassed the realm of the great swordsman. Heard, the way forward is dead. This is the most desperate thing for a swordsman. And today, Kushiro suddenly saw the realm above the great swordsman. How could his mood not become hot? No, it should be said to be boiling. But suddenly, Mufeng's offensive stopped abruptly, and he stood with his sword in hand. Although Kushiro was puzzled, he did not dare to attack rashly. The reason why Mufeng suddenly stopped attacking was not because of some bloody sudden loss of fighting spirit or the like, but just now, a voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host. I have acquired Kushiro's mountain swordsmanship. At the current level LVMAX11, may I ask whether the host can convert the proficiency of the 8,000 swords in the form of proficiency? If it is converted, the host will completely lose the mountain swordsmanship. Please choose the host. Choose to transform the proficiency into 8,000 knives. Mufeng did not hesitate. There is no hesitation. Mufeng came all the way from the Great Waterway to see more Shimura, who doesn't shit, and then spent a long time talking and fighting Kushiro. What is the shepherd's map? Naturally, Kindle cultivation broke the current boundary. His current swordsmanship level is LVMAX12, proficiency 73.4%, which is only 26.6% proficiency from the advanced level of the 8,000 sword. Mahawk's black swordsmanship at that time provided himself with a proficiency of 28%. As long as Kushiro's swordsmanship is comparable to Mahawk, or even weaker, it doesn't matter. Mufeng's swordsmanship can break through the current state. After seeing Kushiro's swordsmanship, Mufeng knew that the promotion of swordsmanship was stable. Kushiro's swordsmanship is stronger than Mahawk's. If there is no way for my swordsmanship to be promoted like this, of course, because of the existence of Bangyu, this is simply impossible. Sure enough, after making the choice, the mountain swordsmanship on the ability panel disappeared, and the proficiency after the 8,000 swordsmanship also reached a 100% value. Immediately afterward, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. Because of the existence of Bangyu, the 8,000 knife flow broke the boundary and promoted the level of LVMAX13. LVMAX13 level skills represent breaking 3 boundaries. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary powerhouse to break it once or twice. Not to mention, breaking it 3 times in a row is simply unimaginable. Even Even Mufeng has the system and Bengyu. However, the LVMA 13 level skill is the only one. Of course, if you count the experience, Mufeng also felt the constitution and power of the whole S body LVMA 14. In an instant, Mufeng felt that his understanding of swordsmanship and kendo had undergone a qualitative change, becoming more thorough and perfect. With a simple slash, Mufeng felt that he could sever the entire world. Of course, this was just Mufeng's illusion of power after he just stepped into this realm. However, it can already be seen how terrifying Mufeng is at the moment. Could it be that you have surpassed the level of a great swordsman? Looking at Mufeng, Kushiro asked wryly, although he was basically certain. However, Kushiro still wanted to hear Mufeng confirm this. No, Mufeng said lightly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kushiro's eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief. Such a terrifying swordsmanship. Has he not surpassed the level of a great swordsman? Immediately, in Kushiro's heart, despair began to spread. He couldn't imagine that the level of a great swordsman could really break through. But at this moment, Mufeng said again. Chapter 173 cut off the sea. Beyond the level of the great swordsman, I call it the supreme great swordsman. And I just surpassed the level of the supreme great swordsman. Kushiro, who was already desperate, suddenly looked like a blank in my mind. What did the white bear just say? His kendo realm has surpassed the realm above the great swordsman. How is this possible? Seeing the expression on Kushiro's face, Mufeng smiled. Kushiro couldn't believe it. Mufeng was understandable. After all, a person who has been in contact with you just now suddenly told you that I am stronger than you, and I am stronger than you imagine. It is hard to believe that it is on anyone. Since you can't believe it, let's see it with your own eyes. Moreover, this is beyond the realm of the swordsmanship of the supreme swordsman. How strong is it? Mufeng has never experienced it himself, so he is naturally very curious. Ping raised the mammoth blade. Mufeng stood still. Kushiro, who was on the side, stared at the long knife in Mufeng's hand without even blinking, and even held his breath because he had a hunch. That is, the knife that Mufeng slashed next will be an unprecedented slash. Suddenly, Mufeng moved 143. There is no extra action, just a very simple hand up and down. It doesn't have the sharpness that cuts everything when the swordsman slashes, and it doesn't have the mighty momentum of the big swordsman when he slashes, just like the slashes of a beginner swordsman. It seems that it even gives a feeling of weakness. Kushiro puzzled, because with his kendo realm at the peak of the great swordsman, he didn't see anything strange about Mufeng's slashing this time. However, at the next moment, Kushiro's complexion suddenly changed drastically, because when he looked in the direction that Mufeng had just lashed out, he saw that the sea was directly cut open by Mufeng. Of course, Kushiro was not shocked by the sea that was cut open. Slashing open the sea, as long as a great swordsman can do it, Kushiro could naturally do it, but Kushiro was shocked that the trench, which was about 100 feet wide and unknown how many kilometers long, was cut open by Mufeng did not mean to close at all. You must know that although Daijinhao can cut through the seawater will flow, and it only takes a few breaths to form the trench will be smoothed out by the seawater. But the scene in front of him completely subverted Kushiro's cognition. It's because his eyes are blurred. Kushiro rubbed his eyes. Then he looked at the sea. It was still a huge trench, and there was no sign of closing at all. How is this done? Kushiro turned his attention to Mufeng. Mufeng smiled and said, the realm of a swordsman is to feel the breath of all things, and then have the slash that cuts everything. The realm of a great swordsman is to condense sword energy and form one's own sword power and domain. As for the realm of the supreme swordsman above. Speaking of this, Mufeng suddenly paused, and Kushiro, who was listening with his ears pricked up, suddenly stopped when Mufeng said the most crucial point, and his expression instantly became anxious. I know the realm of Admiral White Bear, swordsman and great swordsman. The realm of the supreme swordsman above it. What kind of realm is it? Please also ask White Bear Admiral to teach me. Kushiro even held the gift of a disciple to Mufeng. For a great swordsman like Kushiro who thought his way forward was dead. Now I suddenly find out, not only is there a realm of the supreme swordsman above the great swordsman, but there is even another realm of kendo above the realm of the supreme swordsman. The dark road ahead suddenly turned into a bright and smooth road. How could Kushiro not be excited? If Mufeng is willing to accept apprentices at this moment, then Kushiro will definitely take Mufeng as his teacher without hesitation. After thinking about it, I can be promoted to the current realm of kendo, and Kushiro's role in helping is not small, and it is all right to give pointers. Then he continued to say, the realm of the supreme swordsman lies in the fusion of edge, sword energy, sword potential, and the domain, turning the swords will into reality. After you surpass the realm of the supreme swordsman, the real sword intent can be commanded like an arm. Quote, speaking of which, Mufeng pointed to the trench on the sea and said, well, this is the effect of my sword intent slashing, and it's not bad. Okay, such a slash, even if it is a large island, it will definitely cut directly from the middle. It can only be considered improvised. How long long will it take for the sea to recover? Kushiro asked Riley. Well, when I just laughed, I didn't get the sword intent. If the sea surface wants to recover, I have to wait for the sword intent to completely dissipate. It will take half a month. Mufeng touched his chin and thought about it. After that, he spoke. It actually take half a month. Hearing Mufeng's answer, the corners of Kushiro's mouth went. Okay, I am quite satisfied with the battle with you. In this case, I will keep the relationship between you and the Revolutionary Army a secret for you. Mufeng shrugged and said, 8000 knife flow has been upgraded to the level of LVMA 13, and Mufeng is naturally in a good mood. Goodbye. He said hello to Kushiro, and Mufeng stepped on the sea and left. Kushiro was standing on the deserted island with a long knife in hand. The mood at this time can only be described in 3 words. It really, mother sells batches. You obviously have such a terrifying kendo cultivation. What were you doing just now? Are you kidding me? Mom sells the batch. Is it really interesting to bully the small? Mufeng is not here. If he is here, he will definitely tell Kushiro very solemnly. Bullying the small with the big is really interesting, and it is addicting. Just half a day after leaving Seymour Shi Village, Mufeng's phone rang. Chapter 174_World Conference. Taking out the phone bug. It was the phone bug that Marshal Sengoku the Buddha communicated with himself. When the call was made, Mufeng asked with a smile, Marshal, is there something wrong? Shepard, are you in East Blue now? Asked Sengoku on the other end of the phone bug. Yeah, what wrong? Mufeng was a little puzzled. Without any nonsense, Sengoku went straight to the topic and said, the Marine branch of the Goa Kingdom just reported the situation. In the sea near Seymour Shi Village, it is suspected that a battle of the Great Swordsman level was found, and the sea was cut off, and it has been unable to recover. You go and see the situation. Quote, oh, I know about this. Mufeng said. What the matter? Sengoku asked hastily. There is no big swordsman level battle. It's just that my swordsmanship broke through. Then I couldn't hold back for a while, and cut off the sea. Mufeng said casually. Quote, quote. Sengoku's brain froze. Mufeng's swordsmanship is already above the realm of the great swordsman. He knows this, and now has made a breakthrough again. What kind of realm has it reached? Beyond the realm above the great swordsman. Simply unheard of. A long while, Sengoku spoke again. The sea. When will it recover? Well, this 10 days and a half month. Okay. I will order King Goa's marine branch to patrol the nearby waters, and during this period, no merchant ships or fishermen will be allowed to approach. Sengoku had to do this. What can be done? He is also helpless. Oh, I'll hang up first if I don't have anything to do, Mufeng said, and then wanted to hang up directly. Dare to ignore the superior like this. Only Mufeng can do it. Wait a minute. Sengoku hurriedly stopped Mufeng. Then, rather helplessly, he said, you boy, can't you wait for me to finish my sentence? Well, I'm not thinking that you are busy with your affairs, Master Marshal, and I dare not waste your time. What wrong? Marshal, what's the matter? Mufeng said cheekily. Now that you know I'm so busy, can't you do something serious, kid? Sengoku groaned inwardly, but he also knew that it was completely useless to Mufeng, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore. He said directly, you boy, don't hang around for too long. In a month, the World Conference will be held in Mariajoy. At that time, as the strongest fighting force of the Marine headquarters and the world government, you must participate, you know. Quote, the World Conference. It's really a hassle. Okay, I know. This time, without giving Sengoku a chance to speak, Mufeng directly hung up the phone. Every 4 years the kings of the world government come to Mariajoy for the World Conference, discuss issues of security and order throughout the world. There are more than 200 members of the world government, but there are only more than 50 kings who are qualified to participate in the world's highest summit. In addition to this, Gorosei, 5 elders and Tenryubito will also participate in the World Conference. Of course, Marine is also indispensable. As the head of a country, his personalities are not very good. Maybe, if 2 people look at each other wrongly, it may cause a war. For 800 years, this kind of thing has often happened. Because of this, Marine has a lot of headache. Holy land of Mariajoy, where the most noble Tenryubito in the world live, every building is extraordinarily luxurious. In addition to the kings of various countries and officials of the world government, those who can enter and leave Mariajoy are some businessmen or other guys who apply to pass through the gate of justice and want to reach the waters of the new world. Next to the residence of the Gorosei, 5 elders, there is the most luxurious building of Mariajoy, which is not the residence of any Tenryubito, but the building of the world government. This is the power center of the whole world, and it is also the venue for the World Conference. The World Conference will be held for 7 consecutive days. During this period, Marshal Marine and Marine Admiral do not need to participate in the meeting. They only need to be responsible for the security of the meeting, and the kings of the various countries do not conflict. The top floor of the World Government Building. This is a large conference room with the office of the Marshal of the Explosive renovated. Sengoku is dealing with thick marine files. As a marine marshal, his affairs are super super busy, which is like the three admirals in front of him, Kuzan, Kizaru, and Shepard. One is sitting lazily on the sofa, especially Mufeng. He was already lying on top of it, and he couldn't stop muttering, "It's so boring. It's so boring. A shitty world conference. Can you just say a few words? Does it take 7 days to open? Are all kings so free?" 0. Hearing Mufeng's words, Sengoku, who was processing the file, had a black line on his head, but he didn't raise his head to say anything. In this case, in the past few days, Sengoku didn't know how many times he heard Mufeng muttering, and he was already immune. At this time, Kizaru put down the cup in his hand and said, "Well, but then again, why do you feel that the Moscano coffee from the world government this time has a weird taste? It doesn't have the mellow taste it used to have." Quote, Senior Borsellino, you said Moscano coffee, Shepard suddenly said with a smile. "In the world government, you can't drink pure Moscano coffee. The Moscano coffee beans from North Blue have all been wrapped up by me. Gano coffee, just shit coffee with a similar taste." Quote, PFF. Kizaru spit out all the coffee in his mouth. Although it is said that dog shit coffee is also a very good coffee, this kind of coffee is a kind of coffee that the dog will discharge the coffee beans intact after eating the coffee cherry. People extract the coffee beans in the feces and process them. It's made. Although it's high quality coffee, if it weren't for some nobles with special hobbies, normal people wouldn't drink it. Note, the terrier of shit coffee comes from the real cat shit coffee. Chapter 175, The Gorosei 5 Elders Attack. Immediately, Kizaru stared at Mufeng with an extremely resentful look, and Mufeng was a little hairy in his heart. He had to say, "Senior Kizaru, isn't that Moscano coffee? When I get back to the Marine headquarters, I'll ask Baby 5 to send you some. Hee. Then thank you Mufeng brother first." Hearing Mufeng's word, Kizaru said with a smile, "This face-turning speed is simply faster than turning over a book." But Sengoku on the side couldn't calm down any longer. Putting down the document in his hand, he looked at Mufeng with black lines and shouted, "Mufeng, you kid, when did you start doing this?" "When? 3 years ago." Mufeng shrugged and said casually, quote. Sengoku didn't want to say anything more. 3 years ago, that is, since becoming an admiral. Now, even if Sengoku want to be fair, it's a little too late. Out of sight is clear. Anyway, it has not been discovered for 3 years. Then the possibility of being discovered in the future is not very high. If it is really discovered, find a reason to prevaricate the past. It is not something to consider now. Looking at the time, today's world conference will be over soon. Sengoku looked at the 3 admiral and said, "You 3 guys, take it seriously. There will be a small meeting after today's world conference. The meeting will be attended by the 3 of you guys, Crane, and Commander Kong, and Gorosei, 5 elders." Quote, the last 3 words of Sengoku fell. Kuzan and Kizaru's expressions were serious, and Mufeng just raised his brows, indicating that he knew. "Forget it, you 3 guys. Just talk to me for a while, Mufeng. Especially you. Don't be like last time." Sengoku looked at Mufeng and said with a headache. Seriously, Sengoku really didn't want Mufeng to attend this world conference. Because of Mufeng's character, in Mariajoy, a place full of Tenryubito, he was really afraid that Mufeng would break out into something that he couldn't even hold, and it would be over. "Mufeng, did you hear it?" Seeing that Mufeng didn't answer himself, Sengoku asked again. "I heard you. Then why don't you answer me?" "Marshall," Mufeng said innocently. "You said it yourself just now. Do you want me to talk less?" "Marshall, you are really fickle." Quote. Sengoku was speechless, with black lines all over his head. Kuzan and Kizaru looked up at the ceiling 45 degrees. "You 3 guys, come with me." Sengoku ignored Mufeng and said he felt that if he continued to talk to Mufeng, he would definitely be pissed to death. 11 people sit around the round conference table. Marine 3 Admiral, Marine Marshal, Marine Chief of Staff, Marine Commander, and the Supreme Ruler of this world, Gorosei, 5 elders. These are definitely the 11 big men standing at the top of the world power. Let me start by saying that the content of this meeting is very simple. 2 things. One is about the Avengers and Hydra. The other is something inside Marine that needs to be dealt with. Flat Hat Gorosei, the 5 elders spoke. Hearing that it was related to Marine, Sengoku's face changed slightly. Just wanted to say something, but unexpectedly Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders took the lead and said, about the 2 organizations of the Avengers and Hydra. After 2 years of investigation by the world government, no clues have been found, so there's a 70% chance that they don't exist at all. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders finished speaking. Mufeng, Kuzan, Kizaru, Sengoku, Crane, Commander Kong, all looked at him with surprise. However, Mufeng had different reasons for their surprise. They were surprised by the news itself, and the reason reason why Mufeng was surprised was, I didn't expect that Gorosei, 5 elders were not as mentally retarded as they thought. But, the Hulk really exists? He said the most crucial question. The horror of the Hulk. Gorosei, 5 elders witnessed firsthand. Kuzan, Kizaru, the two of them even got up and felt it. Just thinking about it, there is a feeling of tingling in the scalp. So, there's a 30% chance. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders said. Then Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders turned their attention to K. Mufeng, and asked with a strong doubt in his tone, White Bear, did Hulk die in the first battle at that time? Hearing Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders, questioning tone, Mufeng was a little unhappy. Dead. Mufeng replied with a frown. How did you die? Make it clearer. The Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders asked suddenly and lightly as he tapped his fingers on the table. Hearing the question of the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders, Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders did not beat. Apparently in Gorosei, 5 elders, the Flat Cap Gorosei, 5 elders have a slightly higher status. I was killed by the guild leader of the Hunter Guild, Aizen Sosuke, who used the power of the dark root to condense a black coffin. Mufeng said. Although the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders asked for a little clarification, Mufeng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Dark root. I remember. That's not what you said at the time. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders asked again with a flash of light in his eyes. But this time, before Mufeng could speak, Sengoku preemptively said, Your Excellency Gorosei, 5 elders, the speculation about Aizen Soyusuke being the one with the dark root ability is my opinion, and it has nothing to do with Shirogane. Is that so? The light in by 3.5 Gorosei, 5 elders, eyes gradually dimmed. After thinking about it, he asked again, what about the Hydra? Hulk really said that before he died. I did. Mufeng said unhappily. Oh. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders responded, and said nothing. The meeting room fell into an inexplicable silence. After a long while, the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders broke the somewhat eerie silence, only to hear him say, Here is a paper document, please read it first. He handed a document beside his hand to Sengoku. Sengoku opened the file. His face became strained, and he seemed to be a little angry. The documents were circulated, and everyone who saw the documents looked a little weird. Finally, the document was passed on to Mufeng's hand. Just at the first glance, Mufeng's face instantly darkened. Chapter 176 _Powerful High Shock Master. The first item on the document was the transaction between him and Doflamingo, but the world government did not investigate that there were artificial devil fruits in the transaction, only going in a batch of goods, and the rest was part of his whereabouts. Shepherd's Wind, which was not very cool in the first place, broke out directly. The document in his hand fell directly in front of Gorosei, 5 elders, and sneered, Hee. Investigate me. What is this? Resign me, or investigate me. Come, tell me. Your Excellency Gorosei, 5 elders, can you explain the reason? Sengoku asked with a gloomy expression. White Bear, as Marine Admiral, is Marine's highest combat power, as well as the world government's highest combat power. I think it is very inappropriate for the world government to act in this way. Whether it is White Bear himself or Marine, it needs an explanation. Quote, there is a deal between Mufeng and Doflamingo, which Sengoku can guess. How could she give Doflamingo such a huge territory for nothing? However, Sengoku didn't care much about it. He still knew the truth about the water being clear without fish. And facing Gorosei, 5 elders, Sengoku speaks in a respectful tone though, but it's not like a compliment. As Marshal of Marine, Sengoku alone controls 90% of the military forces of the world government, and he is naturally qualified to speak up. After Akainu became Marshal Marine, he dared to say in front of Gorosei, 5 elders that they were Tenryubido's lackeys, which shows that Marshal Marine is still pretty cool. Marshal Sengoku, we Gorosei, 5 elders have no doubts about Admiral's loyalty to the Marine and the world government. The Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders said, first to appease Sengoku before continuing. As for Admiral the White Bear, we just want to clarify one thing. According to the information, you often go to the Hunter Guild in Sabayati Archipelago. In Marine's transfer order, there is no task for the Hunter Guild. I wonder how you explain the White Bear Admiral. Saying that, Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders looked at Mufeng with scrutiny. Mufeng chuckled lightly. It seems that I overestimated the intelligence department of the world government. I thought that the Gorosei, 5 elders were suspecting that they were Senju. Unexpectedly, it's just because of this big fart. It's really a waste. It seems that his own strength make Gorosei, 5 elders feel a little panic. The power is high, and 80% is because of this boring reason. The reason? It's very simple. I'm usually very idle, and I'm very bored. When I have nothing to do, I naturally want to find someone to chat, drink and so on. The relationship between Chinchuju and I is very good. If it's alright, naturally, I will go to his drink or something. Gorosei, 5 elders. Senju Hashima is not a criminal wanted by the world government. I should go to him and not violate any world government regulation. Mufeng asked rhetorically. White Bear Admiral did not violate any world government regulation, said Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly said, HMPH. Shirogane, during the conversation between you and Chinchuju, did you learn any secret information about the Hunter Guild, especially about Aizen Susoyu? Introduced. Yes, of course there is, Mufeng said with a smile. Suddenly, 10 pairs of eyes stared at Mufeng. But I'm sorry, I can't comment, Mufeng said coldly after turning around. You, Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders flushed, pointing at Mufeng. His whole body trembled. Obviously, he was not treated lightly by the shepherd, and the other 4 Gorosei, 5 elders also turned a little dark. How could they ever be teased like this? White Bear, Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders began to speak, but as soon as he said 2 words, he was interrupted by Mufeng. Well, I suddenly remembered. I made an appointment to go to Sabayati Archipelago to find the guy from Chisho Hashirama for a drink. It's getting dark. If you don't hurry up, but it's too late. Gorosei, 5 elders, if you have anything else to do, just ask Marshal Sengoku to tell me. Shirokuma will go first. After speaking, he ignored the stunned crowd and pushed the door to leave. A long while for Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders to react. With anger on his face, he roared, White Bear, this guy, how dare you ignore our Gorosei, 5 elders. I suggest, now, immediately remove this guy from admiral position. Second, agree, so arrogant in front of us. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders and the bald, round-faced Gorosei, 5 elders said, no, it can't be dismissed. White Bear has not done anything against the regulations of the world government, and there is no reason to dismiss him. Moreover, White Bear represents more than just Marine Admiral. As the strongest in the world, White Bear is Marine S8. Over the past 2 years, Marine has slowly regained control of the sea. In the 4 seas, the power of the new pirates is almost extinct, and these are all thanks to the White 120 Bear. If White Bear were to be removed, it would be an unprecedented blow to Marine's reputation. Sengoku was the first to stand up and retorted, as the Marine Admiral, little brother Mufeng is still very qualified. Kizaru said suddenly, remove White Bear. I have an objection. Kuzan said, removing White Bear will not benefit Marine at all. Crane also objected. With one objection after another, Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders' face grew more and more embarrassed. Finally, he turned his attention to Sora, who had not spoken. Chief of the entire army, he has the final say on the appointment and dismissal of Marine Admiral. Seeing everyone's eyes, they were all on him, and he smiled bitterly in the hollow. After being silent for a while, he said, I think the removal of the White Bear Admiral's position will do more harm than good. Therefore, I oppose the proposal to remove the White Bear Marine Admiral's position. Sora, who used to be Marshal Marine, still leans towards Marine. Also, Sora and Garp have a good relationship. If he dared to agree to the proposal to dismiss Mufeng, Garp would go to his office the next day without even thinking about it. Chapter 177 Back to Windmill Village. After listening to Sora's opinion, Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders' complexion was completely dark and gloomy. The anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. His lips moved, just about to speak. But at this time, the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders spoke first. Sol's proposal is somewhat inappropriate. White Bear, as Marine Admiral, has no doubts about its importance to Marine and the world government, so the proposal to remove White Bear is abolished. Well, this meeting will end here first. Everyone should go back. Quote, Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders simply ended the meeting. Sora, Sengoku, Kizaru, and others left. The Gorosei, 5 elders did not leave. Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders looked at the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders with some indignation, and asked, Boss, why did you reject my proposal? Whether it's Sengoku or Sora, as long as the 5 of us are unified, then we can absolutely remove the White Bear. Why did you stop me? Stupid. The Flat-Hatted Gorosei, 5 elders hadn't spoken yet, but the White-Robed Gorosei, 5 elders, who had been silent for a while with swords, said, even if the White Bear is dismissed, what should we do with him? Of course he was thrown into the great underwater prison. Could he be allowed to become a pirate? Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders said rightly. Then tell me, who can subdue the White Bear? Asked the White-Robed Gorosei, 5 elders. White-Hu Gorosei, 5 elders was a little dumbfounded. After a long while, his neck was a little red, and he said, could it be that he still dares to resist? Although his tone was tough, he felt a little lack of confidence no matter how he heard it. According to the intelligence, when he was just Vice Admiral, in order to avenge his adjutant, he killed the inspector of the world government, and after he became Admiral, he even detained the items that were paid to Tenryubito from all over the world. Such a daring act. Guy, you are going to take him to the underwater prison. Do you think it is possible for him not to resist? And more than 2 years ago, White Bear was able to defeat the monster Whitebeard. Do you think in 2 years' time, has the White Bear's strength increased? The White-Robed Gorosei, 5 elders continued. This time, Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders did not refute what Baipao Gorosei, 5 elders said. The horrors of Whitebeard, they are well aware. With monster-like power and the ability to destroy the world, Gorosei, 5 elders are very strong, and it can even be said to be outrageous. But if it is against Whitebeard, Whitebeard, unless 3 or more Gorosei 5 elders shoot at the same time, otherwise it would be impossible to suppress Whitebeard, and White Bear was able to do this 2 years ago. After 2 years of growth, no one knows how terrifying the White Bears are today. If the 5 of them shot at the same time and failed to take down Mufeng, hee, that would be a slap in the face of the 5 of them. Okay, stop arguing, Flat Hat Gorosei 5 elders said. Now, one thing is certain, that is, we can't control the White Bear, and if we can't control it, it's a hidden danger for us. Hidden dangers must be eliminated. Quote, then, boss, what should we do now? Baihu Gorosei 5 elders asked in confusion. Wait, Flat Hat Gorosei 5 elders said flatly. Wait, Baihu Gorosei 5 elders looked puzzled. The other 3 Gorosei 5 elders on the side didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd of Flat Hat Gorosei 5 elders. Well, wait, as Marine Admiral, White Bear will come into contact with Tenryubito sooner or later. With White Bear's character, Tenryubito will be tolerated. At that time, fan the wind and light the fire. Those people are full of shit in their head. Guys, it's natural to be irritated. At that time, in the face of the killer weapon like the King of Heaven, will the White Bear survive? The Flat Hat Gorosei 5 elders said with a gloomy face. The plot to kill with a knife can be said to be extremely sinister. Hearing the words of the Flat Hat Gorosei 5 elders, the eyes of Baihu Gorosei 5 elders brightened. After listening to this, he couldn't help laughing and said, ha ha ha, of course, Bai Shang won't survive. At this time, Sengoku and his party left. This kid Shirokuma is really Garp's grandson. His personality is just as bad. No, even worse than Garp's guy. At least Garp doesn't dare to smash documents in front of Gorosei 5 elders. Sora looked at Sengoku, full of face headache. This brat, Mufeng, sighed. Sengoku wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed, and he couldn't do anything about Mufeng. You should be young and energetic. After all, no matter how strong Mufeng is, he is only 20 years old. When he is young, his temper will naturally be a little more aggressive, he said with a smile. Yeah, Sengoku, when you were young, your temper was not as good as it is now. I still remember that at that time, because of a taunt from Golden Lion, you left my order and directly killed the nest of the New World Flying Sky Pirate. Ha ha ha. Sora laughed. Hearing Sora's words, Sengoku's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. In the end, he acclaimed, but the Golden Lion was killed by this kid Mufeng. The White Bear is really good, but it still needs to be sharpened. Sengoku, it seems that you will have to hold the position of Marine Marshal for a few more years. Kong smiled. Obviously, Kong also thinks Mufeng is the best candidate to replace Marshal Marine. In this regard, even Kuzan and Kizaru have no objection. Although they are Admiral, both of them are also candidate for Marine Marshal. But who made Mufeng really too strong? It was even so strong that Kuzan and Kizaru couldn't even compare to Mufeng at all. Warship. Look, what a big warship. Is Garp Vice Admiral back? Probably not. Garp Vice Admiral's battleship I've seen before. It's not that big. Look like, but it's bigger than Garp Vice Admiral's battleship. It shouldn't be a Vice Admiral class battleship. Could it be an Admiral class battleship? Admiral. Any Admiral coming to our village. Who would it be? I heard that Shepard has become Marine Admiral. Could it be that kid is back? The huge marine battleship suddenly appeared on the sea, which naturally attracted the attention of all the villagers in Windmill Village, and they started talking about it. Chapter 178_Brothers Reunion. After a lapse of 6 years, Mufeng returned to Windmill Village again, and today is the day Luffy is ready to go to sea. Of course, Luffy also noticed the warship in the distance. His face changed, and he was busy trying to untie the rope that fixed the boat. He couldn't tell the class of the battleship, and when he saw the marine battleship, he thought it was Garp's return. He didn't dare to be caught by his grandfather. If he was caught, he would definitely not be a pirate. Although his head is a bit idiotic, he knows this very clearly. So without thinking about it, I was ready to leave as soon as the warship approached. Just as Luffy untied the rope, the surrounding villagers suddenly acclaimed. Luffy turned his head curiously and looked over. I saw a figure wearing a marine justice cloak above the sea, walking towards this side. This is Moonstep, Luffy murmured, looking at the figure in the air. Different from the original plot, because of Mufeng, Luffy also came into contact with Marine Rokushiki, but also learned Iron Nugget and Shigen, finger pistol. Of course, the level is far inferior to Mufeng. 950. The figure kept getting closer, and Luffy could see the figure of the person coming, and he was slightly thin. Huh, not Grandpa. That fine. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that it wasn't Garp who came over. Luffy had no idea about Marine. He was just afraid of Garp. A few breaths, the figure fell in front of Luffy. Shepard. When he saw the face of the person coming, Luffy was done. Then after 2 or 3 seconds, Luffy suddenly acclaimed excitedly. At this time, the villagers in the surrounding Windmill Village also recognized Mufeng. Ah, it really is Xiao Mufeng. Xiao Mufeng is back. Don't talk nonsense. It should be called Admiral the White Bear. What a white bear. Mufeng, this stinky boy. He took off off all the tiles on my roof when he was a child. If he dares to show his prestige, I will let Garp beat him. But Garp, it's just a vice admiral. It seems like this is the reason. But Garp is a marine hero, and he is also the grandfather of Xiao Mufeng. Teach him. Does he dare to fight back? If you say that, that's true. The surrounding villagers were talking a lot, and their interest was very high. Not only because Mufeng is admiral, but also because Mufeng is marine admiral who came out of Windmill Village. It is the glory of their Windmill Village. The most popular in the Windmill Village was Garp, but after knowing that Mufeng became marine admiral, it became Mufeng. For this reason, Garp, who often returns to Windmill Village, complains about this matter in Mufeng's ear. Aunt Mary, Uncle Jack, it's been a long time since everyone, Shepherd said with a smile. The Windmill Village is not very big, and there are only a few hundred people in it. After 3 years of living, Mufeng is naturally familiar with the villagers of the Windmill Village. Look, I'll just say it. Even if you become marine admiral, Xiao Mufeng is still the same Xiao Mufeng before. You still don't believe it. It's obviously you who just said that you want Garp to beat Xiao Mufeng. What did you say? Tell me again. I was wrong. Little Mufeng, since you're back, stay for a few more days. Remember to come to Aunt Mary's house later, and Auntie will make you your favorite big drumstick. Well, okay. It's been a long time since I ate the dishes made by Aunt Mary, Mufeng said with a smile. After a few conversations with the villagers dispersed. After all, everyone is just curious, and once the curiosity is over, there is still a lot of work to be done at home. Long time no see, Luffy. Mufeng then looked at Luffy and smiled. Mufeng, it's really you, Mufeng. Long time for Luffy to react and shouted, dancing. If you want to call me brother, I'm 6 years older than you. Mufeng laughed, and at the same time took a big step forward and hugged Luffy. No, I don't want to call you brother. How can One Piece King of Pirates call someone else's brother? Luffy said stubbornly. I don't know where the theory came from. Anyway, because of this, Mufeng and Ace beat Luffy a lot when they were young, but Luffy still didn't change his mind. Although he said so, Luffy still hugged Mufeng with a smile on his face. The two separated and looked at the boat beside them. The smile on Mufeng's face gradually disappeared, and Vivi said seriously, what, are you ready to go to sea today? Well, I'm about to go to sea. Luffy supported the straw hat on his head. A big smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were very firm, and he said, I will definitely become One Piece King of Pirates. I have to hurry up, or Ace will be the first. Then, suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up, looking at Mufeng. Mufeng, otherwise, you can be my vice captain. Then his eyes were full of anticipation. Idiot, I'm Marine Admiral, Mufeng said helplessly. That's right, I heard from Grandpa. Mufeng, you are now Marine Admiral. You are the most powerful Marine. That's fine. Then I will invite Mufeng after I become One Piece King of Pirates. Come and be my co-captain, Luffy said seriously. Mufeng was speechless. He really wanted to know what was going on in Luffy's mind all day. After a long while, he said, Luffy, is it really good for you to tell me so directly? Aren't you afraid that I will tell Grandpa? If Grandpa found out that you became a pirate, he would definitely be very angry. The old man wants you to become a Marine Admiral like me. Quote, hearing Mufeng mentioning Garp, Luffy shrank his head with a look of fear in his eyes, but then something came to mind. Straightening his head, he said loudly, don't be afraid. Even if Grandpa doesn't let me, I will become One Piece King of Pirates. I made an agreement with Shanks. Really? Then you will be a pirate in the future, and I will be Marine Admiral. Luffy, do you think I should catch you first? Shepherd suddenly laughed. Chapter 179_test before going to sea. Luffy with a serious face. Mufeng slowly retracted the smile on his face. At the same time, CC's Conqueror Haki came out, pressing Luffy at this moment as if the air had frozen. In 3 years, Mufeng's Conqueror Haki has broken the boundaries again. The LVMA X13 level Conqueror Haki is also unique in the pirate world. Even if it was only a trait, a Vice Admiral level powerhouse couldn't handle it. But Luffy is worthy of being the protagonist of the pirate world. Although his whole body was already trembling, he did not give in and looked at Mufeng without the slightest flinch or fear. All that was left was the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the whistling sea wind, and the breaking of the warships that were gradually approaching the shore. And, of course, the sound of Luffy's pounding heartbeat. I must become One Piece King of Pirates. Looking at Shepherd, Luffy shouted loudly again. Mufeng could hear the resolution in Luffy's voice, and no one could shake it. Looking at Luffy, Mufeng suddenly smiled, and around, the icy and terrifying atmosphere suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Yes, I thought you would give in under my oppression. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so firm in your dream. No one can stop you from realizing your dream. Sure enough, this is the Luffy I remember. Mufeng sighed, seeing Luffy wearing a straw hat and a red vest at this time. Luffy in Mufeng's memory gradually emerged, and then gradually overlapped with the Luffy in front of him. Ah, really, Mufeng, you scared me a lot. I thought you were going to take me back to Grandpa. Grandpa, Luffy said with a long breath. The battle with Mufang as a child had already left a shadow in Luffy's heart. From Luffy's point of view, Shepherd's Wind is second only to Garp's. The reason is very simple, because Mufang's fist is the same as Garp's, and it can hurt him. What did I stop you? I knew from a young age that your dream was to be One Piece King of Pirates, and if I wanted to stop you, I would have stopped you, Mufang said with a smile, and suddenly the conversation changed. However, Luffy, you have to know how many strong people are in this sea. If you say that your strength is not enough, 9 out of 10 pirates will die in the sea. Come on, Luffy, let's have a fight. That, Mufang, shall we go to Aunt Mary to eat big drumstick? Thinking that Mufang could hurt his fist, Luffy was a little terrified, and he learned to change the subject. Idiot, don't change the subject. Shepherd rammed Luffy's head with a fist. Then he said with a straight face, if you can't satisfy me, I'll take you to see Grandpa. It hurt. It's weird. Obviously I'm a rubber guy. Why are you and Grandpa hurting me? Luffy muttered while covering his head. But when she heard Mufang say the word grandfather, Luffy couldn't help shuddering. A contest is a contest, and now I'm not afraid of you, Luffy said hard. However, no matter how the shrunk head looked, it seems a little lack of confidence. Rubber bazooka, Luffy shouted loudly. Then his hands suddenly stretched behind him, a full tens of meters. The two fists blasted towards Mufang like two rocket launchers. Such a move can't hit me. Looking at Luffy, Mufang said with a smile, but it doesn't seem to be trying to escape. Luffy's fist hit Mufang, and then, very strangely, it passed through Mufang's body and slammed on the surface of a huge rock. The rocks were ripped apart by Luffy's rubber fist, and Mufang, who was hit by Luffy, gradually disappeared. Luffy's face was full of doubt. Hey, where is the shepherd? Looking left and right, Luffy didn't see Shepherd. Luffy, I'm here. The voice suddenly came from behind Luffy. Luffy was startled, turned around quickly, and was relieved to see that it was Mufang. Then he asked curiously, Mufang, why did you suddenly run behind me? Marine Rokushiki, Mufang said with a smile. Liar. Marine Rokushiki obviously doesn't have the move to turn people into air. Luffy pouted and said, a little resentful. Although he only knows 2 moves, he also knows the other move. The extended skill of shaving can produce afterimages. Mufang said. Afterimage? What's that? Edible. Luffy wondered. Quote. Mufang's head was covered in black line. For Luffy, as long as it is something that he does not know, it can only be divided into 2 types, edible and inedible. Can't compare with Luffy's mental retardation. Mufang exhaled. Said, Luffy, if you are only at this level, then you don't have to go out to sea. Do you know how many strong people are in the sea? East Blue's so can still be mixed, but if you reach the Great Waterway, there are countless pirates who can defeat you. Quote, what are you kidding? I was just warming up just now, and then I have to show my real skill. Luffy looked at Mufang and said loudly, his face full of unwillingness. Really? Then let me see your true abilities. Mufang smiled lightly. Rubber, battle axe. Luffy suddenly stretched his leg straight up, stretched hundreds of meters high, and then swung down sharply in one breath. You can hear the sound of tearing the air. Compared with the plot, Luffy's strength has indeed made great progress. Not to mention that he has learned Marine Rokushiki. Even the rubber tomahawk of this trick was originally in the fierce battle with Arlong, just developed. Even though he has exerted his full strength, Luffy's movements are still slow in Mufang's eyes. It was easy to dodge, and the next moment he appeared in front of Luffy. The fist covered by armament slammed into Luffy's abdomen. It directly knocked Luffy out, but Luffy, a strong constitution, just rubbed his stomach with a pained expression, and then fought with Mufang again. Chapter 180 Luffy Goes to Sea. I have to say, Luffy's use of the rubber fruit is very whimsical, which makes Mufang's eyes shine frequently, but compared to Mufang, Luffy is still only a weak chicken. After a long time, Luffy supported him with one hand, the trunk, gasping for breath. Although the brain is a bit of an idiot, Luffy's fighting instinct is very terrifying. In the plot, Luffy fights all the way, and most of them are on the spot to make extraordinary achievement, which is really staggering. Not bad, Luffy. The strength is much stronger than 6 years ago. The battle slowed down. Mufang looked at Luffy and nodded, and said with a smile, hey, that's a horse. Hearing Mufang's praise, Luffy seemed very excited. Although I reluctantly approve of your strength, you are considered capable of going to sea, but Luffy, you must know that the sea is not that simple. Mufang said suddenly. Luffy looked puzzled, not knowing what Mufang meant, but in the next moment, Luffy's eyes widened. His jaw was about to drop. Shigan, finger pistol, M500 missile, Mufang said lightly. Then, Mufang raised the index finger of his right hand and pointed to the sea not far away. In an instant, terrifying energy poured out from Mufang's index finger, and blasted straight to the sea. I saw on the sea not far away, a huge dent with a width of hundreds of meters, and I don't know how long suddenly appeared. In these 3 years, although Mufang's training for Marine Rokushiki is lacking, but because of the existence of Bangyu, it was very easy to break the boundary again. The Marine Rokushiki at the max 12 level has reached a limit. I am afraid that only the current army commander Kong Kong, who once used Marine Rokushiki to look down on the entire marine, can compete with Mufeng in Marine Rokushiki. Of course, it was on the premise that Mufeng didn't use other abilities, otherwise Mufeng would blow up Kong Kong casually. Okay, that's amazing. After a long while, Luffy slowly came to his senses. Then he turned his head to look at Mufeng and asked, Mufeng, in the sea, are there many strong people like you? Luffy's question was really naive. A lot. Hearing Luffy's question, Mufeng smiled lightly. Luffy, I am the strongest in the world. Someone stronger than me, huh? But I haven't appeared in this world yet. But I didn't use it just now. Do your best. In the sea, there are many people who can cause the scale of my blow just now, such as that guy Shang. Quote, Shang, Shepherd, do you know Shang? Hearing the three words Shang, Luffy suddenly became excited, but he missed Shanks very much. Of course, that guy Shanks is one of the 4 most powerful pirates in the ocean. No, it should be said to be one of the 3 pirates. Mufeng said with a smile. It's amazing. I just said Shanks must be a very powerful big pirate. Luffy seemed very happy to hear the news of Shanks. As they were talking, the 2 brothers walked back to the village shoulder to shoulder. After not seeing each other for 6 years, the 2 of course had to eat and drink to celebrate. And this celebration came at dawn the next day. While Shepherd was going to the toilet, Luffy slipped quietly to the dock. After undoing the ropes that tied his boat, and taking advantage of Vivi's dark eye, Luffy avoided everyone and started the pirate road with his own boat. My lord, didn't Garp Vice Admiral ask you to bring Luffy back to Marine headquarters? Looking at Mufeng beside him, Kyle asked cautiously. It's alright, the old man would have guessed the result long ago. If he wanted to, the old man would have brought Luffy back to Windmill Village so many times. Why wait until now? He will never interfere with our dream, Mufeng said with a smile. At the same time, take out a phone bug and dial. Hey, Shepherd, how's Luffy? Was Garp's voice. I just went out to sea. It seems that I have become a hateful pirate now, Mufeng said heartlessly, without caring at all. Stinky boy, didn't I tell you to take Luffy back to headquarters? Garp growled. The tone seems to be very angry. Really, old man, are you sure? Luffy hasn't run far yet. It seems that he can still see his boat, Mufeng asked with a smile. Hearing Mufeng's question, Garp on the other end of the phone suddenly became silent. After a long while, he said, forget it, don't worry about Luffy. If he wants to be a pirate, let him be, and the old man will catch him back. Of course, there is also that stinky boy age. Although Garp's voice was full of air, he could feel the loneliness in it. The 2 grandsons have become pirates one after another, and their positions will be opposite in the future. When we meet again, it may be as an enemy, so how can Garp not feel lonely? Mufeng can also feel it naturally. He couldn't help but said softly, old man, don't worry, I won't let all this develop in the worst direction. HMPH, brat, come back and take care of you, Garp said very arrogantly, and then hung up the phone bug. But Garp's voice was full of relief. For Garp, Mufeng is his greatest pride. Not only did he follow his own arrangement, he joined Marine, and within a year, he was promoted to 3.9 as Marine Admiral. Later, it became the strongest in the world, better than 10 Luffys and 10 Aces. Sir, are we going back to Marine headquarters now? Kyle asked. Mufeng Vivi frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, you drive the warship back to the headquarters first. In my word, it will naturally go back after a while. Okay, my lord. Kyle nodded and replied. For Mufeng's decision, he didn't feel the slightest surprise. In the past few years, Mufeng left the battleship and ran away by himself, not once or twice. Kyle quickly drove away the battleship, while Mufeng stayed in the Windmill Village for a few days, and then went away by himself in a small boat. Pirate God Level Upgrade System. Chapter 181-200. Chapter 181 Sea Restaurant Bharati. In East Blue, the Sea Restaurant Bharati is a very famous place. Almost all people who live by the sea will come here to eat once before stepping into East Blue in vain, whether it's marine or pirate. Therefore, there is an unwritten rule in Bharati that prohibits any fighting, even if marine and pirates meet together. As long as the pirates are not too arrogant, they have to wait until they have eaten and left before they can be caught. In a sense, this is also a kind of respect for food by those who seek life at sea. Bharati is a large, fish-shaped boat. The captain and chef is the retired big pirate, Red Feet Zeph. The red feet here are not red feet, but Zeph is good at kicking. When he uses kicking, kills the blood of the enemy, which dyes the shoes red every time, hence the name. On a pair of feet in the first half of the Great Waterway, it can be said that he can call the wind and call the rain. Zeph's ship was destroyed by a storm rare even in the New World. Zeph disappeared from the Great Waterway, and then lost the leg he used to rely on, and then adopted Sanji and opened the Sea Restaurant Bharati in East Blue. Look, that Captain Hapati over there. No way. Is that the captain of the Marine headquarters? I'm so envious. So noble. Hapati, captain of Marine headquarters, responsible for the headquarters inspection of East Blue. Although he is only a captain of the headquarters, he is only only a minor role in the Marine headquarters, but it is not like this in East Blue. The third level of the headquarters, although Hibody is only a captain, but because of the word headquarters, it can be said that he is on the same level as the branch colonel. As the weakest the Marine governor of East Blue is nothing but a rear admiral, so there are not many people who can control Hibody. Not only does he have his own battleship, but he also has great autonomy. Every day he sits on his own ship and wanders around East Blue. And today at the sea restaurant, Hippolyte is inviting a beautiful lady to dinner. It's amazing. Everyone is looking at you. The beautiful lady raised the goblet in her hand, touched the glasses with Hibody, and said with a chuckle, "No, they are attracted to you." Hibody laughed as well. Then Hippolyte took a light sip of the red wine in the glass with an intoxicated look on his face. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "It's delicious. This light fragrance is the fragrance of the land of Mizio in the north, and in the light sour taste there is a strong spicy taste. This wine must be Itis Bugestein because, waiter, am I right?" Amid the shocked gazes around him, Hepati turned his gaze to a guy with blonde hair and curly eyebrows beside him. "It's a big mistake, sir. By the way, I'm the sous chef here, and the waiters were all gone yesterday." The guy with blonde hair and curly eyebrows, holding a cigarette, is Sanji. "This is soup. Please drink it while it's hot." Sanji put 2 clear soups on the table, and went back to Vivi Isho, a beautiful lady and a gentleman. "Hey, don't laugh." But his confident look, hearing the voices around him discussing himself, Hibody trembled in anger. However, he could only hold back his anger and said to his female partner Vivi Isho in front of him that today my tongue seems to be a little dull and I couldn't taste it. Damn, what going on here? I clearly made an appointment with the boss. I'm going to serve this kind of wine today. How could it not be? The sous chef must have done something wrong. Hibody thought to himself. Seeing the soup in front of him suddenly, Hepati's eyes lit up, and he thought about it. Just caught a bug and threw it into the soup plate. Then, he shouted angrily, "Waiter, come here quickly and see what this is." Sanji came over, looked at Hibody, and said impatiently, "Didn't I already tell you? I'm not a waiter, I'm a sous chef." Then the nympho looked at the female partner opposite Hippolyte. With a heart-shaped eye, he said, "Seriously, this lady, you are really very beautiful. How? Come and have a drink across from me. I have real high-end wine there, not the kind you just drank." Quote. Seeing Sanji's appearance, Hepati was even more annoyed. Bang! A slap slapped on the dining table. Pointing to his plate, Hepati angrily shouted, "Hey, is your shop used to let customers drink soup with bugs?" Sanji glanced at Hepati's soup plate, where the worms were still floating. 677 can clearly see that it was just thrown in. He simply closed his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with insects." Hearing Sanji's answer, the diners were amused by the sound of laughter. Hearing the laughter, Hepati felt more and more ashamed. Trembling all over, his fist with tiger fingers slammed directly on the dining table in front of him. Suddenly, the table was torn apart, and the food fell to the ground. Looking at Sanji, Hibody said coldly, "You don't seem to know who I am." Sanji, who was smoking a cigarette, didn't speak, just quietly looked at the overturned food. His eyes were no longer as lustful as before, and his expression contained anger. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Of course I know who you are. Marine Headquarters Captain, Iron Fist Hibody." No, from today onward, you are Marine Headquarters Seaman Recruit Hibody. I said right." Hearing that someone interrupted him suddenly, Hepati was naturally very angry. "Who is it?" Sunshung looked, seeing a young man eating elegantly beside him. Hibody, who had been furious a second ago, only felt a bucket of cold water pouring over his head. Chapter 182 The Krieg Pirate. It's embarrassing. Mufeng, who originally came out of the windmill village by boat, thought about it. East Blue didn't have a place he wanted to stroll around, and was going to return to the Marine headquarters. Then embarrassed, Mufeng found himself lost. However, Mufeng, who was not in a hurry, let the boat float. Then came to the sea restaurant Barati. Not to mention, the food here is really good. It's no worse than the high-end restaurant in the Marine headquarters, which is dedicated to general-level officers. Just when Mufeng was eating with relish, Hibody did this. It simply affects the mood of eating. How could Mufeng not be angry? White. Hibody looked horrified. After talking about the word white for a long time, Hepati could not say another word. "Shut up," Mufeng said lightly. Hepati immediately shut up and didn't dare to say a word. Standing upright, he stood shaking in front of Mufeng. As the captain of Marine's headquarters, how could Hibody not know Mufeng, even if Mufeng didn't wear Marine Admiral's uniform? At this time, Hibody's face was pale, and he really wanted to give himself 2 big slaps. Why didn't he notice that the White Bear Admiral was here just now? If the existence of Mufeng could have been discovered earlier, Hibody would be given 10 more courage. He didn't dare to be so arrogant. His actions just now were completely discrediting Marine. Will Admiral, the White Bear, throw himself into the underwater prison in a fit of rage? Hibody felt more and more desperate, and cold sweat poured out. Although he was very desperate, Hibody did not have any thoughts of running away or or resisting. There was no other reason. In front of him was the strongest white bear in the world. But before Mufeng could speak, Sanji, who was beside him, suddenly said coldly, "As long as the worm is removed, can't the soup be drinkable? Do you know that you are wasting food? In the sea it is absolutely no can waste food. I don't care if you're marine. Shut up for me too." Mufeng glanced at Sanji without the slightest force or conqueror haki. With just one look, the oppressed Sanji couldn't even speak. "Anyway, Hibodi is also a marine. In front of me, I can't allow you, a little guy, to teach marine a lesson," Shepherd said lightly. Then he looked at Hibodi and continued, "Go pick up the food on the ground and eat it. Then go back to the marine headquarters and be demoted to seaman recruit. If this kind of thing happens again, go directly to the underwater prison." Hearing Mufeng's word, Hibodi felt as if he had been granted an amnesty. Just being demoted to seaman recruit, not even marine being kicked out, is better than the best possible outcome for Hibodi. Hibodi honestly picked up the food on the ground and put it into his mouth. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Mufeng very curiously. In the past 3 years, Mufeng's appearance has not changed much, but it has become more and more mature, and in the past 3 years, Mufeng has not made any major changes. Therefore, if he hadn't paid special attention to Mufeng, it would have been difficult to recognize him. At this moment, the door of the restaurant was suddenly open. It was a marine who hurried in and shouted, "Captain! Captain Hippolyte!" Hibodi didn't dare to speak, but looked at Mufeng, who was beside him. Shepherd shrugged and said, "Don't look at me, I'm just here for dinner. Besides, you haven't been officially dismissed. You're still a captain. You can figure it out yourself." "Well, not bad. Your 7 right steak is better than Marine's headquarters, or even better." Quote. Saying that, Makimo raised the fork with the steak in his hand towards Sanji, who was beside him. "What a noisy shop." At this time, Luffy stepped aside. However, some sloppy Luffy obviously didn't notice that Mufeng was also there. "Right, I'm sorry. That person escaped from the confinement room. The pirate Krieg's men escaped. He is the 7 of us, following the trail of Krieg's group and finally caught it." Marine was horrified. Impossible. He couldn't have the strength to escape. When he was captured 3 days ago, he was already starving and half dead, and we didn't give him anything for the past few days. Eat it. Hepati clearly couldn't believe it. Krieg gang. Isn't that the strongest pirate group in East Blue? Hearing the 3-word Krieg, all the diners around were desperate. In response, he ran away in a hurry. In East Blue, Krieg was definitely the most brutal pirate. Suddenly, the marine was kicked away, and a figure walked in. "There, guess here." This was Paddy, Barati's other sous chef. It's not the guy who came to my shop to make trouble again." Zeph, the disturbance just now was really not small, and everyone from Barati gathered in the restaurant. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, the Straw Hats are all here too. The figure swayed and sat on a chair, and then put one leg on the table. Looking at the crowd, he said, "This is a Western restaurant. Give me something to eat. Anything will do." Pre-pirate Jin, who was caught by Hippolyte. "Welcome, idiot." Paddy rubbed his hands together and walked up to Jin. He turned out to be a bastard too, and like Sanji, he was taken in by Zeph in Barati. "I said the last time, I'm a customer. Hurry up and bring the food." Jin gave Paddy a weak look and said impatiently, "That cook will be killed." Hibodi murmured, "I'm so sorry, idiot. Did you bring any money?" Paddy asked with a big smile on his face. Who knew that Jin directly took out a pistol, put it on Paddy's forehead and asked, "I don't have any money. Can I use bullets instead?" The tone was very arrogant, but who knew that in the next moment Jin was directly rammed on the top of his head by Paddy's fist. Chapter 183 as a chef. Then Paddy ignored Jin's pleas and threw him out. Paddy's love for Barati is no less than that of Sanji. Naturally, he wouldn't give any food to a pirate like Jin, who might pose a threat to Barati, and he would be merciful if he didn't kill him. And when Paddy threw Jin out, no one noticed. Sanji suddenly walked towards the back kitchen without saying a word. No one knew what he was going to do, but Mufeng knew. Sanji was going to cook for Jin. It was still the original plot, and Mufeng had no intention of changing it. 2 days later, Barati was suddenly on high alert. The hourglass between the two sides of the skull is an hourglass that intimidates the enemy. It's the pirate group of Pirate Admiral Krieg. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Quote, East Blue's most ferocious pirate, Pirate Admiral Krieg. "Look, Paddy, they did come. There's no mistake. It's their ship. You'll drive them all away." You said. "Yes." "Is there a mistake?" Paddy covered his head, panic-stricken, obviously a little cowardly. "That ship looks a little weird." Zeph looked at the pirate ship of the 870 Krieg pirates in the distance, frowned and muttered, "It's shattered. It can damage such a huge ship to such a degree. It is absolutely impossible to do it with human power alone. It must be some natural disaster." Zeph just glanced at Sanji. "Boy, it's time for you to go to sea. The world is bigger than you think. The powerhouses who can do this in the Great Channel. There are countless." The pirate, the one with the straw hat boy. "It's a good choice." At this moment, Jin helped a burly guy into the restaurant. This guy was the most cruel pirate in East Blue, the Pirate Admiral Krieg. Excuse me, can you give me some water and rice? I have money, I will give it to you no matter how much, Krieg said weakly. What? Without a bit of majesty and boldness. Is he really a Krieg? He looked really hungry, Luffy said. Suddenly, Krieg's eyes flashed, and it hit the ground. Jin was shocked. What's the matter with you, Krieg? Please give us some food. Ha. It's so funny. Is this the glorious image of the infamous Krieg leader? Patty laughed arrogantly. We brought money this time. We are guests, Jin said loudly. Get in touch with Marine. He's so weak right now. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the government. Don't need to feed him anything. Get him up. Hee. We'll get a lot more. Where's the bounty? Patty said loudly. That's right. If he was allowed to recover, no one knew what would happen to him. He should be allowed to starve to death like this because of his usual mischief. Damn him. Who made him do something wrong? If Krieg is allowed to recover, he will definitely attack our Barati. So, not even a drop of water can be given to him. The diners and chefs of the sea restaurants said with indignation. I don't do anything. I promise you, if you give me something to eat, I will go back obediently. Please help me. I beg you. It doesn't matter if it's leftovers. Give me something to eat, Krieg begged. Krieg, don't be like this. Don't beg them like this. You shouldn't be doing this. Don't be so embarrassing, Jin yelled. Mu Feng, who was on the side, looked at Krieg. He could understand that when he first appeared in the world of pirate, he tried the taste of hunger, which was definitely more tormenting than any punishment. But in Barati, there are people who understand hunger better than Mu Feng. Want to gain sympathy. Patty didn't show any emotion at all. Hey, Patty, get out of the way. A voice suddenly sounded. Then, before Patty could react, suddenly a black toad shoe kicked him in the face and kicked him out. It was Sanji, holding a plate of steaming fried rice in his hand. Looking at Jin on the side, he said, Jin, take this fried rice for that guy to eat. He handed the fried rice in his hand to Jin. Thank you, Mr. Sanji. Jin was taken aback. Immediately overjoyed, he quickly took the fried rice from Sanji and handed it to Krieg, who was lying on the ground. Without even using a spoon, Krieg shoved the rice into his mouth with his hand. Hey, Sanji, get those meals back. You kid, don't you know who he is? The overlord of East Blue. Krieg, who wounded people with an arrow, is him. He first escaped from prison and became a marine, killed the officer on the marine ship. Then he grabbed the ship and ran away, becoming a pirate ever since. Sometimes they will fly the marine's flag to enter the port, and then openly attack villages and civilian ships. Sometimes they will hang up the white flag of surrender, pretend to surrender and then attack the enemy. In order to win the battle, he can do whatever he can, which is why he can become today's great pirate. This man is not in vain. It is absolutely impossible to go back obediently after eating. For this kind of villain, if you don't save the world, you will save the world. An older chef pointed at Sanji and roared loudly. I know, Sanji said lightly. After a pause, he continued, but sorry, as a chef, I can't see someone starving in front of me. By the time Sanji spoke, Krieg was full and regained his strength. Suddenly, facing Sanji, Krieg burst into trouble. The steel-like arm wrapped around Sanji's neck and knocked Sanji out of the way, hitting the ground heavily. Chapter 184 Power of the Strong. Leader. Krieg leader, you promised not to take action against this family, so I brought you here. What's more, that person is our savior. Seeing Krieg take action against Sanji, all the people they were all stunned, and Jin growled. Ha. It's really delicious. I feel alive again. Krieg laughed, then stuck Jin's neck directly, and then threw Jin aside. This ship, I want it. Krieg declared very arrogantly. See, this is Krieg. He wants to take us Barati. It's all because of you, Sanji. Patty growled. Krieg chief, where's your promise? Jin cried bitterly. My boat is in tatters, and I'm looking for a new one. If you're done, roll me off the boat as soon as possible. In addition, there are about 100 people alive on my boat. They are all seriously injured and their stomachs they're all broken too. They need 100 servings of water and food. Go and get it for me, shouted Krieg. Want us to prepare food for the enemy who attacked us? I refuse. One of the Barati cooks snapped back at Krieg. This is an order. No one is allowed to disobey me, Krieg said solemnly. Mr. Sanji, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. Jin lay on the ground, hugging his head and crying, obviously very regretful. You bastard. Do something so unforgivable. Hey, Sanji, where are you going? Patty wanted to scold Sanji, but found Sanji turned and walked aside. Sanji flicked the cigarette butt he was holding and glanced at Patty, indifferently said, go to the kitchen. You have to prepare food for 100 people. What? Hearing Sanji's word, all the chefs in Barati were furious. Mr. Sanji. Jin looked at Sanji in astonishment. Yes, hee, that's right. Krieg smiled. In his opinion, Sanji meant to submit to him, and his reputation intimidated him. However, the chefs of Barati would not allow Sanji to behave like this. Chi took out a pistol and aimed it at Sanji's head, and said maliciously, Sanji, I think you're an undercover agent sent by Krieg. Never let you in the kitchen. A fire like yours. We must stop it. Facing the chefs who pointed guns at him, Sanji said indifferently, it's okay. If you want to stop me, just shoot. I know. The other side is a hopeless villain. But do they eat? And what happens next has nothing to do with me. If you think about it and decide, it will be too troublesome. If you meet someone who wants to eat, give him food. This is the chef. Sanji's tone, although plain, but unusually firm. Mufeng was like a bystander, watching things gradually happen. As in the plot, Barati's chef Krieg, and under Krieg's going armor worth hundreds of millions of Bailey, the chef were completely defeated. Then, under the puzzled eyes of the cook, Zeph gave Krieg 100 servings of food. Next, Krieg recognized Zeph's identity, the former great pirate. My interest is only this ship and the logbook in Zeph's hand, so, if you don't want to die, just get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you all with my men later. Krieg sighed, and then walked out with the food on his back. By the way, Jin, haven't you been to the Great Passage? Why do you say you don't know anything about it? Luffy asked suddenly, curious about the Great Passage. I really don't know anything. It's unbelievable. That was our 7th day on the Great Passage. That day was so unreal. Like a dream. Now my mind is still in chaos. Suddenly, a man suddenly appeared. He actually wiped out our fleet of 50 ships. Jin's face was full of fear. That man has a pair of eyes that can kill. As sharp as an eagle look. Quote, what? The green algae head, who was doing nothing, froze suddenly. Zoro, do you know him? Seeing Zoro's reaction so big, Luffy asked curiously. Yeah. Zoro nodded and said in a deep voice, that man, the eagle-eyed man, is the reason why I went to sea, and the person I've been looking for, to deal with the entire fleet. Could it be that he has some deep hatred with you? Sanji breathed out a breath of smoke, still unable to hide the shock in his heart. Is there really such a person who can deal with a fleet of 5,000 people and 50 ships by one person? But there is no need for Jin to lie to himself. Zero. No, there is no such thing at all. Jin shook his head. Well, let me see. You must have disturbed him to take a nap. That guy Mihawk is very angry when he wakes up. Suddenly, a voice with a smile sounded. Everyone present turned their attention to the direction of the sound. I saw a young man eating by himself, as if everything that happened just now and everything that will happen next have nothing to do with him. By seeing Mufeng, Zeph's pupils shrank suddenly, apparently recognizing him. But as soon as he said the word white, he was interrupted by Mufeng. Looking at Zeph, Mufeng smiled and said, the steak is very well made. Chef, you made it yourself. No, Sanji did it. Zeph answered honestly. Shepherd's Wind interrupted him. Naturally, he didn't want his identity to be exposed. After living for so long, if Zeph didn't even recognize this, he would have lived on a dog. Mufeng, are you here too? Luffy said with a look of surprise when he saw Mufeng. Mufeng looked like he was defeated by you, and said, Luffy, I've been here for 2 days. Don't tell me you just discovered me. Chapter 185 Hawkeye vs Zoro. I just found out. Hehe. By the way, Mufeng, what are you doing here? Luffy scratched his head and asked curiously. I heard that the food here is delicious. Of course I'm here to eat. Pointing to the plate in front of him, Mufeng said as a matter of course. Oh, that's it. Luffy looked like that. Zeph on the side looked at Luffy curiously. Who is this kid? To be so familiar with such a big man as White Bear. Stop joking. How could our fleet be defeated for such a silly reason? Jin roared hoarsely, looking at Mufeng. He can't accept. He can't accept such absurd and boring reasons at all. Is it boring? I don't think so. He glanced at Jin lightly. Mufeng said, this is the great channel. To humiliate the weak is the power of the strong. We, you actually said we were weak. We are the Krieg pirates with 5,000 people and 50 ships. Jin still couldn't believe it. 5,000 people, 50 ships. Hehe. If it's your kind of stuff, even if it 50,000 people, 500 ships, it's still garbage. Mufeng said lightly. Then he ignored Jin and looked at Luffy instead. He asked with a smile, Luffy, how are you? Are you scared? How is that possible? Hey, I'm starting to get excited. That's what the ocean should be like. Luffy said with excitement on his face, not the slightest bit of fear. You should think about the danger anyway. Usopp yelled at the side. Shepherd looked at Luffy with a smile, and sure enough, Luffy is still that Luffy. It was at this time that the hull suddenly shook violently. The diners and cooks on the ship were all panicked. Barati's boat is so big that the normal wave can't shake it at all. As for whether it will be a big wave, it was clear that it was calm just now. What happened? Everyone rushed to the deck and saw a terrifying scene. I saw the main ship of the Krieg pirate. Actually, it was cut off with a knife. Yo, Mihawk, I didn't expect this guy to come here too. Mufeng said with a smile, looking at a coffin-like boat floating along the waves in the distance. Zoro, who was going to chase after the Mary that was stolen by Nami, also noticed Hawkeye. Immediately, his expression became extremely solemn, and he said, Usopp, the matter of recovering the Mary can only be handed over to you first. That man is the eagle-eyed man I am looking for. Is he the one who destroyed 50 ships by himself? So, is he the one who destroyed Krieg's ship just now? He looked like a very ordinary person. It doesn't look like he has any special weapon. Yes, Patty said, puzzled. Isn't his weapon on his back? Zeph said, how is this possible? Could it it be that he cut off the boat with that sword? Patty obviously couldn't believe it. He had never seen such a powerful person. That right, Hawkeye-eyed man is synonymous with a swordsman. He is the world's #1 swordsman, Zeph said lightly. At the same time, he glanced at Mufeng, who looked like a normal person, and thought to himself, and now the strongest swordsman in the world is also here. It's over. It's the guy who defeated our fleet. I didn't expect him to keep chasing here. Damn it, you bastard. What a lot of hatred do you have with us? You want to chase us all over the world. The pirate looked at Hawkeye desperately and shouted. Hawkeye tilted his head and thought for a while, then looked at the pirate and replied seriously, well, to pass the time. Shouldn't it be like that? Expression. It's actually said to pass the time. This pirate of the Krieg pirates was already dazzled by the attitude of Hawkeye. He forgot the horror of Hawkeye, picked up the pistol at Hawkeye, and pulled the trigger. As for Hawkeye, he just pulled out the black knife behind him. With two knives pulled, bullets that could not be caught by the naked eye were easily deflected by the blade of the black knife. Aren't you very free? Have a showdown with me? A voice suddenly sounded. It was Zoro who challenged Hawkeye. Zoro had a warlike expression on his face and tied the turban on his arm to his forehead. Sad. If you are considered a swordsman, then you don't need to fight. The power disparity between you and me is already clear at a glance. The courage to challenge me is your ambition. Or is it out of your ambition? You're ignorant, Hawkeye said lightly. There was no movement in his eyes. As the world's top swordsman, a powerhouse who once held the name of the world's #1 swordsman, he had seen so many challengers like Zoro, but the final result was always the same: killed by himself or defeated by himself. This is my dream, and for a promise with my best friend. Zoro bit the word heat out after he finished speaking. Three knives facing Hawkeye. Three knives. To be honest, I didn't expect. We met so early. Hey, what do you mean? Zoro suddenly looked at Hawkeye with an angry face. Because of the 5.0 eagle eye in front of him, he suddenly took off the decoration of a cross on his neck and pulled out a small sword several centimeters long, aimed at Zoro. Hawkeye man, what is he doing? Seeing this scene, many people on Barati were also puzzled. Mihawk isn't the kind of beast who goes all out just to catch a rabbit. Zoro is just a famous swordsman in the weakest sea of East Blue. This kind of strength abounds in the great waterways. No matter what, it counts. I feel like Mihawk is all about finding no smaller knife. Right, Mihawk, Shepard said with a smile. Shepard's voice is not small, so Mihawk, who is not far away, can hear it naturally. Chapter 186 Feeling of failure. White Bear, I didn't expect you to be here. Mihawk was stunned for a moment, and when he saw clearly that it was Mufeng, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in surprise, it seems that I should ask you this sentence. After all, I came out of East Blue. But why are you in East Blue? In addition, your focus now should be on the let fight, said. Mufeng pointed to Zoro. Is this weak? Not interested. Glancing at Zoro, Mihawk said lightly. Hearing Mihawk's contemptuous words, Zoro's face was full of anger, but Mihawk ignored it, and he saw very few weak people like Zoro. Haha, believe me, this weakling is different. Mufeng shrugged and said. Hearing what Mufeng said, Mihawk looked at Zoro a little. Looking down on people, there must be a limit. Don't regret it if you die. Zoro roared in anger, then charged straight towards Mihawk. Go slash. With his hands crossed, Zoro was already full at the beginning. Although you may be a weaker with a slightly different 11, but in my opinion, you are still a frog in the bottom of the well. In this case, let me teach you how wide the world is. Mihawk, though looked indifferent, said. The footstep did not move at all, but the knife in his hand stabbed forward. Zoro's powerful attack was directly blocked. At this moment, the air condensed. Big Brother's go slash doesn't work. That's a 100% surefire trick that Big Brother will win as soon as he makes a move. Zoro's two pups, Johnny and Joseph, were naturally the most surprised. In the perception of the two of them, Zoro is an invincible existence. Can't move. What the hell did he do? This move has never been seen before. He can actually use that kind of toy knife. How is this possible? Impossible. The gap between us. How could it be so big? At this time, no one is more shocking than Zoro. He thought that he would be weaker than Hawkeye, but he never thought that the gap between the two would be so big. It seemed like a world-like gap. Whoa 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 whoa, Zoro yelled, attacking Hawkeye. Extremely violent swordsmanship flashed at Mihawk, completely abandoning his defense. However, no matter how violent Zoro's swordsmanship is, it can be easily blocked by Mihawk's knife. What a brutal swordsmanship. Mihawk also took 2 points seriously. Of course not because Zoro's strength suddenly became stronger, but because he saw the perseverance in Zoro's eyes. Such perseverance Mihawk has only seen in his life. Cannot help but wonder. He asked indifferently, what are you carrying? Why do you want to be the strongest? Hearing Mihawk's question, Zoro's mind suddenly flashed a lot of images. Remembered Kuina. I remembered my agreement with her. I remembered Kuina's sudden death, but I promised her that I would work hard with her share, and I must become a big big sword with such a reputation that even the kingdom of heaven can hear it. How? Tiger. Hunting. Fierce swordsmanship than before. But he was stabbed in the chest by Hawkeye. But fortunately, what Hawkeye was holding was just a toy knife, and it didn't stab the heart at all, otherwise Zoro would just die. Big brother. Big brother. Johnny and Joseph both shouted. He wanted to run over, but was held down by Luffy. Although Luffy was also very excited, he wanted to step forward to help fight, but Luffy knew that this was Zoro's fight alone, and he wouldn't allow anyone to interfere, even to death. Huh? Mahat suddenly raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of surprise, because he found that even if his chest was pierced, the guy in front of him was still moving forward, as if he didn't care that his heart would be pierced. Why don't you step back? Do you just want to be pierced in the heart like this? Hee. Who knows? Zoro said calmly. I just feel that as long as I take a step back, a lot of important vows and things will be broken. It seems that I can never go back here again. Quote, yes, this is failure, Mahat said sternly. He finally looked at Zoro, and this was the first time Hawkeye looked at the weak. He admitted that the weak man in front of him said the same thing as Mufeng, but it was slightly different. Hee. Then I can't step back. Zoro smiled miserably. Even if you lose your life, hey, it's still a joy to die. What an astonishingly strong determination. It is better to choose death than to fail. Mahat sighed inwardly, and at the same time pulled out the knife from Zoro's chest. Boy, sign up. Mahat suddenly realized he didn't know Zoro's name. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro exclaimed, posing at the same time. The three knives are placed in the shape of a windmill. I will remember. It's been a long time since I met the strong 720 inches. Then, I will end you with this black knife in the manner of a swordsman. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife behind him. From Mahat's point of view, Zoro has such a will, so he should be named strong. If nothing else, people like Gecko, Moria, Crocodile, although they may be stronger, they can't bear the word strong. Pulled out the sword that cut off our ship. Around, there were pirates from the Krieg pirate, screaming loudly. The sword that brought them death. 3 sword profound truth. 3000 world. Zoro used his most proud mystique and collided with Mahat's slash. And the final result. Naturally, in the face of Mahat's slash, Zoro had no resistance whatsoever. The 2 knives in his hand were broken, and only the words Hidai remained intact. After all, it is a big knife with 21 skills. Although it is 1 level worse than Hawkeye's black knife, there will be no problem if you fight it a few times. Lost. Is this the number 1 power in the world? So strong. Zoro thought silently, closed the word Hidao, and opened his arms to face Hawkeye. Chapter 187 because you are too weak. What are you doing? Hawkeye wondered, not understanding Zoro's action. The wound on the back is a shame for a swordsman. Zoro grinned, ignoring the blood coming out of his mouth, looking at Hawkeye, and said very seriously. Hearing Zoro's word, Hawkeye was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. He found that he began to appreciate the weak man named Zoro in front of him. Not many people who can be admired by Hawkeye. Mufeng is counted as one. Red-haired is counted as one. It is definitely not enough to count on the entire sea. And these people are undoubtedly the top powerhouses. Well said, Hawkeye praised. Then he held the black knife in both hands, and suddenly he swung it down. From the left shoulder to the right crotch, there was a deep wound. Blood rushed out like no money, and then Zoro turned his face and fell into the sea. Wow. Raise your fist, activate the fruit ability, and blast the Mahat. But before Luffy could attack, he was held down by Mufeng. Shepherd, what are you doing? This guy killed Zoro. I must defeat him to avenge Zoro. Luffy yelled angrily. Idiot, that green algae head is still alive. Of course, if I don't go into the water to save him now, I promise he will definitely drown. Mufeng said helplessly. If Hawkeye really wants to kill Zoro, then with a single slash, Zoro will not be seriously injured but will be cut in half directly. Really, Shepherd? Luffy's eyes lit up. Do I have to lie to you? Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Don't forget that you are a devil fruit person. When you jump in, will you save the green algae head or let the green algae head save you? Mufeng, for this guy Luffy, there is only helplessness left. Turning his head, he looked at Johnny and Joseph beside him. Mufeng said, isn't that green algae head your eldest brother? Why don't you go and save him? Oh. The 2 guys then reacted and jumped into the sea, while Zoro was rescued to Barati. Lying on the ground with blood spurting from the wound in front of him, Zoro gasped for a few breaths. Suddenly, he drew out the word Hidao, raised it, and pointed the tip of the sword to the sky. Blue. Luffy, listen. Heard? Zoro asked. I heard. Luffy's answer was also neat. I'm making you feel uneasy. One Piece king of pirate. If you can't even be the world's number 1 swordsman, you'll be embarrassed. I won't lose again. After defeating him, before becoming the world's number 1 swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you have an opinion? One Piece king of pirates. Zoro swore his lifelong oath. He. No problem. Luffy smiled innocently. My name is Dracula Mahat. In the years to come, I will be waiting for you somewhere in the sea to challenge me, Hawkeye said lightly. Suddenly, the conversation changed, and Hawkeye continued. However, I don't know which year's calendar you are looking at. The World Greatest Swordsman. This title no longer belongs to me 6 years ago, and now the World Greatest Swordsman is also here. Speaking of this, the black knife in Eagle Eye's hand pointed at Mu Feng, and said solemnly, White Bear, accept my challenge. I will defeat you and regain the throne of the World Greatest Swordsman. Huh, Mu Feng, aren't you Marine Admiral? When did you become the world's largest swordsman? Luffy looked at Mu Feng and asked curiously. White Bear, Marine Admiral, world's #1 great swordsman, is the most powerful legend in the world. The scary young man in front of him. At this moment, the minds of everyone present became a little out of order. Can't the world's largest swordsman be Marine Admiral? This guy Luffy, what is in his head? I really want to knock it open and take a look. Ignoring the idiot Luffy, Mu Feng glanced at Hawkeye with a warlike expression. Said lightly, I'm sorry, I refuse. Hawkeye was done. Zeph was done. Sanji was done. Zoro was done. Everyone present was done. In the perception of normal people, since Mu Feng is the world's largest swordsman, he should not refuse the challenge of any swordsman. Just like Hawkeye. At the beginning, Zoro was definitely weak in his eyes, but Hawkeye didn't reject Zoro's challenge. Why didn't you accept my challenge, White Bear? Hawkeye was puzzled. Because you are too weak. Mu Feng made no secret of his contempt for Hawkeye. Quiet. Extremely quiet. The air seems to have condensed. Actually, some people say that Hawkeye is too weak. Although the person who said this is Bai Xiang, Marine Admiral, the world's largest swordsman. Maybe he has defeated Hawkeye before, but it is too arrogant to say this. What did you say, White Bear? Hawkeye was done. Didn't you hear it? Although this is indeed a bit too shocking to you, but if it is your request, then I can only say it again. Because you are too weak. If you do it again this time, I can't hear you clearly, but I won't repeat it. Mu Feng shrugged. Because I'm too weak, so I don't accept the challenge. Rao was eagle-eyed, and he couldn't help being angered by Mu Feng's words. Looking at Mu Feng with anger, he said solemnly with his eagle eyes, 6 years ago, after I lost to you in the Battle of Marine's headquarters, I also found that my swordsmanship still has room for improvement. In the past 6 years, I didn't dare to rest and hone myself. Finally, a few months ago, I finally went a step further and realized my sword intent reaching your realm. Perhaps, if you compete for strength, I am not as good as you. However, if it's just a test of swordsmanship, I will never admit that you are better than me. So, today's battle, whether you agree or not, is bound to happen. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife and pointed at Mu Feng. Chapter 188 The Grace of Remodeling. When you reach my realm, you don't have to be weak when you compete in swordsmanship. Hawkeye, who gave you confidence? I'm curious. Is it your subjective assumption? I still think that I have already revealed it back then. All the swordsmanship. Besides, in the past 6 years, only your swordsmanship has been improving, and my swordsmanship is not moving forward. Mu Feng tilted his head and asked curiously. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Hawkeye's complexion changed again and again. He really never thought that Mu Feng's swordsmanship would improve in these 6 years. Because as the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye knows that in that position, there is no opponent to speak of, and his own swordsmanship is impossible to make the slightest progress. Of course, Hawkeye thought that Mu Feng's swordsmanship had not improved in the slightest. And now, White Bear actually said that. Could it be that compared to 6 years ago, his swordsmanship has reached another level? How is this possible? After a step closer, Hawkeye can feel that his swordsmanship has reached an incredible level, and he feels that this is the exhaustion of swordsmanship. There can be no higher level. 540. White Bear. How can the White Bear continue to become stronger? Well, Hawkeye, looking at you, I don't believe it. Seeing the expression on Hawkeye's face, Mu Feng raised his brows and said with a smile. The mammoth blade had appeared in his hand at some point. If you don't believe it, then you can see it with your own eye. With that, Mu Feng pulled out the mammoth blade and stood sideways. Hawkeye's expression became excited. In his opinion, Mu Feng is like this. That is, he is ready to have a battle with him. The people around were also staring at Mu Feng and Hawkeye. I didn't dare to blink for fear of missing something. The duel between the White Bear and the Eagle Eye, the former world's largest swordsman duel, is now the world's largest swordsman. This matchup is definitely the best matchup in the world, and no one wants to miss a single scene. What are you doing? Seeing Hawkeye's appearance as if he was facing a great enemy, Mu Feng asked curiously. Isn't it about fighting? Hawkeye frowned. Mu Feng said with a really lost to you expression. That I seem to be just telling you to see it, and I didn't say that I want to fight you. Then, what do you mean? Hawkeye suddenly felt like he was being tricked. It doesn't matter. You just need to keep your eyes open and watch. Mu Feng said lightly, facing the sea, and in the eyes of everyone's doubt, he raised the mammoth blade. What is he going to do? This idea popped into everyone's mind, and then in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. A large trench with a width of several hundred feet and an unknown length of many seas appeared in front of it. White Bear, White Bear, White Bear. He actually split the sea. Barati's diners and chef giraffes are from East Blue. Where have they seen such a slash? Even Zeph, who has set foot on the Great Waterway, is just a pirate with a bounty of 200 million to 300 million Baileys. He doesn't even know armament, and he has never seen such a battle. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? Open. Just kidding. Actually cut off the sea. Usopp. Is this the power of the world greatest swordsman? It terrifying. But I won't be afraid. I must surpass him. Zoro. The only one present who can create the same momentum as Hawkeye. However, he is more shocking than anyone else. Although, he can also cut the sea. But it can't be like Mufang. The sea that has been cut off has not closed for a long time, and in that huge trend, Eagle Eye can feel the sword intent that is filled with violent and destructive aura. It is completely not comparable to the sword intent that he just condensed. Hawkeye has a feeling, if Mufang's slash just now fell against him, then you can't resist it. Even under this violent and destructive sword intent, it is possible to be instantly destroyed into flesh and blood. I lost. Although it was difficult, Hawkeye still said these 3 words. This sentence seems to have exhausted all of Hawkeye's energy. Looking at Mufang, in a trance, Hawkeye seems to feel that it is a mountain at all, a mountain that he can't cross at all. No matter how hard you try, you can only look up at the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, despair pervades Hawkeye's heart. Hey, I just said you are too weak. You still don't believe it. Shrugging, Mufang said helplessly, Mihawk, you are too persistent. As a swordsman, you will never surpass anyone else. Take defeating others as your goal to improve your swordsmanship. Then one day, when you defeat everyone, your swordsmanship will stagnate. The realm will not be able to progress diligently. Quote, then what should I do? Hawkeye looked at Mufang with a puzzled face. It's very simple. Since the enemy will eventually be exhausted, then consider yourself as an opponent. If you defeat the self of yesterday, you will be a brand new self today. In this way, your strength will no longer have any restrictions and will always become stronger. Mufang said lightly, consider yourself as an opponent. Defeat yourself, and then keep getting stronger. White Bear, is this how you became so powerful? Hawkeye murmured subconsciously. Haha. Mufang just smiled and didn't say anything. I can't tell you, Master. I don't need to be so troublesome to become stronger. It's okay to tear 2 super experience scrolls, and there will be no bottleneck restriction. That's really shocking, isn't it? Mihawk, if I tell you the truth, you'll definitely break down. So I'll just be indifferent. Issho. More and more, the light in the eyes of the eagle's eyes is more and more. The slump and despair just now disappeared. Standing up, the black knife was put into the scabbard. Eagle Eye respectfully saluted Mufang as a disciple. Then, looking at Mufang, he said very seriously, Irish Bear Admiral, I am grateful for today's remodeling. Mihawk feels inexhaustible. In the future, if a regular Bear Admiral needs anything, he will die. Chapter 189_Desperate Nami. Looking at the eagle eye in front of him, an expression of willingness to smear the ground, Mufang couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, as this considered a shock of a tiger's body, and then the eagle eye bows to his tyrannical aura. It's fine, just don't bother me. Mufang shrugged and said casually. Then Mufang looked at Barati and said helplessly, well, it seems that there is no way to eat well. Luffy, this pirate will be left to you to clean up. I'll go first. Mufang pointing to Krieg, he said to Luffy, hee, no problem, leave it to me. Luffy said, patting his chest. Compared with the plot, Luffy's strength has been greatly improved. Defeating Krieg will definitely not be as difficult as in the plot, and of course it will not be too easy. Ellipsis. Shepherd's Wine, who left Barati, did not return to Marine headquarters, and caught up with the Going Merry, because he found it interesting to stir up the plot. To be honest, Going Merry is just an old-fashioned sailboat. According to normal logic, it is not suitable for long-distance sailing at all, especially in the seas with extreme weather such as the Great Channel. But for the protagonist, there is no need for logic at all. Why the Going Merry can carry Luffy and the others all the way to the capital of Seven Waters. Even once reached the Sky Island located above the 10,000-meter altitude. On the Going Merry, Nami burst into tears. After pushing Johnny and Joseph into the sea, she left alone on the Merry. The Going Merry was a small boat, and it was a navigator with great sailing talent like Nami. Naturally, it was very easy. Go awa. VV.Se breeze blew Nami's orange hair. On her youthful face, there was a sense of melancholy and emotion that should not belong to her age. The figure looks a little thin, as if to be crushed by the cruel reality. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Woo. If next time we meet again, Luffy, I wonder if you will want me to be your partner. Can we meet again? I want to be free soon. Baramal. Nami buried her head between her arms, tears soaking her clothes. With this money, 100 million Bailey is enough. The village, and everyone. Nami thought of everyone in Kokuyashi village, and the pain in her heart was relieved. From the age of 10, Nami began her difficult life, not only trying to save money, but also dealing with the Arlong pirate. Now, this life is finally coming to an end. Ooh, that's not right. Suddenly, a voice full of laughter rang out, and Nami was shocked and hurriedly followed her reputation. I saw Mufeng was putting his hands on the back of his head, leaning against the sheep head of the Going Merry. She looked at Nami with a faint smile on her face. As a navigator, it would be wrong to steal a pirate ship. Ah, you, who are you? Nami suddenly exclaimed, and hurriedly took a few steps back, pulled away the distance between Mufeng, and took out a dagger. Holding daggers in both hands, they aimed at Mufeng and looked at him with extreme vigilance. The experience at sea in the past few years has made Nami very skilled in doing all this. The reaction is good, and the movements are very skilled. East Blue's little thief cat Nami. Who am I? Can't you see it? Said. Mufeng pretended to be fierce. You're a pirate, Nami said, pretending to be calm. However, her heart was panicking to death. Disguise. In the past few years of sailing life, Nami has already learned this skill, otherwise she would have died many times. And what will happen next? Nami can also guess. It's nothing more than robbery. In the past few years, she has not known how many times she has encountered it. From the panic at the beginning to this day, although I am still afraid, I am not panicked. Nami has definitely endured a lot of tempering in the past few years. Faced with these, in fact, Nami has a lot of ways to deal with it. The safest way is to give everything to the person in front of you, then pretend to surrender, and then see if there is a chance to steal the treasure back, and then you can run away. But this time is different. There is treasure on the ship. A lot of treasure. Enough to buy the entire Kokoyashi village by herself. Nami doesn't want to give up. What do you want to do? Nami still held 1 in 10,000 hope. Ahahaha, what a stupid question. As a pirate, what else can I do when I run off to another pirate ship? Of course it was a robbery. I heard that long-nosed man in the restaurant on the sea. Guy says you have tens of millions of Baileys on board. Originally, I was still worried about how to rob. After all, the guy with the grass brain is an idiot, but his strength is not bad. I didn't expect you to steal the pirate ship. Really helped me a lot. Ahaha. Mufeng laughed arrogantly. Holding the dagger, Nami looked at Mufeng tremblingly, biting her lower lip tightly. Tears were already rolling in her eyes. Nami's mood at the moment was an indescribable despair. 8 years of hard work was about to be completed, but at the end, this kind of despair before success directly overwhelmed Nami and made her slump to the ground. I just teased it twice. Not so much. Mufeng murmured. Nojiko, everyone, the village, Baramal, woo. Nami clasped her face tightly and cried loudly. Hey, Nami, are you alright? Mufeng asked. For beautiful women, Mufeng couldn't watch them cry. Shaking his head, Mufeng squatted in front of Nami, wanting to check her condition. But at this time, Nami suddenly shouted, looking up at Mufeng. The dagger that had fallen beside her feet when she collapsed on the ground before appeared in her hands again. Then, under Mufeng's surprised eyes, the dagger pierced into Mufeng's chest. Chapter 190_Disappointed Shepherd. Mufeng lowered his head and looked at the dagger stuck in his chest, his face full of astonishment. It seemed that he didn't react at all, and his footstep couldn't help but stumble back. There were still sounds like woo-ah in his throat. Raising his head, Mufeng looked at Nami with a dull expression. His face was bloodless. Nami let go of her grip on the dagger and took a few steps back, gasping for breath. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his fear could never calm down. Although she is in the Arlong Pirate, she has seen many scenes of murder, but it was her first time killing someone with her own hand. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Nami covered her mouth and looked at Mufeng's body, muttering with choke sobs. She never thought that one day she would kill herself. Well, this should be your first time. A voice suddenly sounded. Nami was stunned for a moment, and then her face was full of horror. Because of the corpse that he killed, he actually sat up and looked at himself with a smile on his face. You, damn, don't come here. Looking at Mufeng who was walking towards her, Nami couldn't help but back away, but the going melee was not that big, so she quickly backed away to the end. In the sea, you have to be vigilant at all times. It's not a good habit to relax casually. Also, after killing someone, be sure to check carefully to see if the enemy is dead or not. Clear, Mufeng said with a light smile. Then he pointed to the position of his chest and continued. There is not even a little blood. Doesn't it seem very abnormal? You have not found such a big loophole. Besides, this kind of thing is not much worse than a toy knife. After speaking, Mufeng squeezed the handle of the dagger and slowly pulled it out. For Shinwei, the pupil technique, after 6 years of use, Mufeng was already superb. Although Nami's reaction was quick, in Mufeng's eyes, it was no faster than a snail, and there was no threat at all. For a real powerhouse, there is no threat. Hehe. At the same time as she spoke, Mufeng threw the dagger on the ground, and Nami shivered in fright. You must remember what I said just now. Otherwise, maybe one day, you will lose your life because of inattentiveness. Mufeng said with a smile. You. After stammering for a long time, Nami didn't say anything. It's very interesting. I'll say sorry after killing someone. It's the first time I've seen it. Mufeng leaned over. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart. Mufeng could feel feel Nami's breath, and raised his hand to touch at Nami's face. Mufeng suddenly said, "Would you like to think about it and hang out with me? To be honest, I am very troubled by the fact that I often get lost in the ocean." Looking at Nami, Mufeng was really tempted. He has always liked the role of Nami very much. She is strong and brave. Of course, the most important thing is to be beautiful, and she is big enough. Cough cough cough. Besides, Nami is a top navigator with super high potential. Thinking about it, she really lacks a navigator on board. Kyle used to be the one who served concurrently. Being my subordinate is much better than being a subordinate of a little pirate who has no future at all, or a little thief cat who is afraid every day. Shepard said with a smile. Are you willing to give a fish all the time? Man is a subordinate. You, how did you know? Nami's eyes widened, and at the same time, she subconsciously covered the tattoo on her arm, which was quite a sign of concealment. How would I know? Hee. Mufeng put on an evil and arrogant expression on his face, and then said, in this there is nothing that I don't know about. Then, Mufeng continued to bewitch, and, if you're willing to be my subordinate, I can help you get rid of the fish man that bothers you. How? Only fish man doesn't really like it. Think about it. Vivi's expression on Nami's face loosened. Subconsciously, she wanted to agree directly, but she stopped when the words reached her lip, because she thought of Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and that chef. I have a partner. Although I don't know if they will recognize themselves as partners when they meet again, although it's just a few days of contact. But let Nami give up her partner. She can't do it. You bastard. Damn pirate. I will never agree to be your subordinate. Looking at Mufeng, Nami roared hoarsely with anger on her face. But as soon as the words came out, Nami felt a little regret. Of course, it's not that he regrets not becoming Mufeng's subordinate. Instead, he was afraid that if he contradicted the guy in front of him like this, he would kill him in a fit of rage. Thinking of this, Nami closed her eyes in despair, quietly waiting for Mufeng to kill herself. For some reason, she suddenly felt an unprecedented relief. Finally, I don't have to bear that kind of pressure anymore. But at the same time, there is this tinge of guilt. Sister, everyone, the village, I can't help you. Bloomer, in a moment, I can see you again. 3.4. Did you refuse? What a pity. I admire you very much. Mufeng's voice was full of regret. However, she didn't mean to force Nami anymore. Drawing a nautical chart of the world, such a dream destined Nami to become a pirate. Because Marine doesn't need any nautical charts at all, it already has. What's more, what Mufeng admires is Nami in the plot. He can't strip away Nami's dream and keep her by his side as of age. Mufeng could not do such a cruel thing. Nami, who had closed her eyes in despair, was ready to die. However, I suddenly felt a hand on her head, rubbing her hair. It was very warm, which made Nami feel an inexplicable peace of mind. Nami couldn't help but open her eyes. Chapter 191 Colonel Mouth. It was the vicious guy just now, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. The smile seems very warm. Nami suddenly felt this way, and she couldn't help being startled. Aren't you going to kill me? Nami asked cautiously. Kill you? Why do I want to kill you? I never said I wanted to kill you. And from the beginning, I never admitted that I was a pirate. Get to know me. My name is Shepard, and my name is Marine. Looking at Nami, Mufeng smiled lightly. Ha, Marine. Nami's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. After a long while, she looked at Mufeng, still a little scared, and said, Then are you here to catch me? Nami, known as the little thief cat, has been stealing a lot. Why arrest you? Although you are a thief, the targets of your stealing are all pirate. We Marine have no obligation to protect the property of pirate. Mufeng shrugged and said with a smile. Nami also a long sigh of relief. 10. And I believe you have difficulties, don't you? Mufeng smiled lightly. It's hard, isn't it? It's just this very ordinary sentence that instantly broke Nami's psychological defense line and threw herself directly into Mufeng's arms. Woo woo woo. Crying. From the age of 10, when other children were still having fun, she took on a huge responsibility. There is no way to confide in anyone yet. This kind of depression can be imagined. And at this moment, Nami seems to be completely liberated. Mufeng did not stop the crying Nami, but gently stroked her back. At the same time, he said softly, Cry and cry. It will be much better when you cry. Let all your grievances be vented at once and happily. Sure enough, hearing Mufeng say that, Nami cried even more fiercely. However, it can be clearly heard that the voice is not as depressing and painful as it was just now, but pleasant. After a long while, Nami stopped crying, but found herself lying in Mufeng's arms. Ah! With a loud cry, Nami quickly stepped back. Her arms were tightly guarded in front of her. She looked at Mufeng with a wary expression, and said, You, what do you want to do? Obviously, Nami thought Mufeng was going to plot against her. That. Mufeng shrugged with an innocent look on his face. He said, That. Don't you forget, it seems that you jumped into my arms just now. Then, Mufeng pretended that I was the victim. Okay. Look like. Nami thought about it for a while, and it seemed like this. Vivi's face turned red. It was the first time Nami had come into such close contact with a boy boy after growing up so much. Of course, beating Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp doesn't count. Aren't you crying? Then let go, and then we'll deal with that guy Arlong. Mufeng said with a smile. Deal with Arlong? Nami was taken aback. Then panic appeared on her face. No, don't. Arlong will kill you. Nami already had a good impression of Mufeng. How could she watch him go to death? Nami, don't underestimate me. I'm very powerful. Looking at Nami, Mufeng said helplessly. A thing like Arlong, although it has a combat power comparable to Rear Admiral, in Mufeng's eyes, it is no different from a trash fish. In fact, for today's Mufeng, even an Admiral-level powerhouse can at most bring a little trouble to Mufeng, or it doesn't even count. No, Nami was still blocking. In her opinion, Arlong is the most terrifying pirate in the world. Even Marine is definitely no match. She had seen with her own eyes that the Fishman pirates under Arlong's command, the Marine battleships that had been destroyed many times, did not attract the attention of the Marine headquarters, mainly because Arlong was also very smart, all disguised as shipwreck, and Mufeng is so young. Nami doesn't even think that he can defeat Arlong with strength. I have saved enough 100 million Bailey to complete the agreement with Arlong without fighting. Nami still firmly believed in her transaction with Arlong. This is the belief that has made her stick to it for 8 years. Looking at the expression on Nami's face, Mufeng knew that it was impossible for her to give up. Anyway, let Nami suffer a despair so that she can better understand the cruelty of being the sea. Came to Kokoyashi village, Nami's home. Nojiko, Nami's older sister. It's not very pretty, but it's good looking. After hearing that Mufeng was Nami's friend, she was very happy and warmly entertained Mufeng. Well, the taste of oranges is very sweet, very good. Mufeng threw a piece of orange into his mouth. A sweetness filled his mouth, and he couldn't help nodding his head in praise. Returning to Kokoyashi village and throwing Mufeng to Nojiko, Nami ran to the orange forest. Nami has never brought friends back in 207. You are the first. While Nojiko spoke, he handed Mufeng a glass of orange juice. What are you doing? At this moment, it suddenly became noisy outside. Frowned and walked out with Nojiko. First saw a Marine who looked like a mouse, and said in a sharp voice, Squeaky, I'm the Colonel Mouse of Marine, 16th Division. Is that criminal named Nami you? Not obvious when I read the comic, but when I see a real person, it's really a mouse. Criminal. Also, because I'm a pirate, of course a big criminal, but I'm a cadre of Arlong's gang. I think, since you're a colonel here, you should understand. If you shoot me, Arlong, but you won't stand by and watch. So, do you still have something to do with me? Nami said with her arms around her, looking at Colonel Mouse, pulling the banner of Arlong to scare people. This kind of thing Nami did a lot. Squeaky, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Pirate, I haven't received such information. I won't do anything to you because of this, but I'll take it. Got the information that you are a thief. Colonel Mouse looked at Nami with a wicked smile. Chapter 192 Frightened Mouse. Colonel, I heard that you stole a lot of treasure from pirates. Since the other party is a pirate, I don't intend to be hard on you, but a thief is a thief, and a sin is a sin. Do you understand? Steal from a criminal. The things that came, those stolen goods, of course they should be handed over to the government. Colonel Mouse looked at Nami and continued. What did you say? Nami was done. I mean, all the treasures you've stolen so far, all have to be turned in, said the mouse, looking at Nami with a pitiful face. Go, find me all the stolen goods. Wait a minute, don't just break into other people's homes. Why? Is this what you Marines are supposed to do? Isn't there something more to do than this? The Arlong gang destroys the town and kills people wantonly. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You all know it. Quote, because of those guys' rule, all the people on this island have become slaves. Ignore the big problems now, but steal the stolen goods from me. A thief? Is this what your government means? Nami shouted excitedly. Squeaky, criminals don't pretend to be noble and say some great things. Little girl, leave her alone and continue the search. Colonel Mouse said impatiently. Colonel, this field is a bit weird. Finally, someone found the clue. Nami was in a hurry and wanted to step forward to stop. That little girl's money was saved to save the Kokoyashi village, so you Marines still have the right to snatch the money. Suddenly, there was an angry rebuke. Anger is Ajien, a strange guy with a windmill on his head. He is also the mayor of Kokoyashi village, and has always liked Nami's adoptive mother, Baramal. Mr. Jien, you, how do you know? Nami was a little sluggish. Not only me, but the whole village knows. But if you know this, when you escape here, maybe you will be troubled by these expectations of us, so we pretend to know nothing. Ajien explained. Colonel Mouse ignored the conversation between Nami and Ajien. At this moment, all his energy is concerned with the 100 million Bailey, but Arlong promised to split the account with him. I haven't found it yet. I'm not looking for rice grain. It's 100 million Bailey. It's impossible to find it. Seeing that his subordinates hadn't found it yet, Colonel Mouse roared a little irritably. On the other hand, Nami was stunned when she heard Colonel Mouse's word. Why do you know the amount? Could it be that guy from Arlong? ask you to come here. Thinking of this, Nami was full of anger. When she saw the smug expression on Colonel Mouse's face, Nami knew that all of this was caused by Arlong. Arlong, Arlong, Arlong. Nami rushed to her head in anger and ran towards Arlong Park. After Nami left, the mouse also quickly found the place where Nami Zhang Bailey. Seeing the rat laughing arrogantly, Ajien became more and more angry. That's it. Everyone, take up arms and prepare to fight. Ajien also couldn't stand Arlong's torture of Nami like this. 8 years ago, we once wanted to give up our life, but then we swear, no matter how hard and humiliating it is under the rule of those bastards, but as long as Nami is still alive, we will continue to endure it. But that's what those guys answered. Now that the breach to liberate the village is closed, there is no hope within the island's dominion. Those fishmen are just playing with Nami's kindness, and we absolutely cannot forgive these beasts. Ajien is holding a knife and roaring loudly. He is angrier than anyone else. Can't stand the rule of those guys anymore. All of us in the village are mentally prepared to fight at any time. Yeah, I'm going to kill those fishmen. The villagers were very excited. Some raised their hoes, some raised their axes. I'm sorry, as a marine, I'm really ashamed. Suddenly, the voice sounded. Although the sound is not very loud, everyone can hear it clearly, and the voice seemed to have a magic power that made everyone quiet down. All eyes looked over. It was a young man in his 20s, with sharp eyes. Ajien didn't know him at all, and he definitely couldn't be a villager of Kokoyasi village. What are you doing, Mufeng? Hurry up and leave us. You are not a villager of Kokoyasi village. You don't know the bad situation here. If you don't leave here quickly, you will die. Friends who came back quickly persuaded. As I said, I'm a marine. If I see this kind of scum, I don't care. Then I'm so sorry for the salary that the marshal gave me, Mufeng said with a smile. Squeaky, marine. Boy, although you look familiar, maybe it's really a marine, but depending on the age, at most it's a lieutenant junior grade. I'm a Colonel Mouse. Are you scared? I'm telling you, it's too late. Tell me, which branch are you from? Who is the commander? I'm going to clear you out of marine, the mouse said extremely arrogantly. Shepherd Feng, titled by Shang, was Marine Admiral at that time. My commander, Sengoku the Buddha in Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Well, here is his phone bug. You can contact me. I want to see how you plan to clear me. Exit Marine. With that said, Mufeng dialed a phone bug and threw it to Colonel Mouse. Bolu, Bolu. The phone worm rang twice, then connected. Boy Mufeng, is there something wrong? Don't tell me. What trouble did you get into? A calm voice sounded on the other end of the phone bug. Hearing this voice, Colonel Mouse shuddered. The phone bug he was holding in his hand was almost thrown out. As a colonel, he had naturally heard the voice of Marshal Marine. He raised his head and looked at Mufeng again. More and more light, and the person in the poster that is bigger than Marshal Sengoku's poster hanging in the brand. No, it's the same person. Marine Headquarters Admiral, the world's strongest white bear admiral. You actually provoke Admiral the White Bear, and weed him out of Marine. Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse couldn't help but despair. A stench gradually dissipated. Look at Colonel Mouse's crotch again. This guy was frightened out of feces and urine. Chapter 193 _ No more crying. White Bear Admiral. Things are not like this, Colonel Mouse said with a smile that was no better than crying. Colonel Mouse is trying to kill Arlong now. Is Admiral the one you can provoke? It's not like this. What that light? Do you think I'm blind? Looking at Colonel Mouse, Mufeng asked lightly. Hearing Mufeng's word, recalling his domineering appearance just now, the mouse shuddered. PFF. When his legs softened, Colonel Mouse knelt directly in front of Mufeng. Forgive me, Admiral White Bear. I don't dare anymore. These are what Arlong forced me to do. It's all that Arlong guy. Vice I was forced. Forgive me. That's okay, Mufeng said suddenly with a smile. Thank you White Bear Admiral. Thank you White Bear Admiral. Colonel Mouse was stunned, obviously not expecting Mufeng to forgive him so lightly, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. But, obviously, Mufeng's words were not finished. The next moment, his tone was as cold as ice, and he said, but, wait for the next light. Colonel Mouse was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, he looked up at 110 Shang Mufeng, in the line of sight, only to see a growing index finger. Then Colonel Mouse heard the last voice in his life. Shigan Finger Pistol, M500 Hand Cannon. Like the M500 missile, the M500 handgun is also a Shigan Finger Pistol, an enhanced version of the M500. However, the power is much weaker than that of the M500 missile. But to deal with things like Colonel Mouse, M500 missiles are simply not used. In fact, using the M500 hand cannon, Mufeng feels a bit wasteful. But if you use the M500, you will get bloody blurred, and there is no Jiko on the side, which is not good. Using the M500 hand cannon will directly destroy the corpse. The M500 was bombarded by hand, and the ground was like a plow, and a huge dent appeared, 7 or 8 meters wide and 2 meters deep, all the way to the seaside. Come on, just kidding, so scary. Marine Admiral. He just said he was Marine Admiral. It seems Marine Admiral is the most powerful being in Marine, right? He is so young. Could it it be fate? Idiot, didn't you see that Colonel Mouse was so scared just now? It must be true. Now our Kokoyasi village is saved. But Arlong is so good. Can anyone really beat him? The surrounding villagers are talking a lot. Some are happy, some are worried. In their eyes, Arlong is the most powerful pirate in the world, invincible. Mufeng, what happened? Marshal Sengoku's slightly anxious voice sounded from the phone bug that fell to the side. Because Sengoku heard the sound of fighting on Mufeng's side, he instantly became nervous for fear that Mufeng would cause another trouble. Picking up the phone bug, Mufeng said with a smile, Marshal, just now there is a guy who wants to contact you and clear me out of Marine. I'll give him your phone bug. Unexpectedly, this guy actually directly scared out of shit. I am also very helpless. Quote, who? The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched, driving Mufeng out of Marine. With Shepard's current prestige in Marine, even the Gorosei 5 elders can't do it. A colonel of East Blue's 16th branch, and has colluded with pirates. Shepard said, colluding with the pirate. Who? Damn. Sengoku's voice suddenly rose when he heard such a thing, obviously very angry. Well, a guy called him out. Marshal, you think it's a damn thing, right? Hey, it's the same as mine. Mufeng said that a hero sees the same thing. Wait, Mufeng, you probably killed him. Hearing Mufeng say that, a guess suddenly popped into Sengoku's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little dark. In Marine, the colonel is already quite a rank. You know, Smoker was only a colonel when he first appeared, and he was regarded as Marine's most important cadre. Of course, is it possible that I have to pay for him when I see this kind of worm? Well, if there is nothing else, then goodbye, Marshal, said Mufeng. He hung up the phone and threw the phone away into the backpack base to prevent Sengoku from harassing himself again. At this moment, in the distance, Nami suddenly ran over. Instead of crying, she had a smile on her face, a smile that calmed people down. The first sentence that came over was, everyone, wait a little longer, I will save money again. I have grown up, I believe it will be very fast this time. Nojiko, Aegean, the villagers, all did not speak but looked at Mufeng. Nami was also very strange and couldn't help but look over. Nami, what are you talking about? Isn't the money still here? Mufeng smiled and pointed to the Baileys in the box next to them. Some Baileys were still stuck with dirt and blood. Zhang Bailey is all Nami's hard work and accumulation. Witnessing Nami's sadness, this is my Bailey. Wasn't it taken away by Marine? Nami was stunned, then looked at Mufeng with a puzzled face, obviously very puzzled. Don't forget, I said that I am also a Marine. First said that Marine is not responsible for protecting the property safety of pirates. Shepard said with a smile. Nami, Mufeng is Marine Admiral. Nojiko whispered aside. Marine Admiral. Shepard, are you a white bear admiral? Nami, who was stunned for a while, suddenly covered her mouth, and couldn't believe it. Often hang out in the sea. Nami of course heard the name of Mufeng. Walking up to Nami, he raised his hand and stroked Nami's hair. Shepard said, Nami, don't cry anymore. It won't look good if you cry. Promise me that you won't cry again in the future. As a reward, I'll help you get rid of Arlong. How about that? Chapter 194_Sorry, I'm Marine. Let Marine collect all the money that Nami stole. Tweet. Arlong, only you can come up with such a ruthless move. Arlong Park, the cadre of the Arlong pirate, who is good at fishman karate. Tweet, looks at Arlong with a smile. Ahahaha, a surveyor as good as Nami. How could I just watch her escape? Having said that, I'm not a devil either. As long as the surveying of the seas around the world is completed, I'll give her back her freedom. Teef ha. But that's still decades away. Arlong laughed arrogantly. Decades later. Hee. I don't think it will take so long. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Arlong, who was laughing at first, suddenly stopped abruptly. He frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was Nami and the other, the youth. It's Nami. Why did you come back? He also brought a human. Ha. Don't worry, if you can really put 100 million Bailey in front of me, I will definitely give you back your freedom. So it's still old now. Please honestly map the sea area of East Blue for me. Quote, I think Nami won't be able to map the sea area anymore. This time, I'm here to help Nami regain her freedom. Mufeng said lightly. Take back Nami's freedom. Ahahaha. Arlong seemed to have heard the best joke in the world. After laughing for a long time, he looked at Mufeng with a look of disdain, and said, just because of your inferior race, stop being funny. Ahahaha. At the end, Arlong began to laugh wildly again. Get up. Mufeng didn't react, but waited for Arlong to finish laughing. Only then did he speak, and his tone was full of doubt. Lower races. If I remember correctly, in the Great Waterway, it seems that the fishman race is the lower race. Even mermaids are not as good as mermaids. At least they are beautiful. The merman can still sell for a better price. Am I mistaken? Looks like I'll have to buy 2 fishman next time I go to Sabayati Archipelago and ask. You. Damn. Arlong stared at Mufeng with red eyes. He is an extreme racist. How can he tolerate Shepard's discrimination against the fishman race? Damn. Hee. Even Jinbei stood in front of me and dared not say such a damn thing. You are a guy who survived in East Blue Blue because of Jinbei. How dare you say this in front of me? In other words, the ignorant is really fearless. Mufeng shook his head helplessly. You bastard. It's up to you. You're worthy of being the enemy of Boss Arlong. Let's make the come out. Huge combatant. Arlong didn't respond this time, and a fishman beside him first. In anger, a horn was blown. The sound of the horn fell, and a minotaur emerged from the sea on the side. Moo! The bull-headed sea monster shouted, and the stupid and cute appearance suddenly turned hideous, opening his big mouth and rushing straight towards Mufeng, as if to swallow Mufeng directly into his stomach. Mufeng, be careful. That's a sea beast. Moo moo. Very powerful, Nami said in horror. Mufeng, on the other hand, was indifferent, looking at the sea beast and muttering, although you were enslaved and forced by Arlong, but you dare to call out in front of me. Are you impatient? As he said that, he raised his leg and slammed his foot on the head of the sea beast Momo, directly blasting the sea beast Moo out. All the officials of the Arlong pirate dropped their jaws in shock. Just kidding. Moo was defeated so easily. It seems that the enemy this time is very powerful. HMPH. So what? Could it be better than Boss Arlong? Mufeng, you actually defeated the sea beast Moo. Nami looked at the direction Moo flew away with a demented expression. She never thought that Mufeng would be so strong. I told you, I'm very powerful, Mufeng said with a smile. Who are you? Human. Arlong stared at Mufeng and asked in a deep voice. Although arrogant, Arlong is not an idiot. The guy in front of him actually knew about the Great Channel, so his identity would definitely not be that simple, and Arlong was a little apprehensive. Yo, you look like you're scared. Tis, the noble fishman Arlong is actually scared because of a lowly human. Say it and you'll laugh out loud. Shepherd Face was full of faces looking at Arlong playfully. He said with a smile. Hearing Mufeng's sarcastic word, Arlong instantly lost his mind. Damn human, I must kill you. Cut you into 8 pieces. Picking up the large serrated knife beside him, Arlong slashed at Mufeng. However, Arlong's serrated broadsword was directly caught by Mufeng with 2 fingers. With such a soft attack, you still want to kill me? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Ooh, it seems that your weapon is broken. What should I do? Do you want me to lend you a knife? While speaking, Mufeng's wrist force directly broke Arlong's serrated broadsword. How is that possible? Boss Arlong's serrated broadsword was actually broken. Obviously a human, how could he be so strong? Even if it break Boss Arlong's serrated broadsword, what can it do? You must know that Boss Arlong's most powerful weapon is not a serrated broadsword. Yes, Boss Arlong can definitely kill this lowly human. Arlong's strength is engraved in the minds of every Arlong pirate member, so even if Arlong is at a disadvantage at the moment, no one thinks that Arlong will lose. And Arlong, at this moment, his heart is not so calm. Damn, I actually broke my serrated sword with 2 fingers. Such strength will never be weaker than himself. Did he also come back from the Great Waterway? Of continuing to attack rashly, Arlong said in a deep voice. My friend, you also returned from the Great Waterway, right? It's better for us to fight together and rule East Blue. As for Nami's freedom, I can give it back to her. How? Well, a very good proposal. Mufeng raised his eyebrows and said. Hearing Mufeng's word, Arlong breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a cold glow flashed across his eyes. Secret thought, when there is a chance in the future, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill you. However, at this moment, Mufeng suddenly changed the conversation and looked at Arlong. He smiled and said, but, I'm sorry, I'm a Marine. Chapter 195_kill Arlong. Marine. It was actually Marine. Arlong's pupils shrank suddenly, then slowly recovered. Marine. It seems that there is no way to be good now, but with such strength, at least he is a rear admiral. Killing a rear admiral. It seems that there is no way to continue staying in East Blue in the future, but to return to Fishman Island, Arlong thought to himself. As the main cadre of the Sun Pirate, Arlong's strength is definitely not at the level of 2,000 Bailey. If it is placed on the Great Waterway, it is very possible to offer a reward of hundreds of millions of Bailey. Naturally, he had the confidence to kill a mere Marine rear admiral. Besides, it's just garbage like you. You still want to fight with me and lose both sides. Are you sure? You're not joking. Mufeng's disdainful voice sounded. Marine, you're courting death. I'm going to kill you. Arlong gasped. His eyes seemed to be on fire. Mufeng provoked him again and again. With Arlong's brutal character, how could he continue to tolerate it? And now he has no scruple. Shark bite giant tooth car. Fishman of the sawtooth shark. Arlong's strongest teeth are. It is absolutely easy to break steel and gravel, and its hardness is comparable to sea stone. His strong feet. Arlong slammed into Mufeng like a cannonball. The huge mouth of the blood basin opened, and his sharp teeth flashed coldly, taking Mufeng's neck. It was obvious that Arlong didn't have any hold of it as soon as he came up, and wanted to kill Mufeng directly. Boss Arlong. It's the serrated steel teeth of Boss Arlong. It's a win. Yeah, sure to win. I just didn't expect this guy to be a Marine. But Marine is more hateful and more damnable. Yes, damn Marine. They should should all die. Is this marine frightened? Why won't you move? Ha ha ha. Must have been frightened by Boss Arlong. The middle of the battlefield, watching the Arlong raiding towards him, with a faint smile on Mufeng's face. He didn't mean to dodge at all, as if he didn't see Arlong's attack at all. Mufeng, what are you doing? Hurry up and dodge, Nami shouted, but Mufeng still looked indifferent. Seeing that Arlong's steel teeth were about to bite Mufeng's neck, Nami closed her eyes in despair. At the same time, he was regretful in his heart, regretting that he should not have brought Mufeng to Arlong Park so that Mufeng would not die. At the same time, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down Nami's cheek, and when he saw that he was about to bite the neck of the marine in front of him, Arlong is even more excited. Damn marine, damn human, how dare you enslave our noble fishman? I'm going to kill you all. However, in the next moment, the scene where Arlong expected himself to bite the neck of the marine in front of him, and the blood bladder did not happen. Arlong felt like he was biting into sea stone. No, something harder than sea stone, because even sea stone, with its own steel teeth, can leave 2 rows of teeth marks on it. But now, not only did his teeth not pierce in the slightest, but they were even slightly broken. What the situation? Could it be that he is the power user of devil fruit? Arlong glanced down, couldn't help his pupils shrinking to the tip of a needle. The place where he was bitten was pitch black. Is this armament hockey? Damn, how can such a strong appear in the weakest East Blue? And it still named Marine. Definitely not Rear Admiral. Definitely a Vice Admiral level powerhouse. Escape, escape, escape. This is no longer a powerhouse that he can deal with. Arlong is very self-aware, just like he chose to come to the weakest East Blue, because he knew that in East Blue there would be no stronger existence than himself. Now facing a strong man who can use armament hockey proficiently, Arlong of course knows that he is definitely not an opponent, so he wants to run away. Also, Arlong didn't think he would be able to escape, because 5 meters away is the sea. As long as he jumps into the sea, he immediately dives into the bottom of the sea thousands of meters deep. Even Marine Admiral can't catch him. This is why Arlong dares to be unscrupulous in East Blue on weekdays. He is not afraid of Marine. However, although the ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny. Arlong didn't have time to escape at all, and was directly strangled by Mufeng's throat. On the side, Nami, who was suffering from self-blame and despair. Suddenly I heard a voice. Ooh, it looks like your teeth are not very good. It's Mufeng's voice. Isn't Mufeng dead yet? Nami quickly opened her eyes, but I saw a scene that made me stun. Arlong, that Arlong who is invincible in his opinion. At this moment, someone was actually strangling his throat. His face was flushed, and the one who strangled Arlong's throat was Mufeng. Ah, Nami covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Let me go. My eldest brother is from the Shichibukai of the king. Even Jinbei, if you kill me, Jinbei will kill you, Arlong said with a painful expression. King Shichibukai, although it looked very rubbish in the plot, was killed all the way by Luffy. Actually it's not that weak. As Marine's organization to balance the sea pirate, it is known as one of the 3 major forces of the sea, but it is actually quite compelling. At least, ordinary Vice Admiral dare not provoke, but Arlong wanted to use this to threaten Mufeng. Mufeng almost wanted to laugh when he heard it. His Majesty Shichibukai is a force under his own command and used my force to threaten me. Are you sure you're not joking? Arlong. 1.3. Only Arlong can amuse himself. When Mufeng was in a good mood, maybe he could spare his life. But now, who made you cry, Nami? Jinbei. Hee. Even if that blue-skinned fishman from Jinbei stood here and watched me kill you, I wouldn't dare to say a half. No. By the way, I forgot to tell you just now. My name is Mufeng. Just that white bear from Marine Admiral said. Mufeng directly crushed Arlong's neck. Arlong's face was full of astonishment. Even if he was already dead, he couldn't believe that he had provoked a big man like White Bear, and the 2 of them were completely inseparable. Killing Arlong, Mufeng turned to look at Nami. He smiled and said, Nami, your nightmare has been ended by me. How are you going to thank me? Chapter 196 The Resentful Shepherd. Arlong, is he dead? Nami's eyes were full of blankness, and she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Arlong. Since Nami was 10 years old, these 2 words have become his nightmare, tormenting her all the time. And now, this nightmare was suddenly completely shattered. She couldn't believe it. Yes, he's already dead. Well, that's his body. Did he throw it into the sea, or dry it into dried salted fish? Nami, you decide. Mufeng smiled. As soon as the words were finished, before Mufeng had time to react, Nami rushed over. He hugged Mufeng directly, tears of relief on his face. Hey, thank you, Masproprium, thank you. Nami can't stand the cry, and even some languages no. Mufeng's arms were in the air, and he didn't know where to put them. Seeing that Nami didn't stop crying, she stroked her back and comforted her. Don't cry. 11 won't be pretty if you cry again. Didn't you promise me that you won't cry again? How do you talk? Not to mention, Mufeng coaxed Nami just like coaxing a child. HMPH. That's what you said. said, I didn't promise you. Nami snorted very proudly and said, but she stopped crying. Raising his little face, he looked at Mufeng with the appearance of a pear blossom and rain, which was really distressing. Looking at Nami's pure and lovely face, Mufeng only felt that his heart was being grabbed severely. He swallowed, and when he looked at Nami's eyes again, he was no longer pure. How could Nami not feel Mufeng's aggressive gaze? Vivi's face flushed, and he lowered his head, obviously a little shy, looking at Nami's appearance at the moment, and she has not yet broken free from her embrace. If Mufeng still doesn't know what to do now, then he is not at a loss in betting on orphan. Nami, I like you. Looking down at Nami, Mufeng said lightly. Yeah. Nami shuddered and replied in a low voice. Then be my girlfriend. Okay. Mufeng then asked. Yeah. Nami's voice was lower this time. However, with Mufeng's hearing, he could still hear it clearly, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Bowing his head, his face gradually approached Nami in his arm, and Nami, as if feeling something, raised her head, closed her eyes. Her face also slowly approached Mufeng, and her breath became tighter. And just when Mufeng thought that in the next moment he would, suddenly the big iron gate of Arlong Park was kicked open, and then an angry roar sounded. That guy named Arlong, get out of here. It's Luffy, with Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp behind him. From the restaurant on the sea, after recruiting Sanji into the Straw Hat Pirate, the group of four hurried to Kokoyasi village, but Luffy and the others were rowing a small sampan boat, which was naturally slower than the Going Merry, so it was a long time. It took more than half a day to get here. I just asked two villagers to find out about the situation. I didn't understand everything at all. The four of Luffy rushed to Arlong Park angrily. With Luffy's voice, all the atmosphere was destroyed. Hee hee. Nami opened her eyes, stuck out her tongue at Mufeng mischievously, and then broke free from Mufeng's embrace, but Vivi still blushed. Mufeng is helpless. There are 4 big light bulbs now. It is impossible to create the atmosphere just now. Luffy. This idiot. Luffy. You kid. Get over here. Looking at Luffy, Mufeng's head was covered with black line, and he roared loudly. Now, Mufeng is very angry. Ah, Shepherd. Why are you here? By the way, have you seen a guy named Arlong who bullied my navigator? I'm going to beat him up. Seeing Shepherd, Luffy's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Huh, Nami, you're here. I said why didn't I find you in Kokoyasi village? Only then did Luffy notice Nami standing beside Mufeng. Arlong, I've already slaughtered it. Next, let's figure out other things. Who told you to come here so quickly? You won't be 2 minutes late. Also, the gate is obviously used for knock. Why are you kicking? Shepherd's wind was definitely resentful at this meeting, and his fist landed on Luffy's head one by one, hitting Luffy with a bag all over his head. What? You solved Arlong by Mufeng. Damn, you actually robbed my enemy. Ah, it hurt. Mufeng, I'm obviously a rubber guy. Why can you and Grandpa hurt me? When beating Luffy, Mufeng used armament hockey. No, normal punches on Luffy wouldn't hurt him at all. This is the Iron Fist of Love. Of course it can hurt you. Liar, that's obviously Grandpa's move. I learned from Grandpa 413, can't I? Also, since Grandpa's is called the Iron Fist of Love, then my move is called the Iron Fist of Love from my brother. Any opinion? Yes. Ooh, it hurt. No opinion. Rao is Luffy, and under Mufeng's Iron Fist, he has to give in. Miss Nami, it's nice to see you again. Seeing Nami, Sanji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he conjured a flower and wanted to give it to Nami. Fuck, don't hit my Nami's idea. Before Sanji could finish his word, he was pulled by Mufeng directly by the collar, and then he was beaten violently. He directly beat Sanji into the pig's head on his first wanted notice. After beating Luffy and Sanji violently, Mufeng felt refreshed. The resentment just now has finally dissipated. Suddenly, Mufeng sensed a fighting spirit, couldn't help but raise his brows and look. It was Zoro, looking at himself with a warlike expression. He smiled and said, What? The battle with Hawkeye? Haven't learned a lesson yet. In front of me, Hawkeye didn't even have the courage to draw a sword. If you fight against me, I'm afraid I will defeat you. The heart of Kendo. If you were sure, I have no opinion. Quote, Chapter 197 Logatown _ Zoro hesitated for a moment but did not pull out the words of Hidaui. There are no other knives, because after the battle with Hawkeye, Zoro only has the word Hidao. The reason why he didn't challenge Mufeng was because Zoro was afraid. Rather, he swore that he would never lose again until he became the world's greatest swordsman. And now, he can't even defeat Hawkeye, let alone Mufeng, who is stronger than Hawkeye. Zoro saw it with his own eyes. Mufeng just slashed the sea with a slash. Facing Mufeng, Hawkeye simply conceded defeat without even having any competition. If you challenge him by yourself, you will definitely lose. Even worse, there is no other possibility. The title of the world's #1 swordsman. I have to decide. After defeating Hawkeye, I will challenge you again. I will definitely defeat you, Zoro said loudly, staring at Mufeng. Oh, if you can defeat Hawkeye, I am willing to accept your challenge, Mufeng said lightly. The current Hawkeye is already a swordsman of the Supreme Swordsman level. If Zoro can defeat Hawkeye, he must also be a swordsman swordsman of the supreme swordsman level. To Mufeng, that was a coveted and tight proficiency, and he would definitely not refuse. And Usopp on the side, but there was no movement at all. No, it should be said that there has been movement. His legs were shaking all the time, and he couldn't stop muttering, "Big Admiral, see, Marine Admiral, will he put me in jail? It's over, it's over. I know I the great Captain Usopp should not have gone to sea so early." In the restaurant on the sea, Usopp knew Mufeng's identity. At that time, he was almost scared to death. How could he not be afraid when he saw Mufeng? However, Mufeng obviously ignored him completely. Looking at Nami, she smiled and said, "Let go. I guess your sister can't wait." "Well, okay, big brother Mufeng," Nami said with a sweet smile. Then, holding Mufeng's arm, he walked towards Kokoyashi village with a happy face. Luffy, who looked like the rest of his life, and Sanji, who was crying bitterly, probably because she was fed dog food by Mufeng and Nami. Ah, huh, my wallet is gone. Mine is gone too. Mine is too. And mine. On the day the Going Merry set off, Nami passed through the crowd, jumped directly on the Merry, then shook off dozens of wallets on the deck, and used his own special way to say goodbye to the villagers of Kokoyashi village. Aiming for the Great Channel, the Straw Hat Pirate started their own voyage. "Shepherd, you didn't leave that great. Did you decide not to be a marine? Come and be my co-captain." Going on the Merry, watching Nami lying on the sun chair together Shepherd's win, Luffy said excitedly, "Deputy Captain, it's obviously me." Luffy, you actually gave it to someone else." Usopp underestimated in a low voice with deep resentment, daring no one to hear it. "Usopp, what are you talking about?" Zoro, who was at the side, asked casually. "No, I'm not talking," Usopp quickly denied. Mufeng smiled, and with Mufeng's ear, he naturally heard what Usopp whispered, but didn't care. He directly rejected Luffy and said, "I'm Marine Admiral. How can I hang out with a little pirate like you? If you can really become One Piece King of Pirates, I can still consider taking part in it for now. Let's not talk about it now." "Oh, well, then I'll invite you Mufeng after I become One Piece King of Pirates." Luffy was a little disappointed when he heard Mufeng's word, but he quickly sorted out his mood and said loudly, "Then come on." Mufeng waved his hand and said indifferently, "Brother Mufeng, is Marine Admiral's job so leisurely? You don't seem to have anything to do." At this time, Nami, who was beside Mufeng, suddenly looked at Mufeng and asked curiously, "Is there?" "I'm very busy. It's just that the Marine headquarters is on the Great Channel. Isn't your boat on the way? I'll take a ride." Mufeng Yijun said sternly. If Marshal Sengoku heard this, he would definitely have the heart to beat Mufeng to death. Busy messing around and let you wipe my ass. Well, that long-nosed guy, please go to the kitchen and have a look. The medium rare steak I ordered by the savory cook, why is it still not good? And that green algae head, your flawed sword don't practice in front of me. With these skills, you can't help but feel the breath of all things. Even the steel can be cut continuously. What kind of swordsman? Mufeng scolded Zoro mercilessly, but it was also considered a swordsman. The above is a kind of pointer. Oh, I'll go take a look right now. Usopp nodded hurriedly. He didn't dare to complain about the guy Mufeng called him with a long nose, even though he was very upset. The breath of everything. Hearing Mufeng's words, Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. Zoro has already accumulated enough in swordsmanship. Just a little bit. You can step into the threshold of the swordsman and reach the realm of the swordsman. But just this, I don't know how many swordsmen were stumped. The difference between before Janao and after Janao is like a pirate in the four seas, and the difference between a pirate in the Great Waterway is definitely a big difference. After thinking for a while, Zoro bowed deeply to Mufeng. Then, holding the knife, he walked to the side and sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and participated in the sword meditation. In this way, enduring the poisonous tongue of Mufeng, the Straw Hat Pirates came to Logatown. Wow, what a big town. Did the age of great pirate start here? Good. I'm going to see the execution platform of One Piece King of Pirates, Luffy said, crossing his hip. At this moment, Mufeng's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he saw a corner of the street. A young man in a black dress passed through and disappeared into an alley. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him, Mufeng murmured. Chapter 198_Sabo. Sabo, I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to appear here. It seems that the dragon rescued Luffy in the original plot might just be accidental. Rescue his son casually. It's really irresponsible. But Luffy's luck value is explosive enough. Ah, Mufeng whispered. Then he looked at Nami next to him and said, Nami, go shopping by yourself first. I have something to do. I'll find you later when I'm done with it. Well, big brother Mufeng. Nami nodded obediently. After crossing the alley, Sabo remained cautious. Walking into the gap of a dark and empty building, there is a door at the end of the gap. Sabo looked left and right before pushing the door in. The items in the house are a bit old. It seems to be a speakeasy. Sabo, you come back to pull. How are things going? Seeing that it was Sabo, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in the house, as if relieved. Koala, like the Empress, was was once a slave of Tenryubito. After being rescued by Fisher Tiger, he joined the Revolutionary Army. He has become Sabo's right hand, and his work ability is very strong. He can complete various tasks before Sabo gives orders, so that Sabo has no orders to give. 770 inches. The layout of Logatown is all done. As long as Mr. Long comes back, we can go back to Baldic, Sabo said with a smile, taking off the white gloves on his hand. Baldic on the White Earth Island. It was there. No wonder the world government has never been able to find the home of the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, a faint voice came in Sabo and Koala's ear. Hear a sudden sound. In an instant, the hairs on Sabo and Koala stood up. He was able to quietly appear beside him, and T helped turning around suddenly, looking for the sound. I saw someone sitting on the dark bar next to me, and shaking with a glass of red wine in his hand. Koala's pupils shrank suddenly when they saw this man's face. As the number 2 figure of the Revolutionary Army and a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he naturally recognized Mufeng's identity at first sight. Admiral from Marine Headquarters, the strongest in the world, White Bear Mufeng. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Both Sabo and Koala are very smart and alert people, and they don't know what to do at the moment. In the face of absolute power, any clever strategy is just a joke. Mister, it's daytime. The bar doesn't have gate of opening yet. If you want to drink, you can only wait until night. Koala pretended not to know Mufeng and said, "What is your Revolutionary Army trying to do in Logatown?" Mufeng asked bluntly. "Revolutionary Army? This gentleman, what are you talking about?" Koala said with a silly and sweet expression. "I don't know what you are talking about." Seeing Koala's expression, Mufeng had a headache. "Don't you know? That's why I don't like to talk to smart people, because they are dishonest. Or do you think I can't kill flowers?" Looking at Koala, Mufeng said helplessly, "Dragon hook claw." Sabo suddenly burst out. With his right hand clasped into a claw shape, Sabo suddenly attacked Shepherd and shouted at the same time, "Koala, I'll stop him. You run away. Remember to inform the leader and give up the Logatown stronghold. Also, Baldic is not safe anymore. Transfer our base." "Well, you think you can stop me?" Mufeng's face was full of helplessness. Reaching out and holding it, Mufeng grabbed Sabo's wrist. No matter how hard Sabo tried, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't help being shocked. Being able to become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's strength will naturally not be bad. Even in the hands of the dragon, he can persist for a while, and the strength of the dragon will not be inferior to the 4 emperors at all. Although Mufeng is the strongest in the world, but Sabo believes that with his own strength, it is still possible to buy time for Koala to escape. "But I didn't expect. I was caught just as soon as I shot. Hee. Dare to shoot at me. If it weren't for the fact that you, Luffy and Ace were sworn brothers, I would have killed you directly." Mufeng raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and threw Sabo aside. Luffy, Ace. Hearing these 2 names, Sabo, who was thrown aside by Mufeng, frowned, with a confused look in his eyes. These 2 names seemed to be very important to him. Mufeng, on the other hand, completely ignored Sabo. Koala looked to the side and said with a smile, "Run, don't worry. If you run away, I won't stop you." "But Sabo's life can be saved." "But maybe it is." Looking at Sabo, who suddenly became sluggish for some reason, Koala hesitated and did not choose to run away. Instead, he looked at Mufeng, gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. White Bear, since you are Admiral, you must be aware of the filth and darkness of the world government and Tenryubito. Cover up the blank 100-year history. Wantonly enslaved slaves. Seize the lives of the people of the Golden Angels are becoming more and more impoverished. Don't you think these are evil, Admiral the White Bear? What does this little girl want? Could it be that you want to convince me to become a Revolutionary Army?" "Ha ha. Well, yes, I know it's all sin." Mufeng nodded as he should have acknowledged. Seeing Mufeng admit that these are sins, Koala's face was overjoyed, and he wanted to say something more. But Mufeng was the first to speak. "But what does this have to do with me? It's Tenryubito who is guilty, not me. As for the blank 100-year history, ha ha, historical things are complete shit. The victor should have the right to write history, not to mention just covering up a piece of history. What is it? You are not trying to convince me to join the Revolutionary Army. Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment. If one day you can overthrow the world government, maybe I will reconsider this proposal." Hearing Mufeng's words, Caraface turned pale, and then his expression became sad and angry. "White Bear Admiral, who are Luffy and Ace? I feel that these 2 names are very important to me." At this moment, Sabo suddenly said, Chapter 199 Sabo recovers his memory. "Of course it's important. They are the most important brothers before you lose your memory." Looking at Sabo, Mufeng said with a light smile, Tell me who they are." Sabo hesitated for a moment, then asked. Although his position was opposite, he shouldn't talk too much with Mufeng, but he couldn't hold back, because the subconscious is telling Sabo that these 2 people are very important to him. "Even more important than your own life, Tilda." Why should I tell you? It seems that you wanted to attack me just now. First a Marine, and you are the Revolutionary Army. army. I will not be so friendly towards the enemy. Looking at Sabo, Mu Feng smiled, said, I. Sabo was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Ha ha. Mu Feng suddenly smiled. Only then did he continue. Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, Garbage Mountain. Do you remember something? If you still can't remember, I don't have time to explain it to you. And when he heard these replaced names, Sabo suddenly widened his eyes. In the original plot, Sabo's memory was restored because he was emotionally stimulated after learning of Ace's death, and then recovered. It can be seen that Sabo's memory did not really disappear. As for Sabo, the garbage mountain behind the Windmill Village is definitely the most memorable place. If Sabo still can't recover his memory after Mufeng's reminder, then that Mufeng has nothing to do. After all, although Mufeng is strong, he is not omnipotent. However, looking at Sabo's current appearance, 80% of the time he was able to restore his memory. Luffy. Suddenly, Sabo hugged his head and lay on the ground. His head felt like a burst of pain, and the sweat dripped from his forehead. Sabo, what's wrong with you, Sabo? What did you do to Sabo? Seeing Sabo's appearance, Koala, who was standing beside him, panicked instantly. He hurriedly protected Sabo behind him, and then looked at Mufeng with a vigilant look on his face. I've been sitting here without moving. Okay, what can I do? Even though you are a revolutionary army, you can't frame a good person. Mufeng shrugged, looking like I was innocent, said, there is also a posture of being a vulnerable group in the language. I'm fine, Koala. It's just that I just recalled my previous memory, and suddenly I'm a little uncomfortable. At this time, Sabo said suddenly, look, I'll just say it. It has nothing to do with me. Mufeng quickly cleared the relationship. Sabo, have you recovered your memory? That great. Seeing Sabo standing up, Koala couldn't help but say with joy, and even Mufeng, who was beside him, was directly ignored. Sabo for so long, Koala certainly knew that Sabo had lost his memory of being 10 years old. I also know that Sabo really wants to retrieve this memory. Now that Sabo can restore his memory, he is naturally very happy for Sabo. A flash of reminiscence flashed in Sabo's eyes. He looked at Mufeng, and asked in a complicated way, Ace still has Luffy. How are the two of them? Hee. What do you think? Mufeng shrugged and asked back. Sabo was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. Can't help but think of Mufeng's identity. Marine Admiral. But Luffy and Ace have already determined their goal to become One Piece King of Pirates. The three of them had agreed to go to sea at the age of 17. Counting the time, Ace should have gone to sea 3 years ago, and Luffy is estimated to have already gone to sea. In other words, they have now become pirates. Since Mufeng knows Luffy and Ace so well, he has already met Luffy or Ace. Marine Admiral meet pirate. Is it possible to live in harmony? In an instant, Sabo imagined the scene where Shepard defeated or killed Luffy and Ace. What did you do to the two of them? Sabo yelled, red-eyed. Then, without waiting for Mufeng to answer, he picked up the steel pipe beside him. Armament hockey attached to it and smashed towards Mufeng. The angry Sabo did not hold back at all. Don't you use your brain? I really don't know how you became the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Is this character infected by that idiot Luffy? Mufeng said helplessly, raising his hand to hold the incoming steel pipe. With a little force, Mufeng broke the thing directly. Even if it was wrapped in armament hockey by Sabo, in Mufeng's eyes, it was no harder than a toothpick. Stop! The two of them aren't dead. They are alive and well. Mufeng's tone was a little impatient. If Sabo didn't know what was going on, he would definitely not keep his hand. When he hears that Luffy and Ace are still alive, then what happened to the two of them? But he was still very worried about them. Looking at Mufeng anxiously and asked, what's my name? Mufeng asked nonchalantly. White Bear. No, Mufeng. Sabo thought for a while and said, full name. Mufeng rolled his eyes. I still haven't reacted. Is this IQ really the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army? There is no hope for the Revolutionary Army. Sabo froze for a moment, and suddenly widened his eyes. Full of astonishment, he asked, what's your relationship with Luffy? White Bear Shepard full name is Monkey D. Shepard, and Luffy is called Monkey D. Luffy. Saying that the two have nothing to do with Sabo would not be believed. Luffy is my younger brother, and Ace is my younger brother. Luffy is in Logatown, and Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. If it wasn't for your relationship with Luffy and Ace, if it was someone else, he would dare to do it in front of me again and again. Do you think he can still stand here and talk properly? Mufeng rolled his eyes. Luffy, he's also in Logatown. Sabo suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of surprise. Do I have to lie to you? Mufeng shrugged. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he thought of something, and said meaningfully, do you know what the dragon's full name is? Chapter 200 Monkey D. Dragon. Without waiting for Sabo to ask, Mufeng said to himself, Monkey D. Long. This is the full name of your Revolutionary Army leader Long. He is Luffy's father and the son of Marine hero Gar. Looks like I'm going to call out Uncle too. What? At this moment, Sabo and Koala were all stunned. The eyes are full of unbelievable expressions. How is it possible? Marine heroes, Marine Admiral, the most vicious criminals in the world, and pirate. How could they be a family? What are you kidding? Even if these words came from Shirokuma's mouth. But Sabo and Koala were still unable to accept them for a while. Well, it looks like that guy Long has done a good job of keeping secret. Even his subordinate don't know his background. Are you afraid that publicizing it will have a bad influence on the old man? It's still a bit of a caution. Mu Feng laughed. This, isn't it possible? The leader is actually Luffy's father. Sabo's expression can only be described as done. It's a dog. Boy Mu Feng, I'm afraid it's not right for you to teach our Revolutionary Army cadres like this. A low, hoarse voice suddenly sounded, full of oppression. A guy in a dark green cloak appeared in front of Mu Feng, who was Mu Feng's chief uncle, Monkey D. Long. Chief, Sabo and Kerr said in unison. Yeah. Long nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, there is Mu Feng, and it is impossible to distinguish whether it is an enemy or a friend. Naturally, Long does not dare to relax. Boy, hee. The old man can call me that because he saved my life. What right do you have to call me that? Don't say that because you are the son of the old man. You are older than me. I'm not interested in calling you uncle. Mu Feng said lightly. At the same time, the Conqueror Haki at the LVMA 13 level does not have any reserved oppression to the dragon. Suddenly, Long's complexion suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he also released his own Conqueror Haki. Two strands of Conqueror Haki collided together. Just like a heavyweight boxer, the dragon's Conqueror was completely disintegrated against a child who was just babbling. Of course, that's not to say the dragon's Conqueror is too weak. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the dragon not only ate a devil fruit that could control the weather. Haki is also not weak. If it is graded, the Conqueror of the dragon is full of LVMA 12 level. But who let him touch the pervert Mu Feng? No matter what kind of ability or Haki, the higher the level, the harder it is to break the boundary. For example, Mu Feng has the existence of Bengyu, and from time to time, he also tore 2 super experience scrolls. But in 3 years, Conqueror has only been promoted from LVMA 12 to LVMA 13. The harder the boundaries are to break, the stronger they become when they are broken. LVMA 13 level Conqueror is more than 10 times more powerful than LVMA 12 level Conqueror. Just like the Battle of Barati, a restaurant at sea, the level of eagle-eye swordsmanship in the realm of Supreme Swordsman should be LVMA X12. But after the LVMA 13 level swordsman Mu Feng cut a sword, he couldn't even think of fighting Mu Feng again. This is the gap. Conqueror between Mu Feng and Long is like this. Gap is a completely insurmountable gap. The dragon's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back to stop his figure. Sabo and Koala on the side are even more unbearable. Sabo is a little better. His strength is not weak. He also has the posture of Conqueror. He can barely maintain his sober consciousness. But Koala was knocked unconscious right away. The surrounding tables, chairs, benches, bar counters, etc. were directly shaken into powder. White Bear, what do you want? Staring at Mu Feng, Long was silent for a while before opening his mouth. He no longer wanted to get closer to Mu Feng. Just now, Long did have the idea of using the relationship between Garp and Luffy to get closer to Mu Feng. After all, after 6 years, Mu Feng, even if he didn't fight Whitebeard again, still can only inherit the name of the strongest in the world. But anyone with a little brain knows that now the real strongest in the world is Mu Feng, and Mu Feng has this title exclusively. Because Whitebeard was over 70, his strength began to decline sharply. As for Mu Feng, he was only in his 20s, and his strength was on the rise like a going. No one would think Whitebeard would win if Shepherd and Whitebeard were fighting now. If you can pull the White Bear on the Revolutionary Army's warship, it is no exaggeration to say that the dragon's confidence in the successful overthrow of the world government will definitely increase by 50%. After all, the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, is a world where personal force can decide everything. But obviously Long's abacus was smashed by Mu Feng before he even started. What do I think? Hee. I'm wondering if I should be taken to the undersea prison. But if I do, the old man will definitely be sad. Although you are a jerk, you are also the son of the old man. I don't have a good impression of those 5 old guys. It's also very good to leave you to make trouble for them, Mu Feng said with some distress. But when he heard what Mu Feng said, Long's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 old guys. Don't ask. The dragon can guess who it is. Gorosei, 5 elders. With 0.1 Mu Feng's current status, only Gorosei, 5 elders can qualify to be called an old guy by him. It seems that the relationship between the White Bear and the world government is not as good as it seems, so he has the opportunity to make a fuss from it. Long Shin secretly said. Mu Feng, who was beside him, looked at the flickering dragon. Without thinking too much, he could guess that he must be planning something related to him again, and he couldn't help but feel more and more unhappy. I've decided to beat you up for the old man first, Mu Feng said suddenly. Then, before Long had no time to react, he punched him. Armament Haki coverage. The ultimate observation Haki predicts the dragon's next move. No matter how the dragon dodges, it can't dodge Mu Feng's predicted fist. Pirate God level Upgrade System. Chapter 201-220. Chapter 201 stand at the top. It is true that the dragon is a powerhouse of the four emperors, but Mufeng is a powerhouse that is completely above the four emperors. In addition, there is no intention to count, so it is only a few fists down, and Mufeng's fist is completely greeting the dragon's face, and he doesn't care about hitting people or not. The dragon became bruised and swollen, completely pig-headed. Looking at Mufeng, Long's eyes were full of suffocation, but Mufeng had already stopped fighting, so Long Chen could not take the initiative to fight back, not to mention whether it was a problem to fight back, in case the angry Mufeng, together with the revolutionary army, will be unlucky together. Well, after beating you up, I feel a lot better. Goodbye, don't let me touch your revolutionary army next time, or I won't keep my hands like this time. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng wanted to leave. Wait a minute, Long suddenly stopped Mufeng. Well, is there anything else? Mufeng looked at Long and asked. Long was silent for a long while, then looked at Mufeng with complex eyes, puzzled and apprehensive. Asked, what is your intention? Or what is your final position? Long is uneasy, doubtful, jealous. Shepherd's wind is too strong, and his behavior is very casual, even unscrupulous, not so much marine, but rather a pirate in marine. If Mufeng had no plan, Long would never believe it. Long was very worried whether Mufeng's intentions would pose any threat to the revolutionary army. Intention, position, haha, what do these things have to do with me? Mufeng smiled lightly, and the laughter was full of wanton and unruly. Looking at the dragon, Mufeng said flatly, from the beginning there has been no one, even gods in the sky. However, this unbearable empty window for the throne of the sky is about to end. Next, I will be at the top. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the dragon indifferently, and Mufeng turned around and left. And the dragon standing in the same place has long been stunned and can no longer be stunned. He never thought that Mufeng's intention was to become a god. It's just a fool's dream. Bai Shang, it's a lunatic. If Mufeng knew what Long was thinking at the moment, he would only be indifferent to Isho and sneer. Yan Ke and Zihonghu's ambition. The person standing is not a high-level person, and the scenery he sees is naturally different. With the existence of the system, Mufeng's eyes have long been not limited to the world of pirates. Boss, what should we do if we encounter a white bear in the future? Mufeng left. Sabo walked to Long's side and asked. Shepherd's conqueror just now has shaken Sabo's heart, so that Sabo is still in a trance at this moment. Avoid. Please inform the entire revolutionary army later. If you encounter a white bear in the future, you must give up all the tasks, and remember not to provoke him. Long said solemnly, but at the same time, this is also our opportunity. With such a character as the white bear, one day it will go against the world government, and then, is our revolutionary army's chance to overthrow the world government. Quote, yes, chief. Sabo nodded, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Logatown, the Straw Hats and the others all spread out. Zoro only had a few words left, so he borrowed a loan of 100,000 baileys from Nami, ready to buy 2 handy knives. As a chef, Sanji naturally went to the market. He wanted to buy some ingredients or something, especially the old gourmet Mufeng on the boat. Serving a shepherd is definitely more troublesome than serving a boatload of people. In particular, Mufeng often picks up fault. What drives Sanji most crazy is that the faults Mufeng picks up make Sanji speechless. Although Sanji's cooking skills are indeed good, it is still a little worse than the chef who was tied back to Marine headquarters from Mariajoy by Mufeng. And for Mufeng's request to eat, Sanji couldn't say no to refuse, so he fell into such an endless cycle. Mufeng is hungry. Sanji cook. Mufeng picks up faults after eating. Sanji goes crazy. Then Mufeng is hungry again. Usopp decided to buy some chili peppers, mustard, etc., and said that he was going to use it as a killer star. Nami, on the other hand, gave full play to the nature of a woman, shopping, buying clothes. Mufeng definitely escaped the catastrophe. As for Luffy, need to ask. Of course, I'm going to see the execution stand at One Piece King of Pirates. Everyone has agreed to meet in the square after the action is completed. Obviously, there is no shortage of surprises where there is Luffy. Buggy's gang appeared, grabbed Luffy, and put him on the One Piece King of Pirates execution stand. Public execution now. Straw Hat Luffy, death sentence. The red-nosed Buggy stomped on the shackles around Luffy's neck and roared. Seeing the arrogant Buggy, Mufeng was speechless. This guy is definitely the son of Luffy, second only to Luffy in the pirate world, the invincible big Buggy god. Road 373. That guy. Luffy, this idiot. Buggy's roar made everyone see Luffy. The Straw Hat, in particular, were almost done. This hasn't gone to sea yet. The captain is dying. I am the man to be One Piece King of Pirates. Luffy on the execution platform suddenly roared. The whole place was silent. Suddenly Luffy's eyes lit up, and he saw Sanji and Zoro rushing over. Hee. Sanji, Zoro, help, Luffy said with a smile. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, as if it was not him who was about to be executed. Anyway, destroy that execution platform first. Got it. And Zoro didn't have time to think about counter countermeasures, so they hurriedly decided. The pace of the two of them going was blocked by the buggy pirate, and there was no way to approach the execution platform immediately. On the execution stand, the long knife in Buggy's hand has been swung down, and in the next moment he can cut off Luffy's idiot head. Sorry, I'm dying, Luffy said with a grin. Chapter 202 Sad and angry Smoker. This idiot. Mufang covered his head with black lines on his forehead. The figure flickered and appeared directly on the execution platform. With a death Renkyaku Tempest kick, the buggy was blown away. Conqueror Haki Vivi was distributed, and almost everyone present fainted in an instant. Observation Haki didn't perceive the dragon's figure around him. If he didn't take action, Luffy would definitely die this time. How could Mufang not take action? Hee. Mufang, thank you. I thought I was doomed this time. Luffy laughed heartlessly, and patted Mufang on the shoulder. To this, Mufang could only roll his eyes, expressing helplessness. He opened his mouth and said, Luffy, that place isn't something you can go to, at least before you become One Piece King of Pirates. Oh, but the scenery up there is really nice, Luffy said after thinking. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That decided, I will come here when I become One Piece King of Pirates in the future. Hearing Luffy's word, Mufang's mouth twitched, and he decided not to talk to Luffy. Execution platform. Do you just want to be executed like this? What an idiot. Raising his head, he glanced at the dark cumulonimbus clouds in the distance. Mufang said, let go. If you don't leave this sea area quickly, there will be a storm. Then, maybe we will be trapped in Logatown has been around for days. Quote, oh, then let go quickly. Luffy nodded hurriedly. In the square. How could Smoker stationed in Logatown not know? He quickly arrived in the square, and used his fruit ability to quickly clean up the pirates in the square. After taking out the pirate, Smoker didn't find the Straw Hat. Thinking of seeing Buggy execute Luffy just now, there was no trace of fear on Luffy's face. Can't help but think back to the One Piece King of Pirates Roger who was executed here 22 years ago. Also Logatown. Could it be that Straw Hat Luffy is a pirate destined for God? No, even at the risk of my reputation as a colonel at headquarters, I must not let that guy leave Logatown. Smoker growled loudly. Riding on his own motorcycle brought by marine soldiers, Smoker rushed towards the dock. The motorcycle is specially made for Smoker by the marine headquarters, and the power is his smoke fruit. When it starts, the smoke is ejected from the back of the motorcycle, and the boosting effect is comparable to the booster of a rocket. Smoker got to the dock faster than Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, my name is Smoker, Colonel Marine. I will never let you escape from Logatown. White Bear Admiral. Smoker intercept Luffy's way to board the ship, but suddenly Smoker's eyes widened, because he saw that standing beside Luffy was Shepard. As a colonel in Marine's headquarters, Smoker could of course recognize Shepard. Oh, Smoker, you were sent to guard Logatown. Good, not bad. Come on, work hard. I'm optimistic about you, Shepard said. I will, Admiral Ice Bear. Smoker blushed at Shepard's encouragement. As a young generation of Marine, Smoker worships the Shepard very much. That, Smoker, can you let it go? We are in a hurry. If we don't go to sea as soon as possible, a storm may be coming, Mufang said suddenly. Oh, okay. Smoker nodded quickly, but just as he was about to get out of the way, he was suddenly stunned. Full of astonishment, he looked at Mufang, and then at Luffy. Next to Mufang. Stunned. White Bear Admiral. Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy is a pirate. Could it be? Do you want to go out to sea with them? How can this be possible? Absolutely not. I saw Smoker stretched his arms directly. A wall of white fog was formed, trying to block Mufang's way. Well, do you want to stop me? That's not enough. Conqueror Haki burst out while Mufang spoke, knocking Smoker over. Even the internal organs were injured a little, so naturally, Smoker could not maintain the smoke state. Smoker lying on the ground, Mufang shook his head and said, Smoker, I remember the training camp in the Marine headquarters a few years ago. I saw you. As a Logia Devil Fruit ability, whether it is Zephyr Chief Instructor or Marshal, have high hopes for you. But seeing you now, your strength has not increased in the slightest compared to a few years ago. Such a good Logia is completely wasted by you. Even the essence of smoke has not been discovered. Do you just see the ability of smoke as fog? Haven't you noticed? Whether it's small water droplets or tiny suspended object, all of them are smoke. Even the rustling fruit of crocodile. Logically speaking, they belong to the lower ranks of the smoke fruit. Understand? Smoker who looked contemplative. Mufang shrugged. Okay, you can continue to think about life here. I'll go first. Bye. After that, Mufang hurriedly greeted Luffy to set sail, because it was already raining. But Smoker was done thinking about what Mufang said. When he reacted again, the Going Merry could only see a silhouette. White Bear Admiral. Straw Hat Luffy. It must be Straw Hat Luffy. I don't know how to bewitched White Bear Admiral. Damn. Straw Hat Luffy. Wait, I must take you to the undersea prison. Smoker thumped the ground, growling loudly. At this moment, Smoker is full of grief and anger. Shepard is the one he admires, and he is also Admiral. Naturally, Smoker doesn't think that there is anything wrong with Shepherd. Then it can only be Luffy. Luffy is lying. Suddenly, Smoker thought of something. Busy took out a phone bug from his arms and dialed. After a long while, a calm voice rang from the phone bug. Moses, I'm Marine Marshal Sengoku the Buddha. Report as soon as possible. Marshal Sengoku, it's me, Smoker. Smoker said hurriedly. It's Smoker. What? You're not stationed in Logatown. What happened? Sengoku asked out loud. Smoker is the colonel of the headquarters, and of course he has his phone bug. If it is the Marine General of the branch, at least the Vice Admiral level or above may have his phone bug. White Bear Admiral. Bewitched by the pirate, he went out to sea with the pirate. Smoker reported what he had in mind to Sengoku. What? Sengoku in Marshal Marine's office was almost scared to death. The voice suddenly raised a roar of 800 decibels. On the other hand, Garp, who was stuffing a donut in his mouth, was almost choked to death by Sengoku's voice. Chapter 203 The legend begins. Garp's choked eyes almost popped out, and he quickly picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it. Then he looked alive, looked at Sengoku, and complained. Sengoku, talk a little bit more. This will scare people to death. And Sengoku, how could Garp be in control at this time? Busy asked the phone bug. Smoker, explain the situation in detail. What happened in Logatown? Garp pricked up when he heard East Blue's Logatown. Smoker didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly explained the whole story. Knowing the whole story, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. I scolded Smoker half to death in my heart, but I could only say, yeah, I already knew about the actions of the White Bear Admiral. Don't worry, you have your own measure for these White Bear Admirals. Smoker, continue to be stationed in Logatown, and when you transfer back to the Marine headquarters after half a year, I hope your strength will be obvious. Improvement. Quote, with Smoker, Sengoku looked at Garp with pricked ears beside him, his face full of resentment. Actually, another grandson went to become a pirate. When a pirate, just be a pirate. Marine can keep his eyes open and close his eyes, but don't make news. This time, not only did the execution platform of One Piece King of Pirates make a fuss, Marine Admiral also rescued 847 pirates. What kind of thing is this? Not bad. Luffy is not bad. Garp laughed. You're so tall. Your two grandchildren actually became pirates. Looking at Garp, who was laughing heartlessly, Sengoku roared loudly without getting angry. Who said that? This kid Mufung is also my grandson, so he's a Marine. And he's the strongest Marine, Garp said confidently without showing any weakness. Sengoku was speechless when Garp choked on a word. Not to mention that two of Garp's 3 grandchildren became pirate. Only Shepherd became Marine. Even if Garp has 10 more grandchildren, all of them become pirate, and if they can replace a Marine with the strength of Mufung, Sengoku is definitely willing to nod. Even if it is only half of Mufung's strength, Sengoku will definitely not hesitate. Of course, this assumption is completely untenable. First of all, Garp can't have 10 grandchildren, and more importantly, the existence of such terrifying power as Mufung is impossible to appear again. Ignoring the smug Garp on the side, Sengoku dialed Mufung's phone bug. Marshal, what's the matter? I'm having lunch. By the way, the steak at East Blue's restaurant Barati is very good. You can try it when you have time. Really? Then it seems that the next time I slip back to East Blue, I can have a meal. Before Sengoku could speak, Garp, who was beside him, interrupted first. The old man is here too. Luffy was just talking to me about you throwing him off the cliff, saying that you were the most inhuman grandfather in the entire sea. Mufung said with a smile. This little bastard. Tell him, next time we meet, I'll let him know the power of Grandpa's love iron fist. How dare you hide it from me and be a pirate? Garp blew his beard and glared. Cough cough. Sengoku coughed twice, first expressing his sense of existence. Then he said, Mufung, why did you run off on the pirate ship? Pirate? Well, where are their pirates? Luffy has not been placed on a bounty yet. Besides, I haven't got a boat to go back to the Marine headquarters. When I arrive at the Marine base in Alabasta, I'll meet when I have a boat. Headquarters. Beep beep beep. As soon as Mufung finished speaking, the phone worm rang a busy tone of beep beep. Obviously, Mufung directly hung up the phone bug and didn't give Sengoku a chance to speak at all. Sengoku was helpless, and Garp started stuffing donuts into his mouth again. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. I heard Grandpa's voice. On the going merry, Luffy jumped on and off the string with a terrified expression on his face. Luffy, what's wrong with him? Nami wondered. In her impression, Luffy has always been heartless, and even in Logatown, when she was infinitely close to death, she never showed a look of panic. How could she be so scared? It's probably because of the fear of being dominated by the iron fist of love. Mufung said with a smile. Did you see that light? That's the navigation light for entering the Great Fairway. The rain was heavy, and the raindrop fell on the deck with a crackling sound, even if it was only a meter or two away. But Nami had to be very big, only her voice can be heard by everyone. At this time, Sanji suddenly moved a large wine barrel from the side. Isho. Then put one foot directly on the barrel. Rubbing his nose, he said, okay, waterway. Let perform a ceremony of sailing into the great waterway. Then shouted, I'm here to find all blue. All blue, also known as the Blue Ocean. It is an ocean that gathers all the ingredients of the four major seas. It is Zeph's dream, and it is also Sanji's dream after inheriting Zeph's dream. Luffy followed suit, lifted his foot, and placed it on the barrel. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm here to be One Piece King of Pirates. I'm here to map the world's navigation. Nami shouted, I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro shouted. He also didn't forget to look at Mufeng, who was standing beside him with his hands on the back of his head. I want to be a brave sea warrior. After thinking for a while, Usopp realized that he had no dream, so he shouted casually. After everyone shouted, they didn't smash the wine barrel immediately, but looked at Mufeng in unison. Luffy asked, Shepherd, come quickly. Forget it. I'm not from your pirate group. Mufeng shrugged. It doesn't matter. It's just a ceremony. It's not for you to join the pirate. Besides, I also want to know what your dream is, big brother Mufeng. Nami said. Mufeng thought for a while, then looked at the members of the Straw Hat Pirate. Asked, does it really matter? Are you sure? I'm Marine Admiral. Seeing the eyes of Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp, there was no sign of conflict. Then Mufeng smiled and said, let's talk about it first. This is what you asked me to say. Then Mufeng put his feet on the wine barrel, with a weird smile on his face, and suddenly shouted, I'm here to destroy all the pirates in the sea. Chapter 204 Upside Down Hill. Soon as Mufeng's words came out, the entire going melee became silent in an instant. All of them looked at Mufeng with a dull face. This is a bit unlucky. Don't look at me, but you asked me to say it. Mufeng had a look that was not bad for me. Destroy all the pirates in the sea. Mufeng did not have such spare time. If Mufeng thought about it, in the past 6 years, not to mention sweeping away all the pirates in the world, at least the pirates in the Great Waterway can be wiped out by him, including the 4 emperors. Hey, that Mufeng, it seems you can't do anything about me. Luffy laughed suddenly, because I'm not a pirate, but One Piece King of Pirates. Luffy's thinking is always different from others. After Luffy's gag, the mood on the ship calmed down a bit. Let go. Toward the Great Channel. In the cabin of the Going Merry. It's nerve-wracking. If you continue going like this, it's really the same as the rumors. The entrance to the Great Waterway is a mountain. Nami looked at the map and said seriously, mountain. Just kidding. Nami, what? Are you going to hit the mountain? No, there's a canal here. Canal. Nonsense. Even if there is a canal, it is impossible for a boat to climb up the mountain. Usopp obviously still couldn't believe it. Upside Down Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain. It is an incredible and dangerous mountain. It is also the entrance to the Great Waterway. There are 5 waterways on Upside Down Mountain. 4 of the waterways connect the 4 seas, and the other waterway flows into the Great Sea. Fairway, Shepherd said with a smile. Don't worry, as long as we go in the direction of the lighthouse just now, we will definitely be able to enter the Great Waterway. But that lighthouse went out. Luffy said anxiously. It's okay, I remember that direction, Nami said. Then he looked puzzled. But are we really going to climb the mountain? But the boat, well, it's hard to explain, but you'll find out later. Mufeng smiled. It's amazing. Our ship is going to climb a mountain. By the way, Mufeng, you seem to be familiar with the Great Waterway, Luffy said excitedly. Idiot, didn't I tell you? Marine headquarters is at the end of the first half of the Great Channel. As Marine Admiral, I live there, Shepherd said helplessly. Brother Mufeng, you just said the first half of the Great Waterway. Is there still the second half? Nami suddenly looked at Mufeng with a puzzled expression and asked. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp all looked at Mufeng with a puzzled look. They are all very curious about the Great Channel. Mufeng smiled and explained. The Great Waterway is divided into 2 parts by the Red Earth continent. The first part is the sea area we are about to enter. After halfway through the voyage, we need to cross the Red Earth continent to reach the second part, which is the second half of the Great Passage, the New World. Compared with the first half, that is where the powerful pirates lie. There are many big pirates with a reward of more than 500 million, and there are even 4 emperors who can be called monsters. By the way, Luffy, Shanks is one of the 4 emperors, and Usopp your father. He is the leader of the Shanks red-haired pirate, and he is also a very powerful pirate. 500 million. Sanji's eyes almost popped out. You know, at that time, there was a lot of trouble in the sea restaurant, and the Mighty Creek only had a reward of 17 million Bailey. East Blue's highest reward, Arlong, is only 20 million Bailey. Shanks. I knew that Shanks must be a very powerful pirate. Let go to the New World to find Shanks. Dad, it turns out that Dad is really a very powerful sea warrior. Luffy, I'll tell you that I didn't lie, Usopp said angrily. Big brother Mufeng, in such a terrifying place, will we die? Nami said with a pale face. After all, she is a girl, so Nami must be afraid. Hug Nami, Mufeng said with a smile. Nami, remember, if you meet an incompetent opponent in the future, then report my name. In this I believe there will be no one the woman who dares dares to touch me, White Bear Shepherd. Hearing Mu Feng's word, Nami looked at Mu Feng with eyes full of little stars. Brother Mu Feng, is Marine Admiral so powerful? Nami asked. It's not because I'm Marine Admiral, but, in this sea, I'm invincible, Mu Feng. Mu Feng looked at the sea in the distance. Hockey said sternly. Wow, what is that huge shadow? A mountain. A good mountain. It's all blocked by cloud, and there is no end in sight. Luffy suddenly shouted. Zero. Hearing Luffy's exclamations outside the cabin, everyone was startled and rushed to the deck. I'm going to be sucked in. Go take the helm, Nami suddenly said loudly. Okay, understood. Luffy jumped to the rudder as if he had received an order. Together with Usopp and Sanji, they firmly held the rudder to prevent the ship from deviating from the course. However, the current of the upside-down mountain canal is too turbulent. The rudder could not be controlled at all. Luffy desperately wanted to correct the direction of the sailing, but the force was too strong, and the rudder was directly broken. Luckily, Luffy was in a hurry, and his breath turned into a giant rubber balloon. After forcibly adjusting the sailing direction of the ship, it sailed into the canal stably. The Going Merry rose very fast on the canal, and soon climbed to the top of the inverted mountain, and then swooped down, heading for the Great Channel. Did you hear anything? Zoro asked, moving his ears. Well, it should be some kind of wind noise. The terrain here is very strange, and it is inevitable, Nami said with a smile, without thinking too much. Ahead, there is a mountain in front. Sanji on the mast suddenly shouted. It's not a mountain, it's a whale. The Going Merry swooped down, and the whale Laboon, which was bigger than the island, suddenly had its head facing the Going Merry, and collided with it. Chapter 205 Princess Vivi _. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Luffy, seeing the huge whale that was about to hit him, Usopp lay on the ground, his butt pouted. Rubber, pistol, Luffy yelled. At the same time, the arms stretched, and a fist slammed into Laboon. However, the size of the island whale Laboon is really huge, and its body length definitely reaches tens of thousands of meters. The weight definitely reaches hundreds of thousands, even millions of tons. Luffy's fist was the equivalent of a tickling to Laboon. It's amazing. Luffy's arm bounced back, and the whole person sat on the ground, watching the whale. Laboon exclaimed in exclamation. Idiot, is this the time to lament this question? Mu Feng said helplessly, but he couldn't just watch Laboon bump into him. In that case, the Going Merry will definitely end in a shipwreck. With a jerk under his feet, Mu Feng jumped up directly, raised his right arm, and clenched his fist to charge up. Armament Haki covers its surface, and Mutton's chakra infuses it. King Kong power immovable. Shepherd power unreservedly vented and slammed into Laboon's head. Suddenly, the whale Laboon's head sank down. Then, the huge body was blown away by Mu Feng. After falling into the sea again for a long time, he didn't recover. Whale Laboon calmed down. He suddenly opened his big mouth and swallowed Luffy and the others mindlessly. When they entered the belly of this big whale, everyone was done. What's happening here? Certainly not another world. The sea, white cloud, blue sky, a small island with houses and coconut trees. Haven't we been swallowed by a whale? So, what happened to that island and that house? Should be hallucination. Most likely dreaming. Laboon, the island whale of Twin Cape, is very famous. Since this is in the stomach of a whale, the people living on this small island must be the keepers of the Twin Cape lighthouse. Crocus, former crew member of One Piece, king of pirates, aren't you going to come out and meet the guest? Mu Feng said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, a sturdy old man walked out of the house on the island. The hair on his head was like a flower, and he was very angry. It was Crocus, once the ship doctor of the Roger pirate. White Bear Admiral, what, are you here to grab my old bone? Crocus walked out, saw Mu Feng, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then said in relief, having lived so long, and even having arrived at Laugh Tale, Crocus had nothing to fear. Catch you. I'm sorry, I just dropped by, and was accidentally swallowed by this whale. By the way, should you let us out? Otherwise, I'm really afraid I won't be able to bear it. It's disemboweled. Mu Feng pointed at his head and said. At this time, everyone noticed. It turns out that whether it is the blue sky above the head or the white cloud, they are only pictures drawn on the stomach wall of the whale. White Bear Admiral is joking. I'll open the door for you. If the only thing Crocus cared about was Laboon. It was at this time that the Mr. 9 of the Vivi and Baroque workroom appeared. Then after a farce, the two of Vivi were caught, and Crocus also told the story of Laboon to Luffy and others, and Nami was even more moved. Luffy even fought with Laboon, and agreed to fight Laboon again after sailing around the Great Waterway for a week, and stopped Laboon from continuing to hit the red soil continent with his head. Afterward, everyone did their own thing. Nami is making sailing plans. Sanji is cooking everyone's dinner. Zoro is practicing swordsmanship. Luffy is fighting with Usopp. Mu Feng was sitting in front of Vivi and Mr. 9 with a smile on his face. Let's talk about it. Princess Vivi, how has Crocodile been recently? Mu Feng said lightly with Erlang's leg crossed. Look closely. Vivi is still pretty. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Vivi's pupils shrank, but she She had a puzzled expression on her face, but her acting skills were obviously a bit sloppy. Don't you understand? If you don't understand, Alabasta may be destroyed. Mufeng smiled lightly. You are talking nonsense. The kingdom will definitely not be destroyed, Vivi said angrily, but as soon as the word came out, there was some regret. Because he was so excited, he was indirectly acknowledging his identity, and Vivi is very clear about the situation of the country and the horror of Baroque work. She knows that the person in front of her is not wrong. What are you talking about? I don't understand why. Mr. Nine was confused. He really doesn't know anything. He looked at Vivi and asked, is what he said true? Are you really the princess of the Alabasta kingdom? How could I not know? I'm sorry. Vivi was silent for a moment, then apologized to Mr. Nine first. Then looking at Mufeng, he suddenly revealed doubt. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Sir, may I ask where we met? Yes, at the World Conference held 5 years ago. I remember you were only 12 years old at the time. You were very cute with King Cobra, Shepard said with a smile. White Bear Admiral. Vivi's eyes widened and he was done. He suddenly felt agitated, and said eagerly, Admiral, the White Bear, please save Alabasta. Crocodile wants to conspire against Alabasta. After speaking, Princess Vivi looked at Mufeng with a pleading expression. I also understand what happened to Alabasta, Mufeng said, and Vivi's eyes radiated hope for 3.2. Admiral is Marine's highest combat power. If Mufeng can make a move, it will be no problem. However, as a princess, you should know very well that Crocodile belongs to King Shichibukai. It is a great pirate registered by the world government. Although first a Marine Admiral, I cannot do anything against them without the order of the world government. The wind is very for it. Of course, Mufeng was running the train with his mouth full. If the world government can really manage him, it will be a hell. The reason why Mufeng was reluctant to shoot Crocodile, mainly for 2 reasons. First, Mufeng was too lazy to take care of trouble. Second, after all, the King Shichibukai is directly under his command, and he personally takes action against Crocodile, which will always be a bit underwhelming. Chapter 206_Shepard is angry. Really, can't really save Alabasta. Just seeing hope, but falling into despair. This kind of pain is definitely more painful than being in a state of despair all the time. Although I can't take action, but it doesn't mean that others can't take action, Shepard said. Tell Luffy and the others about your affairs. Maybe they will help you. Princess Vivi couldn't turn her head. Look at the flag on the ship. This should be a pirate ship. How could Marine Admiral stay with the pirate? Luffy, Nami, Chrysanthemum Head, Chef Color, Long Nose, come here. Without explaining too much to Vivi, Mufeng directly called Luffy and the others over. Soon everyone ran over, even the old man Crocus. With Vivi's narration, everyone quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Hearing such an infuriating thing, Luffy was the first to say that he wanted to help Vivi. Nami was hesitant at first, but when she heard that there would be a reward, her eyes immediately turned into Bailey symbols. It even gave Zoro an order, although Zoro still had doubt. But who made him still owe Nami's loan shark? No choice but to obey. Even Mr. Point 9 also said that he would help Vivi, although it's a good thing that everyone is in high spirit. But, I want to ask, do you have the record pointer to reach Alabasta? Mufeng suddenly interjected. Record the pointer. Is it delicious? Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard the strange thing, then a momentary chill. After Crocus' introduction just now, except for Luffy, everyone has some understanding of the Great Channel, and they are all aware of the importance of recording pointers. The record pointer I just gave you is Alabasta, Crocus said. But not everyone was happy yet. Nami suddenly punched Luffy and yelled, Luffy, you idiot, look at what you did just now. Everyone has black lines all over their heads and knows what's going on without asking. Then there's no way. Shepard shrugged and asked Vivi, you should have a recording pointer. Where does it point? Whiskey Hill. Vivi said honestly. Fine, let go to Whiskey Hill. Luffy yelled. Whiskey Hill. Luffy slept like a dead pig after he was full. Mufeng also found a room to rest but was awakened by a commotion. At this time, Mufeng remembered that there was indeed a battle on the night of Whiskey Mountain in the plot. But Vivi has obviously surrendered. Which one is this coming out of? Mufeng, whose good dream was interrupted, is very irritable at the moment. When I walked out of the room, I saw a group of people standing in the middle of the road. Zoro, Vivi, Mr. 9, Equilem, are confronting a man and a woman. It's so late. Don't you know that sleep is very important? If you want to fight, can't you wait until tomorrow? Mufeng said impatiently. Sleep? I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well in the future, said the man with the exploding head. Then I inserted my fingers into my nostril, and took out a lump of booger. But it didn't disgust Mufeng. But it also reminded Mufeng who this guy is. The senior agent of the Baroque workroom, Mr. 5, the person with the ability to explode the fruit. Any part of the body can explode, even the booger that pops up, and even the air blown out of the mouth can be regarded as an explosive. Nose, imagination cannon. Mr. 5 shouted loudly. Then he flicked the booger in his hand towards Mufang. Shoot me with booger. Mufang's brows twitched. Obviously he was furious to the extreme. How could this Nima make Mufang hold back? The mammoth blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a knife. Gecko in the sky. Who am I to blame? This is the last thought in Mr. 5 feet's life. Then the sword energy swept through, but he couldn't even leave the bones behind. He was unlucky with him, and the woman next to him seemed to be capable of kilograms of fruit. However, Zoro, Vivi, Mr. 9, and Equilem all looked sluggish at the moment. Gouda, I don't know who, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The scene in front of them is a bit scary. The entire Whiskey Mountain was cut in half by Mufang's slashing sword. A few centimeters away from their feet is a deep hole cut out by Mufang. Bottomless, a huge deep ravine. Is this the horror of Marine Admiral? Looking at Mufang's eyes again, he was already full of fear. Okay, the enemy is solved. Now go back to sleep. Remember, if anyone wakes me up again, the consequences will be the same. After saying a word, Mufang turned his head back to 670 and went to sleep. Wow, what a big dick. Did something funny happen last night? Zoro, damn it, you didn't wake me up. Luffy complained to Zoro. The night was silent, and when I woke up early the next morning, I could hear Luffy yelling. Recording pointer has stored the magnetic force, and the Going Merry sets sail again. As for the destination of the next stop, Mufang said he was too lazy to think about it. Hiding in the cabin, drinking strong black tea and eating sweet oranges. Mufang said, this life is pretty good. Not bad. Be careful when you're sailing. Don't hit the rock. Ah, that's right. The work agency already knows the situation here, and has sent chasers here. Suddenly a very nice voice sounded. Zoro, who was standing on the deck, was abruptly startled, and turned his head in an instant. His hand was already holding the handle of the knife. Someone actually sneaked into the boat without a sound, and was sitting on the railing on the second floor, with a face full of expression. Smile. This is a woman with a weak complexion, a slender body that made people envious, wearing a cowboy hat, and the mature and intellectual aura exuding from her body is exciting. Chapter 207 Nicole Robin Devil's Son, Nico Robin. Once the survivor of O'Hara, when he was only 8 years old, he was offered a reward of 79 million Bailey, the ability to flower and fruit. I ran into Mr. 8 over there just now. Ms. Wednesday, Princess Vivi with a smile on his face. Mr. 8 is Equilem, Vivi's retainer. Although Shepard has repeated it many times, Equilem still volunteered to go out to sea alone, saying that it was to attract the pursuers from the Baroque workroom. Could it be you took Equilem? Vivi's face was gloomy. I don't care about that, but why are you on our boat? Luffy asked loudly. Why are you here, miss? All Sunday. Vivi's face was full of excitement, and her emotions seemed to be completely out of control. She was worried about Equilem. Nami stroked Vivi's back, comforting her. What this time? He's Mr. G's partner. Nami asked. She is Crocodile's partner. In fact, only this woman knows the real identity of the boss, so we only know the identity of the boss by following her. Vivi stared at Robin, full of he said with hatred. To be right, I should have let you follow me on purpose. Robin laughed. What, so she's a good person? Luffy said seriously. From Luffy's point of view, Robin helped Vivi. That must be the good guy. We already knew. Crocodile knew our true identity. You told him. Vivi looked at Robin and shouted. What, so you're a bad guy? Luffy said angrily. What's your purpose? Vivi yelled. I see that you are serious, so I can't help but help you. But Princess Vivi, you really think you can fight against the Baroque workroom? Save the kingdom? You are too naive. Robinto Chin, exuding a mature breath. Why do you think they can't save Alabasta? Suddenly a voice said. Can you tell me why? Nicole Robin. The sound came from the cabin behind Robin. Robin was taken aback and turned to look. A slender figure walked out of the cabin, and when he saw the face of the person who came out, Robin's pupils slowly enlarged. The whole person couldn't help but tremble. White Bear. Marine Admiral White Bear. Robin exclaimed with a trembling voice, and then sat directly on the ground. Looking at Mufang, Robin's eyes were full of fear. Witnessing the downfall of O'Hara with his own eyes, his 20-year fugitive career, made Robin very clear what kind of horror Admiral is. How did Marine Admiral appear here? And it's a white bear. Ooh, compared to the appearance on the reward order, she's turned into a beautiful big girl now. Looking at Robin, Mufang said with a smile. This is the first time Mufang has seen Robin. In the story of Pirate, Mufang is the one who admires and likes Robin the most. The whereabouts of Robin, the Marine Intelligence Department, was also inquired, but Robin was very well hidden and difficult to be discovered. And once found, Robin will change his place without hesitation, so Mufang has no way to find Robin at all. And by the time there was accurate news from Robin, she was already in the Baroque workroom. Why are you here? Robin asked tremblingly. Don't worry, I'm not here to catch you. I'm just going back to Marine headquarters from East Blue and getting off the boat. Let's continue with the topic. You don't think they can save Alabasta, but I think they can. Don't we make make a bet on whether they can save Alabasta. If you lose, then grant me a request. If I lose, I'll ask the world government to revoke your bounty. How? Mufeng asked with a smile. Robin's eyes flickered, and Mufeng did not seem to have any intention of arresting him. Sigh of relief and said, Irish Bear Admiral is joking. If you take action against White Bear Admiral, I am afraid that 10 crocodile will not be an opponent. 10. Hee. Even if there are 100 crocodile, in my opinion, it's just a bunch of rubbish. Mufeng said disdainfully, incomparably arrogant, but he has a reason to be arrogant. Turning around, looking at Robin, Mufeng smiled lightly. However, of course I won't make a move. How about it? Do you want to take a bet? If you think the bet is not enough, I still know a few bucks. The message of the historical tech can be added to the state. Quote, hearing the historical tech, Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, and his breathing became tight. After fleeing for 20 years, Robin only found a piece of historical tech when he was a child. A few pieces of historical tech. Maybe he can unravel the history. I agree to the bet with you. After calming down a little, Robin nodded. Robin is very clear whether he agrees or not. In fact, for Mufeng, it is nothing, but it may be less fun. In front of him, he is too powerless. Okay, then we'll wait and see, Mufeng said with a smile. Robin took a deep look at Mufeng, then thought of something, threw an hourglass shape pointer to Vivi, and said, the next stop, Little Garden, is very dangerous. This is the closest to Alabasta. A permanent pointer to a deserted island. That way you can get around to Alabasta without being hunted down by the workers. Quote, but before everyone could react, Luffy took the pointer from Vivi's hand, then crush it into pieces and throw it into the sea, and he said to Robin angrily, I am the captain. The direction of the ship's going does not need to be decided by you. Well, that's a shame. Good luck to you, Robin said. Taking another look at Mufeng, he jumped onto a big turtle and floated away on the turtle. Chapter 208 Little Garden. Soon, in less than half a day, the Going Merry arrived at Little Garden. Looking at the tall bushes on both sides, everyone was excited. However, it looks like a dense rainforest, more like a secret realm. It doesn't seem like a place with such a cute name. That's right, it's small. It's obviously huge. The animals here are all amazingly large, and many of them are even prehistoric species. But pay attention, the most dangerous thing here is not these prehistoric animals, but those tiny poisonous insects. Especially you, Nami, remember to pay attention. Mew the Wind said. Then why is it called Little Garden? Nami asked. Looking at Nami's appearance, she knew that she didn't listen to what she just said. Mufeng was a little helpless, shrugged and said, as for the reason, you will find out later. Looking at the surrounding jungle, Luffy was already shaking with excitement, shouting, Sanji, bento, bento, I want a bento, bento. Sanji looked at Luffy with a confused look on his face. Luffy's brain circuit. In this world, absolutely no one can understand. 260. Yeah, pirate bento. Because I have a feeling of going on an adventure. Luffy bared his teeth and said excitedly, then looked at Nami. Hee, do you want to go together? Understood. Wait a minute. Back to the kitchen to make lunches for Luffy. That, can I go with you? Vivi asked suddenly. Okay, come on. Luffy danced. Of course he was very happy to have someone to accompany him on the adventure, because there was an atmosphere. Nami looked at Vivi in surprise. Vivi said a little embarrassedly, if I stay here, I will think wildly. In this case, I will take a walk before the pointer records the magnetic force. For Luffy and Vivi, they set off on an adventure. Then inexplicably, the two guys Sanji and Zoro quarreled, so Sanji proposed to have a see who hunts the heaviest prey game. Then he went to the island and started hunting, but Mufeng was very helpless. I thought they were all gone. Couldn't I and Nami do shameful things? But there's also Usopp's gigantic light bulb on board. No matter how Mufeng winked, it was as if he hadn't seen it. How could Usopp not see that although his strength is scumbag, he is definitely a chicken thief? Otherwise, with his weak chicken-like strength, how could he live in the new world? Although he often bragged, Usopp still knew how much he weighed. It was estimated that if he ran out, he wouldn't be able to come back. He definitely didn't want to run out. Staying on the boat with the Marine Admiral, Shepard definitely won't be in danger. Excuse me, is there any wine? Suddenly a loud voice sounded. Then a huge dark shadow appeared in the dense forest, and gradually came towards the Going Merry, ripping through the lush bushes, and a giant appeared. Usopp sat on the deck in fright, but Nami was so frightened that she threw herself into Mufeng's arms. Shepard knew that this guy had been fighting in Little Garden for 100 years, one of the captains of the original giant soldier pirate, Brigitte. If it's only a small amount, yes. Mufeng shrugged and said, with Brigitte's eyes, the Going Merry is the size of his palm. Although the Going Merry had a lot of wine on it, it wasn't enough to quench his thirst for Brigitte. As for Brigitte, he doesn't care much, as long as there is. After all, he hasn't had a drink in decades. Whoa Faha, there's wine, Brigitte yelled, clearly excited. Then Brigitte invited Mufeng and the others to be guests at his place. What? It takes a year, Nami yelled. Nami just heard Brigitte say that the recording pointer of the island of Little Garden will take a year to complete, and she is not scared to death. If you wait a year to get to Alabasta, it's too late. Mufeng, did you already know that this island needs to be recorded for a year? Nami looked at Mufeng's calm face and couldn't help but ask. Yes, I know. Mufeng nodded and said, then what to do? The affairs of Vivi's country will be delayed, Nami said anxiously. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Nami already regarded Vivi as a partner. Don't worry, just grab one and grab one. Mufeng waved his hand indifferently. Who's stealing it? Just when Nami wanted to ask, suddenly Brigitte stood up, and his expression became solemn, and said, today's duel is about to begin. After all, he ignored Mufeng and others, picked up the axe on the side and ran away. Well, let's talk about it later. Let's go join in the fun first, Mufeng said with a smile. Nami also nodded. This is the first time she has seen the giant. Of course, she is very curious about the battle between the giant, and naturally wants to see it. Then, similar to the original plot, Mr. 3 and Miss Going appeared weekly. Brigitte and Dory, who were fighting, were bitten by these two guys. Then, of course, Luffy couldn't stand it any longer, and had a blast fighting. And Sanji made soy sauce all the way, and even fooled Crocodile. Got lucky and got a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Come and see whose prey is bigger between the two of us. Sanji pointed to a huge rhino under his feet, looked at Zoro, and said angrily, are you blind? Must be mine. Zoro yelled. Nami looked at Zoro and Sanji, who were arguing again, walked over with a gloomy face, and then threw two punches at the same time. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. By the way, I have something to tell you. The main reason why people who come to this island can't leave this kind of island is because of the existence of island-eating whales. Brigitte said, however, Dory and I will fight to the death to help you kill it. You don't need to take action. It's just an island-eating whale, Mufeng said with a smile. Chapter 209 _ the fastest speed. Are you sure? Brigitte said, scratching his head with his giant tree-thick fingers. After fighting on this island for 100 years, Brigitte and Dory knew the horror of the island-eating whale best. Even if they didn't use the secret fighting skills of the giant, it was definitely not the case. The opponent of the head-eating island whale. Don't believe it? Then you can take a look. Mufeng laughed. At this time, the Going Meili also drove to the sea exit. The sea began to churn up, and the island-eating whale appeared. I don't know when. The mammoth blade has appeared in Mufeng's hand. Looking at the island-eating whale that opened its huge mouth and seemed to swallow the entire island, Mufeng looked indifferent. Hand slash tilde, very simple action. And in the next moment, the island-eating whale was cut open along with the sea. Brigitte and Dory stood by the shore, sluggish like a stone statue. Such power is more than 100 times more terrifying than Hakoku, the giant clan's secret fighting skill that the two of them joined together. Okay, goodbye. Mufeng waved at the two giants. Going merry, sailing again. ... It's so comfortable in the sea. Mufeng squinted, feeling the sea breeze of Vivi blowing from the sea, his face full of comfort. Picking up a cup next to him, Mufeng took a sip. He frowned, put down the cup, and shouted at the same time, Chef Cook, what? I also want to make shortbread for Vivi. Tell me if you have something to do. After a while, Sanji came over and said with a displeased expression, in a few days, everyone also got to know Mufeng Hun. Although Mufeng is Marine Admiral, he has no Marine Admiral air at all, and his speech becomes more casual. And every time Mufeng called him, nothing good would happen, and Sanji would naturally be upset. Pointing to the cup on the tea table beside him, Mufeng said with a beating expression, oh, chef, you are too poor at brewing tea. Black tea can't be brewed with boiling water of 100 degrees Celsius. It needs to be brewed with 90 degrees Celsius. Use hot water of about 5 degrees to brew. Also, can't you put more tea leaves? I like strong tea. Please change another cup. Thank you. Looking at the cup that Mufeng handed over, Sanji's teeth were itchy. Understood. I'll change it for you. In the end, Sanji had to agree. Sanji didn't dare not agree. He didn't agree last time, but he was thrown directly into the sea. It's not easy to pull. Admiral, come and see. Nami suddenly passed out, and her head is so hot. Usopp suddenly shouted loudly, in a very anxious tone. Hearing Usopp cry, Mufeng dodged and appeared beside Nami, touching Nami's forehead. The body temperature will definitely not be too low. At the same time, a stream of wooden chakra quietly poured into Nami's body, but the temperature did not drop. At this time, everyone rushed over, all worried. Nami, what's wrong with Nami? Is she dying? No one but Luffy could say that. Damn your big head. Shepherd scolded Luffy angrily. Then he frowned and said, it's not an ordinary fever. Little Garden. Could it be that he was bitten by a poisonous insect from Little Garden? While speaking, Vivi had already taken Nami's temperature. When he saw the value of the thermometer, Vivi's face became ugly and said, 40 degrees. This temperature is already life-threatening. Go to the doctor. I must save Nami. Luffy said firmly. No way. Suddenly an extremely weak voice sounded. Everyone bowed their heads and saw that Nami woke up and was struggling to do it. Na is beautiful. Luffy cheered. Shut up for me. Shepherd's head was covered in black line, and a fist hit Luffy's head. I have a newspaper in my drawer. Na Nami said weakly. Vivi was the closest to the drawer, stunned, and took out the newspaper. Seeing the headline of the newspaper, her pupils suddenly dilated. The hand holding the newspaper was shaking, and her forehead was even more covered with cold sweat. How could this be? Such a bastard. The 300,000 soldiers in the king's army defected to the rebel army. The original situation was 600,000 soldiers in the king's army and 400,000 soldiers in the rebel army. In this way, the situation has completely reversed. Look like the riots in Alabasta have officially started. This is the newspaper from 3 days ago. Sorry, even if you know it, you can't change the speed of the boat. I hid the newspaper because I didn't want you to worry, Nami said apologetically. Look like it's serious. Suspected that Luffy was pretending to understand. My illness should be just a small problem. How could it be 40 degrees? It should be because the thermometer is broken. Nami struggled to stand up, but she was pressed down by Mufeng. Don't be brave. Take a good rest. You must find a doctor for your current situation. Otherwise, even Alabasta will not be able to reach. Mufeng shook his head. Brother Mufeng. But Vivi, her country. Nami was sobbing on Mufeng's shoulder, and everyone's eyes are also looking at Vivi. Vivi was silent for a long while before he said, everyone, you can let me take a boat. I really don't have the face to make a willful request. Now, my country has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. I must rush back as soon as possible. There is no hesitation for a moment. So, I would like to ask everyone to go to Alabasta with the fastest speed of this boat. Quote, after hearing Vivi's word, everyone fell silent. Everyone felt a little strained. After all, Nami was so seriously ill, and Vivi was still so persistent. Of course, we agreed. Nami forced a smile. Mufeng could feel Nami's body trembling in Vivi. Since everyone has agreed, then go to the island with the doctor immediately. Vivi's words made everyone stunned, only to hear Vivi continue to smile and say, cure Nami's disease as soon as possible, and then set off for Alabasta. This hits the fastest speed of this ship. Chapter 210 Drum Kingdom. Looking at Vivi, Mufeng smiled, and then said, in this case, leave the Nami navigator's mission to me for the time being. Shepherd, you actually know how to navigate, Luffy said in surprise. No, Mufeng answered succinctly. Then suddenly the conversation changed and he said, who stipulates that you can't sail if you don't know navigation skills? Everyone was dumbfounded. Mufeng did not explain, but suddenly jumped on the mast. The mammoth blade in his hand slashed directly out. The pale sword chi burst out. The sea was suddenly torn apart, and the huge waves swept to both sides due to the reaction force. Going melee at the foot of Mufeng was even more than 10 times faster. Sanji, Usopp, Luffy did not stand firm on their feet, and stumbled suddenly. Can you still travel like this? Sanji, it's amazing. Shepherd's wind is amazing. Luffy, slow down. Slow down. I'm going to fall. Usopp, although the weather on the Great Passage is changeable, maybe 1 second it was clear skies, but the next second it would turn into a tornado, a storm, something like that. But no matter how bad the weather is, it will be cut off by Mufeng. Tornado, cut it directly with a knife, and it will naturally dissipate. Storm, the sword intent soaring to the sky directly wiped out the clouds above 10,000 meters. How could there be a storm? Under Mufeng's astonishing navigation skills, within a few hours, the going melee, which gave up the direction of the pointer, sailed into a sea of snow. Hey, do you think anyone can stand on the sea? Zoro said with the telescope. What nonsense are you talking about? Chlorella. Sanji, idiot, where am I talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Zoro. Hearing Zoro and Sanji arguing, Mufeng frowned, then looked in the direction Zoro said, and saw a clown-like person standing on the sea. When the going merry approached, the clown actually took the initiative to say hello to Luffy. Hi, it's so cold today. As soon as the words fell, the sea in front of the going merry suddenly swelled up. A watermelon-shaped pirate ship floated up, and then walked out of a silly-looking guy. Shepherd knew this guy, Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom. According to the plot, this guy should have escaped the Drum Kingdom and became a pirate. Wapol said a few arrogant nonsense, and wanted to jump on the going merry. Go away. The sudden angry rebuke made Wapol frown. Bastard, who dares to scold? As the king of the Drum Kingdom, when has he been scolded like this? Immediately want to get angry, but when Wapol raised his head and saw the person who made the sound, he was done. A blank in my mind. See, Marine Admiral, how come here? When he held the World Conference a few years ago, he had met Mufeng. White Bear Admiral, hello. Wapol squeezed out a smile that was no better than crying, looking at Mufeng and stammering. When he was still the king of drums, Wapol's legs trembled when he saw Mufeng, not to mention that he is a pirate now. Didn't you hear it? I told you to get out. Mufeng's voice became colder. Nami is still suffering from a viral fever, and Mufeng's mood will not be much better at this moment. To be able to tell Wapol a second time, it is already Mufeng's mercy. Hearing Mufeng repeating it again, Wapol shuddered. Then he jumped on his own pirate ship at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his body, and fled in a hurry. Driving away Wapol, Going Mary continued going. I saw the island. Haha. You are amazing, Mufeng. Luffy shouted. I saw an island in the distance, covered with white snow, especially a few chimney-like mountains, which looked like a fairy tale kingdom. But we still don't know if there are people on that island. Usopp worried. Yes, Vivi said suddenly. If I remember correctly, this should be the Drum Kingdom. However, I have heard rumors of this country. The king of this country is called Wapol, who is a very cruel and selfish king. The guy. It is said that all the doctors on the island were summoned by him. Therefore, except for the royal palace, there is no doctor on this island. At the end, Vivi had a sad look on his face. Ah, what about Nami? Luffy was very anxious. Don't worry, there are doctors on this island. Mufeng smiled and said, and Wapol has been kicked out of this country long ago. I was kicked out. Vivi's expression was surprised for a moment, then dimmed. No need to ask to know that this little girl must have thought of Alabasta. Okay, trust me, Alabasta will be fine. However, the most important thing now is to treat Nami. Shepard comforted Vivi. Soon the Mary approached the port, but it seemed that the people on the island were not very friendly to everyone, and even hated. They were all pointed at guns. Is it not hatred? We're here to find a doctor and my partner is sick. Please help us. Vivi tried to communicate with the people here. Get out of here immediately. Shameful pirate. Obviously, no matter how you say it, people here don't mean to change their mind. As for Mufeng, his face was already blue. Just then, someone suddenly shot Vivi. Mufeng was finally unable to suppress his anger. The terrifying conqueror Haki emerged from his body, and all the residents were stunned. Ah, Mufeng, we have to find a doctor for Nami. Vivi was taken aback, looking at all the residents who were stunned. Some didn't know what to do. Don't worry, I know where the doctor is, Mufeng said lightly. Then he went back to the cabin to pick up Nami and said, Luffy, I'll leave this to you. I'll take Nami to the doctor. After that, Mufeng's figure had disappeared. The speed of Mufeng's full strength was definitely beyond his line of sight. Chapter 211 Chopper _ Nami's weight could not have any effect on Mufeng, and soon Mufeng rushed to the palace where Kurha lived, and suddenly, Mufeng stopped. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth because he saw a little guy. It was a little reindeer who wanted to hide behind the door, but he seemed to be hiding backward, and as a result, his entire body was exposed. Hi, hello, Chopper. Shepard said hello. Ah, hello. The reindeer remained, subconsciously replied. Then, he came to his senses and looked at Mufeng vigilantly. You, how do you know my name? Then is she sick? Chopper saw Nami lying in Mufeng's arms. Yeah, she was bitten by a poisonous insect. Can you help her take a look? Mufeng asked. Ah, me. Chao 11 Ba was startled when she heard Mufeng's request. Then, he nodded shyly and said, then, okay. Shepard's wind carried Nami into the castle, although it was icy and snowy outside. However, it is very warm inside the castle. Following Chopper, the three came to a house. Chopper pushed the door in and said, Dr. Kurha, a patient is here. Oh, someone can actually come up. Kurha's voice was full of surprise. She walked out with a wine bottle in one hand, and she could never guess that she was 142 years old by her appearance. Looking at Mufeng, Kurha just felt familiar, but he didn't care too much, and looked at Nami again. He opened his mouth and said, this little girl is sick. It seems that she was bitten by a poisonous insect that was extinct 100 years ago. I do have some antibiotic here, but why should I treat her? What else can you give me? Kurha took a sip of wine. Just looking at this character, it must have been the ship doctor of which pirate group 100 years ago, and Brigitte and Dory are definitely an old guy of the era. Well, Dr. Kurha, I don't think you want to live under the bounty order in your later years. Since you are living in seclusion here, your life as a pirate should have been enough. Mufeng said lightly. For threat, Mufeng will not compromise at all. As for Nami's illness, Mufeng hurried back to Twin Cape. According to Rayleigh, Crocus was the most powerful doctor in the world 20 years ago, and it is certainly not a problem to see such a small illness. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kurha's pupils shrank suddenly. Again, his eyes were full of sternness. Who the hell are you? The more she looked, the more Kurha felt that she had seen Mufeng before. Marine, white bear, Mufeng said with a flat expression. Just 4 words. And when she heard Mufeng's word, Kurha was almost scared to death. Looking at Mufeng again, his hand trembled, and the wine bottle smashed to the ground. Ahahaha. Since it's marine, then the old woman naturally needs to be treated, Kurha said with a haha. Being able to live for over 100 years, Kurha is definitely a person. When she can be arrogant and when she can't be arrogant, she can naturally tell the difference. But the person you saved was a pirate, Mufeng said with a corner of his mouth, and Kurha's movements froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. In my heart, I was about to scold Mufeng for being a dog blood sprinkler. Help me, although she is a pirate, she is my woman, Mufeng said lightly. Although Kurha was puzzled, why is the woman of Marine Admiral White Bear a pirate? But he didn't dare to ask any more, and said, put her on the bed first. Under Kurha's treatment, Nami quickly recovered. Mufeng, on the other hand, was nestled in a room next to him. enjoying various desserts. In this cold weather, it is still suitable to stay in bed. Then, Mufeng fell asleep lazily, until he was woken up by a loud roar. Ah, shepherd, you are so cunning. You actually sleep here alone. You actually have dessert to eat. Too hateful. It was Luffy's voice. That's right. We were fighting very hard just now. Usopp protested unprecedentedly. He usually didn't dare to say a word in front of Mufeng. Yan, are you sure? You're not hiding in a corner and shivering. And I'm not a member of your pirate crew. I'm Marine Admiral. If you talk to me like this again, I will. The one who took you to the undersea prison. Mufeng yawned, then glanced at Usopp, and casually threatened. Sure enough, hearing Mufeng's threat, Usopp's legs were shaking with fright. Hee, Mufeng, you woke up. Luffy laughed. Mufeng rolled his eyes. Your sister. I was clearly woken up by you. Shepherd, let me tell you, just now we defeated a very abominable pirate group, and we found a very good ship doctor, Luffy said in a dance. Mufeng scratched his head. It seemed that he had slept all day. Sure enough, sleeping is the best match for snowy days. Leaving the Drum Kingdom, the Going Merry can finally sail towards Alabasta. Fishing. Luffy kept muttering while holding a fishing rod. Then his eyes turned into dead fish eyes, as if he could catch a fish. Look, Luffy, I'm going to catch a sea king. Usopp began to brag again. Luffy, Usopp, you fish idiot. What are you doing with Kuru? Vivi wanted to ask Luffy what they caught, but they found that their feed was actually their own mount. At this moment, Luffy really caught something. No, I should have caught a leprechaun. Mr. 2. Luffy and Mr. Point 2 in a happy group. Mufeng was helpless. Shaking his head, he returned to the cabin. It seems that he will soon arrive at Alabasta. In this way, I should go too, and the leisurely days are also a bit boring. Chapter 212_meet again. Less than 2 days, the Going Merry finally came to the waters of Alabasta. I even met the hundreds of millions of messengers from Baroque work. In fact, to put it bluntly, they were just some high-level trash fish, which were easily eliminated by Luffy and Zoro. Since it is known that Mr. Point 2 Feet's ability is an imitation, he is likely to become one of us and sneak in. Therefore, everyone ties a cloth strip on their left arm. As long as there is a cloth strip, you know it's a companion, Zoro said. Hearing Zoro's proposal, everyone nodded in approval. This is indeed a good method. Nami tore a piece of cloth and wanted to help Mufeng tie it to her arm, but Mufeng shook his head and refused. Don't need it anymore. Hearing Mufeng's word, Nami was taken aback. Then he said with relief, yes, big brother Mufeng was not touched by that disgusting guy just now, so there is no need to tie the cloth strip. No, because I'm leaving, Mufeng said with a smile. Go, brother Mufeng. Where are you going? Nami looked at Mufeng anxiously. Mufeng was a little dumb, and rubbed Nami's head. Said, don't forget, first a Marine Admiral, so of course I want to go back to Marine headquarters. Nami's eyes are a little dim. Yes, big brother Mufeng is Marine Admiral. He must be very busy with business, and he has been with him for so long. I can't take up big brother Mufeng's time anymore. Everyone is also very lost. Although Mufeng is Marine, and it is Marine Admiral, but after getting along for so long, everyone regards Mufeng as a partner. There is always a moment of separation in this and this separation is for the sake of a better encounter next time. Mufeng smiled calmly. Hi, Luffy. Long time no see. Mufeng, you are here too. Suddenly a voice sounded. I don't know when. A young man with a cowboy hat crouched on the railing of the Merry. Who could it be if it wasn't Abe? Luffy stared at the boss, his voice full of surprise. Big brother Mufeng. Who is he? Nami asked in a low voice. Like Luffy, he is my younger brother, but he is older than Luffy, so he is also Luffy's older brother, Shepherd said with a smile, and he was very happy to see Ace. Thank you for taking care of my brother. Ace politely bowed to Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp, who knew very well how annoying Luffy was. Indeed, Zoro and the others were rude. Ace, why are you in this country? Luffy scratched his head. Didn't you come because of the rumors you heard in the Drum Kingdom? Forget it, it's not a big deal. Anyway, I'm very happy to see you. As for me, I'm here for something else. I live nearby, so I really want to meet you. Luffy, do you want to come to our open black lens bracket Whitebeard pirate close black lens bracket? Of course, your partner can also come along. Ace looked at Luffy expectantly. I won't do it, Luffy replied succinctly. I knew it, I just asked casually. Ace laughed. Dad is the strongest pirate I know, and I will help him become One Piece King of Pirate. Not you, Luffy. Ace bowed. It's alright, it's time for a duel. Luffy looked wide-eyed. Ace, I didn't expect you to join the Whitebeard pirate. That old guy, can you still walk? Mufeng said with a smile. What are you talking about? Mufeng, Dad is the strongest. Ace said angrily. Is it the strongest? 5 years ago, if I had killed myself, I guess there would be no Whitebeard pirates anymore. As for now, do you think Whitebeard will still be my opponent? The strongest in the world. Mufeng said with a smile. Hearing Mufeng's word, Ace was a little silent. After joining the Whitebeard pirate, he also heard about the battle between Whitebeard and Mufeng, and Dad himself admitted that although the battle ended in a draw, in the final stage of the battle he was already at a disadvantage. So in fact he was no longer the strongest in the world at that time. In the past few years, although it was not dated clearly, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew that Dad's body was not as good as it used to be, and he even had to rely on recuperation fluid to maintain his state. If you are fighting with Mufeng now, no, you don't even need to fight. Everyone knows the result. They are just members of the Whitebeard pirate. No one wants to believe it. Shepard, although you are my brother, but I don't allow you to say that about Dad. Even if Dad is not the strongest, we will become stronger and help Dad become One Piece King of Pirates. Ace looked at Mufeng and said seriously, well, I won't say it. I won't say it. Mufeng shrugged and said. Then Vivi looked solemn and said, Ace, leave the Whitebeard pirates this time. You should be hunting for Blackbeard. He glanced at Mufeng in surprise, but when he thought of Mufeng's identity, Ace was relieved. Marine's intelligence system was spread all over the New World. Well, this guy Teach killed Thatch and violated the iron law of the ship. I will never forgive him. Speaking of Blackbeard, Ace seemed very angry. Ace, Blackbeard is not that simple. Just as she was about to say something, Mufeng was interrupted by Ace. Mufeng, I know this, but I will definitely take this guy Teach back to Dad. Besides, Mufeng, please don't interfere. Is this possible? At the end, Ace's tone had already brought a hint of pleading. If Mufeng made a move, he would definitely be able to catch or kill Blackbeard. In this way, there is no way for him to correct his mistake, and Ace is naturally unwilling. Whatever you want, don't blame me if you die. Mufeng was helpless. What could he do with such a willful younger brother? I can only wait for something to happen, and then wipe his ass. By the way, I saw Sabo the other day, Mufeng said suddenly. Chapter 213 The impending misfortune of Momonosuke. Sabo, have you really met Sabo? After you told me last time, I have been inquiring about Sabo in the New World, but there is no news. Ace said hurriedly. Sabo, is he still alive? Luffy also responded. Looking at Mufeng, his expression was even more anxious than Ace. He joined the Revolutionary Army and is usually active in the Red Soil continent. Of course, it is difficult to get news of him in the sea. Last time I was in Logatown, I met him. Shepard explained. Great, Sabo is still alive. Let's have a party to celebrate. Sanji, I want to eat cantaloupe ham. Luffy yelled, looking very happy. For Luffy, Sabo is absolutely no less important than Ace, Shepard, and the Straw Hat Pirate. How could he not be excited to hear that Sabo is still alive? The banquet went on for a whole afternoon, and the going merry was full of laughter and laughter. In the evening, Ace left. Before leaving, he gave Luffy a piece of his life paper, and then Mufeng also left, and the Straw Hats landed in Alabasta. 893. The God Level Mall is refreshed. Please check the host. Mufeng, who was rushing back to the Marine headquarters, suddenly heard the sound of the system in his mind. There was no joy on his face. Mufeng's mouth twitched. Since the God Level Mall was refreshed 5 years ago, after the collapse of Jade, the once a month refresh, the God Level Mall has been refreshed no less than 60 times. However, it seemed that Bengu had used up all his luck that time. I haven't seen anything good since that time. Like the fire escape, the fireball technique, the number 55 break, the bamboo dragonfly. These are all good. There are even the meat buns from Qingfeng Baozi shop, and the posters of Miss Daoguo. They have already subverted Mufeng's 3 views. If the super experience scrolls are not frequently refreshed, it is still somewhat useful to the current Mufeng. He didn't even bother to open the God Level Mall again. God Level Mall, Elementary. Post existing exchange coupon. 89,760 coupon. Super experience scroll, limited to 5 purchases. Price 100 coupon. Permanently transmuted apple. Price 270 credit. A machine that automatically picks up booger. Price 15 points. Fairy beans open black lens bracket, limited to 3 pieces. Close black lens bracket. Price 1000 coupon. Brand new fruit knife. Price 1 coupon. Seeing the things refreshed in the God Level Mall, Mufeng's eyes lit up. 5 super experience scrolls have been swiped. Now, maybe Armament Hockey can break the limit again and reach the level of LVMA X14. You know, Mufeng has no ability to reach the level of LVMA X14, and there are fairy beans, which is a good thing. No matter how serious the injury, or the exhaustion of physical strength, a fairy bean will directly restore the most perfect state. Although 1000 points is a bit too much, this thing is a life-saving thing, not to mention that Mufeng is rich and powerful, and it is limited to 3 pieces. Then come 3. As for the machine that can automatically pick out the booger, the permanently deformed apple, it was completely ignored by Mufeng. Now that anything is refreshed in the God Level Mall, he is not surprised. After getting some good things, Mufeng is naturally in a good mood. Bolu, Bolu, Bolu. The voice of the phone bug rang. Shepard took out the phone bug. It was Rayleigh. Mufeng Vivi was surprised. In the past 2 years, the Hunter Guild has gradually grown and grown, coupled with the growth of Enel's rank. Rayleigh has been in a semi-retired state in the Hunter Guild, so he rarely contacts Mufeng. Mufeng, is it what happened? After answering the call, Mufeng's voice changed to that of Chinsho Zujian, and said, well, Senior Rayleigh is quite empty today. What the matter? Kid Hasuma, I just received a task here. I don't know if you are interested. Rayleigh's angry voice sounded from the phone bug. Oh, what task? You are so attached to Senior Rayleigh. Mufeng was very curious. The New World, the monarch of Wano-kuni, Kazuki Oden, issued a mission. The generals in their country rebelled against him and joined with Kaido, intending to plot the whole Wano-kuni. So Kazuki Oden issued a mission, hoping that the Hunters Guild could save Wano-kuni. As for the reward for the task is 2 rubbings of the historical text of the road sign. Rayleigh said, Wano-kuni, Kazuki Oden, Kaido attacked Wano-kuni. Well, shouldn't this happen almost 2 years after the end of the Battle of the Top? Why so early? But think about it, there are more and more artificial devil fruit provided to Kaido from Doflamingo. If he doesn't find a place to hide his sight, if the world government knows about it, it will be in vain. Wano-kuni _. After all, Kazuki Oden of Wano-kuni knows the secret of Laugh Tale, and Kaido covets the ultimate secret of the world more than anyone else. But Kazuki Oden's strength is strong, plus those 2 Fur Clan guys. If you choose to attack, the 3 disasters have already gone to the second of the 100 Beast Pirate, and maybe even more damage will be lost, which is why Kaido has been dormant for so long. Now the sudden attack, 80% is because the general of Wano-kuni rebelled. Wano-kuni. Mufeng's eyes flickered, not knowing what to think. He suddenly smiled and said, no problem, I'll take over this task. Then I'll thank you for that guy Oden. Rayleigh laughed. Mufeng was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that Kazuki Oden was once a crew member of the Roger Pirate, and his relationship with the deputy captain, Rayleigh, would certainly not be bad. It is estimated that Rayleigh will contact him directly, and it must be because of this. But even without Rayleigh, Mufeng would accept this mission. Of course, not because of the rubbings of the 2 historical texts of the road sign. For Laugh Tale, Mufeng has no interest at all. The reason why Mufeng took up this task was mainly because of a resentment from his previous life. Momonosuke must die. Hemp egg. Momonosuke. Immortality is simply not enough for the common people to be angry. But after looking at the god-level mall, Mufeng found a better punishment method. Chapter 214 Wano-kuni _ System by a permanently mutated apple. Not to mention the exchange of 270 points for coupon. Even if it is 2,700 points to exchange for coupon, Mufeng will never hesitate. Permanently denatured apples have been distributed to the host base backpack. Please pay attention to check them. When I thought about it, a red apple bigger than my fist appeared in my hand, exuding a unique aroma of fruit. Rao is Mufeng, and I couldn't help but want to take a bite. But as soon as this thought came up, Mufeng couldn't help shivering, thinking about the consequences. Even if he posted 100,000 points to Mufeng in exchange for coupon, he would definitely not eat it. I didn't expect this thing to have such an attractive fruity aroma. Now I don't have to try to lure that arrogant boy Momonosuke. Putting the apple on the table, he will definitely run over and take it. Just not it. But I think it's too much to calculate a child like this. Mufeng murmured, but thinking of what Momonosuke will do in the future, it's not a pity to die. New World, Wano-kuni. As a former member of the Roger Pirate, the king of Wano-kuni, the kingdom of swordsmen, Kazuki Oden, is definitely the top swordsman, and the accomplishments on hockey are absolutely extraordinary. But compared to Kaido, this monster, Kazuki Oden, is still a little short. After 2 days of fighting, he is already scarred, and it is only a matter of time before he loses. Damn, if it wasn't for the general's betrayal. With my Wano-kuni's strength, even if Kaido is wrong, he wouldn't dare to plot against my Wano-kuni. Kazuki Oden thought to himself. The 2 retainers of Nekomamushi Boss and Duke Inuarashi, who were fighting the only remaining gird of the Beast Pirates and General Wano-kuni. It's already full of injuries, and I don't know how long it will last. Gecko Oden, tell me the secret of Laugh Tale, and I can keep you alive. Otherwise, not only you, but also your son, I will also kill you. Kaido threatened. The offense at hand is also more outrageous, putting pressure on Kazuki Oden. Delusion. I will never tell you. Kazuki Oden yelled. Whether out of reason or anger, Kazuki Oden could never tell Kaido the secret of Laugh Tale, which is the ultimate secret of this world. Even if he told Kaido himself, and Kaido kept his word and let him die, but then he would definitely bear the wrath from the world government. He would also die, and he would also implicate his old friend, after all, one of the remnants of the Roger Pirate. Therefore, it is because of the tacit understanding formed in secret with the world government that he can live in this world in a stable manner without being disturbed by marine. And once he tells Laugh Tale a secret, it breaks the tacit understanding. The world government is 10,000 times more terrifying than Kaido. Kazuki Oden can still tell that. I wonder if Kinemon took Momonosuke to escape Wano-kuni. Kazuki Oden couldn't help thinking that was this distraction. The long sword in his hand was not lying by Kaido. It was already a difficult situation to resist, coupled with the loss of weapons. happened. Kazuki Oden was no longer Kaido's opponent, and was directly punched by Kaido and vomited blood. He fell heavily on the ground, and the armament haki covering his body disappeared. Without armament haki's protection, Kaido could kill Kazuki Oden without even using his full strength. If you don't say it, then die for me. Kaido's eyes flashed fiercely. He raised his foot and kicked Kazuki Oden's head with a straight kick. Boss, Nekomamushi boss and Duke Inuarashi. Although these two guys are very anxious, but there is nothing to do. Both of them are also about to be killed. Wooden flying Naoki. Thick wooden pillars fell from the sky, smashing on Kaido. It smashed Kaido and flew out, and Kazuki Oden escaped. Although it was smashed hundreds of meters away, even the ground was smashed by Kaido. But this kind of attack for Kaido can't cause any damage at all. But Kaido stood up without saying a word, and his face was gloomy as if water was about to drip. Use wood as a means of attack. Don't think. Kaido also knows who is coming. Senju Hashirama. The voice came from Kaido's throat. Why? What's wrong with calling me? Mufeng asked with a smile. What are you doing here? Staring at Mufeng, Kaido's eyes were red. Who is the person he wants to kill the most? The first one must be Shirogane, and the second one is Senju Hakuma. If you let him know that Baishang and Shinshozujian are both Mufeng, I really don't know if Kaido will be directly swept away by anger, and then he will kill Mufeng desperately. This is not your home. You can come. Why can't I come? Mufeng said. Are you sure you want to meddle in Wano-kuni's affairs? Kaido said solemnly. I don't want to intervene. Mufeng said with an embarrassed face. However, who asked me to take over this task? Or, let's discuss. This time you go back first. Wait for the next time. You how about occupying Wano-kuni again? Mufeng's eyes lit up. What if next time Kazuki Oden sends you another mission? Kaido asked in a deep voice. Although he wished to eat Shisho Hasuma raw, he still had to suppress his anger. Then you can go back, Mufeng said as a matter of course. You, Senju Hashima. Kaido growled. At this time, even an idiot knows that he has been tricked. Not to mention Kaido is not an idiot. Why are you calling me? If you have something to say, don't keep calling me by my name, Mufeng said impatiently. I'm going to let you die, Senju Hashima. Kaido roared angrily, and at the same time punched Mufeng with a fist. However, Kaido's fist was blocked by a wooden wall. Now Mufeng's immortal body and wooden dun also reached the level of LVMA-12, which is many times more tyrannical than 6 years ago. Another punch. Kaido smashed the wooden wall. After all, it was only the simplest wooden escape, and Kaido's 2 full punches could still shatter it. Natural disaster. General, Kaido shouted at the same time. Abandon those 2 hairy monsters. First join forces to kill Senju Hashirama. Kaido is very clear that by himself alone, he still does not have the strength to kill among the 1,000 hand pillars. It can be regarded as self-knowledge. Chapter 215_Demon Sword. Muramasa. The natural disaster did not hesitate, and immediately gave up the Nekomamushi boss who was fighting with him. The gloomy general was a little unwilling, knowing that he could kill Duke Inuarashi soon, but in the end he gave up on killing Duke Inuarashi and supported Kaido, because he knows very well that if Kaido loses, he won't end well either. Kaido, the natural disaster, and the general 3 Zhengzhou surrounded Mufeng. All muscles were tense, and they could go all out at any time, bursting out the strongest combat power. The reason why Wano-kuni can stand in the New World for 800 years, and no pirates or marine ship can enter the country, is mainly because he is strong enough. Samurai Kendo is practiced all over the country, and it can be said that the folk customs are extremely sturdy. In Wano-kuni, in addition to the hereditary name of the Kazuki family, the strongest swordsman in Wano-kuni is called a general. Even Kazuki Oden is inferior to the general. That's why the general's rebellion had such a big impact on Wano-kuni. The natural disaster is undoubtedly the second person under Kaido of the Beast Pirate. It is the only one in the Beast Pirates who is not zoned. The devil fruit he eats is Paramesha's airflow fruit, which can control all kinds of airflow, which is very abnormal. Well, isn't it great to have a lot of people? Come on, try it. Mufeng chuckled. However, Kaido, natural disaster general, no matter who they are, did not act rashly. The general looked at Kaido and said solemnly, Kaido, the agreement between you and I didn't say that I would help you deal with anyone except Kazuki Oden. If you ask me to help you deal with Senju, it is not impossible, but I will double the agreed reward. General, are you threatening me? Kaido's voice became more and more gloomy, staring at the general and said coldly, and do you think if I fail, what will happen to you? Kaido ignored the general's threat. As the 4th emperor, when did he bow his head? Except for Sabayati Archipelago that year, he was counseled once in the face of the White Bear. After all, Shirogane killed Charlotte Linlin in front of him, a strong man of his level. The general snorted coldly and stopped talking, because he knew very well that Kaido was right. If Kaido is defeated this time, the worst consequences will definitely not be the Beast Pirate, but his general. Not only has he lost his status, but under the pursuit of the Wano-kuni samurai army, whether he can survive is still still a question mark. Huh, why don't you continue? The story of Dog Bite Dog has just begun, so why is it over now? Shepherd's Wind had a cheerful expression watching the play. Damn it. Thousands of hands. You should be damned. Kaido roared frantically. General, kill Senju Hakuma with all my strength. Originally I promised to give Wano Kuni territory, but I will give you 30% more. After saying that, Kaido took the lead in attacking Mufeng. It is obviously impossible to make the horse run fast without grazing the horse. Kaido is very clear that the cooperative relationship between him and the general is based on interest. If you want the general to make a full shot, you can only increase the interest. Otherwise, if Senju Hakuma wanted to escape, the general would definitely not do his best. And Kaido wants to take this opportunity to kill Senju Hashima. Sure enough, hearing Kaido's word, the general's eyes lit up. Loudly said, Kaido, don't worry. Under the siege of the three of us, I don't believe anyone can escape except the white bear. The general's tone was full of confidence. Senju Hakuma's most notable record ever was a draw with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, even though it was undoubtedly the strength of the four emperors. But now he has to face not only Kaido, the four emperors, but also the generals and natural disasters, two quasi-four emperor level powerhouses. If it was Whitebeard, he would also be defeated. Holding a long black knife, the sword light suddenly appeared on the knife, and the general attacked Mufeng. King Kong power immovable. Chakra infuses Herder's arm. Hands clenched fist blasted out, fighting with Kaido's fist. Bang! A huge bang sounded. Clash of fists. The burst of air waves rolled up the surrounding boulders. Kaido took a few steps back, but Mufeng's feet didn't move at all. The strength of the two is high and low. Not bad. Compared to a few years ago, you have improved a lot, Mufeng said with a smile. However, hearing these words in Kaido's ears, it was extremely hard. More than 5 years ago, when the 100 Bees pirates attacked the Red Hair Pirate, Kaido and Senju Hashima once fought one, and the two of them were of equal strength at the time. And now, 5 years later, Kaido considers himself twice as powerful. But I didn't expect that the strength of Shinshujujian increased even more terrifyingly. Although he didn't use his full strength, he had just released his hand in anger, and 80% of the strength was still there. Actually, he couldn't even shake Shinsho Hashirama. Thinking of this, Kaido's heart sank inexplicably, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. And at this moment, the general has also attacked behind Mufeng. The dark blade seems to absorb all the light. The long blade held by the general is one of the 12 workers of the Supreme Sword, and it is the famous demon blade, Muramasa. The demon sword of the same line of ghost can bring misfortune to the holder of the sword, and the demon sword of Muramasa's lineage will deceive the mind of the holder of the sword and make it evil. Reason why the general rebelled against Kazuki Oden had a lot to do with this night. Give me death. A red light flashed in the general's eye. Demon sword 0.3 Muramasa pointed directly at the back of Mufeng's heart, obviously wanting to kill with one strike. And just between the lightning and flint, a wooden shield in the shape of a grimace suddenly appeared. Wooden escape. The technique of ranking. Yaodao village didn't even get half of the tip of his sword into the ranking. Wooden. All things are immortal. As Mufeng's voice fell, countless roots suddenly emerged from the ground under the general's feet and bound him. Damn, there was no way. The general could only give up and continue to attack Mufeng. He waved the knife and cut off the roots that were entangled in him. He didn't dare to let these roots bind him. Otherwise, just think about the fist that even Kaido could knock back if it hit him. Airflow. Infinite air knife. Suddenly, another roar sounded. Chapter 216 Terrifying sword intent. It was the natural disaster guy who manipulated the airflow and turned into countless extremely sharp air knives. Crazy pouring from the sky to the shepherd wind standing on the ground. I saw the first air knife facing Mufeng fell head on. With a flick of his foot, Mufeng dodged aside, and the position where he stood just now was already hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide, and the deep ravine at the bottom could not be seen. It was cut out by this air knife. It's quite powerful. Mufeng sighed. And just at this moment, countless air knives in the sky fell, and the point where Mufeng was standing at the moment was the center, and the surrounding area of several thousand meters was all covered. Mufeng was directly buried by these countless air knives. Boss, my attack hit him. Seeing this, the natural disaster looked happy and said loudly, the air knife formed by natural disasters manipulates the airflow, but even armament hockey can be easily torn apart. Not to mention that in the eyes of natural disasters, Senju Hashima just didn't use armament hockey. 11. Even if it is a 4 emperor level powerhouse in the Shinshujujian, but if he is hit with countless air knives, even if he does not die, he will definitely peel off his skin. Queen, be careful. Senju is behind you. Looking at the natural disaster, Kaido shouted with embarrassment. The natural disaster's name is Queen. What? The natural disaster was taken aback. Looking at the place where Mufeng just stood, the whole area seems to have been plowed by a huge plow. But where is the trace of the 1,000 hand pillars? You said, who did you hit? A playful voice suddenly sounded from behind the natural disaster. The natural disaster was suddenly shocked, but the response was also very fast. fast. He didn't even turn his head. He controlled the airflow to condense into a huge tiger head hundreds of meters, and blasted behind him suddenly. Wooden hammer. The huge wooden hammer like a mountain fell and hit the tiger's head. There is no second possibility at all. The tiger's head was directly smashed into pieces. No, it should be said that it has become a stream of air again, and it is dispersed. And at this instant, Mufeng had appeared in front of the natural disaster. King Kong power immovable. Mufeng's fist slammed out and slammed into the chest of the natural disaster. With just one click, the natural disaster's sternum was shattered. If it weren't for the last time, the natural disaster covered him with armament hockey. Just this punch, Mufeng would be able to smash him through. But although not dead, the natural disaster is not much better at this moment. The sternum is completely broken, unless there is a doctor of the level of Crocus, or wait to die. And now, Kaido doesn't have time to get him a doctor. Wait a minute, if a powerful wooden dungeon hits him, he will definitely die. Obviously, the natural disaster is also very clear about this, and there is a fierce light in his eye. Then he became crazy and shouted, "Boss, I will restrain him. You attack, but I may not be restrained for too long." When the words of the natural disaster fell, Mufeng suddenly found that the surrounding air suddenly became thick, as if he was in the water, and even breathing became a little difficult, especially the limbs and neck. It is like being imprisoned to death. King Kong power immovable. Wood Dun's chakra infuses the whole body. Mufeng exerted 70% of his strength, but found that he still couldn't break free from the shackles of airflow. After all, airflow is an intangible thing, and it is naturally the most difficult to break free. "Boss, hurry up. I can't hold on anymore," the natural disaster said with difficulty. "Just 7 points of strength. Can't stand it anymore." If that's the case, then it should be easy to break free from the shackles of the airflow with a lot of strength. Just when Mufeng was about to break free from the shackles of the airflow, he suddenly felt the pain in his shoulder. Vivi turned his head and saw that it was Kaido. He didn't know when he appeared behind him. His arms with tangled muscles tightly restrained his two arms, making Mufeng unable to exert any strength at all. "General, quick, leave me alone. Kill Senju Hashima," Kaido growled. Seeing Kaido's actions, Mufeng was stunned for a moment. Vivi was thinking, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But Kaido was a good advocate. Relying on his immortality, he intends to exchange his own life for his own injury, which is really decisive. "But Kaido, your calculation is wrong." Hearing Kaido's roar, the general was taken aback, but he also understood Kaido's intention. "Kaido, then I am offended," said the general. "Hurry up. Where's the nonsense?" Kaido roared. "Hey!" The general's face showed a hideous smile. "The demon sword village in his hand is straight, and the blade is as dark as ink, as if it is a black hole, absorbing all the sunlight that hits the blade, without reflecting a cold glow. Good night, it will be mine from now on," Mufeng said suddenly. General Vivi was stunned, and then sneered. "The dying people go to hell to dream." Demon sword Muramasa. One hit kills. Like a black lightning bolt. 510. The general holding the demon sword, Muramasa, stabbed right at Mufeng's chest. "I said it was mine. Don't you believe it?" Mufeng said lightly. At the same time, his eyes narrowed. Endless sword intent poured out from his eyes. The swordsmanship of LVMA Act 13 is above the realm of the supreme swordsman. It is an application of sword intent. It is no longer necessary to stick to the weapon in your hand. Of course, if you can have a handy weapon, it will naturally be able to exert 100% of the power of the sword. But even without using a weapon, Mufeng can still exert 7% of the sword. The power of 10 come. It is more than enough to deal with the supreme swordsman like Hawkeye. Not to mention a great swordsman like General Wanokuni. The fierce sword intent pierced into the general's eyes from Mufeng's pupil. Immediately, the general was stunned in place. His hand was loosened, and the village of Yaodao was stuck on the ground. You actually broke through the great swordsman." Before the general's words were finished, his body could no longer withstand Mufeng's sword intent, and it exploded, turning into a blood fog that filled the sky. Whether it's Kaido or a natural disaster, they're all dumbfounded. The two of them, no one knows how the general died. It's so weird. Chapter 217_bereaved dog. Natural disaster and Kaido are very strong. One is the peak of Admiral, the powerhouse of the quasi-four emperors, and the other is the powerhouse of the four emperors, but neither of them are swordsmen, so naturally they can't see why. If it is replaced by a swordsman, even a swordsman of the swordsman level can see some clues. So at this moment, lying on the ground in the distance, Kazuki Oden, who had just fought against Kaido, was the most shocking one. Only he understood the power of Mufeng. No, it's more than awesome. It can only be described as terrifying. Can swordsmanship actually reach such a state? Taking advantage of the natural disaster and Kaido's distraction, Mufeng shook violently, broke free from the bondage of the two, walked a few steps to the front of Yaodao village, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the village's sword, and pulled out the village. In just an instant, Mufeng felt a very undetectable evil trying to invade his body through the hilt of the demon sword Muramasa. "Mouth is Vivi, is this why you are named Yaodao. However, I'm not the rubbish who held you before. Let's compare it. Your evil is fewer, or my sword intent is more domineering. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed, and the sword intent in his body poured into Yaodao village Masaru recklessly. Just as soon as he touched it, Mu Feng's sword intent smashed all the evil in the center of Yaodao village, and the villager seemed to be a little different from before. Although the blade was still pitch black, it was a kind of wumeng when it was held in the hand of the general. The pitch black and the current darkness is a very pure darkness. At the moment, the village is right. The evil that resides in his sword has been eliminated by Mu Feng, and it may be a little inappropriate to call it a demon sword. At this time, two words also appeared in the position of the blade closest to the hilt: magic. Miave village is the original name of the village. It's just because he didn't know when he was infected with evil, so he was called the demon sword Muramasa. Now, with the help of Mu Feng's sword intent, it has finally returned to its original form. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the blade. It seems to be venting his joy. Are you happy too? Well, you will be my partner in the future. You have to cut off all the enemies in front of me, Mu Feng said softly with a smile. There was a buzzing sound from the blade again, which seemed to be responding to Mu Feng. Didn't I say it? This knife will be mine in the future. Now, I should believe it, Mu Feng murmured, as if speaking to the dead general. Mu Feng raised the village jung in his hand, and without any sign, he slashed out. The pitch-black blade also turned pitch-black after being slashed by Muramasa, but this was not only not weaker, but even stronger than the slash of the mammoth blade. The earth was cut open directly, thousands of meters away, and even the entire sea was cut off. The natural disaster was also, coincidentally, directly wiped out by Mu Feng's sword intent. Queen, Kaido yelled angrily. His eyes showed monstrous hatred. If his eyes could kill people, then Mu Feng would definitely die no less than 1,000,000 times. If in the past Kaido hated white bears the most, now Kaido hated it the most. Senju Hashima. The natural disaster and the wind disaster, the two strongest members of his men, Admiral, both died directly in the hands of Senju Hashirama, so how could Kaido not hate it? All three disasters were lost, and the strength of the beast pirates was equivalent to being directly cut in half. Kaido rushed towards Mu Feng like a madman, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled. As for Mu Feng, he raised his hand and slashed towards Kaido. The pitch-black sword energy was mixed with sword intent, and it split Kaido's chest directly, revealing the deep rib, and even left deep marks on the bone. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng couldn't help done. Kaido's body is really abnormal. Although I didn't do my best in the slash just now, even if it is 1,000 Zhang mountain, the slash just now can definitely cut off the mountain, but such a slash on Kaido actually only cause serious injuries. I am afraid I have to use all my strength. Only the swordsmanship of LVMA-13 can kill Kaido. Moreover, this is based on the premise that Kaido does not escape. Of course, if he wanted to, Kaido couldn't escape from Mu Feng's hands at all. Kaido didn't take it seriously when Mu Feng's slash just split Kaido's chest, but after a few seconds passed, Kaido's face changed to a little panic, because he found that the wound on his chest had no tendency to close at all. Not only that, there seems to be a kind of energy left on the wound. This energy continues to destroy his body, like a poison attached to the bone. There is no way to get rid of it. This energy is exactly Mu Feng's sword intent. There is no 10 days and a half months will not disappear at all. Kaido turned his head and ran, because he has a sudden feeling, if he doesn't leave here quickly, he will really die. Kaido has never felt this way. Although Kaido is not afraid of death and often court death, Kaido doesn't really want to die. He hasn't started a top war in the world. Otherwise, if Kaido really wants to die, after eating dozens of devil fruit, I don't believe that he died without exploding. Looking at Kaido who ran away, Mu Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but in the end he disappeared. If you want to kill Kaido, Mu Dun's ability alone is not enough, and if you use all your swordsmanship, it's easy to guess your identity, but now, it's not the time to reveal your identity. But, it's too soon. Kaido, just let you live a little longer like a lost dog. Finally, he glanced at the direction where Kaido fled, and put the village into the space backpack. Although Mu Feng liked this knife very much, he can't take it out and use it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing his identity? Shepherd is not stupid. His hand, Mu Feng walked towards Kazuki Oden. The next thing, is the highlight. Hello, Kazuki Daimyo. I'm Chisho Hasuma. Mu Feng said. They heard the name for a long time. The vice president of the Hunter Guild, the Emperor of Wood, Senju Hashirama. He fought the two quasi-4 emperors and the 4 emperors. Kaido alone killed the natural disaster, General Wanokuni, and made Kaido escape. Like this, I am afraid that the strength is not inferior to the marine white bear. Kazuki Oden complimented. Chapter 218 Kazuki Momonosuke _ Maybe, Mu Feng said indifferently. What does he care about? Shinsho Hasuma and Shirokuma are both him. What is the meaning of comparing himself with himself? Judging from the expression on Senju Hasuma's face, Kazuki Oden can easily tell that he really doesn't care about comparing him with Shirokuma. Kazuki Oden doesn't understand. For a strong person, isn't the title of world #1 a dream? Kazuki Oden couldn't help thinking of Whitebeard, Roger. The two of them didn't care too much about the title of the strongest in the sea. Is this what the world strongest should have? Kazuki Oden couldn't help thinking secretly. Looking at Senju Hasuma, I can't help but feel even more unfathomable. If Kazuki Oden just compared Senju Hasuma to Shirokuma, it was just a polite remark. But now Kazuki Oden feels that he can definitely be compared to Shirokuma based on his bearing alone. If Mufeng knew what Kazuki Oden was thinking at the moment, he would probably only say the last sentence. As expected, invisibly pretending to be forceful, the most deadly. Kazuki Daimyo, Wano-kuni has nothing to lose. Mufeng asked Momonosuke where the child is. Otherwise, Kazuki Oden's vigilance is aroused. How could he lure the child into being fooled? Kaido and the general's goal is just to get rid of me. After that, they want to continue to control Wano-kuni, and because of this, Wano-kuni is not much damaged. Kazuki Oden shook his head and said, seeing Shepard's so much concern for Wano-kuni, Kazuki Oden couldn't help but feel better. Oh, Mufeng nodded, looking like he was happy for Wano-kuni. After a pause, Mufeng pretended to be very ordinary and asked, what about your wife and children? Dumming, they should all be safe, right? Mufeng finally revealed his intention, but Gekko Oden didn't know it. He just thought it was a friendly question from Sensho Hashima, and he also wanted to get closer to Mufeng, so he didn't hide anything. I have a son named Kazuki Momonosuke. Before the war with Kaido, I had my retainers take him away from Wano-kuni. Kazuki Oden said, is that so? I think it's better to call them back soon. Kaido has just left. If you let him know the news, he will definitely have some thought. Mufeng said. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kazuki Oden instantly became nervous. Yes. Thank you Brother Senju for reminding me about this. I will immediately ask Kinemon to bring Momonosuke back. As he spoke, he took out a phone bug from his sleeve. Although Wano-kuni is a close country, it is for the people. For the name Kazuki Oden, it is just a joke. Kinemon, it's me, Kazuki Oden. Huh, you and Momonosuke haven't escaped from Wano-kuni yet. That's right, come back with Momonosuke now. The general is dead. Kaido is on the run. Wano-kuni's crisis is over. Solution. Kazuki Oden said. The end. Kazuki Oden said a few words that Mufeng couldn't understand at all. It should be a secret language between the two. Otherwise, if he is killed by Kaido this time, Kaido takes this phone bug and finds someone to imitate Kazuki Oden's voice, and he can call Kinemon and Momonosuke back. That would make no sense for Kinemon to escape with Momonosuke. Brother Senju, thanks to you this time, Wano-kuni is able to solve this crisis. Even Brother Senju, if you are a few minutes late, I may die. So, Brother Senju, you must stay in Wano-kuni longer. In a few days, let me hold a banquet to thank you. Kazuki Oden said sincerely. In fact, Mufeng had been here for a while before he made his move. It's just that I haven't made a move all the time, and I haven't made a move until the most critical moment. How can I show my importance? Then, alright. Mufeng looked kind and hard to resist. He said, just right. I have wanted to know about Wano-kuni for a long time. I heard that it is because of the national policy of Wano-kuni. Your country has retained a lot of ancient styles, and I am very curious about it. Thousands of brothers are joking, Kazuki Oden said with a wry smile on his face, because our Kazuki family has the ability to interpret the text of history. Therefore, we have always been jealous of the world government, so we can only keep the eternal close. Otherwise, I'm afraid we Wano-kuni, long as O'Hara at West Blue 2 decades ago, suffered a buster call. Fortunately, Wano-kuni is located in the New World, where the world government has always been out of reach. Moreover, everyone in Wano-kuni can practice swordsmanship, which is quite a bit of strength. If the world government wants to launch a buster call against Wano-kuni, at least the Marine headquarters must be evacuated. Why Wano-kuni has survived to this day, but now that Marine has a white bear, I'm afraid that after Wano-kuni saying so much will make the Chisho brothers laugh, so let's not talk about it. Come, since the Senju brothers are interested, I will take the Senju brothers to visit Wano-kuni in the past few days. Well, then there is the name of Lao Kazuki. Mufeng nodded and said, Brother Chincho, what other name do you call me? It's common. I'm the same age as that old guy from Rayleigh. If Brother Chincho doesn't dislike me, just call me Brother Kazuki. Kazuki Oden said. Then I will worry about Kazuki's brother in the next few days. Mufeng said. You are all Chincho brothers. Chincho brothers have been calling for a long time. What else can I say? You welcome Senju. Kazuki Oden said with a long smile. This guy can beat snakes and sticks. He was a thousand-handed brother just now, so he has become a thousand-handed brother. ... For 3 days, under the warm hospitality of Kazuki Oden, Mufeng also got to know Wano-kuni. It is really similar to the island country in the previous life, and even has a female body. Kazuki Oden's personality is quite good. Although he is a bit lustful, he is very forthright and very friendly. Mufeng can see that this is not what he pretended to be. If you think about it, the guy who can recruit both Whitebeard and Roger on board is definitely definitely quite charismatic. This day, Mufeng was drinking tea and talking about Taoism, chatting and spanking with Kazuki Oden. Suddenly, a guy with a national character in a black and orange kimono walked in, accompanied by a little boy dressed as a samurai with shaved hair on the top of his head and a bun. This little brat is Kazuki Momonosuke, and it is Mufeng's biggest purpose in coming to Wano Kuni. Chapter 219_Momonosuke who fell into a trap. Kazuki Oden was obviously a joy to see Momonosuke. However, Kazuki Oden is also a very good monarch. He ignored Momonosuke and instead looked at Kinemon and said, Kinemon, guarding Momonosuke all the way, it's really hard for you. I have already asked someone to help you at the dust cleaning banquet. Get ready. You eat first and fix it up, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Yes, Kazuki-sama, Kinemon replied, then backed off. Father, Momonosuke said in a low voice, gives a weak and innocent look. Weak or not, let's not talk about it. But Mufeng is very clear that this bear child is definitely not pure, at least 100 times more lustful than himself. Momonosuke, didn't I tell you? As a boy, speak loudly, be confident, don't be awkward, like a girl. In front of Momonosuke, Kazuki Oden was quite strict, like the father. Then he looked at Mufeng and said with a smile, Brother Chinsho, I made you laugh. This child Momonosuke has been a little cowardly since he was a child. Haha, the child is still young. Kazuki brother doesn't need to care, Mufeng said with a smile. But in his heart, Mufeng secretly said, if that's the case, then wait a minute, turn this boy Momonosuke into a girl, and you won't have to care about this kind of thing in the future. After all, it's normal for girls to be a little prickly. Now, Kazuki bro, I'm here to help you. Momonosuke, this is Uncle Senju Hasuma. Please call him Uncle. Also, it was Uncle Senju Hasuma who saved his father and saved Wano Kuni. Remember, Uncle Senju is our Kazuki clan and the entire Wano Kuni's benefactor. Kazuki Oden looked at Momonosuke with a serious look. Brother Kazuki doesn't have to do this, Mufeng said hurriedly, but Kazuki Oden shook his head and said, Brother Senju, you saved my life. It is equivalent to saving Momonosuke's life. If I was really killed, under the pursuit of Kaido and the general, Momonosuke, sooner or later, he will die. I have to make him understand this. From now on, if Brother Senju has any difficulties, feel free to speak up. No matter how difficult it is, even if it is with the strength of the whole country, I, Kazuki Oden, will help you to do it. Absolutely. Will not be delayed. Quote, Mufeng could see that there was no deception in Kazuki Oden's expression. Hello, Uncle Senju Hasuma, Momonosuke said timidly, hiding behind Kazuki Oden. For some reason, he always felt that the uncle in front of him was very dangerous. Momonosuke, how are you? Mufeng bent down and squeezed Momonosuke's face. Beneath this innocent face, there is an evil heart. Afraid, Mufeng looked at Kazuki Oden and said, Brother Kazuki, I have bothered you for a few days. I should leave as soon as possible. The Hunter Guild still has a lot of things to deal with. Brother Kazuki, please stop persuading me. I have everything packed, said. Mufeng pointed to a bulging package on the side. The package contains something unique to Wano Kuni. Of course, these are just to cover up one of the big red apples with an alluring fruity aroma. Brother Chinsho, are you leaving? Are you in such a hurry? Kazuki Oden was stunned for a moment, and then his face had a look of hesitating to speak. Of course, I've been in Wano Kuni for 3 days. Yesterday, the president was urging me to get something to him on the phone, Mufeng said with a smile. President Aizen, that's really important. Brother Senju, there's something I don't know how to say. Kazuki Oden hesitated. Brother Kazuki, just say anything straight. Why are you so awkward? This is different from what Senior Rayleigh told me, Mufeng said with a smile. Kazuki Oden has something to ask himself. Mufeng had expected it long ago, and he knew what it was. Otherwise, how could he leave before the goal was achieved? This is called retreating. Kazuki Oden gritted his teeth and said, so, then the old man has the cheek to say it. You also know that the old man is a swordsman. The hand of the thousand-handed brother who killed the natural disaster that day must have broken through the swordsmanship. The realm of Daijinhao. I don't know. Can Brother Chinsho tell my brother about the realm after Daijinhao? If it's inconvenient, just be the elder brother and talk more. Brother Chinsho, don't go there, go to your heart. What do I think it is? It turns out it's just this thing. Mufeng smiled and said, of course there is no problem. This is also what Bai Xiang told me one. It is precisely because of Bai Xiang that my swordsmanship has broken through the big one, the limit of a swordsman. However, I always feel that swordsmanship is not easy to use without fruit ability, so I don't like using swords very much. It's not very convenient to say it here. Mufeng looked around. Not far away some servant stood. Oh, it's really inconvenient here. Brother Senju, come with me. The quiet room where I usually practice swords is at the back of the hall. Kazuki Oden got up and led the way, followed behind Kazuki Oden, and out of the corner of his eyes he could see Momonosuke. This kid is looking at his package with a strong face. This kid is hooked. 0. The quiet room. Mufeng and Kazuki Oden were sitting opposite each other, facing Kazuki Oden. Oden's diligently studying expression. Mufeng told Kazuki Oden the same thing he told Kazuki Oden in Seymour Shimura at that time. Said it again. And Kazuki Oden nodded like a chicken to Kumi. Not to mention Mufeng and Kazuki Oden, there was only Momonosuke left in the hall, separated by a wall. Without Kazuki Oden and Mufeng, his courage naturally grew. Looking at the black package on the table, Momonosuke was full of curiosity. Because he smelled a very attractive fruity fragrance, his stomach suddenly rumbled. You know, in the past 3 days, he has never had a full meal. What's in there? Why is it so fragrant? I'll take a peek at it. As long as it doesn't move, it shouldn't matter, Momonosuke murmured. Then, he involuntarily opened the package that was originally not very tight in the Mufeng system. How could it be an apple? Seeing that it was an apple, Momonosuke was a little disappointed. But when he saw the food, his stomach growled louder. After swallowing, Momonosuke murmured, it's just an apple. Uncle Senju Hashima shouldn't be angry. Momonosuke picked up the apple, put it in his mouth, and bit it hard. One bite. Chapter 220_Windfall. Brother Chincho, thanks to you, let me know that above the Great Swordsman, there is still such a level, the Supreme Great Swordsman, even surpassing the Supreme Great Swordsman. I didn't expect. I still underestimated Shirokuma as the strongest in the world. Kazuki Oden sighed. I think Brother Kazuki's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of a great swordsman, and now that he has clearly understood the state after that, I am afraid he will be able to break through it soon, Mufeng said with a smile. Yeah. Kazuki Oden first nodded, then shook his head again, and smiled bitterly. Although I have the confidence to break through to the level of the Supreme Swordsman. However, as for those who surpass the Supreme Swordsman realm, I'm afraid, brother, I have no chance to reach it in this life. Although Mufeng still smiled this time, he didn't say anything, because, as Kazuki Oden himself said, he will never reach the realm of surpassing the Supreme Swordsman in this life. Not only him, even Hawkeye and Kushiro, who have reached the level of Supreme Swordsman, will definitely not be able to reach the level of surpassing Supreme Swordsman. If it is truly possible to reach this level of talented swordsman, they will not be restricted by the so-called Great Swordsman. It can only be said that Hawkeye and their talents in Kendo are not outstanding enough. The only swordsmen who can make Mufeng's eye now are the old sword-wielding elders in Gorosei, 5 elders. Ah! At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the hall outside the house. The voice is very crisp. Definitely something only a 7 or 8-year-old girl can make. Huh, what going on? Kazuki Oden frowned. Let's go out and have a look first, then we'll know what's going on, Mufeng said. But he secretly said in his heart, listening to this voice, it seems that the effect is not bad. Sure enough, the system produced, it must be a boutique. Kazuki Oden got up and the two walked out. A few steps away is the hall. At this time in the hall, there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The round face, carved with pink and jade, is really cute. Little girl, who are you? How are you here? Still wearing Momonosuke's clothes. Where has Momonosuke gone? Seeing that it was a little girl, Kazuki Oden's tone was not heavy. But who knows, the little girl's next sentence almost scared him to death. Father, it's me, Momonosuke, the little girl said anxiously. She looked so cute. Mufeng wanted to hug and coax her, but when she thought that this girl was Momonosuke, Mufeng instantly dismissed the idea. You, what did you say? You are Momonosuke. Kazuki Oden's eyes widened. Father, it's me. Kinemon brought me here just now, Momonosuke explained quickly, for fear that Kazuki Oden would not believe his word. Hearing Momonosuke's word, Kazuki Oden believed it 8 or 9 points. He hurriedly asked, what happened just now? How did you become a girl? Did you eat some weird fruit outside these 2 days? Seeing Momonosuke's appearance, the first thing Kazuki Oden thought of was devil fruit. No, I just ate the apple that was in Uncle Senju Hasuma's package, Momonosuke said weakly. Hearing Momonosuke's word, Mufeng immediately pretended to have a big change in face. Stepped forward, walked to the package, opened the package and looked at it. His face became a little unsightly. Kazuki Oden slapped Momonosuke in the face and said angrily, damn, didn't I tell you not to touch other people's things? Why are you disobedient? I'm just a little hungry, Momonosuke said a little aggrieved. Kazuki Oden ignored Momonosuke but looked at Mufeng and asked, Brother Senju, did Momonosuke eat the devil fruit in your package? Sorry, it's the elder brother who teaches the best. Although Wano-kuni doesn't get along very often, the outside world circulate, but there are still some devil fruit. What do you think? Brother will compensate you as much as possible. Kazuki Oden was full of guilt. It's not a devil fruit. Mufeng shook his head and said, this is a fruit cultivated by the president using a special secret method. I don't know the specific effect. The president just told me that if I eat it, I regret it. It turns out that this fruit has such an effect. No wonder the president would say that. Now I don't have to go to the president. The thing the president asked me to give him is this fruit. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kazuki Oden's complexion changed and changed. Having seen the power of Senju Hashirama, he felt more and more unfathomable to Aizen Sosuke. After all, He had heard that Aizen Sosuke defeated Chinsho. Wano Kuni could stand revenge if he angered such a character. Because of the development of the Hunter Guild in recent years, the name of the head of the Hunters Guild, Sosuke Aizen, became more and more popular. In order to make people believe, Mufeng also fabricated a series of his glorious achievements, such as defeating Chinsho Shimao, forcing Baishang to join the Hunter Guild. Anyway, it gives people a feeling of unconsciousness. Brother Chinsho, on the side of President Aizen. Kazuki Oden looked at Mufeng, not knowing what to say. Mufeng smiled bitterly and said, Brother Kazuki, don't worry, I still have a bit of a thin face in front of President Aizen, so I won't implicate Wano Kuni because of this. Hearing Mufeng's word, Kazuki Oden felt even more ashamed. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother Chinsho, I know that the settlement standard of the Hunter Guild is devil fruit and going, although there are not many devil fruit Wano Kuni. After all, in Wano Kuni, everyone is mainly practicing swordsmanship, and they are very resistant to devil fruit. But if going is concerned, Wano Kuni can take out 200 tons to compensate President Aizen for this loss. It's not a 0.5 devil fruit, but it has the ability to match the Paramesha devil fruit. Who knows what the value of this range fruit is? How many are there? Not good. Although I don't know how much this thing is worth, it's definitely not worth 200 tons of going, Mufeng said. Although he said so, but Mufeng could not wait to snatch the 200 tons of going directly. This is 20,000 points in exchange for coupon, which is worth the income of Mufeng for a year. Brother Chinsho, just accept it. You saved me and Wano Kuni. Brother should have thanked you, Kazuki Oden said hurriedly, but he didn't mean to regret it. Then, okay, I'll accept it. If the president knows that my line of work has actually made so many goings, I'm guessing it will blossom. Mufeng laughed. Pirate God Level Upgrade System. Chapter 221 to 240. Chapter 221 Fujitora Isho _ 200 tons of going. Mufeng left Wano Kuni satisfied. As for what going to happen next, Momonosuke was definitely beaten up a lot, but he has already transformed into a girl, so Kazuki Oden will probably take it lightly. To Mufeng's surprise, Sengoku didn't urge himself to return to Marine headquarters. Mufeng was also happy and at ease, all the way from the New World back to the Great Waterway. The first half of the Great Passage, an unnamed island. This is a medium-sized island. Although the central town is not very prosperous, it does not feel run down and outdated, and the streets are also very clean. Quick, I heard that the blind uncle appeared in the casino again. Let go. Hehe, I'm going to make a lot of money this time. Me too, but I took my wife book. Mufeng, who was wandering, was taken aback when he heard the conversation of passers-by. Stopping one of them, Mu11 Feng asked with a smile, Brother, I just heard that you have a way to make a lot of money. I wonder if you can tell me about it. Hearing Mufeng's word, the young man had an annoyed look on his face. Looking left and right, and found that no one was paying attention to his side, the young man said in a low voice, Brother, since you have heard it, I will tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. Definitely not. Mufeng nodded. Let me tell you, a blind uncle has come to the casino in the past few days. The gambling luck is poor. As long as he is the opposite of his size, he will definitely win. I told you because you liked it. Don't tell it to you others. No, I have to hurry up. After saying that, the young man ran away quickly. Blind old man. Love gambling. Bad luck. Mouth Vivi provoked. He had almost guessed who it would be. I just didn't expect that I would encounter it here. The only casino in town. One of the gaming tables was crowded with people, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, and the other gaming tables around seemed to be decoration. A blind old man was sitting at the gaming table with a lot of chips stacked in front of him. No one around said a word. All of them were staring at the blind uncle. I bet big. The blind uncle was silent for a moment, then slowly picked up a stack of chips and bet on the table on the side of the big characters, while Vivi opened his eyes. However, this pair of eyes is extremely scary, with no pupils, only the whites of the eyes, and there is a cross-shakar on the forehead, across the eyes. The identity of this person is naturally self-evident. In the original book, after the Battle of the Top, he became admiral through Marine's world conscription, Fujitora Isho. Doflamingo calls him a monster who has the power of the gravity fruit, but now he does not have the title of Fujitora. His real name is Isho. No one would have thought that a guy with such terrifying strength was just a bad gambler. Small. I bet small. Me too. Fujitora's side had just finished betting, and the originally quiet crowd suddenly became commotion, and they all madly bet their money to the small area. Even the croupier in charge of the gaming table couldn't help but want to bet. After all, this kind of opportunity to pick up money is not very common. No, it should be said that it has never happened before. This blind uncle came to the casino several times, lost hundreds of times, bet big and small, and never won one. After everyone made their bet, the commotion slowly subsided. I'm big. A voice suddenly caught everyone's attention. Everyone was stunned, looking for a sound. I saw a young man in his 20s casually throwing out a golden chip which landed firmly in the area with the word big. Where did the folly come from? This is the same thought of everyone present at the moment. The golden chips represent 100 million Baileys and are the largest chips in the casino. Even the croupier, I have never seen it a few times. Looking at the young man with extraordinary temperament in front of him, the croupier said, "This gentleman, are you sure you want to bet big? This blind gentleman has lost dozens of games in a row." The dealer's meaning was obvious. To put it bluntly, it is saying, do you also want to be taken advantage of? Mufeng shrugged and said with a chuckle, I am a person who likes the strong and not the weak, the big and not the small, so of course I want to bet big. Besides, people always come and go from time to time. I believe his gambling luck won't be this bad all the time. Hearing Mufeng's words, Fujitora looked at Mufeng, and then turned back. Mufeng was very curious about what the blind man could see. The croupier didn't say anything else. The reason why he just opened his mouth to persuade Mufeng. The main reason is that Mufeng can come up with such a large amount of chip, which must be a lot of money. If you don't give advice, you will be red-eyed when you lose money, and if you get angry with yourself, then you will be finished. And now, he has warned him that if he loses money again, it has nothing to do with himself. The important thing is to wink when you can stay in a place like a casino and work. A group of gamblers around looked at the golden chip of 893, and their eyes became Bailey. This time, you can make a lot of money. This is 100 million Baileys. Even if it is divided evenly with dozens of people, there are still more than 1 million Baileys for each person. Open. Hurry up. That's right. What the dawdling? The gamblers around were shouting loudly, for fear that Mufeng would change his mind. The croupier didn't hesitate any longer, and directly opened the color cup on the table. Ah ha ha. I bet 200,000 Bailey just now. Now, if you can get more than 2 million Bailey, don't grab it. I bet 100,000 Bailey just now. Don't get me wrong. Without even looking at the number of dice in the color cup, the surrounding gamblers shouted loudly, as if the golden chip had turned into a green Bailey and put it into his pocket. That, you don't seem to have seen the point. Six seems to be the biggest point, so I'm sorry, he said lightly. When they heard Mufeng's word, everyone was stunned. Looking at the color cup on the table, sure enough, 6 o'clock, the largest leopard. Everyone is stunned at this moment. Chapter 222_gambling. Dealer, help me figure it out. If the money on the table is not enough, the casino remembers to make it up for me according to the odds. Mufeng looked at the croupier and smiled. Oh, okay. The dealer froze for a moment before nodding. He's still a little out of his mind at the moment. That blind guy actually won. How could it be possible? He has lost hundreds of games in a row. The surrounding gamblers were also blank, looking at the gaming table in disbelief. Actually lost. Didn't you say you're here to pick up money? Especially the guy who put his white book in. His face can be said to be pale at the moment. How can he marry a wife without a white book? However, it was obvious that Mufeng didn't have time to pay attention to the question of how he married a wife. Instead, he looked at Fujitora and said with a smile, do you want to continue? I don't think your luck will stop. After all, some people will fly into the sky sooner or later. Fujitora looked at Mufeng with only the whites of his eyes, and didn't say anything for a while. Then, instead, he looked at the dealer and said, continue. Oh, good. The dealer closed the lid of the color cup and shook it all over the sky. For about a few tens of seconds, the croupier buttoned the color cup on the gaming table, and said loudly, okay, now everyone starts to bet, and you can't change the bet after the bet. No one moved. Everyone looked at Fujitora. Fujitora did not hesitate this time, and directly placed a stack of chips in the big area. Mufeng smiled, raised his hand and threw it again. A golden chip also bet on the area with the word big. He opened his mouth and said, adding the bet just now, it's a total of 200 million. The surrounding gamblers are not as decisive as before. You look at me, I look at you, and most of them still put their chips in the small area. After all, Fujitora showed it. The extremely poor gambling luck. Everyone sees it. People who like to gamble, but they all believe in gambling luck. However, there are a few people who put their chips in the area with the word big. It is estimated that in their opinion, it is boring to win a small one. If they want to win, they will win a big one. The dealer in charge of opening the color cup was already sweating profusely, and his hand on the lid of the color cup couldn't help but tremble. After all, the amount of money at the table is simply too large. It's okay if the gamblers win, and the casino can make a fortune. However, if the blind old man and this young man win, the casino will lose hundreds of millions of Bailey. And this color cup was opened by him, and he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. However, with so many eyes looking at him, the dealer couldn't help but open it. The dealer closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and lifted the lid of the color cup. My heart was pounding, and it almost didn't jump out of my throat. After a long while, I opened my eyes and looked at the color cup. 6 o'clock, another leopard. Immediately, the dealer's heart rose in half. Look like this time I won again, Mufeng said with a smile. Who are you? Fujitora finally asked. From the moment Mufeng appeared, Fujitora felt the extraordinariness of Mufeng, and every word seemed to have something to say. Who am I? Is it important? Mufeng said with a smile. With that said, Mufeng walked to the dealer's seat. The dealer didn't know why, but subconsciously took 2 steps back, and Mufeng also picked up the color cup on the gambling table, shook it twice, and said, why don't we play a game against each other? How? If you win, I promise you a condition. If I win, you join me. Under his command, Fujitora was silent. After a while, he suddenly said, yes, but first of all, I have to declare that no matter whether I win or lose, I will never become a pirate. No problem. Mufeng shrugged and said with a smile, then let me shake the dice. No problem. Of course, if you want, you can also come. You shake it, Fujitora said lightly, not caring about these issues. As a gravity fruit capable person, he can manipulate gravity to change the number of dice without destroying the color cup. Fujitora believes that he is invincible. Get out of the way. Let me get out of the way. Just when Mufeng was about to shake his dice, a very arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Then I saw a bald head with a ferocious face in the lead, and came over with a group of people. Some old gamblers who often hang out in the casino suddenly changed their expression, tightened the gambling funds in their pocket, and slipped away. They are very clear about the origin of these guys. These people are gangsters and bullies in this town. They have private deals with casinos. If anyone wins too much money, they will let them spit out the money. Walking in front of Mufeng, the bald bully said arrogantly, boy, look at how much you have won just now. What? Are you out of the money? Get out of this gambling. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by a dazzling sword chi. The dazzling sword energy even overturned the roof of the casino behind him. Closing the long knife, Mufeng put it next to Fujitora, and said with a smile, sorry, I forgot to bring my weapon when I went out this time, so I borrow your knife. Please don't mind. Fujitora's brow frowned, but then loosened. He said, it's okay. He didn't find out when Mufeng took his long knife just now. Involuntarily, he became more and more curious about Mufeng's identity. Then let's start gambling. Mufeng smiled lightly. Then he shook the color cup in his hand. Just shake it a few times at will, and then covered it on the table. Here, let's get started. Are you going to be big or small? Mufeng laughed. The number of points in the color cup is 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 3 point. Fujitora's observation hockey is easy to perceive. As a blind person, Fujitora's observation hockey is very good, but he didn't know what Mufeng meant. If Mufeng is also suppressed, isn't this gambling game impossible to continue at all? However, Fujitora did not panic. Instead, he said lightly, I bet small. Betting on the small. Mufeng said with a smile, although this game is a good choice to bet on the small, but I said that I like the strong and not the weak, and I like the big and not the small, so I bet on the big. Chapter 223_Stormy. As soon as Mufeng finished speaking, the 3 dice turned over at the same time, from 1 point to 6 point. Fujitora, who had been using observation hockey to detect the movement of the coloring cup, naturally discovered this. The look on his face became even more astonished. As a gravity fruit capable user, he could clearly feel that the gravity of the dice just now suddenly became lighter, which means that the dice floated. Is he also a devil fruit power user? And it is also a devil fruit that can control gravity. There are not many devil fruits that can control gravity. In addition to their own gravity fruit, the currently known devil fruits also belong to the fluttering fruit of Golden Lion. And when the Golden Lion was beheaded by the marine white bear, the fluttering fruit would reappear on the sea again. Could it be that this young man in front of him is the successor of Piao Piao fruit? Although he was very puzzled, Fujitora's movements were not slow at all. The ability of the gravity fruit was used in an instant. Although it can't be seen from the outside, there is a light purple layer around the dice in the color cup. When Fujitora uses the ability, a purple halo will appear around the object he controls, but under Fujitora's control, the purple halo can disappear. But in the color cup, others can't see it, so why bother? But in the next moment, the expression on Fujitora's face changed to horror, because he found that his gravity was being repelled by another force. Isn't the ability of fluttering fruit only to make object float? How could it still repel its own gravity? Isn't he the ability to flutter fruit? What is the ability then? Is it possible to repel the gravity exerted by oneself? Fujitora's 2 eyes couldn't see. At this moment, Mufeng's pupils turned into circles that contracted inward. But even if Fujitora could see, he wouldn't know what those eyes represented. No one in the entire pirate world will know. But if it is a ninja who has experienced the 4th Ninja War, he will definitely recognize these eyes at the first time. Rinnegan, known as the eye that controls life and death, is the ultimate pupil technique that originated from Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, and the fruit of the divine tree, chakra. Rinnegan has extraordinary ability and can use the technique of the Sikaz. He can be either the god of creation with the ability to create the world, or the god of destruction with the ability to destroy the world. He is definitely the ultimate pupil of the Naruto world. In the past few years, Mufeng has not fallen behind in the improvement of the ability that he first acquired, that is, his own pair of eyes, Sharingan. Now it has successfully broken the boundary of the twice-shattering eye level, reaching the level of LVMA-12 double pupil Rinnegan. With Rinnegan, Mufeng naturally obtained Rinnegan's ability, and Rinnegan's most basic ability is to control the attraction and repulsion. Over the years, Mufeng was naturally extremely skilled. Although Fujitora's gravity fruit is very powerful, it is still worse than Mufeng. After all, Mufeng's strength is there, and he is already invincible in the pirate world. A long stalemate, the gravity controlled by Fujitora was unable to act on the dice. Finally, Fujitora breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Open the color cup." "Are you sure?" Mufeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a light smile. "I'm sure," Fujitora said lightly. He looked very calm. Even though he knew that the moment he opened the color cup was the time to prove that he lost, he didn't mean to default on his debt, which was why Mufeng admired Fujitora. Everyone in Marine Admiral pursues his own justice, but Mufeng also feels that what Fujitora pursues is the real justice. Lazy justice, vague justice, and absolute justice, in Mufeng's view, are all nonsense. Justice is built on the basis of the people, and it is a manifestation of the concept of right and wrong. If the people are abandoned, there is no justice. Although Mufeng is not very interested in justice, it does not mean that he will not appreciate others pursuing justice. Of course, it must be justice that can suit Shang Mufeng's taste. Like a Kainu's kind of absolute justice, Mufeng will definitely kill one by one. Mufeng smiled and lifted the lid of the color cup. 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Leopard kill, the biggest point. It looked like I won. Mufeng laughed. The old man knows. Fujitora nodded and said, "But before you perform the contract, you should let the old man know your true identity." "Of course it should." "Marine White Bear, Mufeng said lightly. Hearing the name from the Shepherd's Wind newspaper, Fujitora had a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect Mufeng to be Marine. Originally Fujitora thought it was the Revolutionary Army. Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters also serves as the Deputy General Staff of Marine. How? Mufeng asked. That is, Mufeng, if it was Kuzan or Kizaru, he would never dare to make such a promise. The Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral is better to say. Although there are not many, there are still dozens of Marine Headquarters, but the Marine Deputy General Staff is different. Until then, this position has been vacant. Crane, it becomes clear that her status in Marine is no less than that of Marine Admiral. Even though she is the Deputy General Staff Officer, she is actually not far from the real one, completely surpassing Marine Vice Admiral. Isho, I have to worry about Admiral the White Bear. Fujitora Vivi nodded, smile on his face. In fact, Fujitora wanted to join Marine for a long time. After all, Fujitora is a person who has justice in his heart, and there is no platform for justice. However, as a strong man, Fujitora has his own arrogance. Moreover, his age is not suitable to start from the bottom of the sea, so he has been waiting for an opportunity. In the original book, he waited until the world conscription, and then directly became Marine Admiral. But now because of the existence of Mufeng, he waited for Mufeng. Because of the existence of Fujitora, Mufeng didn't hurry anymore. In a few days, he rushed back to Marine Headquarters. However, as soon as he returned to the Marine Headquarters, Mufeng felt that something was wrong, giving people a feeling that the storm was about to come. A few dodges, and went directly to the Marine Marshal's office. Old Man, Crane, Sengoku. The faces of the three became gloomier. Chapter 224 Impel Down. What happened? Mufeng frowned slightly and asked aloud. Sengoku just wanted to speak, but when he saw Fujitora standing behind Mufeng, he couldn't help but cast his doubtful eyes on Mufeng. His name is Isho. His strength is very terrifying, at least not inferior to Kuzan or Kizaru. I have invited him to join Marine as Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters and also the Deputy General Staff of Marine. Shepard said without any cover up Tilda Road. Isho, I have met Marshal Sengoku. Fujitora said lightly. Yeah. Sengoku nodded in response. There is no dissatisfaction with Mufeng's appointment of Marine's Deputy Chief of Staff without passing him. The entire Marine knew that Mufeng was the only candidate for the next Marine Marshal. Even Sengoku has said bluntly, within 3 years, he will step down as Marshal Marine. And this is what Sengoku said 2 years ago. As the successor of Marshal Marine, it is normal for Mufeng to start training his own team a year or two ahead of schedule. Seeing Sengoku's expression of hesitating to speak, Mufeng's heart suddenly sank. Shen Sheng said, did something happen to Ace? When Mufeng's voice fell, Sengoku gave him a surprised look. How did he know? On the other hand, Gar's expression became more and more bitter. 3 days ago, Blackbeard Teach defeated Fire Fist Ace and sent Ace to the world government in exchange for the position of King Shichibukai. The world government decided to execute Ace a month later on the charge of Ace. It is the bloodline of One Piece King of Pirates Roger. Moreover, the world government hoped to use Ace as bait to eliminate the Whitebeard pirate. Therefore, the place of execution action was set at Ora Square in the Marine headquarters. Having said that, Sengoku glanced at Garp with a complicated expression. He never thought that the son of Roger, who Marine searched all over the sea and couldn't find, would be adopted by Garp. Hearing Sengoku's word, Mufeng was silent. His eyebrows were full of gloom. Shepard knew that Ace was chasing Blackbeard, and if it wasn't for Ace's plea, Shepard would definitely kill Blackbeard directly. In Mufeng's view, it wasn't all bad for Ace to be defeated by Blackbeard. At least let Ace know how big the world is, and Whitebeard's name has long been useless. According to the original plot, Blackbeard would take Ace to the Marine headquarters in exchange for the position of Shichibukai, the king, and operate it himself, and Ace would have absolutely nothing to do. You can also slaughter Blackbeard directly. Dark fruit, as the most ferocious fruit in the history of devil fruit, maybe it will explode with good things. But what Mufeng didn't expect was that Blackbeard actually did such a thing, sending Ace directly to the world government in exchange for Shichibukai's position. Because Crocodile was defeated by Luffy in Alabasta, he was removed from Shichibukai, and Shichibukai was vacant. Although King Shichibukai is actually under the control of Mufeng, in name they still belong to the world government, and the world government naturally has the right to appoint. It seems that he underestimated the Blackbeard. Being able to endure in the Whitebeard pirate for more than 20 years, the city of Blackbeard is absolutely unfathomable. Where is Ace now? Mufeng asked directly. Impel down, guarded by CP0, Sengoku said. Hearing Sengoku's word, Garp, who was silent beside him, suddenly trembled slightly. Ace is his grandson. Seeing his grandson being imprisoned in Impel Down and unable to do anything, Garp's mood at this moment is absolutely like a knight. Old man, don't worry, I'll take care of Ace's affairs. Looking at Garp, Mufeng said suddenly. After saying that, he turned around and left. Mufeng, what are you going to do? Sengoku said hurriedly. Hearing Mufeng's words, Sengoku was taken aback. He understands Mufeng's character very well, and it is absolutely not too much to describe it as lawless. Ace is Mufeng's brother, and Sengoku knows that. If Mufeng went directly to Impel Down to rob prison, Sengoku would not think it would be impossible. Go to Impel Down and see. Ace is about to be executed. Before dying, I, as a brother, can't even watch it once. Mufeng said lightly. Seeing Mufeng walking away, Sengoku's complexion changed and changed. Then he looked at the crane on the side and said, you go to Impel Down right now. Don't let this kid Mufeng do anything irreparable. Well, I'll go to Impel Down right now. Crane nodded and said she also knew the seriousness of the matter. If Mufeng's head was hot and he really robbed Ace from Impel Down, then the matter would be a big deal. Crane and Mufeng left, leaving only Sengoku and Garp in Marine's office. Looking at Garp, Sengoku scolded in a complicated tone. You old bastard, your family is the one that can cause the most trouble in the whole sea. I hope nothing big will happen this time. Otherwise, with the strength of Mufeng, he said it might detonate the whole world. Quote 0. Sengoku's words were not exaggerated at all. The reason why Marine was able to suppress the entire sea now, 70% of the credit must be attributed to Mufeng. If something goes wrong on Mufeng's side, the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the Hunter Guild will all be waiting for an opportunity. So Sengoku really couldn't understand the Gorosei, 5 elders, decision to execute Ace. If he was Roger's son, even if Roger is reborn, Sengoku believes that Mufeng can easily suppress it. Sengoku really doesn't know what the Gorosei, 5 elders are thinking in order to execute a nominally sinful bloodline and befriend the shepherd, whether the head was kicked by a donkey. Senior Crane, why are you here? On the battleship, Mufeng looked at the crane on the side. He asked with a wry smile. He, who was sitting beside him, glanced at Mufeng and said directly, Sengoku is afraid that your kid will take Ace directly at Impel Down, so he sent me to watch you. You won't beat me too. Senior look at what you said. Even if I beat the old man, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Mufeng said helplessly. Chapter 225_Infinite Hell. White Bear Admiral, Tsuru Vice Admiral. Outside Impel Down, Magellan and Hannibal, the 2 chief and deputy chief, were already waiting. Seeing Mufeng and Crane disembark, they rushed up to meet them. Director Magellan, long time no see. The Crane nodded and greeted Magellan, but Mufeng didn't have this mood, and said directly, Ace should be imprisoned in the Infinite Hell on the 6th floor. Now take me there immediately. But Ace is being specially guarded, and Gorosei, 5 elders ordered him not to see anyone before Ace is executed. Magellan hesitated. Really? Then after I met Ace, you should forget about this matter. Wouldn't it be okay if I haven't been here? Now, take me to the place where Ace is imprisoned. Mufeng said lightly. The words were full of arrogance that could not be rejected. Yes, Admiral the White Bear. Magellan opened his mouth and said. Although Magellan has a combat power comparable to Admiral level, when facing Mufeng, he still feels weak and powerless and dare not refute. Impel Down, SLEVEL 6, that is, Infinite Hell. The criminals here are all monster level characters who are too vicious and erased from history. The prisoners in the Infinite Hell hell are all very terrifying guys, and they will end up being executed or imprisoned for life because the prisoners on this lore have done a lot of evil, make some events beyond the cruel level, so even if ordinary people know impel down, they will not know infinite hell. There are not many prisoners here, only 10 or 20, but they were all famous pirates in the sea: World Destroyer, Berndy Waldo, Red the Aloof, Patrick Redfield, the King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro. They each look down on each other, so it is usually deadly quiet here. Ta ta ta. The rhythmic footstep sounded. The villains who were doing nothing in the cell heard the sound, and instantly came to God. Now is not the time to eat, so the sound of footsteps is nothing more than escorting the criminals in. Hee hee. Who was caught again? Come on, tell my sister about what happened outside recently. A shrill voice sounded. Katerina, I think you want to be crazy about men. If it wasn't for this railing, I would go satisfy you now. Ah ha ha. The arrogant voice. Pizarro, do you want to die? Katerina roared furiously. As the most vicious female criminal in history, Katerina has a bad temper. Ah ha ha. Pizarro, I think you're hungry enough. Even an ugly woman like Katerina is willing to fuck you. That's right, you're too hungry to eat. In the dark and dead infinite hell, there was a commotion. Seeing such a scene, Mufeng frowned and said lightly, all for me. Shut up. A condensed gaze. The LVMA Ec13 level Conqueror Hockey was released directly. In an instant, the infinite hell was quiet. Everyone's face was not good looking, and they all lay on the ground, their faces pale. It seemed as uncomfortable as being strangled by someone's neck, and some even lay on the ground and foamed at the mouth. Seeing this scene, he, who was standing beside Mufeng, was full of astonishment. She couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying Conqueror Hockey in the world. Not that Shepherd Conqueror caused any strange phenomenon. Conqueror Hockey can make people stunned and even foam at the mouth, all of which are known to the crane, but it is not these things that the crane is shocked at, but the target of the Shepherd Conqueror, the King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro, the giant battleship, Sun Yuan Wolf, Crescent Moon Hunter, Katerina. These are the big pirates of the New World. In Marine, it is also the strength of the top Vice Admiral. Among other powerhouses, Conqueror Hockey is a powerful tool for sweeping away trash, but in Mufeng, it has completely changed. No, it should be said, for Mufeng, an opponent of this level is just a trash fish. Even in the peak period of Whitebeard, there is no such terrifying conqueror. How far has this kid Mufeng's strength reached? The strongest in the world? No, I'm afraid I can only describe it as the strongest in history. Ignoring the garbage around him, Mufeng went straight to the deepest part of the infinite prison. Needless to say, Ace must be locked in the deepest position. Stop, White Bear. Just as Shepherd was about to open Ace's cell, a voice suddenly stopped him. Mufeng frowned, turned his head to look. It was a guy in a white suit with a mask on his face, and his tone revealed domineering arrogance. CP0, Mufeng said lightly. Although he is asking, Mufeng has been able to determine his identity. With this kind of costume, Mufeng had killed 3 of them before. Exactly, I'm the current leader of CP0. As for my name, you don't need to know. Just call me the commander, the guy said arrogantly. Before the execution, Ace was guarded by me. No one is allowed. Make a visit. This is the order of the Gorosei 5 elders. Quote, order of the Gorosei 5 elders. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get it. Mufeng said something indifferently. The movement of his hand did not stop. He opened the lock and pushed the cells away. This time, this guy from CP0 was irritated. White Bear, didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to be executed like Ace this time? Tell you, the Gorosei 5 elders have been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Pointing at Mufeng, this guy roared loudly, extremely arrogant. Can I understand that this is your threat to me? Mufeng asked lightly. Of course you can understand it this way. This guy obviously didn't realize that he was provoking Mufeng, but he didn't know what the consequences of provoking Mufeng would be. Very good. Mufeng nodded and said, as for threat, I usually kill them in their infancy, so I'm sorry, sir. Mufeng, wait a minute. He realized something and wanted to stop Mufeng, but it was too late. Chapter 226_unlock 8. His eyes turned into sword, and the domineering sword intent pierced straight into the eyes of this CP0 officer. As the leader of CP0, after all, this guy is also a powerhouse with quasi-admiral level strength, and has already left the level of trash fish. Use only Conqueror Hockey against him. However, after Mufeng used sword intent, he was simply vulnerable. With only 30% of his sword intent, Mufeng destroyed his consciousness. Although he couldn't die, he would only be an idiot in the future. Looking at the demented CP0 leader, he could also see that he had been abolished. Boy Shepherd, hey, you are too impulsive. He is the leader of CP0 after all. Crane said helplessly. She had no time to stop just now. Moreover, how did Mufeng make his move just now? She didn't get it at all. Even if it is too late, how can she stop it? It is because he is the leader of CP0 that he is still alive. Mufeng smiled and said, don't worry, Senior He. The world government won't bother me with this trivial matter. 11. But Mufeng added in his heart, because now is not not a good time. The 5 old Gorosei, 5 elders, had never been very good with their senses. However, now that the Whitebeard pirates are about to start a war, dealing with oneself at this time is tantamount to losing one's position, which is not a good choice. But wait until the Whitebeard pirates are finished. The 4 emperors have gone to the second. Even without him, with the help of Marine, he has been able to suppress the situation in the entire sea. The birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, the cunning rabbits are dead, the lackeys are cooked. Hee, my disobedient Marine Admiral, how can I still have it? What good consequences? But Mufeng didn't worry about these. Is he the 5 idiots who can deal with it? As long as you dare to provoke me, I will dare to cut off 5 old dogs. Crane didn't say anything. She was thinking about how to explain to the Gorosei 5 elders back at the Marine headquarters. While Mufeng walked into the cell, Ace sat in the corner, lowered his head, and said nothing. He didn't even look up at the big movement just now. Before Mufeng could speak, Ace took the lead and said, Mufeng, you say, a simple bloodline like me, shouldn't I live in this world? Yes, it shouldn't. Mufeng said 3 words bluntly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Ace was startled. He raised his head and glanced at Mufeng. His eyes that originally had a hint of brilliant turned completely gray, and murmured, do you even think so? Mufeng, I knew that I should have died long ago. Well, you should have died long ago. Mufeng nodded and said. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Ace, and continued, you shouldn't have been born. If you weren't born, your mother wouldn't have insisted on protecting you for 20 months, and died of exhaustion after giving birth to you. The old man will not take the risk of notoriety to adopt you. Me and Luffy, oh, and Sabo, will no longer be sad and desperate because you were executed by Marine, and even Luffy may even lose faith. Your friends of the Whitebeard pirates will no longer despair. They will even cry and cry for revenge for you. Maybe they will attack the Marine headquarters. In that case, as Marine Admiral, I will be wiped out. The entire Whitebeard pirate. At some point, Ace raised his head and looked at Mufeng with a complicated look. Looking at Ace, Mufeng smiled and said, now, do you still think that your life is still yours? You are determined to die. You can wait for your mother's, the old man's, mine, and Luffy, Esper, Sabo's, and the Whitebeard pirates' debts are paid off before they die. I'll definitely not stop you then, and I'll help you find a better cemetery. Mufeng, you're right. My life is not mine. It's my mother's. It's the old man. It's yours. It's my father's. Ace murmured, his eyes finally glowing. However, something came to mind. Seastone caps on his wrists and ankles. He was full of self-deprecation and said, but even if I still want to live, there is nothing I can do. Seeing Ace rekindling the courage to live, Mufeng's goal this time has been achieved. He got up, walked out, turned his back to Ace, waved his hand, and said, stay here for a month and think about your life. As for whether you can continue to live, you don't have to worry about it. Leave it to me. After speaking, Mufeng had already walked out of the cell and closed the cell door. Thank you, Mufeng. Ace in the cell lowered his head and muttered, at this time, just stepped out of the infinite hell. He then asked solemnly, boy Mufeng, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. With Mufeng's ability to cause trouble, he couldn't guess what Mufeng was going to do. Don't worry, Senior Crane, I am measured. If I wanted to, I could rescue Ace today. Why wait so long? Mufeng laughed. Hearing Mufeng's word, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If Mufeng really had no scruples, he could have rescued Ace directly just now, so he wouldn't have to waste any other time. If you are measured, then you are not the grandson of that old bastard from Garth. Although he said that he was relieved, the crane still snarled. In this regard, Mufeng is very helpless, but he can only do nothing. Who made the crane his predecessor? And he is usually good to himself. The things that Kyle can't handle are all handled by Hebang himself. Occasionally poisoning myself, I can only suffer. Soon as they set foot on the battleship returning to the Marine headquarters, Baloo and Baloo's phone calls rang. It was Sengoku. Mufeng answered the phone and said with a smile, hey, Marshall, don't worry, I didn't tear down the Impel Down, and I'm going back to the headquarters now. Shepard, Tenryubito was beaten in Sabayati Archipelago. The main culprits were the Straw Hat, the accomplices were the Heart Pirates Trafalgar Law, and the Kid Pirates Eustace Kid, and others who offered a reward of over 100 million yuan. Supernova, Sengoku said in a deep voice. If it's just a bunch of supernovas, Sengoku can send anyone to suppress it. But there is also Luffy and his party, and they are also the main culprit. Because of the relationship between Mufeng, Sengoku can be said to be caught, but not to be caught. He had no choice but to throw this hot potato to Mufeng. Chapter 227 Descend to the land of Sabayati. Idiot Luffy, Mufeng said with a headache covering his head. Then he said, Marshall, leave this matter to me. I'll rush to Sabayati Archipelago right now. This bastard Luffy should take care of him as well. After speaking, Mufeng hung up the phone bug. Looking at the crane on the side, he smiled and said, Senior Crane, it seems that you are going to return to the Marine headquarters by yourself. I am busy here again. It's okay, it's very close to the headquarters, so I don't need to worry about my safety, he said. Sabayati Archipelago. Because Because of the battle between Shepard and Charlotte Linlin that year, all islands 1 to 10 of Sabayati Archipelago sank. Therefore, the population auction venue opened by Doflamingo is set up on the 11th island, and after Luffy beat up Tenryubito, the entire island 11 was in complete chaos. No, it should be said that the entire Sabayati Archipelago was heavily influenced. Due to the upcoming battle with the Whitebeard pirates, all the marine elites from all over the world were transferred to the marine headquarters, including the Sabayati Archipelago. Therefore, the highest marine officer currently stationed in the Sabayati Archipelago is only a rear admiral. What instructions does the headquarters have? Looking at a lieutenant colonel next to him, Rear Admiral asked in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku said that Admiral, the White Bear, will be here soon. The lieutenant colonel said excitedly. Sure enough, hearing the word White Bear, all the marines present were refreshed, including the rear admiral. After all, Mufeng is the strongest in the world, not to mention that it is just a group of supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million. Even if it is the big pirate of the New World, the White Bear admiral can defeat them all like a destructive force. Look, in the sea, someone is galloping. Who is it? He can actually stand on the sea. Yes, Admiral the White Bear. Here comes the Admiral the White Bear. Shepard's wind was moving very fast on the sea. In just over 20 minutes, he rushed from Impel down to Sabayati Archipelago. You must know that the two are hundreds of nautical miles apart. Jumped high from the sea and landed gently on the ground. All the marines saluted Mufeng in unison, and their expressions were all very fanatical. Shepard nodded, looked at the leader Rear Admiral and said with a smile, Gun Rear Admiral, long time no see. This Rear Admiral is the same Rear Admiral that Shepard was stationed in Sabayati for a short time. White Bear Admiral, Gun Rear Admiral's face flushed red. He didn't expect that Mufeng would still remember a little guy like him after so many years. Gun had a feeling of incomparable glory, and the marines around him looked at him enviously. Okay, you take the soldiers back to repair first, and leave the rest to me, Mufeng said lightly, and disappeared after a few dodges. The first 30 islands of the Sabayati Archipelago are all out of place. There are very few people who are active here who are clean. When they saw Mufeng walking on the street, everyone panicked. That's the Marine Admiral White Bear. Run for your life. Escape. After reacting, everyone was running away. But even if they didn't flee, Mufeng was not interested in these trash fish. But the world is so big, there will always be some people with abnormal brain. There was actually a pirate who picked up a gun and pointed at Mufeng. Is that guy the strongest Marine Admiral White Bear in the world? If I kill him, then I will be famous. Don't be stupid. That's Marine's highest combat power. Someone next to him yelled. But this guy obviously wants to be famous and wants to be crazy, and he can't listen to the advice of others. Aiming directly at Mufeng, pulling the trigger, the bullet shot towards Mufeng quickly. He didn't find out. Seeing that Mufeng showed no sign of evading at all, this guy's face was full of excitement. He could already imagine that after he killed Mufeng, Marine wanted him, and the reward was an unprecedented amount, and then his name resounded in the sea. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. I saw that the bullet stayed in the air dozens of meters in front of Mufeng, and turned into powder. After killing Charlotte Linlin, Shepard's Conqueror Haki gained the smashing attribute. Even if there are countless missiles, Mufeng can turn them into powder in an instant. Idiot. How could Marine's highest combat power be so easy to deal with? His companions started running for their lives without looking back. The guy reacted and hurriedly threw away the gun in his hand and started to run for his life. Do you want to escape now? It's too late. Mufeng chuckled. The mammoth blade was pulled out, and when he raised his hand, it was a slash. The pale sword chi was directly cut out, and the momentum was rushing. The terrifying sword chi not only wiped out the fleeing guys, but also cut off the trunk of the Yarman mangrove not far away. It's just random. Is that the Marine Admiral White Bear, the world's strongest? On the roof next to him, Crachman EPUB, one of the supernovas, said, Lord EPUB, let's run for our lives. The subordinate on the side was a little scared. Idiot, what's the point of sneaking away? EPUB laughed. What do you want to do? The enemy is just for fun, EPUB said. Able to reach the Sabayati Archipelago as a supernova, but they all came from fighting all the way, and the wind was smooth. Basically, there was no defeat before, and it was naturally arrogant. Also noticed EPUB, but ignored him. No matter how powerful he thought he was, in Mufeng's eyes, he was nothing but a clown. Here, Mufeng had just walked a few streets, and encountered a group of pirates again. Hawkins pirate. The captain is Basil Hawkins, born in North Blue, offering a reward of 249 million Bailey's supernova devil fruit ability. Seeing the appearance of Mufeng, everyone in the Hawkins pirate suddenly changed their expression. Captain Hawkins, run away first. The crew members under his command shouted loudly in front of Hawkins. It seems that this guy is quite able to win people's heart. Don't be nervous. Today's fate is already doomed, Hawkins said lightly. Chapter 228_vulnerable. Fate is already doomed. Mufeng looked at Hawkins with interest and said, then can you calculate whether your destiny is dead or alive today? Looking up at Shepard, Hawkins took out a deck of cards. After playing a very arrogant hand, he put the cards in the air and said, battle failure rate is 100%, escape success rate 7%, defense evasion rate 76%, survival mortality 0%. Quote, my prediction is over. Hawkins raised his head and looked at Shepard's win. Is the prediction over? I think it's impossible for me to die. Well, you supernovas are really arrogant, Mufeng said with a smile. Raising his hand, a pale sword energy blasted towards Hawkins. Together with the countless buildings behind Hawkins, they all collapsed under Mufeng's slash. As expected of Admiral, his skills are indeed extraordinary. Scratchman Apu, who was hiding on the side, said in awe. Even if he was exhausted, he would not have thought that this was just a casual attack by Mufeng. Huh, didn't you get hurt? Interesting ability. Mufeng suddenly raised his brows. Looking aside, Hawkins stood there unharmed. It terrifying. As expected of the strongest in the world. Hawkins looked at Mufeng and said solemnly, 337 has only prepared 10 against Admiral. To be honest, I feel a little guilty. As Hawkins spoke, his arms turned to straw. Then 2 little straw figures fell out, and the little straw figures were cut off in the middle. Obviously, it was the little straw man who resisted Shepard's lash for Hawkins. Just as Hawkins spoke, a burly figure suddenly fell in front of him. With 2 wings on the back, it is Eurode, one of the supernovas, and a pacifist is walking behind Eurode. Hoo-hoo, I can't stand it. It's so strong. Looking at the pacifism, Eurode smiled wryly. At this time, just as soon as he turned his head, he saw Mufeng, and his face couldn't help but look even more ugly. It's really unlucky. There is Marine Admiral in the front, and Shichibukai in the back. Huh, could it be that this time is really doomed? Eurode very desperate. Not necessarily. You're not dead for now, Hawkins said lightly. You are the Hawkins of North Blue. Hee. You are still in the mood to joke before the enemy. Eurode stood up and stood beside Hawkins. At this moment, the pacifism on the other side of the street was suddenly kicked over. What? Someone else got involved, Eurode said. Although the words are very repulsive, but it is a joy to see Eurode, because it is a pirate. Red flag. Drake, former Marine Rear Admiral, dinosaur fruit ability. Seeing Mufeng, Drake's pupils shrank suddenly. Unlike others, although he has not seen Mufeng's shot, he is very aware of Marine Admiral's horror. It's over. I didn't expect to encounter a white bear. Drake's face was extremely ugly. Wow, there's a good show to watch now. It's very interesting. Scratchman Apu, who was hiding on the side, said with a smile, but he thought he was hiding very secretly. Hawkins the magician, Eurode the monk, Drake the red flag, and the Scratchman Apu, who I thought I didn't find. All of a sudden, I caught 4. Now I don't have to look for them one by one. That's it. Mufeng chuckled lightly. Hearing Mufeng's word, Scratchman Apu, who was hiding on the roof, looked ugly. He thought he was hiding well. When did you find me? Apu asked in a deep voice. When? Mufeng scratched his head, recalled for a moment, and said, just when you said, the enemy is just going to be funny. I also agree with what you said, so I have been in just kidding. After that, Mufeng shrugged. Damn. Apu gritted his teeth. The eyes looking at Mufeng were full of anger, but they didn't rashly attack Mufeng, but jumped off the roof and stood with Hawkins, Eurode, and Drake. The 4 of them stood together, and they seemed to have more confidence. I was choked up by that guy just now, but now I am a different person. At the same time as he spoke, Eurode's body suddenly swelled several times. Let me see how powerful the legendary world is. Yo-hey. Scratchman Apu made a strange sound, and his teeth turned into something like piano keys. Fate is already doomed. I won't die here today. The appearance of demon. Hawkins activated his fruit ability, and his whole body turned into straw. Without a word, Drake turned into a dinosaur. He knew better than the other 3 that if he didn't work hard now, he would die. Even if it is desperate, the probability of surviving is very small. Maybe it does not exist at all. The 4 seemed to have a tacit understanding and attacked Mufeng at the same time. The pirates who were running for their lives also stopped. 4 supernovas face the world's strongest marine, and they all want to know what the final result will be. Looking at the 4 people attacking him, Mufeng was very helpless. Really, do you think you are invincible after winning a few battles in the first half of the Great Waterway? I didn't want to pay attention to you. However, since you have already taken action against me, you must be ready to accept death, Mufeng said lightly. The moment the words fell, the mammoth blade in Mufeng's hand swept out. Moment Eurode, who was at the forefront, came into contact with Mufeng's slash. He was smashed into powder by the domineering sword intent. Next was Drake, who only had time to let out a scream, and the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex body was directly cut into 2 from the middle. Seeing such a scene, Apu and Hawkins couldn't help tingling their scalp. Of them thought, Marine Admiral was so terrifying. Without thinking, he turned around and wanted to run away. But, it's too late. The moment of turning around, Apu was wiped out by the slash, and the 10 stand-in scarecrows prepared by Hawkins were all destroyed by the incomparably overbearing sword intent in an instant. White Bear vs 4 supernovas. In just one face-to-face, 4 supernovae all died. Chapter 250 29_pacifist. The pirates who saw this scene were all horrified, and they swallowed their saliva subconsciously. I thought that the 4 supernovas with a reward of over 100 million, even if they couldn't win against Bai Xiang Mufeng, at least they could do it in a few rounds. The strongest in the world. It must be too scary. None of the pirates around dared to escape because they were all so scared that their legs were weak. Without even looking at these pirates, Mufeng left directly. When Mufeng was far away, this group of pirates who didn't even dare to take a breath just now, it can be said that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They started to discuss this is Marine's highest combat power, the world's strongest white bear. It's really scary. I think let's not be pirate. On the other side of the island, the Straw Hats are fighting a pacifist. Carved hoof Sakurabuki. Facing the pacifist, Chopper directly ate the Rambo pill. His body swelled suddenly, and countless hoof prints covered the pacifist, as dense as snowflake. But pacifists are, after all, a secret weapon developed by Vegapunk. The strength and flexibility of the body cannot be underestimated. Chopper's attack hit the pacifist, but it only dented the pacifist's body, and did not cause any substantial damage. Frankie boxing. Frankie punched the pacifist's head, but the pacifist's face showed no reaction at all, and he punched Frankie with a backhand. Spider flower. Robin's reaction was very quick, and he used his arms to form a spider web to catch Frankie. Otherwise, Frankie, who fell to the ground, would definitely be seriously injured. Fei-Yin stab. Brook descended from above, the cane knife in his hand stabbing the pacifist's shoulder. But what made Brook panic was that his cane knife was actually stuck on the pacifist, who was opening his mouth to shoot a laser beam at him. Death Comet Atlas. It was the guy Usopp who shot the pacifist laying star directly into the mouth, and Brook also took advantage of this opportunity to run away, and the two of them ran faster than the other. At this moment, the movements of the pacifist suddenly stiffened. When Frankie saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly, Usopp's killer star has been shot into his mouth, which may cause some parts in his body to short circuit. Although his skin is very hard, but under the skin there's blood. He's just a modified flesh and blood like me. That's when the pacifist prepared to fire again, with the goal of, Nami, he found you. Usopp, who was hiding, suddenly shouted loudly. Nami's face was full of panic, and she didn't have time to react. 80 wheels of flowers 4 trees. Robin was still the quickest to respond. 4 arms grew out of the pacifist's shoulders, and the arms clenched their fists and hit him hard on the head. The pacifist's mouth closed, and the laser exploded in his mouth. Issue now. Thunder and lightning alert. Lightning gun weather. Nami was naturally very angry when she was almost killed by a pacifist. Holding the weather stick that Usopp had researched for it, he bombarded the pacifist, although it did not cause any substantial damage to the pacifist. But I have to say, it looked really cool. Hurry up and decide the winner, Sanji said. Kick him over. Zoro, who was beside him, tied his turban tightly, bit the word Hidao, and stared at the pacifist, saying, Don't be rude. Sanji said. Zoro and Luffy had just defeated a pacifist, and Zoro was still seriously injured. Devil's Foot, the finishing touch shot. Sanji's entire calf turned crimson and hit the pacifist, although he couldn't kill the pacifist directly. But the pacifist dropped a lot of parts. Ghost energy. 9 sword flow. Ashura magic 9 flashes. At this moment, Zoro seemed to separate out 2 more figures. 9 sword shadows, all slashed at the pacifist, blood rushing wildly. Eraser giant return bullet. Luffy opened the 3rd gear directly and bounced into the sky. The huge fist, several times bigger than the burly pacifist, slammed down directly. After this moment, the pacifism could no longer move. That guy finally stopped moving, but he still feels like he will get up at any time. It's really scary, Nami said while looking at the pacifism. Although I want to rest for a while, it's better to hide first. If we are discovered now, we will be wiped out, Sanji said. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates are a little more powerful, and only Sanji. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, a burst of applause sounded. The Straw Hat group was suddenly startled, and Zoro even stood up with a sword. But when he saw the person coming, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a sullen expression, So it's you. Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were all relieved. Nami even rushed forward and put her arms around Mufeng's arm. He pretended to be angry and said, Brother Mufeng, why did it take you so long to come to see us all? It seems that it's not even 2 months. Mufeng smiled. Hey, Usopp, who is that guy? Frankie, who was beside him, stabbed Usopp beside him and asked in a low voice. Brook was also puzzled. They added Straw Hats after Alabasta, so they haven't seen Shepherd. He's the Marine Admiral White Bear, Usopp whispered. What? Marine Admiral? The strongest white bear in the world? Frankie and Brook both looked shocked. As soon as they said the word, they covered their mouths for fear that Mufeng would hear them. Don't worry, he's Luffy's brother and won't catch us. He was on our boat for a few days before, Usopp said with a wave of his hand. Shepherd, why are you here? Luffy said happily. Isn't it a good thing you did? Don't you know that after anyone beats Tenryubito, Marine Admiral will be dispatched? Mufeng rolled his eyes at Luffy and said, Chapter 230 Shepherd vs. Straw Hat. Hearing Mufeng's word, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. Could it be that Mufeng came to arrest him and others this time? The gaze towards Mufeng also became complicated. Brother Mufeng, are you here to arrest us? Nami, who was holding Mufeng's arm, looked at Mufeng and asked in a low voice, looking really distressing. Arrest you? If I really wanted to arrest you, it wouldn't be me. Mufeng laughed. Seeing Mufeng say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Mufeng really wanted to arrest them, it would be one thing to fight them. But, first of all, they don't want to face Mufeng's sword. Then Mufeng, brother, why are you here? Nami asked. After scratching Nami's nose, Mufeng smiled and said, come and see you. And, I warn you, you can't step into the new world yet. At the end of his speech, Mufeng turned his attention to Luffy who was beside him. Sure enough, Mufeng's voice just fell. Luffy over there was dissatisfied. Why? I must become One Piece King of Pirate, and no one can stop me. Why? Ha ha. Mufeng chuckled twice, then looked at the pacifist number on the side. He opened his mouth and said, this kind of garbage, you all need all your strength to defeat. For the world government, this is just the latest weapon developed. In the new world, it is only the level of trash fish. With your current rank, if you go to the new world, you can only die. Understand? That's why I don't allow you to step into the new world. No. Anyway, I must go to the new world, Luffy exclaimed. The perseverance in his eyes is hard for anyone to shake. Really? I knew it would be like this. Mufeng was helpless. Then he looked at Luffy and said coldly, if I say I can't go, I can't go. Understand? Don't. No one can stop me from becoming One Piece King of Pirate. If anyone stops me, I'll kick anyone, including you, Shepherd. Luffy is obviously the one who can't persuade. Oh. Mufeng raised his brows, looked at Luffy and said with a smile, you're good at it. Do you want to fight me? Yes. If you can beat me. No. This is impossible. If you can stick with me for 3 minutes. Oh. 3 minutes might be too long. If you can stick with me for a minute, I won't stop you. How? Shepherd, I've become very strong now. I won't lose to you so soon. Luffy shouted loudly. At the same time, the second gear was directly activated, ready to fight. The second gear is Luffy's unique move. After activation, Luffy's skin will turn pink and emit steam, as if using a stimulant. Rubber second block rocket launcher. The pink fist slammed towards Mufeng, but Mufeng just turned his head sideways and dodged. The ultimate observation hockey. Mufeng can even predict Luffy's attack 20 seconds later, and he can easily dodge without looking at it. You guys, let go together. Dodging Luffy's attack, Mufeng glanced at Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Frankie and the others, and said with a smile. And Zoro looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Devil's Leg, highest grade ground meat. 3 sword style 600 troubled wind. Although neither of the two of them likes the other, but if it is a tacit understanding of battle, they are definitely the most tacit understanding of the entire Straw Hat Pirate. 80 wheels of flowers, 4 trees, heavy attack. Robin also launched an attack. The wind is coming. Frankie raised his hands up. The whole person showed a weird posture, and a powerful air cannonball was launched from the hole at the bottom of the palm, which was powerful enough to destroy a huge sailboat. Revolutionary dance onslaught. Carved hoof cross. Slaying meteor shuriken group. Brook, Chopper, and Usopp attacked at the same time. There was only Nami alone, standing aside with a weather stick. She was reluctant to attack Mufeng, and Nami knew very well that her attack would not cause any damage to Big Brother Mufeng at all. I'm too lazy to dodge such an attack. Mufeng laughed. The voice fell, and a blue flame suddenly ignited on his body, forming an exoskeleton, Susanoo, and it was only the first form. All the attack from the Straw Hat fell on Susanoo, but it couldn't shake Susanoo's defense at all. Although it was only the first form, Jack Drought used all his strength to smash it. Right now, the Straw Hats are still far from their strength. 10 seconds have passed. There are still 50 seconds. Come on. I just stood here and didn't move. You can't hit me. It's too bad. Everything about Jien Kai Guago is contempt. Mufeng's attitude angered the Straw Hats even more. Particular, Zoro and Sanji attacked Mufeng in a frenzy. Another half a minute passed, and the attack of the Straw Hat group failed to cut even a single bone of Susanoo. The three of Sanji, Zoro, Luffy were exhausted. Stop playing. It's almost a minute. Then, next, let me get rid of all of you in an instant, Mufeng said lightly. His tone seemed to be a bit serious. The moment the voice fell, the Conqueror was released instantly. The Straw Hat, under the pressure of Mufeng's Conqueror Haki, including Luffy, all fell to the ground like Dumpling 5.2, lying on the ground, unable to get up at all. Like Usopp, Chopper, Brook, and Frankie, who were not very determined at all, even spit out white foam. Although Mufeng is very incomprehensible, Brook, a skeleton, spit out the foam from the body. Which organ is produced? It took 58 seconds to defeat you. I'm sorry, but you didn't last a minute. And tell you, even Conqueror, I controlled my strength just now. People who can reach this level in the new world are like Crucian car crossing the river. Luffy, if you want to see your comrades die in front of you one by one, go to the new world. After finishing speaking, Mufeng apologized to Nami's Isho and left directly. Chapter 231_ Tenryubito. Sabayati Archipelago Island 11. The site of the human auction. Haven't caught it yet. Tenryubito Zaluria Palace was in a state of anger, and on the side, Saint Charma, and also his fiancé, was lying on the ground beside him. Lord Zalulia Palace, please stay calm. Now the White Bear Admiral is chasing him personally, and it is only a matter of time before he catches them. Gun Rear Admiral said to Zalulia Palace wearing a bubble headgear with sincerity and fear. You bunch of useless idiots. Shalulia Palace shouted, making my fiancé as he is now and letting go of all our slaves. What did they take the bloodline of the creator of this world? For what? I am very sorry, but please calm down. Gun Rear Admiral couldn't do anything but apologize. Crack. Shalulia Palace slapped Gun Rear Admiral's face, angrily said, what are you still doing here? But go and find them. When Miss Ben catches them, you must let them experience the feeling that life is better than death. Yes, Lord Shalulia Palace. Gun Rear Admiral hurriedly said. Then he was ready to order people to search. But at this moment, Mufeng came over from a distant White Bear Admiral. Gun Rear Admiral breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Mufeng's return. He finally didn't have to face Zaluria Palace anymore. Huh, didn't I ask you to go back to repair? Why are you still here? Mufeng asked. Gun did not speak, but looked at Zaluria Palace. White Bear, why did you come back so slow? Where's the person? That boy with the straw hat. Seeing Mufeng's return, Shalulia Palace immediately questioned. Looking at the Shalulia Palace, Mufeng frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He said calmly, let go. What did you say? Shalulia Palace didn't react a little, obviously stunned. I said let it go. Mufeng looked as it should be. You, do you know what you're doing? Shalulia Palace pointed at Mufeng and reprimanded, lowly bastard, hurry up and give me. Crack. Before Shalulia Palace's words were finished, she was interrupted by a loud slap. It was Mufeng who slapped the headgear worn by Shalulia Palace and slapped her in the face. Everyone was stunned, dead silent. No one thought that someone would dare to slap Tenryubito. And still Marine Admiral. What happened? Is the world crazy? Shalulia Palace was also stunned, and for a while there was no response. After a while, the place where Mufeng slapped his face welled up. Shalulia Palace raised her hand and touched it, and it was even more painful. Covering his face with his hand, he pointed at Mufeng with the other. His eyes were full of astonishment. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and he said in disbelief, You dare to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? I'm here to educate you for your dead father and brother. Don't provoke someone you shouldn't provoke one day, and then get trampled to death. Mufeng said lightly, and listened to the pastoral wind mentioning St. Roswald and St. Charles Road. Shalulia Palace can be said to be trembling with anger. If not for his father and brother were both killed by the green monster, then how could she marry St. Charmak so early? White Bear, hold on, I'll make sure the Gorosei 5 elders remove you, then become my slave. No, I'm going to make your life worse. Shalulia's face was pale, and she roared like a lunatic. To this, Mufeng's answer is very simple. Snap, snap, snap. Another 3 big mouths slapped directly on the face of Shalulia Palace. 2 slaps on the left, 2 slaps on the right. This time, the faces on both sides were swollen at the same height. Like 2 slices of thick bread stuck to her face. She couldn't even speak clearly. Woo woo, woo woo, woo woo woo. Shalulia Palace pointed at Mufeng, muttering something in her mouth. Anyway, sobbing, Mufeng didn't hear a word. Since he didn't hear it, then Mufengchen should be praising him from Shalulia Palace. Smiled and said, no need to get excited at Zalulia Palace. These are what I should do. After all, your father and brother died tragically. As Marine Admiral, I have the responsibility and the obligation to educate you for them. If you just thank me and give me a Gorosei 5 elders spot. Hee. Of course, it seems like you don't have that much power. Hearing Mufeng's sarcasm, Shalulia Palace couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot, just as tragic as her fiancé. Holy Land Mariajoy. The Whitebeard pirates were about to strike, and as soon as Sengoku gave the order to Mufeng, the other side rushed to Mariajoy by 917 non-stop. The execution of Ace in Aura Square needs to be discussed in detail. Gorosei, 5 elders, all Army Commander Sora, Marine Marshal Sengoku. The 7 people standing at the top of the world power are sitting around a round table. They were discussing how to deal with the strongest pirate, Whitebeard. With Shepherd, we don't have to worry about Whitebeard at all, Sengoku said. No, I'm most worried about the White Bear. Don't forget, Ace is his brother, and the White Bear's character is unscrupulous. Bald-headed, round-faced Gorosei 5 elders pointed it out bluntly. Sengoku was dumbfounded, but he couldn't explain it, because he was really unsure of what Mufeng could do, or rather, how big a basket he would make. Okay, although Shiragane's character is casual, but in front of everyone's eyes, he can't turn to the pirate. Let's not count Shiragane's combat power. With Kuzan, Kizaru, Akainu 3 people, plus Shichibukai, and the field commander, are still available. available. Can't pay an old Whitebeard yet. Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders said solemnly. Suddenly thinking of something, the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders looked at Sengoku and asked, by the way, Sengoku, what happened to the Sabayati archipelago? Chapter 232 Angry at Gorosei, 5 elders. I'll leave the matter of Sabayati archipelago to Mufeng. Sengoku was a little embarrassed, and then explained, and this matter can only be left to him. Hearing Sengoku's word, the Gorosei, 5 elders became silent and their eyes flickered. The atmosphere also became a little dignified, and this time and space broke the silence and said, forget it, now is not the time to care about these things. At most, the White Bear will let the Straw Hat gang go away. Our main focus should be on dealing with the Whitebeard pirate. On this matter of the regiment. Quote, report. Suddenly an official from the world government broke in, looking panicked. What wrong? Don't you know that an emergency meeting is being held now? The round-faced, bald-headed Gorosei, 5 elders reprimanded the officials who came in, obviously displeased. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Gorosei, 5 elders, but something really happened. The officials who broke in, only to realize that something was wrong with them, and quickly explained, what the big deal? Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders asked, frowning, also displeased. He didn't think there was anything more important than dealing with the Whitebeard pirate. Tenryubito was beaten, the official said quickly. Hearing the official's report, there were only a few people present, including Sengoku and Sora's faces. Not very good. Barging in such a hurry, rushing in just to report something that has happened for a long time. When we are free. Seeing the gloomy face of Gorosei, 5 elders, the official reacted, hastily explained, this time it's not Saint Charmik, it's Aluria Palace. What going on? Make it clear. Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders said solemnly, it's the White Bear Admiral. I don't know why. The White Bear Admiral had a conflict with Your Excellency Zaluria Palace. Then he hit Your Excellency Zaluria Palace, and now His Excellency Zaluria Palace is still unconscious. The official quickly explained. The 7 people present stood up in an instant. What did you say? The White Bear hit the Zaluria Palace. The round-faced, bald-headed Gorosei, 5 elders asked again, glaring at the world government official. Not only him, but several people present had a hard time believing this. Yes, the official's voice was shaking. Although the round-faced and bald-headed Gorosei, 5 elders did not use the conqueror, it was only the imposing manner of the superior, and the oppressed were breathless. What are you kidding? This White Bear guy, does he want to rebel against the world government? Baihu Gorosei, 5 elders glared at him with an angry beard and was very angry. Beating of Tenryubito is unheard of in the history of the world government in the past 800 years, and it was Marine Admiral who beat Tenryubito this time. Marine Admiral beat Tenryubito. Even people with open minds would not dare to think about it. This will definitely become a black spot that the world government will never erase. No, it should be said that it is a joke, a shame. Sengoku didn't know how to describe the expression on his face. It was pale, ashen, black. Anyway, it was all sorts of things. He really didn't expect Mufeng to cause such trouble. The commander-in-chief of the entire army, Hong, had a completely irrelevant expression. What the hell is he doing with Shirokuma? Sengoku, contact Shirokuma immediately. I want to talk to him. The voice of the Flat Hat Gorosei, 5 elders was also full of anger. Yes. Sengoku hesitated, then said, take out a phone bug and dial. Baloo for a long time. Finally connected. A soft voice rang from the phone bug. It was Mufeng. Hey, Marshal, is there something wrong? That Straw Hat. Mufeng could finish speaking. He was interrupted by Sengoku's roar. Bastard, do you know what you are doing? What a disaster. Marshal, what are you talking about? Mufeng pretended to be puzzled. This time, before Sengoku could speak, the flat-capped Gorosei, 5 elders asked in a deep voice, Admiral the White Bear, why did you beat up Tenryubito in the Sabayati archipelago? Beat Tenryubito? How could I do such a bad thing? However, I beat a guy who pretended to be Tenryubito today, and this guy dared to point fingers at me. Marine Admiral. He really should be put in a big underwater prison. Shepard said lightly. White Bear, are you pretending to be confused with us? The round-faced bald-headed Gorosei, 5 elders shouted angrily. The palace of Zaluria is the real Tenryubito, the descendant of the 20 kings. Oh, it's really Tenryubito. I thought it was a fake. Really? Let me say, what does Tenryubito look like? The world government should make a roster, and then add a photo or something, otherwise all cats and dogs will say themselves, it's Tenryubito. Isn't that a mess? Or right, I'm Tenryubito, on their head so that I can tell the difference. No, you see now, isn't it just an oolong? The power of the wind throws the pot. Hearing Mufeng's word, Gorosei, 5 elders were not blown away. Make a roster and still write in your head. You think Tenryubito is an animal, but in Mufeng's eyes, Tenryubito is really similar to an animal. Mufeng hadn't finished speaking, and his tone became more and more cold, and said coldly, oh, then I did beat Tenryubito. So what? In my opinion, Tenryubito should be beaten. I am not like you, like beat Tenryubito's puppet. Shepard's voice was full of mockery. In the plot, even a Kainu dares to fight Gorosei 5 Elders. Why didn't Mufeng dare? Then, without giving Gorosei 5 Elders a chance to speak, Mufeng directly hung up the phone. Bug. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone in the phone bug, the expressions on the Gorosei 5 Elders' faces became more embarrassing. The expressions of Sengoku and Sora were also not much better. Bastard bastard. White bear. Who do you think he is talking to? Who does he think he is? How dare he despise Tenryubito? Did he take our Gorosei 5 Elders into consideration? Marine Admiral. His behavior is worse than a pirate. You bastard. The Gorosei 5 Elders scolded Mufeng. How angry they were. Chapter 233_murder first appeared. If this happened to Marine other than Mufeng, then there would be no doubt at all, and he would be directly arrested and detained in the undersea prison. Even Kizaru and Kuzan were inevitably fired. But the protagonist of this incident is Mufeng, not only Marine Admiral, the strongest in the world, but also the only candidate for the next Marine Marshal. This made Gorosei 5 Elders feel like they're begging. Moreover, at this point in time, the world government has declared war with the Whitebeard pirate, and the war is about to start. It is just a Whitebeard pirate, and the world government needs to be on guard. If this matter is taken too seriously to cause Mufeng to rebel, the consequences are unimaginable. The threat level of Mufeng alone is comparable to that of the Whitebeard pirate, and according to Gorosei 5 Elders' investigations over the years, although the reason is unknown, the relationship between Mufeng and the Hunter Guild is very close, which is one of the reasons why Gorosei 5 Elders have always suspected Mufeng. The existence of the Hunter Guild is now no less than 24,263 Emperor-level pirate group, especially the two terrifying monsters Sensho Hasuma and Aizen Sosuke. If Mufeng defected, the Hunter Guild would definitely be in a row. And don't forget that the Revolutionary Army is staring at the world government. At that time, it is estimated that the governments of the world will be in a dangerous situation that has not been seen in 800 years. So in any case, don't move the pastoral wind. At the very least, at this critical juncture, it is absolutely impossible to move Mufeng. This matter can only be swallowed by gritted teeth. I will come forward to stabilize the Zaluria Palace, and everything will be discussed after the war with the Whitebeard pirates is over. Flat Hat Gorosei 5 Elders said. Okay, let's deal with the general matter as we just said. Sengoku, Sora, you two go back and make preparations, and I'll let the Commander-in-Chief cooperate with you. When such a thing happens, Gorosei 5 Elders are fine. If you want to continue the meeting, you will end the meeting directly. Sengoku and Sora got up, said goodbye, and left. Gorosei 5 Elders did not get up and leave, and the conference room fell silent again. A long while, the round-faced and bald-headed Gorosei 5 Elders broke the silence and said bitterly, the white bear must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise it will inevitably become a disaster after a few years. Maybe now, it's already a disaster. Baihu Gorosei 5 Elders said solemnly. Well, I agree with fourth. What do you think, boss? Said the blonde Gorosei 5 Elders. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the flat hat Gorosei 5 Elders, as if asking for an opinion. Cap Gorosei 5 Elders is silent, squinting, fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop. After a long while, he looked at Gorosei 5 Elders, who had been silent next to the white robe holding the sword, and asked, second, if you face the white bear, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Hearing the words of the flat-capped Gorosei 5 Elders, the sword-wielding Gorosei 5 Elders flashed a gleam in their eyes. Shen said, 3 years ago, I went to see the slash of the white bear in Seymour Shimura that slashed the sea. It is indeed worthy of the world's largest swordsman. The swordsmanship cultivation level has definitely reached the same level as mine. The same level. After a pause, he clenched the long knife in his hand. He continued, but I, who hold the first generation of ghosts, can definitely kill him. After hearing the sword-wielding Gorosei 5 Elders say that Mufeng's swordsmanship has reached the same level as him, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the flat-capped Gorosei 5 Elders. Because he knew better than anyone the horror of the sword-wielding Gorosei 5 Elders, even calling it the strongest Gorosei 5 Elders is no exaggeration. Until he heard the sword-wielding Gorosei 5 Elders say that he could kill Mufeng, and the flat-hat Gorosei 5 Elders nodded. He opened his mouth and said, in this case, after dealing with the Whitebeard pirate, find an opportunity to kill the white bear. At the same time, make sure not to let the Hunter Guild react. Just in case, I will convince Tenryubito to let them prepare to use the national treasure to avoid unexpected situations happen. We want everyone to know that the world belongs to the world government, and the world government belongs to us, the Gorosei 5 Elders. Quote, okay. Second, it should be so. The flat hat Gorosei 5 Elders said, and the remaining 4 Gorosei 5 Elders nodded in agreement. Letsubayadi Archipelago did not return to Marine Headquarters. I beat Tenryubito myself and went back to Marine Headquarters. It is estimated that not only Marshal Sengoku and Crane, but even the old man would definitely scold him, so why go back and scold him? After turning a corner, Mufeng set his destination on the Nine-Snake Island in the Windless Belt. After laying the groundwork for such a long time, I beat Tenryubito this time, and I should be able to reap the fruit. 6 years. The relationship between Mufeng and Hancock has also developed very rapidly. Only the last step is left, but every time it comes to a critical juncture, Mufeng can feel Hancock's resistance, and Mufeng also knows why Hancock there is this resistance. Sabayati Archipelago. Mufeng slaps Alulia Palace in the face because of her disagreement. 80% of the reason is because of Hancock. Fortunately, Shalulia Palace didn't know. Otherwise, if she knew that she was beaten only for Mufeng to pick up girls more conveniently, I wonder if she would be pissed off. Nine-Snake Island. In the palace, Hancock sat on the throne with his head on one hand. Sister, Marine issued a summoning order. It is said to order Shichibukai to go to Marine headquarters within 7 days to assemble. Marigold reported to Hancock. Have you received an order from Lord Mufeng? Hancock raised his eyes and asked. Not yet, Marigold said. Then leave him alone and wait until you receive an order from Lord Mufeng. Hancock waved his hand and said indifferently. Marine's order was directly ignored by her. Sister. Information came from Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, Hancock's other sister, Sandersonia, rushed in. What happened? Hancock asked, still unhurriedly. It belongs to Lord Mufeng. Hearing the word Mufeng, Hancock instantly regained his spirit. He hurriedly said, Sandersonia, come on. What news has Mr. Mufeng recently heard? Chapter 234. Hancock's lovesickness. Sandersonia panted heavily, with an indescribable horror on her face, and said with some stutter, Lord Mufeng. In Sabayati Archipelago, Lord Mufeng beat up Tenryubito Shalulia Palace, and Tenryubito is still awake. What? Hancock stood up straight, covering his mouth with his hand. His eyes were also full of astonishment, and even his body was shaking a little, and he asked repeatedly, Sandersonia, is what you said true? Lord Mufeng beat Tianlong Tilda Ren. Yes, sister. Sandersonia nodded hastily. Lord Mufeng actually beat Tenryubito. Could it be that Lord Mufeng is for me? Hancock was paralyzed on the throne, his face flushed. Sister, what the matter with you? Seeing Hancock's appearance, Sandersonia was startled and asked hurriedly, I seem to be sick. Touching his head, Hancock said weakly, Sister, are you sick? I'm going to call the doctor right now, Marigold said, and then ran out quickly. Soon Marigold came with a doctor. Hancock's body, the doctor said with a puzzled face. Your Majesty, Sheji has been pressing the position of his chest. It may be that there is an abnormality in the heart, but I am not sure. I have never seen such symptoms. No, it is better to know what to prescribe. Quote, but my sister looked very miserable, and there is no dripping water. Isn't there any good way to relieve some of my sister's symptoms? Marigold looked anxious. At this time, Gloriosa, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, who heard the news of Hancock's serious illness, also rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing Hancock like this, her mother-in-law patted her head and said helplessly, so that's the case. What kind of evil is this created? A hateful virus that doesn't prioritize. Hey, it's a virus, the doctor said in shock. Why, mother-in-law, do you know what's wrong? Marigold asked hurriedly. Why, mom-in-law, I'm so uncomfortable. Will I die? Hancock on the sickbed looked at mother-in-law and asked. Oh, he will die, Granny Za said with a blank expression. What? Now is not the time for joke. What mother-in-law? Marigold looked at her mother-in-law and yelled. The three sisters have a very deep relationship. Just listen to my mother-in-law, who continued to speak with a blank face. The late emperor also died of this disease. The same is true for the previous emperor. In fact, even me. It was because of the same disease that I left my hometown and was able to save my life. Quote, it is this old woman who can speak of lovesickness so fresh and refined. Just then, a soldier ran in. Seeing the serpent princess, who was seriously ill, she hesitated before opening her mouth to report. Your Majesty Snake, the White Bear Admiral is here, saying he wants to see His Majesty Snake. Ms. Mufeng is here. My sister is so seriously ill. How can I meet people? I'll go tell Mr. Mufeng about the situation. With that, Marigold was ready to go out, but who knew that when he heard the word Mufeng, Hancock stood up directly. He looked full of energy. Where can you tell that it is a sick patient? And said, it doesn't matter. I want to see Mr. Mufeng. You all go out first. But sister, Marigold wanted to say something, but he was interrupted directly by Hancock, saying, I don't know why. This will suddenly relieve my condition a lot. Don't worry about me. Okay. Marigold couldn't persuade Hancock, so he could only give up. The leaving mother-in-law glanced at Hancock and thought to herself, Admiral the White Bear, the strongest person in the world, iceberg, who is unshakable, to make you melt. I hope you can have a good ending, which is also good for Nine-Snake Island. After a few people left, Mufeng walked in not long after. Looking at Hancock, he asked curiously, Hancock, did you hear that you were sick? It doesn't matter. How is your recovery? When he came in, he heard Marigold say that Hancock was seriously ill. It's okay. Seeing you, Mr. Mufeng, I feel that my illness is completely completely cured," Hancock said with a flushed face, looking really cute. Seeing Hancock like this, it doesn't look like he is sick. Suddenly, Mufeng was done thinking of the plot in the original plot, and couldn't help thinking, "No way, it's so useful. If I knew it earlier, I would have beaten Tenryubito." "Ms. Mufeng, is there anything you have to do when you come to Nine Snake Island this time? Is it because of the Marine Summoning Order? If so, the 9 Snake Pirates will immediately rush to the Marine headquarters," Hancock said hurriedly, without the slightest hesitation. "Headquarters Summoning Order. This matter, Hancock, you can see your own mood. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go." Marine won't say anything. "This time, it's mainly because I haven't seen Hancock for a long time, so I want to meet you," Mufeng said with a smile. Hearing Mufeng's word, Hancock was surprised. "I couldn't help but think, Mr. Mufeng said that he wanted to see me. That means that Mr. Mufeng liked me. Like me. Mrs. Mufeng loves me. I am so happy." Hancock held his face in his hand. He was more delicate than a flower. Looking at Mufeng, he couldn't help but lose his mind for a while, and the atmosphere was a little embarrassing. "Cough, that Hancock, do you have anything to eat here? I'm a little hungry." "Eat." Hancock was taken aback. Then he hurriedly said, "Yes, Mr. Mufeng, please wait a moment. Marigold, bring up 100 plates of Amazon lily as delicacies." "No, bring 200 plates first. If it's not enough, I will ask for more." Quote, hearing Hancock's word, Mufeng's head was full of black line. 200 discs. "I don't have that bottomless rubber stomach like Luffy." At the moment in Sabayati Archipelago, a group of Straw Hat Pirates were sitting on the Wanli Sunshine, and they were all silent. Mufeng hit them just now. It was too big. Chapter 235 Disband the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the sea and said with a smile, breaking the silence, "Okay, it's time for dinner. What do you want to eat? Luffy, do you want to eat raw ham and cantaloupe? Let's go to the New World." "No, don't," the silent Luffy said suddenly. "Ah, you don't want to eat raw ham and cantaloupe? Really? Isn't it your favorite food? Forget it. Then I'll do something else." Sanji scratched his head and said helplessly, turned around, and walked to the kitchen beside him. At this moment, Luffy suddenly said something. "I decided, we will not go to the New World next. The Straw Hat Pirates will be disbanded." Luffy's words caused the Straw Hat to look sluggish. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Luffy in astonishment. There was only an unbelievable look in their eyes. No one would have thought that Luffy could say such a thing. Zoro was the first to react, and rushed directly in front of Luffy, punching Luffy directly in the face, sending Luffy flying out, and roared angrily, "What do you mean? Do you want to abandon your partners? Or do you think we will be afraid of death? Don't you want to be One Piece King of Pirates? Do you want to give up? You too, I'm disappointed." Luffy, no matter how dangerous the New World is, we will never give up. "Didn't you promise me that you would let me draw a complete map of the world?" Nami said. "As a brave soldier on the sea, no matter how difficult the road ahead, the great Captain Usopp will not be afraid." Usopp raised his head and said loudly, "If you don't look at his trembling leg, you'd think it's the truth." Although the remaining few people did not be, they all looked at Luffy with blame in their eyes, but more of them were firm, and no one said anything to give up. Luffy got up from the ground, then rubbed his stomach, looked up at Sanji, and said very seriously, "Sanji, I'm hungry, I want to eat." After saying that, Luffy's stomach sounded very cooperatively. Gollum sound, idiot. Still thinking about eating now. Nami slammed Luffy's head with her fist. Luffy sat on the ground, rubbed his head, and muttered, "Really, shouldn't I eat when I'm hungry? And Nami, why are you so angry? No wonder Mufeng often says that women, they are all fickle animals." Quote, "What did you say?" Nami slammed her fist on Luffy's head again and roared, "It's not because of you. Why did you say you want to disband the Straw Hat Pirate? Really, you can't listen to what I have to say." Luffy covered his head and continued muttering with dissatisfaction, looking very aggrieved. Straw Hat froze for a moment, then turned to Luffy, waiting to hear his explanation. Just heard Luffy continue, "I haven't seen what the New World is like, but I know that Mufeng will never lie to me. The New World is definitely a very dangerous place. With the strength of all of us now, it is possible that he will die in the New World. Although I want to be One Piece King of Pirates, even at the cost of my own life, but I don't want to see everyone die before their dreams are fulfilled. So I want to disband the Straw Hat Pirate, and everyone will train on their own, and then become strong enough to deal with the dangers of the New World." 2 years later, we meet again at the Sabayati Archipelago to have Uncle Rayleigh coat our boat before we head to the New World. It's not like Luffy said something so organized, but when it came time to crunch, Luffy's head was like a different person. Hearing Luffy's word, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't speak anymore, because in this case, they would face separation next. This is indeed a good way to wait for us to become stronger, and then go to the New World. But a very important point, where can we become stronger? Robin said. Indeed, this is a very important question. Since they decided to cultivate for 2 years, those 2 years are very precious. They need to get strong stronger every minute and every second, so that Luffy's decision makes sense. If everyone really decides this way, I have Big Brother Mufung's phone bug. We can ask him. He must know. Nami said. Okay, then that's the decision. Sanji, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Luffy returned to his usual heartlessness and said, rubbing his stomach. Well, I really can't help you. Sanji shook his head and said. At this moment, a newspaper suddenly fell from the sky. It was a newspaper delivery bird. Nami picked up the newspaper and threw 100 Bailey coin into the sky. He muttered dissatisfiedly. A newspaper costs 100 Baileys. Why don't you grab it? At the same time, I opened the newspaper and read the headlines on the front page. And read, Shichibukai and the Marine headquarters are preparing to fight the Whitebeard pirate. The cause of the war is because the world government announced that the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirate, Boskar D8, will be executed publicly. At the end, Nami covered her mouth in astonishment and looked up at Luffy. Because Nami knew that Ace was Luffy's older brother, Luffy would definitely not sit idly by. Nami, what are you talking about? Ace, are you going to be executed? Luffy looked at Nami. His voice was very anxious, obviously very worried about Ace. Well, a month later, at the Marine headquarters, Nami nodded and said, How could this be? Luffy's eyes are full of confusion. Ace, is he going to die? 4.9. Suddenly my heart was full of fear. He thought of Sabo. Although he knew Sabo wasn't dead now, the heart-piercing despair he felt when he thought Sabo was dead. Luffy didn't want to endure it a second time. Nami, where is Ace now? Luffy looked at Nami and asked in a very flat tone, as if he had already decided on something. The newspaper said, it was in the great underwater prison. Nami said. Luffy was silent and lowered his head. Luffy could be. Zoro suddenly smiled and said, everyone, I think we should go somewhere before disbanding the Straw Hat Pirate. Where? Usopp asked, taken aback. The great underwater prison. It was Sanji who spoke, and his words were extremely firm. Chapter 236_3 Emperors move together. In just one day, the newspaper bird spread the news of the Marine headquarters gathering Shichibukai and declaring war on the Whitebeard pirate to all corners of the world. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The Marine headquarters actually started a war with the Whitebeard pirate. Now, I'm afraid the whole world will be in turmoil. However, first Ink Marine will definitely be able to get the final victory. Why, idiot, Marine has the existence of the White Bear Admiral. Whitebeard is already old, and now the White Bear Admiral is the real strongest in the world. The whole world is talking about it, but it is generally optimistic that Marine will win. There is no reason for it. The prestige of Mufung is too loud in the whole sea. These are the thoughts of ordinary pirates or civilians. A war of this level is too far away for them, and they don't even have the qualifications to be a bystander. 15. The New World. The Beast Pirate. Boss. The world government has declared war on the Whitebeard pirate, saying that it will publicly execute Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace at the Marine headquarters. A cadre of the Beast Pirate, reporting to Kaido, all the 3 disasters died, and the strength of the 100 Beast Pirates was greatly reduced. But as long as Kaido is still around, the status of the 4 emperors of the Beast Pirates will be unshakable. Kaido poured all the wine in his hand into his mouth and threw the wine gourd into the sea. Squinting, there was a trace of light in his eyes, and he murmured, the world government. This is about to clear the Whitebeard pirate. Boss, what should we do? The cadre asked. Oh ha ha ha, how can such a war be without me? Kaido of the Beast. Kaido laughed wildly. After a long time, he stopped laughing wildly, looked at his subordinates and asked, how many people are there now who are capable of artificial devil fruit? 700 people. All of them have a combat power of more than 300 million bounty. Another cadre of the Beast Pirates next to Kaido said aloud, the combat power of the 300 million bounty level or above is equivalent to the combat power of the headquarters Vice Admiral level. If you say it out, you can absolutely scare any forces. With such a terrifying force, even the Marine headquarters can be easily overturned, of course not counting Mufung. However, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Kaido was not very satisfied, frowned and said, not enough. Go to Doflamingo and ask for it again. Within a month, I want my artificial devil fruit army to reach more than 1,000 people. There must be a lot of people alive in this Guy the Clown. Yes, boss. The cadre of the Beast nodded and said, oh ha ha ha, wait, Marine, I'm Kaido. The world top war is about to start. Kaido laughed wildly. ... New World, a lush island. Captain, it's not good. The world headquarters will publicly execute Ace of the Whitebeard pirate. Reikulu held a newspaper in his hand, and his running speed was inversely proportional to his body shape. Reikulu, what did you say? With Beckman and Usopp heard Reikulu's voice, his face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly took the newspaper in Lajalu's hand. When the red hair read the contents of the newspaper, he couldn't help but look extremely ugly. Since joining the Hunter Guild, his relationship with Rayleigh has become closer, and naturally he also knows that Ace is Captain Roger's child. When he learned that Ace was going to capture Blackbeard, the redhead also went to Whitebeard, hoping that Whitebeard could recall Ace. Because he is very aware of Blackbeard's power, Ace will never be Blackbeard's opponent, and even he has 3 scars left by Blackbeard. But the result was that he almost didn't fight the Whitebeard pirates directly. It's just that the red hair didn't expect that things would turn into the current situation. Blackbeard. Ace. The red-haired eyes were solemn. Shank, what are we going to do? Beckman asked, looking at the redhead. The identity of Ace. The red hair also told him. He knew that Shanks would not sit idly by. Ace is Roger's only bloodline, and Roger is the redhead's most respected captain. Of course he couldn't have watched the captain's only bloodline die like this. After a wry smile, the redhead said, looks like this time, I'm going to trouble everyone again. Accompany me to the Marine headquarters. Oh ha ha ha. I haven't been to the Marine headquarters yet. It must be very exciting to make a fuss about Marine headquarters. That old guy Kizaru. I suffered a lot from him last time, and I must get it back this time. The members of the red-haired pirates are getting excited one by one. And in the new world, the sea area closest to the endpoint, a sea area ruled by Edward Newgate, the strongest pirate in the world, Whitebeard. In this sea area, 9 out of 10 days were gusty winds and torrential rain poured down. But today this sea area is surprisingly calm. But the black clouds in the sky seemed to be about to be pressed down, and there was a feeling of black cloud pressing down on the city, as if an unprecedented storm was brewing. Dad, Ace will be publicly executed in Marine headquarters in a month. On the Moby Dick, Marco handed Whitebeard a newspaper. Whitebeard responded. I took the newspaper and threw it into the sea without reading it. Dad, what are we going to do now? Diamond Jozu, who was standing beside him, asked angrily, looking very anxious. Do you need to ask? Whitebeard said lightly. I saw Whitebeard stand up, and an aura of contempt for the world erupted. With the momentum alone, the dense black clouds in the stirred sky were all dispersed. Notify all the ships of the Whitebeard pirates to go to Marineford in a month to take Ace home. Whitebeard's low voice resounded throughout the sea. Chapter 237_Dragon's Wisdom. Valdigo, the island of white soil, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, which is the most hated by the world government, is located here. What? The world government is going to publicly execute Ace? Sabo said in shock. Grabbing the shoulders of Clar, who told him the news with both hands, he asked eagerly, where is Ace now? The newspaper said that he is now being held in the Great Underwater Prison. The Great Underwater Prison. Well, I see. I'm going to save Ace, Sabo said, picking up the steel pipe beside him and running outside. But as soon as he reached the door, he was suddenly blown back by a gust of wind. I saw a man wrapped in a dark green cloak walked in with a very weird tattoo on his face. The man looked at Sabo and said solemnly, calm down, Sabo. Chief. Sabo was stunned for a moment, and then said anxiously, boss, don't stop me. Ace is about to be executed. I must go and save him. Sabo, with your strength, do you think you can save Ace from the underwater prison? Let's not say that Magellan's strength is comparable to Admiral. Impel Down is adjacent to the Marine headquarters, and the Admiral level combat power is even more powerful. Reinforced to Impel Down within an hour. I'm afraid you haven't rescued Ace yet, so you went in and accompany Ace, Long Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing Long's words, Sabo calmed down a little. Being able to become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he is obviously not a brainless guy like Luffy. He is very clear that what Long said is the truth. If he rushed into Impel Down recklessly, it would not save Ace at all, but to deliver food. After all, not everyone has the life of a protagonist like Luffy. That leader. What should I do? Sabo didn't know what to do, but he had made up his mind that even if the dragon didn't support him, he would go by himself. Long frowned. He had never thought about intervening in Ace's execution. However, he is very clear about Sabo's character, and he will never sit idly by about this matter, and Long has cultivated Sabo as his successor, so naturally it is impossible to sit idly by. After thinking about it, Long Kai said, there is still a month before Ace's execution. This matter can be discussed in the long run. Now is not the best time to rescue Ace. Whitebeard will definitely not sit back and watch when Ace is caught. You should know the identity of Ace. According to the information of the Revolutionary Army, Rayleigh and the Red-Haired have also known about this. Ace is about to be executed, and they will definitely not ignore it. The Red Hair is the 4 emperors, and behind Rayleigh is the existence of the Behemoth Hunter Guild. There are only 3 remaining emperors in the New World, and both of them have already acted. With Kaido's lawless character, he will definitely get in the way. And these are not the most important. The most important is the position of the White Bear. Don't forget, the relationship between White Bear and Ace is definitely not worse than the relationship between you and Ace, and with White Bear's character, no one knows what he can do. If this matter is not handled properly, it may directly shake the foundation of the existence of the world government. Don't say that Ace is only Roger's blood. Even Roger himself, if it is possible to cause such a big turmoil, should not be executed. Gorosei, 5 elders are scheming guys. How can they not see through the powerful relationship? So there must be other secrets in this matter, which is why I want to keep the Revolutionary Army out of it. But looking looking at it now. Come on, it's impossible to stay out of it. Long is indeed the leader of the revolutionary army who dares to challenge the world government. Not only does he have the combat power of the 4 emperors, but his resourcefulness is absolutely not to be underestimated. Leader, this is my personal business, and I don't need to involve the revolutionary army, Sabo hurriedly said. He did not want to see his partner in the revolutionary army die because of his own affairs. Long shook his head and said in a deep voice, if we stay out of it, of course there will be no loss, but we will also lose the opportunity to compete for benefit. Therefore, we have to take a long-term approach to this matter and strive to save aid. At the same time, seize the corresponding benefit. Quote, boss, I understand, Sabo said with a nod. Sabayati Archipelago, Island 13, Shaki's ripping off bar. No, it should be called the Hunter Guild Quest Collection Place now. Gate of opening at 9 in the morning and closing at 5 in the afternoon. For several years, the time of the Hunter Guild Quest Collection has never changed. However, the hunters who came today discovered that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they closed the door. Inside the house, Shaki leaned against the bar, looked at Rayleigh in front of him, and asked, what are you going to do about the execution of Brother Ace by the world government? What else can I do? Of course I'm going to the rescue. You bastard. Roger, don't let my old bones rest even after he's dead. Rayleigh sat on the chair and smiled wryly. Are you going to tell Odin about this? Shaki asked. Rayleigh was silent for a while, then said, forget it, everyone's life has calmed down, it better not to disturb them. Shaki nodded, but didn't refute what Rayleigh said. Suddenly, Shaki thought of something. He took out a phone bug from under the bar and said, this kid Chinsho Zujian, the old lady worked hard for him every day. At this time, he should do his best, or the old lady will smash him. The Hunters Guild. Seeing Shaki on the phone, Rayleigh opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Senju has a different identity than the former Roger pirate. Moreover, the strength of Chinchujuma is completely beyond the 4 emperors, not to mention defeating the White Bear. At least there is no problem in holding the White Bear. As long as the White Bear can be held, then Rayleigh's confidence in successfully saving Ace will definitely increase to more than 70%. The pastoral wind of Nine Snake Island can definitely be said to be intoxicated these days and don't know where to go. Hearing the voice of the phone bug ringing, it was also Hancock who sent it to his ear, and when he connected, he heard Shaki's voice. Boy, where are you now? Chapter 238 Assault on the Gate of Justice. The phone bugged to Mufeng. Hancock continued to get busy with other things. Shepard's voice Vivi changed, and he said, it's Shaki. What the matter? I'm dealing with some things in the Windless Belt now. I'm very busy. You kid, you know about Ace's arrest? Shaki said bluntly. Well, I know. Mufeng said. It's good to know. Ace is Roger's only son, and this guy Rayleigh will naturally not sit idly by and prepare to rescue Ace when Ace is publicly executed. You can't help yourself. We work hard for you every day. Part-time job, Shaki said. Shaki, look at what you said. Even if you don't say Shaki, I will definitely go. Don't worry, I will definitely appear at the Marine headquarters on the day of execution. Mufeng bowed. You boy, why are you so abnormal today? Shaki wondered. Shepard's promise was too refreshing, which made Shaki feel like it was a fake thousand-handed column. Let's not hide it from Shaki. I received a mission just now, and the content of the mission is to rescue Ace, and I have already decided to take it over. Mufeng said with a smile. Someone posted a mission. Who? How come I don't know? Shaki wondered. The Hunters Guild quest should be all out of her. White Bear. That guy contacted me directly, and I haven't had time to tell you Shaki yet. Mufeng said with his mouth open. Anyway, I am myself inside and out, and I am not afraid of being dismantled. White Bear. This time Shaki was even more surprised. Mufeng smiled and said, Shaki, you still do intelligent. Don't you know the relationship between Bai Xiong and Ace? Ace is Bai Xiong's younger brother. Huh, is that so? Shaki said, taken aback. Although she knew that Ace was adopted by Garp, and White Bear was also adopted by Garp, but she really didn't pay attention to the relationship between the two. Rayleigh, who was beside Shaki, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the words of Shepard in the phone bug. Unexpectedly, the White Bear, which was originally regarded as the biggest problem, would actually be the best one to solve, and it also had the help of Chinchozuma. His confidence in successfully saving Ace could not help but increase to 80%. Not to mention what Rayleigh was thinking at the moment. Mufeng casually chatted with Shaki for a few more words, and then hung up the phone bug, but Mufeng just hung up the phone bug. Bolu, Bolu. The voice of the phone bug rang again. Furofura. Admiral the Bear, how are you doing? Was Doflamingo's voice. How could this guy contact him? Today is not the time to pay tribute. Doflamingo, I remember telling you that your laughter is ugly. If you let me hear such ugly laughter again, I'll go to the New World and cut your tongue. Shepard is not polite, said coldly. Hee hee. Admiral the White Bear is joking. Doflamingo smiled awkwardly. Obviously, Doflamingo, who can feel the other end of the phone bug, is a little stiff. Am I joking? You can try it, Mufeng said playfully. After a pause, he asked, is something wrong? You need to contact me. Listening to Mufeng's inquiry, Doflamingo said directly, the Marine headquarters issued a summoning order. Let me set off today and go to the Marine headquarters. And Kaido, let me give him all the artificial devil fruits in my hand. After speaking, Doflamingo was silent. Do not be. No matter how conflicted Doflamingo was, he had to admit one thing. That is that he can now become the fourth emperor. No, it should be said that he is the strongest force under the three emperors, but he has used the identity of the King Shichibukai a lot. To be more thorough, it was with the help of Mufeng's power. If Mufeng wants to destroy the Don Quixote family, he doesn't even have to do it at all. All it takes is to expel Doflamingo from Shichibukai, and within minutes, the bosses of the New World, who have long been greedy for the waters under Doflamingo's control, will tear him apart. Kaido desperately needs an artificial devil fruit. It seems that he can't wait. Is the goal to be ready for this top battle? The top battle. Hehe, it's really looking forward to it. I hope you bring me some fun. Mufeng murmured. Doflamingo on the other end of the phone buzzed. Give him all the artificial devil fruits in your hand. Remember, I said all. Don't think I don't know the one or two you are secretly hiding. Hundreds of fruit. When Doflamingo on the other end of the phone worm heard Mufeng's word, his back went cold. It is true that he secretly hid the artificial devil fruit, but this is a secret within a secret. Even Diamante, Toripal, these top cadres don't know. How did he know about the white bear? Could it be that the white bear can read other people's memories, and even through a phone bug? If Doflamingo knew Mufeng, it was just a lie. Himself, he didn't know if he would vomit blood and die. It could be said that he was played by a monkey, and Doflamingo was directly crushed in terms of IQ. Doflamingo's complicated mental activities at the moment. Shepard hung up the phone bug. Hancock had already prepared dinner and brought it over himself. Mr. Mufeng, does Marine still have a lot of work to do? Will it delay your time, Mr. Mufeng? Hancock asked very thoughtfully. Of course not. No matter how important things are, it will not be more important than you, Hancock. In terms of Wawa's ability, Mufeng is definitely not inferior to anyone. Lord Mufeng. Hancock couldn't help being moved when he heard Mufeng's words. Closing his eyes, his eyelids were still trembling in Vivi, and his beautiful face slowly moved towards Mufeng. Hancock is like this. How can Mufeng not understand? Chunxiao was worth thousands of dollars in one moment, and then Mufeng spent tens of thousands of dollars worth of time. Beside the Straw Hat Pirate, in the plot, Luffy was able to sneak into Impel Down with the help of Hancock, but now Luffy doesn't know Hancock at all. As a result, Luffy made a very bold decision to storm the door of justice. Chapter 239 Big Trouble. For 800 years, the Gate of Justice has stood in front of Marine headquarters, Enies Lobby, and Impel Down. Even Marine Admiral level attacks are hard to shake. However, Luffy is a bug with the protagonist's destiny. Under the attack of Luffy's three-block giant fist, the Gate of Justice was slammed open, and the Wanli Sunshine also took the opportunity to drive in. Straw Hat Gang didn't have any cover, and attacked Impel Down directly from the main entrance. Then the entire underwater prison was completely messed up, and Magellan, the director of Impel Down, who had a combat power comparable to the Admiral level, was more like losing his mind, letting Luffy break in, and even all the way to the infinite hell on the 6th floor. Transferred Tilda Ace in the world government, and just when Impel Down had turned into a mess, Blackbeard, who had become Shichibukai, appeared directly with all the members of the pirate group, intending to make a big fuss about Impel Down. In order to stop Blackbeard, Magellan made a very bold decision to release Shiryu of the Rain, the former Impel Down warden who was imprisoned in the infinite hell. Possessing the swordsmanship of the great swordsman level, the strength is comparable to that of Magellan. It is because of the existence of the two of them that Impel Down is called Iron Wall. However, because of his bloodlust, he often murdered prisoners indiscriminately, and was sentenced to a suspended sentence of death. Shiryu of the Rain, who had just obtained the knight, rebelled directly and killed several jailers who released him with one knight. Then instead of dealing with Blackbeard, he even joined the Blackbeard pirate. Afterward, he even broke into the infinite hell with the Blackbeard, and released all the vicious criminals imprisoned in the infinite hell. This time, even if Magellan's strength was comparable to Admiral, he couldn't handle it. Thinking of the two guys being imprisoned in the infinite hell, Magellan only felt his scalp tingle. Red the Aloof, Patrick Redfield, World Destroyer, Burn D World. Magellan shivered, daring not to hesitate, and directly dialed the phone number of Marshal Sengoku of the Marine headquarters to report the situation. Marine headquarters, Ace will be publicly executed here in more than half a month. The various deployments at Oris Square, the placement of pacifists, the recruitment of Shichibukai, the arrival of Marine from various branches. Sengoku is said to be busy and dizzy. From Mariajoy, Sengoku didn't even take a break, so that he didn't have time to ask Mufeng to be held accountable when Magellan called. What did you say? Impel Down has been captured. All those bastards in the infinite hell have been released. What going on? Sengoku was immediately stunned. After listening to Magellan's explanation, Sengoku glared fiercely at Garp, who was still eating senbei. Shen Sheng said, I know, I will immediately send Admiral-level combat power to impel down to support Director Magellan. Before that, make sure that none of the villains can escape. See crunch. Impel down. Crunch. What happened? Seeing Sengoku hanging up the phone bug, Garp asked aloud, not forgetting to put senbei in his mouth. You still have the face to ask me. Sengoku growled at Garp. Fiddlestars brayed Garp's face. It's not because your grandson got into trouble. The Straw Hat broke into Impel Down, and the Blackbeard pirates also took the opportunity to make a scene in Impel Down, and even took all the bastards from Infinite Hell. They've all been released. All, including those two guys? Garp asked, eyes widening. Sengoku was silent and nodded. It's over. Those two guys are monsters. Garp murmured, but then he said to Luffy, but I can't blame Luffy. It's not Luffy who released them. Blame them. I can only blame the world government for giving the title of Shichibukai to King Blackbeard, allowing him to freely enter and exit the gate of justice. Quote, bastard. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. The two of them must be prevented from escaping Impel Down, Sengoku said, then turned his eyes to Garp. Kizaru stayed in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Since the Hulk incident, Tenryubito has required Marine Admiral to stay there, and there is no room for negotiation. And Kuzan and Akainu, the two of them happen to be escorting Ace back to Marine headquarters. It's impossible to not send more than 2 Admiral-level combat power. You must know that the captains of the top 5 divisions of the Whitebeard pirates have Admiral-level combat power. If you only send Kuzan or Akainu to escort them, as long as 3 captains come, Ace can be easily robbed. As a marshal, he must sit in the Marine headquarters, and now only Garp can move. But who knows that Garp is very bachelor and said, don't look at me, the guy in world is okay, I can barely hold it. But the guy in Redfield but maintains the peak combat power. When I was exhausted by him, I only caught him when I was around, and now I'm no match for him. Against the two of them, I used to deliver food. Sengoku also knows that Garp is telling the truth. Whether it is Burndy World or Patrick Redfield, it is not a simple role. 0. Even if the two of them were caught in the underwater prison, they were not defeated by Marine. World was captured because he was instigated by the spies of the world government, and Redfield was caught by Garp because of the exhaustion of the battle. This brat, Mufeng, I don't know where. Can I make it to Impel Down now? No way. Sengoku took out a phone bug. Impel Down within half an hour. It wouldn't help at all. Even whether Magellan can last for half an hour is a big question. Marshal, I thought you would call me sooner, but I didn't expect to call me until now. Or something happened again. Shepard's voice sounded lazily. Mufeng, where are you now? Sabayade's matter had already happened, and it was useless for him to say Mufeng, let alone Impel Down's matter was more urgent. I'm on 9 Snake Island. What happened? Mufeng asked. He could easily hear the anxiety and worry in Sengoku's voice. 9 Snake Island. That great. Sengoku was overjoyed. 9 Snake Island and Impel Down belong to the same windless belt, and they are not too far apart. Of course, this is not too far, and it is measured by the speed of Mufeng. Chapter 240 Burndy World. Secret Dark Acupuncture Road. The black substance overflowed from Blackbeard's body, and the entire ground was instantly infected into black. Even the ground beneath Magellan's feet was the same, constantly sinking. What is this? Magellan struggled hard, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his body from sinking. Shiryu, it's really thanks to you. If you didn't bring the antidote, I guess I would really die this time. Blackbeard laughed. Anyway, if I stay here, I'll never be able to get ahead, but I've been looking forward to meeting a man like you. Shiryu of Rain, who was smoking a cigar, laughed. Shiryu, you, Shiryu of the Rain, extremely angry. Director Magellan, didn't I just kill a few criminals who should have been executed? You actually put me in infinite hell, and also reported to the world government and sentenced me to death. You said, R2 accounts, or shouldn't it be a good calculation? Shiryu of the Rain pulled out the 2nd generation Onido from his waist and walked slowly towards Magellan. Shiryu, although I don't want to disturb you, but now is not a good time. Marine's reinforcements should be able to arrive at Impel Down soon. Now is not a good time to fight Marine. Blackbeard stopped Shiryu of the Rain. Move. If it is Kuzan, Kizaru, or Akainu, Blackbeard is not afraid at all. With the current strength of the Blackbeard pirate, which of the 3 of them will hang and beat the other? However, Blackbeard was afraid. The reinforcement sent by Marine would be Shepard. Of the battle between Shepard and Whitebeard 5 years ago, even now, Blackbeard still has a feeling of trembling, that terrifying power, the move that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Just thinking about it makes me terrified. You must not have a conflict with the White Bear until you have the ability to capture the old man. Although Blackbeard liked to gamble, but choosing to fight Mufeng is not gambling at all, but is courting death. Blackbeard doesn't like courting death. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Shiryu of the Rain paused. Then he put the 2nd generation Goosh back into the scabbard, glanced at Magellan, and said, since the captain has already given orders. Let me spare your life first. Blackbeard and his party hurriedly left Impel Down and disappeared into the vast sea. Damn. Losing Blackbeard's control, the effect of the dark cave gradually weakened, and Magellan was finally able to climb out of the dark cave. Oh ha ha ha. 30 years later, I've finally come out of here. The Golden Lion guy, he didn't cut Seastone's handcuff for me when he escaped. The next time we meet, I must kill him. But before that, the world government dared to imprison Lao Su for 30 years. Lao Su must repay you well. The old voice sounded, and at the same time, a guy wearing a horn helmet came out. His body was full of knotted muscles, looking very terrifying. Seeing this guy come out, Magellan's heart sank. World Destroyer, burn the world, Magellan said dryly. Then did World pay attention to Magellan, who was lying on the ground struggling to get up, and laughed loudly. So it was you, boy, but I remember very clearly, after being imprisoned for 30 years, thanks to you, I can eat a full meal, let alone a drink. Hee. I want to thank you very much. Momo 10x Cannon. World casually threw the boulder beside him to Magellan. Poison Dragon. Magellan used the fruit ability to condense a huge poisonous dragon, but the boulder thrown by World was too fast, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, directly smashed Magellan's poisonous dragon away, and then slammed on Magellan's body. PFF. Magellan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Momo 30 times faster. World's speed suddenly increased, and at the same time armament hockey wrapped around the calf. The speed was even 15 times faster than the shaving in Marine Rokushiki. The goal of World's foot is the position of Magellan's heart. Magellan would surely die if he really let World kick. At this moment, Magellan was completely exhausted because of the previous continuous battles, and the poisonous dragon just now was barely condensed. This would not have the slightest stamina to dodge World's attack. Moreover, even if Magellan has the physical strength to dodge, but the speed of World is so fast that the eyes can no longer catch it. So how to dodge? It seems I can only do it here. Hannibal, I hope you can stick to Impel Down in the future. Don't make this kind of mistake again. Magellan thought to himself, and at the same time closed his eyes in despair. Director Magellan, are you ready to give up? This is not your style. A faint voice sounded. Magellan didn't feel death, and the voice ringing in his ears was familiar. When he opened his eyes, there was boundless hope in the originally despairing eyes. The person who came was none other than Mufeng, who came from 9 Snake Island. With Sengoku, Mufeng walked directly on the sea. It took only 20 minutes for Mufeng to come over a distance of hundreds of nautical miles. Armament hockey covering his arms, Mufeng blocked World's attack. It can be considered that Magellan should not die if Mufeng comes a few seconds later. 3.8. No, Magellan would definitely die even if it were even a second later. Are you World Destroyer? Burn the world. Well, it looks more like a bad old man. Looking at World, Mufeng said lightly. Black broken hair, white justice cloak, a pure white suit, and golden epaulets on both shoulders. Marine Admiral. World VV squinted. Admiral's epaulets are the most ornate epaulette in Marine other than the Marshal. How could he not be recognized as a big pirate who has been with him all his life? I am Burn the World. First didn't expect Marine to become more and more useless, and actually let a young boy become Marine Admiral. World said with disdain.